Invincible, agricultural development, romance, time travel, semi-behind-the scenes, and a system unexpectedly traversed into the world of Naruto, becoming the new daimyo of the Land of Water, a system that possesses wealth capable of acquiring anything. Bloodline collection, unique physiques, all ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and swordsmanship are meticulously arranged. Engaging in various businesses from fishing in the sea to pets and ninja grenade sales across the ninja world. The Hidden Leaf Village and the three great holy lands exchange glances, while I orchestrate 6 plans for my Land of Water. I shall possess all that exists in the ninja world, and even what does not exist, I shall obtain as a ruler of a nation. It is only reasonable to have several beautiful confidantes accompanying me throughout my life. Tsunade, Kushina, Mei Terumi, Hinata Hyuga, and Kaguya. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the ultimate antagonist Kaguya was sealed away. Chapter 1. The Daimyo of the Land of Water. In the first month of the 21st year of the Hidden Leaf Village, the first great ninja war that swept across the entire ninja world had just come to an end. The daimyo's residence in the Land of Water was adorned with white lanterns and draped in white silk. The esteemed daimyo, Shigetsu Lin, had succumbed to a grave illness after a year and passed away the previous night. The hastily arranged mourning hall was filled with guests. Shigetsu Kame donned mourning attire, kneeling before the coffin. Suddenly, laughter and chatter echoed from outside. Moments later, the source of the commotion appeared before Shigetsu Kame. A group of rotund ministers in red ceremonial robes entered the mourning hall, casting a cursory glance at the portrait of Shigetsu Lin. The Minister of Finance embraced his father's concubine, his hand resting provocatively on her rear, and they began to engage in flirtations. As evening fell, the guests dispersed. Shigetsu Kame was to keep vigil for a month, unable to leave the mourning hall for a single step. After hastily consuming dinner, he retired to the inner chambers of the hall. In the dead of night, a series of scandalous sounds reached his ears. Kame opened the door to find the Minister of Finance and his father's concubine engaged in a game beside his father's coffin, right in front of his father's portrait. "Get lost, useless waste," the Minister of Finance bellowed upon noticing Kame, who, at merely 10 years of age, quickly assessed the situation, recognizing the disparity in their sizes. He prudently retreated to his room, thinking it unnecessary to defend his father's honor so soon after his arrival in this new world. He vowed to take revenge on the Minister of Finance in the future. Upon returning to his room, the minister's insults continued. "Just like his useless old man, what's the point of living? Keep your voice down. Next month, he becomes the new daimyo. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? The power of the daimyo has long been divided among us ministers. He's nothing but a pawn. Let's not dwell on that waste. Let us continue." A month later, the gates of the daimyo's castle swung wide open, and an array of festively adorned carriages entered the city in a slow procession. The streets were tidy, with townsfolk gathering in small clusters, their clothes patched and worn, yet clean. "Dalong, do you still have spare money for new clothes? Where would I find the money? The fabric I bought 2 years ago, young Master Kame, is to be the new daimyo, and my wife wants me to make a new outfit for luck." Alas, the ministers are rampantly increasing taxes and plundering. When will these hard times end? It's tough. Young Master Kame is only 10 years old, and the ministers control the power in the Land of Water. Breaking this cycle is nearly impossible. The third Mizukage, attending the ceremony, took his place on a high platform and nodded gently at the minister overseeing the proceedings. "The auspicious hour has arrived. Let the inauguration ceremony for the daimyo commence. I invite young Master Shigetsu Kame to the stage." Dressed in cumbersome ceremonial attire that hindered his movements, Kame stepped out of the daimyo's residence, struggling to walk forward. Concentrating intently, he was suddenly pushed from behind by a pair of pudgy hands, nearly tumbling to the ground. "Hurry up, or we'll miss the auspicious moment." Clenching his fists and taking a deep breath, Kame thought to himself, "Just wait, I shall have my revenge on you all." With an expressionless demeanor, he ascended the high platform, completing a series of intricate rituals, and accepted the seal representing his status as daimyo. As the crowd dispersed, the Mizukage summoned Kame to the front, looking down at him with authority, pointing a finger at his heart. "As the daimyo, you must always remember to fight for the village of Kirigakure. Kirigakure is the safety barrier of the Land of Water. Every citizen of the Land of Water must remember this," Kame replied, taking a step back and nodding. "Additionally, the funds must be delivered promptly," the Mizukage said, stepping forward and firmly patting Kame on the shoulder. "Rest assured, I will arrange it immediately." Kamei responded with a smile, his hands hanging low, tightly gripping his thighs, which were now bruised. In his mind, he thought, "You'd better wait, they'll scatter your ashes." Reflecting on the arrogant ministers, Kamei resolved to acquire a protective talisman for himself. "Mizukage, might I request that the two genin by your side remain at the daimyo's residence for a while?" The Mizukage glanced at the two genin beside him and nodded. "That can be arranged. There are matters to attend to in the village. Farewell." Kamei watched the departing figure of the third Mizukage, his eyes narrowing, a glint of coldness flashing within, accompanied by a soft chuckle. "Oomph. Stop dawdling. Hurry and arrange accommodations for us. My legs are numb from standing here all day," urged the duo from Kirigakure. Kamei instructed the steward to ensure the genin from Kirigakure were well accommodated. He had more pressing matters to attend to and turned back toward his quarters. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully assuming the role of daimyo of the Land of Water. The Money Can Communicate system has been successfully bound." "Ah, the system has finally activated." Kamei exhaled deeply, having traversed into the Naruto world with a smaller physique and age. After a month of keeping vigil, his golden finger had finally emerged. What functions does the system possess? This system is a trading system. The host can purchase any goods using points. The host can acquire money through taxation, commerce, plundering, and other means. For every 2 taels of pure profit earned, 1 point will be awarded. Kamei opened the system all, eyeing the most expensive items. Eternal Freedom Body, 100 trillion points. Immortal Celestial Palace, 100 trillion points. Divine Tree Willow Deity, 100 trillion points. Kamei gazed at the system's offerings, nearly drooling. The goods are impressive, but they are exorbitantly priced. "Host, do not concern yourself with such details. Would you like to claim the beginner's gift pack?" Claim. Kamei opted to receive the beginner's gift pack directly. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Bloodline collection. Liquid Release, Special Physique, Xuanwu Immortal Body, and Divine Level Chakra Extraction Technique." Upon hearing the system's rewards, Kamei immediately straightened up. The 3 items sounded exceptionally grand. "System, what is special about the Bloodline collection?" This system has meticulously designed the Bloodline collection. Liquid Release, which contains water attributes within the ninjutsu, all of which the host can learn and utilize. Kamei felt the system implied he was a water product. "What about the Xuanwu Immortal Body? I suppose it grants me a long lifespan." You are correct. Additionally, it bestows the host with wind and water attribute chakra, concealing chakra fluctuations, shielding from fate calculations, making it unmeasurable and unpredicted. The host must continuously develop the Xuanwu Immortal Body to enhance defenses and increase total chakra. The system is quite powerful. Kamei contemplated silently, having obtained the means to strengthen himself. He planned a strategy for 2.5 years of diligent training. "Bring in steward he." After about 10 minutes, Kamei lay on his side on the bed, studying the system. When steward he rushed in. "Young master, you have suffered unjustly," he said, his eyes glistening with tears. Kamei sat up, waving his hand. "Steward he, please tally the savings in the residence. Also, summon the Minister of Finance." Chapter 2. Initial Training in Ninjutsu. Half an hour later, the rotund Minister of Finance ambled into the daimyo's residence. Kamei lay on the bed, enjoying a massage from a maid. Upon seeing the minister enter, he shifted to a more comfortable position. "What is it that you called for me?" Before Kamei could begin, the Minister of Finance had already seated himself in his chair, which creaked under his weight. "The Hidden Mist Village requires funding. Could you elaborate on the financial situation of the Land of Water?" Frost Moon Akira inquired, seeking fiscal intelligence as he departed from the Hidden Mist Village. "The tax revenue amounts to 2.5 billion Ryo, with expenditures around 1.8 billion Ryo, leaving a surplus split evenly between the internal treasury and the national treasury." The finance minister replied, prepared with data. "What good does that do?" "The national treasury belongs to the state. You cannot utilize it." The finance minister, ready with his figures, blurted out a set of statistics. Frost Moon Akira widened his eyes, pushed aside his maid's hands, straightened up, and slapped the bed in frustration. "Is it true that such a vast land of water garners only 2.5 billion Ryo in taxes each year?" The finance minister toyed with the golden ring on his finger, not lifting his head as he responded. "Tax revenues from the feudal lord's territories belong to the lords. The nobility is not required to pay taxes." His heart ached at the thought of how much money flowed into others' pockets each year. Was that money? No, it was life. Cursed feudal lords and nobility, obstructing my path to wealth. With a lackluster wave of his hand, Frost Moon Akira dismissed the matter. Prepare the funding for the hidden mist village. Allocate 100 million Rio from the internal treasury. Watching the finance minister hurriedly depart, he contemplated the advantages of possessing power. Resting on the bed, Frost Moon Akira felt a sense of contentment. If I lie here completely still, I could sleep for an entire year. System, is there any adverse effect from the Xuanwu immortal body? Rest assured, host, what caliber of system would deliver a flawed constitution? Your previous life was somewhat reclusive, and your physical condition was poor, leading to such a state a bit of exercise will remedy it. He'll trust you one more time. You can always rely on this system. Its modus operandi can be summarized in one word: dependable. The following morning, Frost Moon Akira attentively listened to Yubo's report. Young master, the internal treasury holds nearly 1 billion Rio. Do you wish to utilize these funds? Frost Moon Akira shook his head. Not urgently. Yubo, how many ninjas are in the manor, and what are their strengths? The manor has trained 10 jonin, 1 elite jonin, and over 40 chunin. To this point, Yubo paused, his expression turning sorrowful as he continued. However, some were lost in missions, others were bribed by ministers, and some have left the Daimyo's manor. Only I remain as the elite jonin, alongside Jonin Tanaka, a few chunin, and over 100 genin. Reflecting on the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, Frost Moon Akira felt a twinge of imbalance. Ninja training must not fall behind, he declared resolutely. Order the ninjas in the manor to withdraw funds from the internal treasury to gather orphans from other nations and bring them back for secret training. Is that acceptable? Understood, I will arrange it immediately. Does the young master require 2 ninja guards by your side? Frost Moon Akira pondered briefly. He indeed needed someone to relay messages for him. Let's assign a genin. He had not anticipated that Steward Yubo possessed the strength of an elite Jonin Watt, a pleasant surprise. System, I have 1 billion points I wish to make a purchase. Frost Moon Akira eagerly summoned the system. Host, do not daydream, you only possess 500 million points. Frost Moon Akira appeared bewildered. How could this be? Are you withholding from me? Host, do not malign this system. The 1 billion Rio is neither earned nor stolen. It is a legacy inherited by the host, and deducting the inheritance tax is both reasonable and lawful. Encountering a law-abiding system is quite the rarity. Frost Moon Akira resignedly accepted. Fine, 500 million it is I wish to spend. Dear host, please hold on a moment while I prepare your item list. Indeed, with wealth, one could have their whims catered to, and the system could become quite accommodating. Sharingan, 3 Tomo, 500 million. Byakugan, 500 million. Sanctuary Space, 200 million. Summoning Beast Amphibious Great White Shark, 200 million. Liquid Release Water, flooding the mysterious Wood Mountain, 200 million. Liquid Release Raging Storm, 200 million. Class, Ninjutsu, attribute of your choice, 100 million. Chakra Capacity 1 card beginning to reach the shadow, level 10 million. Regulation Gift Pack 10. Mini Umbrella Box 1. With a plethora of items available, alas, his points were limited, allowing only a few purchases, thanks to the insatiable feudal lords and nobility. Frost Moon Akira selected 3 items and confirmed the purchase. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the sanctuary of Penglai Island, with the entrance located beneath your bedroom bed. Liquid Release Raging Storm. Class Ninjutsu. Water Release Whale, swallowing the world. Delivery complete. All system ninjutsu are in a nosial version, allowing the host to perform them without hand seals. Frost Moon Akira leaped from the bed and crawled beneath it. Moments later, he found himself on Penglai Island, resembling a celestial paradise. The island's center lay a garden, where flowers, rocks, and pavilions harmoniously coexisted, a sight of exquisite beauty. Frost Moon Akira understood that chakra was akin to a battery, with the energy produced by 130 million cells comparable to a solar power bank. The capacity of batteries and power banks varies, and extracting chakra is akin to connecting a data cable for charging. Employing the divine level chakra extraction technique, Frost Moon Akira sensed and extracted the chakra energy from his cells. Admittedly, the divine level chakra extraction technique was impressive. In merely a few minutes, he could already sense chakra. After several minutes, Frost Moon Akira's chakra reached its maximum capacity, totaling approximately 0.5 cards. He retrieved the 3-body technique scroll he found in the treasury and began his training, quickly activating the required hand seals. The 3-body technique is one of the most powerful ninjutsu in the ninja world. Just ask Naruto, whose improved transformation technique could ensnare even the legendary ancestor. Kaguya. Frost Moon Akira practiced the three-body technique without interruption, and due to his exceptional chakra extraction, his chakra replenished faster than it was consumed. An hour later, he could proficiently form hand seals. Temporarily setting aside the three-body technique, he began to train in the glass water release, whales swallowing the world. Approaching the edge of Punglai Island, Frost Moon Akira waved his hand, summoning a massive whale measuring 18 meters, which leapt and crashed into the sea, creating a splendid splash. The landing was remarkably perfect, and the water splash was beautifully compressed, worthy of a perfect score. However, having exerted too much force, he wasted chakra, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Frost Moon Akira restored his chakra to the maximum and continued training in water release, whale swallowing the world. After half an hour of practice, the whale grew to over 30 meters, its power comparable to that of a typical jonin. Frost Moon Akira yearned to test the might of liquid release. Raging Storm, its name alone hinted at its ferocity. With a gentle wave of his hand, a storm erupted within a 200-meter radius around him. A gentle breeze swept through, and a light rain began to fall in less than a minute. His chakra was depleted, and the wind ceased. The rain stopped in the ensuing days. Frost Moon Akira secluded himself on Punglai Island, focusing on training his ninjutsu and chakra control. He entrusted the affairs of the manor to the steward, as he had no political duties to attend to. Until one evening, 5 days later, a guard reported that the finance minister wished to see him. Chapter 3. The execution of traitors. After a brief contemplation, Xuanyue Kongming realized the implication of the finance minister's arrival. It signified that this group of scoundrels had completed their nefarious dealings. They had conspired to embezzle funds, reconciled their accounts, divided the spoils. And now they dared to come and mock him. Truly a remarkable display of loyalty. "Please come in," he said, his gaze fixed intently on the door. In an instant, the finance minister and a certain ninja appeared before him. "What brings you to the Lord's residence at this late hour?" Xuanyue Kongming inquired. "The funds for the Hidden Mist Village are ready. When shall we deliver them?" Xuanyue Kongming made arrangements, indicating that the jonin from the Hidden Mist Village was available, and they could depart at any time. He turned his attention to the ninja behind the finance minister, who was leering at the thighs of the passing maidens with a rather disreputable demeanor. He seemed familiar, as if Xuanyue Kongming had seen him somewhere before. "TCH, I've been tasked with ensuring your father's safety. Does that ring a bell?" The jonin's expression was one of disdain at the mention of Xuanyue Lin. Feigning realization, Xuanyue Kongming replied, "You must be one of my father's trusted aides. He must treat you quite well." And what of it?" "That useless man only pays me a mere 1,000,000 ryo, hardly sufficient for my needs," the jonin scoffed. "1,000,000 ryo is no trifling sum," Xuanyue Kongming said, lifting his teacup to moisten his throat. "But I suspect it is not merely about the money. He is stubborn. I took a commoner woman, and that fool sent someone to beat me up, demanding I apologize to the peasants. I wish he were dead." The jonin's face was suddenly marred by hatred. Xuanyue Kongming nodded, unfazed, and chuckled lightly. "Very well, I understand. You may proceed with your preparations." Watching the two depart, Xuanyue Kongming continued his arrangements. "He Zhao, please summon the 2 useless jonin from the Hidden Mist Village." Half an hour later, nearly beside himself with rage, Xuanyue Kongming awaited the grim-faced He Zhao, flanked by 2 drunken, disheveled ninjas. "Why are you only just arriving? You are an entire half-hour late." "My lord, we were quite busy," one of them slurred, spraying alcohol vapors in Xuanyue Kongming's face, yet he maintained his composure. "Do you know who you are? Do you remember your mission?" "Apologies, Lord Xuanyue. Chuan and I were not in our right minds and spoke foolishly. Our duty is to protect the Lord's residence. We may not necessarily accept your task." "Are you too busy drinking and chasing women?" Xuanyue Kongming interrupted, noting their disheveled appearance. "You have become ninjas, yet my future wife must be blind to have chosen you." "Busy are we? Continue with your revelries, then. The funds for the Hidden Mist Village will not be delivered this year. Cancelled. We can discuss next year's funding at a later date." "He Zhao, we are leaving." With a flick of his sleeve, he did not wait for their response, but turned and exited the council hall. Xuanyue Kongming's words jolted Chuan and his companion into sobriety. They understood the precarious situation of the Hidden Mist Village. They had angered the Lord, resulting in the cancellation of funds. The Mizukage would certainly not hesitate to execute them to appease the Lord, sacrificing their lives for funding. Imagining the methods of the 3rd Mizukage sent shivers down their spines. and they hurriedly pursued Xuanyue Kongming's departing figure. Lord Xuanyue, we have time. Any task you need, we shall undertake, and we guarantee its completion. Stop. Lord Xuanyue has retired for the night. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. As they persisted in their intrusion, Xuanyue Kongming warned, if you continue to force your way in, I may consider you to be attempting to assassinate the Lord. Chuan bowed his head, beseeching He Zhao, it is entirely our fault. Please persuade the Lord not to cancel the funding for the Hidden Mist Village. Return for now, we shall speak tomorrow. For 3 consecutive days, Xuanyue Kongming refused to see anyone, secluding himself on Penglai Island for training. Chuan and his companion were frantic, pacing at the entrance like ants on a hot stove. Young master, you are truly impressive. Those 2 lecherous, drunken fools are nearly beside themselves, He Zhao remarked with admiration. Inform them that they must kneel outside for 3 days, and the matter will be resolved. Chuan and his companion dared not utter a word of complaint, obediently kneeling for the full 3 days. For now, they would be spared. They might yet prove useful. Instruct them to seek out the finance minister and prepare for departure. In the year 21 of Konoha, Xuanyue Kongming accrued 320 million points and acquired 2 skills: Liquid Release, Flooding of Mayaboko Mountain, and Liquid Release, Illusory Water Barrier, with a chakra reserve of 2 cards. Liquid Release, Flooding of Mayaboko Mountain allows one to manipulate water using chakra to create floods, utilizing the wind to increase their speed and destructive power. The Illusory Water Barrier, valued at 100 million points, can be silently deployed to create a controllable illusion barrier. Any disturbances within will not transmit sound, and only illusions can be seen from the outside. Time passed without notice, and seasons changed. Soon it was the end of year 22 in Konoha. Xuanyue Kongming surpassed 90% of ninjas with his chakra reserves. He mastered 4 formidable ninjutsu, yet his genjutsu and taijutsu remained lacking. His overall strength had just begun to approach the level of a shadow. The ninjas he dispatched to locate orphans gradually returned, bringing back 216 orphans with promising talents. Led by another jonin from the Lord's residence, they secretly cultivated outside the city in a secluded village. In the dead of night, inside the finance minister's estate, shadows flitted past as Xuanyue Kongming ventured deep into the mansion. The gardens adorned with rocks and flowing water housed all the traders of the Lord's residence. Xuanyue Kongming set up the illusory water barrier and cautiously approached the courtyard where the traders resided. Who goes there? What is your purpose? I am here to send you to your demise, Xuanyue Kongming declared, swiftly dispatching the few ninjas on guard with a mere flick of his hand. With an expressionless face, he stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing the encircling ninjas emerging from the courtyard. Who are you? What is your objective in trespassing the finance minister's estate? The leading jonin prepared to form hand seals. Ha ha ha, it seems you are quite loyal to your new master. I have come specifically to deal with traitors. You all shall perish. So it's the new lord. After more than 2 years, have you come to die after learning a few ninjutsu, just like your deceased father? Another jonin who recognized Xuanyue Kongming sneered. Xuanyue Kongming raised his left hand, summoning the water from the pond to surge upward, forming towering waves that lifted him high above. From this vantage point, I declare, traitors, you shall all die. With a command, the waves surged towards the traitors, overwhelming the lower-ranking ninjas and leaving no trace behind. Realizing resistance was futile, the 2 jonin knelt and fervently bowed their heads, pleading for mercy. Spare us. We were blinded by greed and betrayed the Lord. Grant us our lives, and we will continue to serve the Lord faithfully. With a dispassionate demeanor, Xuanyue Kongming maintained his relentless assault. After several minutes, the torrents of water consumed the 2 jonin. Your deaths are inconsequential. There are still a few more at the ceremonial minister's estate. They will soon join you. Throughout the night, Xuanyue Kongming eliminated all ninjas who had been bought off and betrayed the Lord's residence, leaving no one unpunished. The corrupt nobles, lavishly wealthy yet evading taxes, and the lords exercising de facto autonomy. After enduring their tyranny for 2 years, it was time to settle the score. The plan to unify the land of water was about to be set into motion. Chapter 4. Winds rise in the land of water. The inexplicable disappearance of ninjas from the Lord's residence left 2 ministers in a state of unease, hiding in the estate for days without daring to show themselves. The New Year's financial report arrived. The finance minister tossed several sheets of paper onto the table. Xuanyue Kongming glanced at the report from a distance, noting the numerous blatant alterations. He feigned impatience and waved his hand. Is it time to collect the money again? I cannot decipher this report. Simply tell me how much we can expect. The finance minister grinned widely, revealing his 2 gold teeth. This year's tax revenue is 27 billion Rio, with expenditures exceeding last year's by over 2 billion. After rounding, we have a surplus of 7 billion Rio. Straightening his posture, Xuangyue Kongming snatched the financial report and urgently addressed the finance minister. Excellent. Expedite the delivery of the funds. I have my eye on a few courtesans and am in need of money. Once the finance minister departed, Xuangyue Kongming's smile vanished, and he pondered darkly. The copper pillars have been erected, the pot is set to boil, and the feudal lords? I shall stew them all together. Dark clouds gathered over the land of water, the skies above the lord's residence growing increasingly ominous. After a day of sparring with He Zhao, Xuangyue Kongming prepared to indulge in a hot spring. In the steam-filled room, he immersed most of his body in the warm waters. Beside him a flask of heated sake and a platter of exquisite fruits. 2 exquisitely adorned maids, clad in minimal attire, knelt gracefully on either side of him, their delicate, boneless hands tenderly massaging his shoulders. After a brief respite, feeling utterly relaxed, he suggested to the petite ninja beside him, "Let's soak for a while longer, unwind a bit." The ninja, named Kwa, arranged by Yuha River, was even younger than him, perpetually masked with only her dark eyes visible. Kwa swiftly shook her head and vanished from the hot spring room in an instant. Bewildered, Xuangyue Kongming set the matter aside and spoke to Yuha River, whose gaze was peculiar. "Manager River, please summon the Minister of Justice tomorrow and bring him to the council hall." "Understood, young master. Is there anything else you wish to arrange?" With the new year approaching, preparations are in order. After a moment's contemplation, Xuangyue Kongming replied, "Handle it as you see fit. You know the estate better than I do. Disperse 2 months' wages as bonuses to the servants." Under the starry night, Xuangyue Kongming stood before the window, gazing at the map of the water country in his hands. The territories were distinctly divided. The eastern feudal lord directly governed 40% of the water country, while the southwestern hidden mist village occupied 10%, with the remaining half belonging to 30 or so minor lords. Among the lords, 2 held substantial territories, the Qingchuan family and the Gonyang family, with Qingchuan adjacent to the feudal lord's domain and Gonyang positioned to the northwest near the coast. Xuangyue Kongming devised a rough plan to instigate a significant event in the water country, drawing the lord's attention. He intended to swiftly seize the Qingchuan territory and the surrounding minor lords. Subsequently, he would use profit as bait to lure out the ninjas of Hidden Mist Village, assisting him in sweeping away the remaining noble lords. The following morning, Xuangyue Kongming met the Minister of Justice in the council hall. The minister, with a sharp face and calloused fingertips, was exalted by Xuangyue Kongming. "Lord Hirata, the public order in the water country has been commendable, and your contributions are irrefutable. You are an indispensable pillar of the feudal lord's court. Thank you for your generous praise, Lord Xuangyue. I am unworthy of such accolades." As he scanned Hirata's humble demeanor, his lips curled in insincerity, making Xuangyue Kongming feel a wave of nausea at the sight. "You are too modest. Minister Hirata, how many prisoners are currently in the water country's prisons?" 3,000 death row inmates, 5,000 serious offenders, and fewer than 10,000 minor offenders. 2 years ago, according to convention, there should have been a general amnesty. However, considering their heinous deeds, I find it inappropriate. Xuangyue Kongming continued, "I wish to offer them a chance for redemption. They can work in the villages for 10 years, and those who exhibit good behavior may earn their freedom. What do you think?" Xuangyue Kongming lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. "In principle, that is acceptable, but I fear the prisoners may rebel, causing disturbances or attempting to escape. Thousands of offenders seeking to overturn their fates." He forcefully slapped the table, causing tea to splatter. "With you as the anchor, are you still afraid of them?" Xuangyue Kongming had reviewed the evidence against the Minister of Justice, realizing that many of the inmates were innocent individuals wrongfully imprisoned for financial gain. Ultimately, he managed to persuade the Minister of Justice, and the plan was set into motion. As the new year approached, a theater was erected outside the feudal lord's estate, featuring 7 consecutive days of performances, songs, dances, and acrobatics, with a long banquet laid out below, offering free food and drink. With 350 million points, he purchased an abundance of chakra, raising his total to 39 cards, as he required immense chakra for the upcoming actions. After the new year, the Minister of Justice discreetly arranged for the prisoners to be placed in various villages, drawing no attention. In July of the 23rd year of Konoha, the rainy season enveloped the water country. On July 5th, Xuanyue Kongming unleashed a powerful ninjutsu, creating a tempest centered around him, with fierce winds raging for 10,000 meters and raindrops the size of infant fists falling relentlessly. He skillfully controlled every gust of wind and each drop of rain, demolishing homes and ravaging crops. The winds swept away the most notorious criminals, while the rain pelted merchants and landlords who had evaded justice through corruption. For 3 consecutive days, he caused varying degrees of destruction across several feudal territories, including the lordship of the feudal lord and the Gonyang domain. On July 10th, 2 days after the tempest, the council hall of the feudal lord was filled to capacity. Xuanyue Kongming slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What are you all doing here? Hurry and gather disaster data and dispatch rescue teams. The treasury lacks funds for Hidden Mist Village. You all must pay taxes. Understood?" Several ministers exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing to leave. Xuanyue Kongming mused, "Within a month, my blade shall surely strike upon your necks." In the evening, in the finance minister's reception room, a table adorned with exquisite dishes was surrounded by several portly ministers, with maids pouring wine and dancers performing. "Gentlemen, we should capitalize on this disaster. We can profit handsomely. Indeed, the greater the calamity, the higher the grain prices. Our stocks will surely see a significant increase," the resource management minister remarked, pointing his chopsticks at the bowl of rice. "The feudal lord remains as foolish as ever. Taxes? Surely, he has lost his mind." The finance minister lifted his wine glass, laughing heartily, childish temper, lacking composure. "Let us drink." 3 days later, a disaster report landed in Xuanyue Kongming's hands, with data that aligned closely with his expectations. Over 200,000 dilapidated houses were destroyed. More than 80,000 miscreants were taught a lesson, and over 4,000 genuine criminals were executed, an impeccable outcome. The feudal lord's estate lacks sufficient provisions to aid the disaster victims. Is the treasury's meager amount enough for post-disaster reconstruction? What are the Hidden Mist Village funds? Have you even considered this? Xuanyue Kongming crumpled the report in his hand, producing a rustling sound. "What shall we do? I cannot devise a solution. Every noble within the territory must contribute money and grain. None shall escape. Lord Xuanyue, perhaps we should convene a Lord's Conference. The disaster is a collective calamity for the entire water country, and we ought to assist one another to weather this storm." Xuanyue Kongming clapped his hands in approval. "Excellent, just as I had hoped. The reputation of Hidden Mist Village is truly advantageous. Everything is heading in a favorable direction." Chapter 5. The finance minister is beaten to death under Xuanyue Kongming's pressure. Several ministers bounced out of the feudal lord's estate like balls. The messengers dispatched by the ministers raced to each feudal territory, delivering invitations for the lords to attend the conference punctually. Upon reading the invitation, Lord Qingchuan Shandi cast it aside with disdain, tossing it to his eldest son. "Father, Xuanyue Kongming is undoubtedly scheming something with this conference. Should we attend? He seeks money." Shandi wrote a dismissive note, thinking, "This little brat dreams too big. I one tea part with a single coin." Simultaneously, the Gonyang family, having endured the storm, had their own plans. As victims of the disaster, our Gonyang family ought to offer our full support at the Lord's Conference. 3 days later, the council hall of the feudal lord was filled with lords. The attendees subtly divided into 2 factions. One side, affected by the disaster, wore grim expressions, while the other side was jovial and animated. As Xuanyue Kongming entered the council hall, the discussion ceased, and not a single individual rose to greet him. With the Qingchuan family leading the way, and some lords watching him with amusement, he silently noted several lords, inscribing their 9 clans upon his death list. Taking his seat at the head of the table, Xuanyue Kongming beckoned for the maids to bring tea. "Since everyone is gathered, I shall speak plainly. The treasury lacks the funds for disaster relief, and I hope each of you will contribute money and grain to assist." After delivering his message, he leaned back, sipping tea while observing the lords' reactions. "Indeed, as lords of the water country, we should stand together and support one another." Gonyang Ping was the first to voice his support. The affected lords echoed his sentiments. The lord of the Qingchuan family scoffed at Gonyang Ping's statement, casting a condescending glance his way. "What good is your support? I'm the one footing the bill. Why should my money be used to aid those lowly peasants?" Qingchuan Shandy garnered significant backing from numerous lords. Surveying the opposing factions, Shuang Yue Kongming calmly sipped his tea, watching as the two groups exchanged pleasantries regarding each other's families while discussing their unmentionable connections with animals. My territory is limited, and each year's tax revenue falls short. I have no funds to spare. Qingchuan Shandy toyed with an exquisite peach blossom fan made of precious jade while spouting nonsensical remarks. As the second largest lord, you claim to lack funds? Do you think us all fools? Gong Yangping retorted indignantly. Large territory, few citizens, and underdeveloped commerce. Whoever has money should contribute. I will not. Gong Yangping sat down, his demeanor filled with indignation. The calamity caused by the winds has affected millions of citizens, flooding into various territories, wreaking havoc through looting and arson. I wonder who among you can withstand such turmoil. The lesser lords began to show signs of trepidation, their words wavering. I fear nothing. If they dare to come, let them come. I am merely short on funds. Qingchuan Shani, adorned with jade rings, slammed his large hand upon the table with force. Seeing the lords finish their display, Shuang Yue Kongming deemed the moment ripe and gently set down his teacup. Lord of Qingchuan, you surely do not wish to be ostracized and targeted by all the lords, do you? Qingchuan Shani's expression shifted, surveying the room where all the lords were casting discontented glances his way. You are quite bold. You shall not escape regret. Shuang Yue Kongming feigned ignorance to the veiled threat, responding with a straight face. Thank you for the compliment. With a full belly and restful sleep, the burden of disaster relief is made lighter with contributions. I can fare even better. Do not rejoice too soon. Farewell. With a flick of his sleeve, Qingchuan Shani stormed out. He shrugged off the situation, continuing to sip his tea while secretly chuckling to himself. There are but a couple of days left to live. What does it matter to argue with a dead man? Once the lords departed, Shuang Yue Kongming summoned Yubohi and issued a series of commands. He instructed the finance minister to collect disaster relief funds, ordered Tian Zhongjian to ensure his life remained forever tied to Qingchuan territory, and prepared to seal the city gates and apprehend a few corrupt officials for punishment. He also arranged for some of the ninjas and troops to secretly position themselves near Qingchuan territory, readying for war. Young master, do you intend to annex Qingchuan territory? Yubohi, who had attentively listened to Shuang Yue Kongming's orders, could not help but inquire. Such a narrow ambition. I aspire to unify the kingdom of water, Shuang Yue Kongming proclaimed, slapping his palm down onto the map that represented the entire kingdom. The finance minister departed from Daimyo City in high spirits, believing he would reap great rewards from this fortunate assignment. Little did he know that the atmosphere within the Qingchuan household was tense and stifling, with everyone too afraid to breathe. The strong-willed and irritable Qingchuan Shani returned home, locking himself in his study to vent his frustrations. His wife and two sons stood outside, trembling and too fearful to disturb him. How dare a mere child threaten me? A puppet in the hands of the officials, what are you worth? I shall see who dares to come demand money from me. They shall learn not to underestimate the Qingchuan family. After waiting for Qingchuan Shani to calm down, his study was left in ruins. The ornately carved window was shattered, a cherished vase lay in pieces, favored paintings were soiled, and expensive furniture lay broken. Come in. Father, why are you so angry? It is nothing. Let us not speak of it. Prepare a little food and supplies, just enough to get by. Qingchuan Shani waved his hand, riding a three-legged chair and sitting down with difficulty. The envoy from Daimyo should already be on the way. I do not wish to see him. Qingchuan Shani's grand proclamation regarding the envoy from Daimyo had been firmly etched in his son Qingchuan Lin's mind. As the second son of the Qingchuan family, Qingchuan Lin was a notorious wastrel, leading a band of ruffians who bullied the weak and acted with impunity. Remember well, at a critical moment, do not embarrass me. My father does not wish to see the envoy from Daimyo. Rest assured, second young master. We have brothers stationed at all 4 city gates. Without your command, not even a fly can enter. The sycophant spoke with obsequiousness. The finance minister, riding swiftly towards Qingchuan territory, was halted at the city gates. Upon receiving the news, Qingchuan Lin hastily gathered over 20 henchmen. Was it Shuang Yue Kongming who sent you? He thundered. You insolent fool, do you know who I am? I am the finance minister. Get out of my way at once, or I shall charge you with the grave offense of disrespect. Having wielded power for too long and considering himself above all, the finance minister could not tolerate being stopped. His mouth spewed a torrent of furious words. Qingchuan Lin, incensed by the finance minister's arrogance, barked, "Strike him. Beat him to a pulp. This audacious fat fool dares insult me. He shall not live to tell the tale." The hapless finance minister, eager for wealth, had brought only 6 or 7 guards and was quickly overwhelmed by Qing Chuanlin's thugs. As the finance minister lay on the ground, gasping for breath, Qing Chuanlin commanded his henchmen to cease their assault. He approached the finance minister and spat viciously onto his face. "Huh, the finance minister, is it? You think you can act so brazenly?" With a swift kick to the minister's midsection, he continued, "So disrespectful, are we?" Again, he delivered another kick, relishing in his power. "Let us see who else dares to be as arrogant as I." With eyes widened in triumph, he turned to the gathering crowd, departing with an air of satisfaction. The guards, who had feigned death, hurriedly rose, clumsily lifting the finance minister onto a carriage and hastily departing back to Daimyo City. Tian Zhongjian stealthily followed the carriage, killing the finance minister without raising an alarm, completing a task more straightforward than any he had undertaken before. Chapter 6. Tears at the corners of the mouth. Heartbroken over the raids, the guards, fearing the finance minister would not survive the journey to Daimyo City, took a shortcut and raced down a narrow path. The carriage jolted violently, splashing mud and leaving long tracks in its wake. They arrived at the city gates in half the usual time, but as they reached the entrance, a wheel fell off the mud-soaked carriage, causing it to tip over. The finance minister was thrown from the carriage, spinning twice in the air before landing heavily on his face and rolling several meters away. The guards rushed to lift him, shouting anxiously, "Clear the way! Make way! Lord Dongya is injured! Summon a physician immediately!" Their cries echoed for hundreds of meters. But the finance minister's considerable weight was a burden, slowing their progress to a crawl. Eventually, they succeeded in carrying the finance minister, Dongya Wu, into the estate, where gasps of horror mingled with faint cries were heard inside. "Lord Shuangyue, the mission has been flawlessly executed. I have stealthily ensured the finance minister's demise," Tian Zhongjian reported. Shuangyue Kongming, sipping tea, listened intently to the account. "Excellent. Qing Chuanlin and the finance minister have provided me with a delightful surprise." Pleased, he burst into laughter as he commanded the guards to seal the city gates. "Let us proceed to the finance minister's residence. He has exceeded expectations, and as the Daimyo Lord, I must extend my gratitude." The wheel of fortune turned, and Shuangyue Kongming donned a splendid red robe, boarding an opulent carriage with a contingent of guards leading the way and a personal band following closely. As the band played, he rubbed his ears, finding the music quite unpleasant, and summoned the conductor. "You are the conductor? I do not fancy mournful tunes. Play something lively and cheerful. Let us depart." Shuangyue Kongming pulled down the curtain of the carriage. "The finance minister has met a fitting end," Yubo he remarked to the bewildered band conductor. "Ah, thank you for the guidance. I now know what to do," the conductor replied, suddenly enlightened. With cheerful melodies accompanying him, Shuangyue Kongming paraded through the streets, making his way to the finance minister's estate. Onlookers paused to speculate, pondering what joyous occasion had transpired at the Daimyo residence. What good does guessing do? Let us follow and find out, the townsfolk decided, and, with nothing better to do, they trailed behind the procession. As the crowd grew larger, Shuangyue Kongming parted the curtain, smiling at the thousands of citizens following behind. Arriving just meters from the finance minister's estate, he commanded the band to cease their playing. Seeing the finance minister's son come out to greet him, Shuangyue Kongming dismounted and, suppressing his revulsion, inquired with feigned concern, "Dongya Anji, how is your father's condition?" "Lord Shuangyue, he is already dead, beaten to death by Qing Chuanlin," Dongya Anji sobbed, grabbing Shuangyue's hands, tears streaming down his face. "My father went to Qing Chuan territory on behalf of Daimyo City. You must seek justice for him, for the Dongya family." Withdrawing his hands forcefully, Shuangyue wiped them meticulously with a handkerchief, muttering softly, "He died well. This fate was too lenient for him." Ascending back into the carriage, he stood at the front, addressing the jubilant crowd with a booming voice. "Hold your celebrations for a moment. Wait until I finish speaking before you laugh. Yes, I am addressing you, with your mouth so wide and your laughter so exaggerated, it seems your lips are almost reaching your ears." Interrupting the laughter of the common folk, Shuangyue Kongming continued, "Is the death of the Minister of Finance unjust? Perhaps it is, perhaps it is not. He has committed countless wrongdoings, neglecting good deeds while indulging in every form of malfeasance. Thus his demise seems not without justification. However, on the other hand, He was killed while attempting to collect funds for the daimyo, which could be seen as a tragic end. Xuanyue Kongming paused for a moment. The land of water has faced unprecedented natural disasters, leaving countless victims without clothing or food. The head of the Qingchuan family refers to the people as lowly, preferring to squander money on lavish indulgences rather than offering a single coin to the needy. They would rather feed grain to pigs than provide relief to the suffering. Xuanyue Kongming incited the anger of the populace, continuing his address. The Minister of Finance, stained with numerous crimes, could die 1,000 times. Yet this would scarcely atone for his sins. However, he ought to be judged by the law, by those whom he has persecuted, by the countless righteous citizens. The violence inflicted by Qingchuan Lin is a crime. The daimyo's house vows to bring the murderer to justice. Raising his right hand, Xuanyue Kongming declared, "Indeed, the Minister of Finance must be judged by us. The Qingchuan family has trampled upon lives, and we must severely punish those who strike. Support Lord Xuanyue. It is a double blessing. That scoundrel, the Minister of Finance, is dead. Qingchuan Lin has caused my cousin's family to be shattered. Let us bring him to trial. Support Lord Xuanyue." As Xuanyue Kongming ceased his fervent shouting, he commanded the river steward to raid the homes of the ministers and instructed the band to continue playing and dancing. He had found a reason to wage war against the Qingchuan territory, and the people had already accepted it. Thus his mission was accomplished. Turning back to his carriage, he drew back the curtain and listened to the jubilant melodies that resonated once more, observing Yubei leading the people to encircle the Donya residence. "Arm yourselves. Follow me to capture them. Those who dare resist shall be met with no mercy." Yubei kicked open the door of the Minister of Finance's residence, boldly charging into the Donya household, seizing anyone in sight. He employed fire techniques to eliminate the guarding ninjas and servants. Xuanyue Kongming, "On what grounds do you seize my family?" The pinned Donya Anji struggled wildly, desperately attempting to rise, his voice filled with indignation. "Why are you arresting us? You know better than anyone the multitude of wrongs you have committed over the years. You have trampled on lives, bullied the market, flouted the law, leaving a trail of infamy that cannot be fully documented." Yubei acted swiftly. Within half an hour, the entire Donya family was apprehended, not even sparing the guard dogs. The vast wealth accumulated through the Minister of Finance's years of illegality was all recovered. Xuanyue Kongming gazed upon the numerous sealed scrolls filled with money before him, tears welling at the corners of his eyes as he hastily gathered them. "One fish caught is one fish. 2 fish caught is 2. River Steward, Tanaka Ken. Exert yourselves a bit more. Each lead a team of guards to visit the homes of the other ministers. In the afternoon, I shall hold a public trial for several ministers in the open space outside the city. Any citizen who has suffered oppression or persecution from them and their families may come forth to seek justice. I shall ensure fairness for you." The onlookers departed, satisfied, calling friends to spread the news of the public trial. Alongside this, tales of the Qingchuan family's contempt for the people, the murder of the Minister of Finance, and Xuanyue Kongming's ruthless measures against several noble ministers circulated widely. 2 groups completed their tasks: the families and servants of the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Etiquette, the Minister of Military Affairs, and the Minister of Resource Management were all arrested and imprisoned. Numerous shops were confiscated, along with 1,000,000 acres of fertile land and the vast wealth that Xuanyue Kongming had long desired. Chapter 7. Public Trial of the Ministers. Xuanyue Kongming reveled in a wave of fortune, having once savored the process of counting money. Now, he held tens of billions in wealth, yet a singular feeling remained: emptiness. "System, come forth. I wish to recharge. Dear esteemed host, welcome. Allow me to wipe a 0, and you will receive 15,786,000,000 points." Xuanyue Kongming scoffed. "A reverse wipe? In terms of shamelessness, you take the crown, system. Thank you for your praise. Please select your items promptly. Our little system is always ready to arrange shipment for you. Happy shopping. I only wish to know how many points I have accrued, you silly cash machine of a system. Free or not, I shall not let this opportunity go to waste. Farewell." Xuanyue Kongming felt an urge to infuriate the system. "Host, please do not leave. With over 10 billion points in the system, can you truly resist the urge to spend? Ridiculous. I recall a time when I saved over 100,000 gems without spending a dime. I was quite prudent." Ignoring the system's attempts to induce spending, Xuanyue Kongming focused his energy on the public trial and the impending war with Qingchuan territory. The outcome of this conflict would determine the next steps of his plans. Victory was the only option. At 3 in the afternoon, a multitude of citizens and disaster victims gathered outside the city, surrounding a hastily erected execution platform filled with guards. Xuangyue Kongming sat atop the platform, a long table before him bearing a thick stack of papers documenting the crimes of the ministers over the years. Bring them forth. Several ministers were escorted to the platform by the guards and forced to kneel. Lord Xuangyue, we acknowledge our wrongs. We should not have sheltered one another, greedily hoarding wealth at your expense. Please spare our lives. Xuangyue Kongming coldly assessed the ministers, casually picking up a document from the table. The Minister of Finance, under the pretext of expanding the daimyo's estate, forcibly requisitioned numerous shops near the estate. The original owners were driven from the city and attacked en route, with only 2 of 136 escaping. After reading this, Xuangyue Kongming picked up another document. The Minister of Etiquette abducted the 12-year-old daughter of Inoue's root, claiming to select a maid for the daimyo. 3 days later, her body was discovered in a mass grave, covered in wounds, suspected of having suffered abuse. The Minister of Justice exploited his position to accept bribes, misinterpreting the laws of the Land of Water, sheltering criminals, abusing power, coercing confessions, and causing numerous wrongful convictions. He acted as a shield for the nefarious forces in Daimyo City, seeking personal gain. The Resource Management Minister, Bai Chuli, forcibly occupied 100,000 acres of fertile land under the guise of hunting in the daimyo's estate, and those who dared to complain were assassinated. I shall refrain from reading the remaining documents. Each one is deserving of a death sentence. Now, I pronounce the verdict, Lingqi. With that, Xuangyue Kongming's words fell, and the ministers were bound to pillars as the executioner produced a small knife to commence the execution. How I wish I could wield the knife myself. The Minister of Finance had my leg broken for refusing to bow to him. Yes, how I longed to deliver the first blow. That wretched Bai Chuli, who claimed my crops were unsightly, affecting his harvest, and ultimately caused my father's death and seized our land. Xuangyue Kongming observed the crowd below, filled with fury, and signaled for the executioner to withdraw. He addressed the assembled citizens, "Go forth, repay grievances with grievances, and avenge your enmities." Enraged, the crowd surged onto the execution platform, wielding knives to inflict wounds upon their enemies. Those without weapons bit into the flesh of the ministers with their teeth. Xuangyue Kongming remained silent, watching the various frenzied actions of the people. After they vented their anger, they turned to him, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, Lord Xuangyue, for giving this old man the opportunity to avenge my daughter. I die without regret." The relatives, servants, and guards of the ministers were brought to the platform in waves, as each sordid and disgraceful deed was unveiled, revealing the vibrant lives that had been stolen by these individuals. Xuangyue Kongming commanded the removal of the prepared copper pillars, executing batch after batch of offenders until the sun had set, and the final group of criminals was brought to the execution platform. With his last decree for execution, the trial of the ministers concluded perfectly. Seated upon the platform, Xuangyue Kongming gazed down at the citizens, a multitude weeping. Their cries intermingled with a tapestry of emotions: comfort in the retribution of long-held grievances, the recollection of past sufferings, and the yearning for departed loved ones. "Everyone, please be still. I extend my apologies to those who have suffered. In the aftermath, the daimyo's estate shall provide compensation as deemed appropriate. As the daimyo of the Land of Water, as the sovereign of a nation, I acknowledge my faults, failing to recognize the true nature of individuals, unable to distinguish loyalty from treachery, neglecting the voices of the people and the sentiments of the populace, having allowed wrongdoings to go unpunished and crimes uninvestigated. With several ministers having met their fate, the tardy light dispelled the darkness, illuminating Daimyo City. However, there remain many areas within the Kingdom of Water shrouded in darkness. As the second son of the Qingchuan family, Qingchuan Lin publicly killed the Minister of Finance, demonstrating his audacity even towards noble ministers, and even more so against the common people. The Qingchuan territory reflects the essence of other feudal lords. I aspire to challenge these lords and spread light throughout the Kingdom of Water, hoping for your support. You are not mistaken. You are still a child, and several unscrupulous ministers have taken advantage of your youth, concealing their actions from you. I lend my unwavering support to your cause, and shall not be a burden. Your name is indeed correct. We support Lord Xuangyue." The resounding cries echoed, and Xuangyue Kongming gracefully descended from the high platform, returning to the Lord's residence. The impending war between the Lord's domain and the Qingchuan territory is on the horizon, with the heavens and the people favoring Xuanyue Kongming, thus greatly increasing the chances of victory. Upon returning to the Lord's residence, Xuanyue Kongming commanded Yubohi and Tanaka-kin to hasten to the front lines with all the shields and bows from the armory. Their primary mission is to lead the ninja troops to intercept the ninjas nurtured by the Qingchuan family, preventing civilian forces from suffering excessive losses due to ninja attacks. After capturing the Qingchuan territory, they, along with 9 middle-ranking ninjas, will lead surprise assaults on the surrounding lords and cease operations at dawn. As night fell, in a forest bordering the Lord's domain and the Qingchuan territory, a dense army silently concealed themselves, not making a sound. A visibly stronger group sat together in silence, quietly awaiting their moment. Suddenly, a few birds took flight from the edge of the dense forest, prompting the soldiers to become alert. Gripping their weapons tightly and focusing on the direction from which the birds had flown, there was no need for alarm. It was the steward He and the high-ranking ninja Tanaka-kin arriving with their men, and the battle was about to commence. Several generals surrounded Yubohi, inquiring, "Steward He, you have finally arrived. We shall follow your command. When shall we act?" Yubohi gestured for silence and produced a sealing scroll, distributing the supplies he had brought to the crowd. "No need to rush. Sharpening the knife does not delay the woodcutter. Let us don the equipment we have brought. Distribute the rations to fill our bellies. We shall launch our attack at 8 o'clock tonight. The overcast weather is favorable for our actions. It is a night of darkness and high winds, perfect for our deeds." At 7:30 that evening, Yubohi led the troops into action, extinguishing torches and stealthily approaching to surround Qingchuan City. Chapter 8. The Annihilation of the Qingchuan Clan. Are you a fool? To strike a lord's envoy in public. In these tumultuous times, you handed a knife to that little scoundrel, allowing him to cut into our flesh. How did I end up with such a useless child? Qingchuan Shani was nearly driven to madness, having vented his frustrations from the previous day at the Lord's residence. This morning, the steward hurriedly entered to report that his wayward son had intercepted and beaten the Minister of Finance, causing blood to rush to his head. "Father, the situation is dire. Lord Xuanyue is seizing this opportunity to strike. The loss of wealth is trivial, but whether we can protect your brother is uncertain." Qingchuan Shani, however, wore a confident expression, unconcerned about the Lord's retaliation, only worried about the financial implications. "It is of little consequence. We can spare some extra coin. The lords are united. The Lord would not dare to push matters to extremes, for it would be detrimental to all. Attack, breach Qingchuan City, and capture the head of the Qingchuan family." As soon as Qingchuan Shani finished speaking, the sounds of battle cries erupted from outside the city. Alarmed, Qingchuan Shani hastily exited the Qingchuan estate. "This is bad. Lord Qingchuan, someone is attacking Qingchuan City." A guard rushed over, panting and speaking in fragments. Qingchuan Shani grasped the guard's arm, urgently questioning, "How many are there?" "I don't know. It's too dark. All 4 gates are under assault. There must be at least 10,000. Quickly organize personnel to defend the city. I will arrange for assistance immediately." Qingchuan Shani pushed the guard away and turned back towards the estate. Entering the well-lit courtyard deep within the estate, bursts of coarse laughter occasionally echoed. Upon opening the courtyard door, 20 ninjas with forehead protectors looked up, drawn by the noise. "Shani, what brings you here at such an hour? Murder, arson, or extortion? We have done it too many times to count. This time will be no different." The leading ninja raised a wine bowl, draining it in one gulp, then picked up a kunai. "Why do I even say this? Taking a few plots of land and robbing a few shops is trivial. What's the point? Ascend to the lordship, where the wealth is boundless, and you must strive for that position." Qingchuan Shani indeed harbored ambitions for the lordship. The Xuanyue family had only the young Xuanyue Kongming left, and the relationship between the 3 generations of Mizukage and the Xuanyue family was not intimate. Should Xuanyue Kongming meet his demise, the position of lord would be contested by the feudal lords. 2 years prior, Qingchuan Shani began hiring ninjas, requiring a substantial sum monthly, thus seizing many fertile lands and shops. No, it's possible that Xuanyue Kongming will send people to attack Qingchuan City. I hope you will assist in defending it. Really? We shall have the opportunity to unleash a killing spree once more. The group exclaimed with excitement at the prospect of violence. Donning their protective headbands, they eagerly departed from the small courtyard. As Yubohi approached the city walls, hundreds of heavy shields pressed forward in formation, while archers concealed themselves behind. Inching closer to the walls, Yubohi had already sensed the fluctuations of chakra atop the city walls, remaining vigilant against enemy ninjas. Qingchuan. They have ninjas participating in the battle as well. I will go and eliminate them. Ishimura, be cautious of their deceit. Ishimura leaped over the city wall, appearing directly before Yubohi, fixing his gaze on him. You all fall back. I will handle him. Fire release, fireball technique. As Yubohi closed in, he launched his signature ninjutsu, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Ishimura. A water wall coalesced before Ishimura, blocking Yubohi's attack. The fireball struck the water wall in succession, shattering Ishimura's ninjutsu. But he evaded the flames with a substitution technique. Anticipating Ishimura's reappearance, Yubohi lunged forward with a kunai aimed at his chest. Ishimura hastily utilized the body flicker technique, narrowly avoiding the attack, but sustaining a wound to his chest. Seeing Ishimura injured, Qingchuan Shani instructed two nearby ninjas, "You two, quickly go and assist him." The two high-ranking ninjas nodded in unison and leaped down from the city wall. Oh, there are still two high-ranking ninjas. I'm glad I followed to observe. Or else Steward, he would be in serious trouble. The outcome of the war was critical, and the concerned Xuanyue Kongming had stealthily followed. Xuanyue Kongming closed in on the two ninjas, casting a barrier over the three of them. Who goes there? The two ninjas raised their hands, beginning to form hand seals. The one who will kill you. Is it so difficult to live in peace? Why must you oppose me? No matter who you are. A self-righteous person like you has already been dealt with by my brothers many times. Is that so? Prepare to face me. Xuanyue Kongming unleashed his ninjutsu, Storm of Wind, and a fierce wind erupted within the barrier, swirling dust, leaves, and debris, severely obstructing visibility. Do you wish to dance as well? Standing amidst the wind, he observed the two attempting to use earth release to conjure a wall of earth to shield themselves. Xuanyue Kongming slowly raised his right hand, and the rain droplets that had been falling vertically halted in midair. Controlling the wind, he lifted himself into the sky, gazing down at the two high-ranking ninjas in a state of panic. Closing his right eye, he shaped his hand like a gun, aiming at the two, and vocalized a sound bang. The suspended raindrops shot towards the two, perforating the earth wall in an instant. Within 5 minutes, Xuanyue Kongming had turned the two into pincushions, seizing their bodies and manipulating the barrier to retreat from the battlefield. During this time, Ishimura and Uchiha continued their battle. Far from the battlefield, Xuanyue Kongming stood atop a tree, observing from a distance. Wind release, tornado technique. Ishimura swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a small tornado that swept towards Yubohi, carrying dust and leaves. Yubohi employed the body flicker technique to retreat a short distance, narrowly avoiding Ishimura's attack. Landing from the flicker, two identical Yubohi figures approached Ishimura from different directions, while Ishimura similarly executed a shadow clone technique, resulting in two Ishimuras clashing with the two Yubohis. Fire release, fireball. The shurikens wrapped in fireballs accelerated, instantly striking Ishimura's clone and eliminating it, as Yubohi's true form and clone launched a joint assault on Ishimura. In the distance, thousands of archers remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the duel between the two combatants. The moment Island Mountain strayed far from the Yubo River, a torrential rain of arrows would descend upon him. With each clash, Island Mountain's anxiety escalated, and Yubo River, keenly perceptive, sensed this shift in his opponent's demeanor. Deliberately exposing a flaw, Island Mountain seized the opportunity to unleash his ninjutsu, the water release, Water Dragon Bullet, targeting Yubo River's true form. Disregarding the attacks from his clones, aiming to inflict a minor injury in exchange for a grievous wound on Yubo River. Yubo River, having lured Island Mountain in, swiftly employed the body replacement technique to switch places with one of his clones, and with a swift motion, severed Island Mountain's arm with a kunai. Realizing that victory was beyond reach and that reinforcements were delayed, Island Mountain made a reckless escape back to Qingchuan City. During the tumultuous battle between Yubo River and Island Mountain, Tanaka-kin had already eliminated 5 Chunin, while the remaining ninjas of Qingchuan were swiftly dealt with. The ninja and military forces of the feudal lord performed admirably, and the fate of the elite ninja, Island Mountain, was sealed. He was destined to be slain by the combined might of Yubo River and Tanaka-kin. With the ninjas neutralized, the feudal lord's army advanced toward the city gates, poised to breach them under the protection of their own ninjas. Such a promising situation could hardly allow for any unforeseen complications. Confident of victory, Xuanyue Kongming melded into the night, returning to the feudal lord's estate. Chapter 9. It turns out to be Uchiha. To his astonishment, Xuanyue Kongming initiated a preemptive strike, nearly sacrificing himself with the powerful Yubo River at his side. Less than 2 hours after returning to the feudal lord's estate, Tanaka Ken rushed in, carrying someone urgently. Lord Xuanyue, Chief, he is gravely injured. He seems to have urgent matters to discuss with you, he exclaimed fervently. Xuanyue Kongming burst open the door to the sleeping quarters. Quickly, bring him in and lay him gently on the bed. How can such a robust man be reduced to half? He questioned, bewildered by the state of the once formidable figure. As Tanaka Ken recounted the events, the entire sequence of occurrences unfolded in Xuanyue Kongming's mind. After his departure, the Qingchuan territory had suffered successive defeats, retreating to their stronghold for a final stand. Yubo River, for the sake of a treasurer attacking Qingchuan. Do you not fear the lords uniting against you? Withdraw now, and I shall hand over Qingchuan Forest for your disposal. To surrender is impossible. I will not yield to your Qingchuan family, even if it means destruction, retorted Xuanyue Mountain E, his expression fierce and menacing. Destruction, indeed, is what you deserve. Attack. The Qingchuan family, in a desperate last stand, poured every ounce of their strength into resisting the feudal lord's forces for several excruciating minutes, suffering heavy casualties. Once the battle concluded, Yubo River discovered Island Mountain's whereabouts and, brimming with vigor, led the pursuit, ultimately locating him in a secluded courtyard. In the stillness, Island Mountain stood defiantly in the center of the courtyard. Dare you step forth for a duel? Chief he, be wary. This may be a trap. Set fire to draw him out. You can confront him afterward, cautioned one of his subordinates. Humph, cowardly wretch. I have lost an arm, yet you tremble in fear, lacking any semblance of manliness. I scorn you. Without further hesitation, Yubo River charged into the courtyard. Ha ha ha. Since the day I became a rogue ninja, I have prepared well. The courtyard is laden with explosive tags, originally intended for the ninjas hunting me. Who would have thought they would be used against you? We shall perish together. With that, he detonated the multitude of explosive tags buried beneath the courtyard. Yubo River, utilizing the body flicker technique, narrowly escaped the epicenter of the explosion, though the shockwave left him grievously wounded. Father, how are you? Please do not frighten me. Xuanyue Kongming was abruptly shoved aside by a young guard, who rushed into the room, shaking Yubo River's arm vigorously. Doctor, I beg you, please save my father. The young guard implored desperately. Grieve not, for Chief He's injuries are too severe. His internal organs have sustained irreparable damage. I am powerless to assist, the doctor lamented. How can this be? There must be a way. Xuanyue Kongming's eyes began to redden, and suddenly, 3 Tomo appeared in his Sharingan. Oh, so you are of the Uchiha clan. No wonder Yubo River was so easily deceived, he mused. Then all is well. Gwr, cease your unruly behavior. I am aware of my own condition. Do not trouble the doctor. As Yubo River gradually regained his senses, Xuanyue Kongming smirked. Now that your mind has regained clarity. Where were you earlier? Cough. I apologize, young Master Kongming, for not completing my task flawlessly. That ninja was despicably treacherous. I hold him in contempt. Yubo River coughed. You speak well. I find myself at a loss for words. Xuanyue Kongming waved Tanaka Ken away. Tanaka, return for now. Proceed with the plan of attacking the lords near the feudal lord's estate. Chief he, it appears that Gua is your son. He has not yet had the chance to mourn, and his eyes are already crimson, Xuanyue Kongming remarked, feigning ignorance. Ah, my name is actually Uchiha, and I fought alongside Azuna and the Senju clan. Uchiha, he gazed at the ceiling, lost in memories. During one battle, I was gravely injured, my eyes gouged out, and I fell into the sea, only to be rescued by your father. Young Master Kongming, I have watched you grow. I cannot accompany you any further on this path. Xuanyue Kongming thought to himself, I was merely 10 years old when I crossed over. How could you have witnessed my growth? It must have been orchestrated by the system. Gwr, you awakened your 3 Tomo Sharingan at the age of 8. Your talent is commendable. You must strive to cultivate further. 8 years old with 3 Tomo. Is that truly remarkable? Father, will you abandon Gwr as well? Please do not leave me. Uchiha Gwa clung to Chief He, tears soaking his garments. Such weeping. You do not embody the spirit of the Uchiha clan. Cough, cough. Your mother passed away early, and I had little time to spend with you. Do not hold it against me. Uchiha, he said, raising his remaining hand to stroke Gua's head. Father, I shall miss you too. Though your mother and I are not by your side, you must take care of yourself and protect young Master Kongming. Understood, father. Gua. My wealth is concealed in the hidden compartment of my study. It shall be yours. The key is... As Uchiha, his breathing grew weaker. Xuanyue Kongming interrupted with a cough. Cough, cough. Let us pause this emotional drama for now. We shall attend to final words later. Your injuries are too grave, and I fear you cannot endure. Open your mouth. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of the two, Xuanyue Kongming forcefully placed a miraculous bean, purchased with 1 billion points, into Uchiha's mouth. Upon ingestion, a surge of vibrant life force coursed through Uchiha's body, rejuvenating and repairing his internal organs. Uchiha stared in shock, unable to utter a word as his 3-tomo Sharingan observed his father's body healing, his severed arm and leg regrowing. 15 minutes later, Xuanyue Kongming sat on the steps, conversing with Gua. Thank you, young master. My life belongs to you. Should you command me to die, I would do so without hesitation. Uchiha Gua vowed solemnly. Xuanyue Kongming stood up. Chief He, you may converse with your son. I will take my leave to rest. Son? What son? I have only Gua as my daughter. Uchiha, he replied, puzzled. What? Gua, so you are a girl? Always wearing a mask. Remove it so I may see. Uchiha Gua slowly peeled off her mask, revealing a delicate, youthful face, adorned with a small, pert nose and tiny fangs, showcasing her future beauty. It is a pity to hide such beauty behind a mask. You need not wear it any longer. Very well, young master. I shall heed your words, Uchiha Gua replied, tucking the mask away into her ninja gear. Uncle He, does the Uchiha clan in Konoha still have your kin? Xuanyue Kongming inquired, having altered his address, clearly charmed by Uchiha Gua's beauty. Indeed, I have a younger brother who recently welcomed a daughter. I believe her name is Uchiha Makoto. Oh, if I am with Uchiha Gua, then I am the uncle of Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. Is it not a familial duty to educate my nephew? I wonder how it feels to spar with that aloof little brat Itachi. The more Xuanyue Kongming pondered, the more he anticipated the encounter, a smile creeping upon his face. Cough, cough. Dawn is still a few hours away. Uncle He, continue leading the charge against the lords, prioritizing those adjacent to the feudal lord's estate. This time, exercise caution and do not be easily deceived. As dawn broke, the forces of the Daimyo halted their campaign, and in the span of a single night, 11 feudal lords, including the Lord of Sichuan, were vanquished and replaced. The nation of water was thrown into an uproar, with some lords yet to return to their domains. The remaining 20 or so lords felt a palpable sense of insecurity, prompting Gong Yangping to convene a meeting. Xuanyue Kongming, preoccupied with his own ambitions, prepared to reap the fruits of his actions. Chapter 10. Laying the poison bait. Uchiha He stood boldly behind Xuanyue Kongming, recording the gains of each team of ninjas. Tanaka Ken's gaze inadvertently swept over Uchiha He, filled with bewilderment. The man he had personally carried back was now a mere shadow of his former self. Yet after a single night's absence, he reappeared, vibrant and full of life, looking even healthier than before his injuries. Xuanyue Kongming, with his hands crossed beneath his chin, noted everyone's commendable performance. Those who excel shall be rewarded. Your efforts will not go unnoticed. I hope you continue to strive and hone your skills. Return swiftly to your respective fiefs to quell the unrest stirred by lawless elements. Raising his head, he slowly rose, his gaze lingering slightly on Uchiha He. You shall temporarily assume the role of Minister of Finance. In due course, find someone wealthy and fond of wealth to succeed you. Tanaka Ken will act as Minister of Justice, overseeing public security across various regions. As you command. He then turned to Uchiha Gua. I entrust the internal affairs of the residents to you. From this day forth, you are the steward of the Daimyo's estate. Should you have any uncertainties, consult your father. Understood, young master. I will follow your instructions. Having delegated responsibilities, Xuanyue Kongming summoned the financial department staff to tally the wealth, land, and shop acquisitions. He called upon the system once more. I return. How many points have I amassed this time? Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3,026,500,000 points, bringing your total to 4,551,000,000 points. Xuanyue Kongming feigned nonchalance, dramatically perusing a scroll while gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Over 3 billion. Is that perhaps a bit modest? He queried Uchiha. Young master, you are truly impressive. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea. Do not fumble and delay our work. He was gently pressed into a chair, a cup of tea placed before him. 20 minutes later, the figures he announced were only a few thousand taels off from the reported results, leaving Uchiha with an expression of disbelief and Uchiha gazing at him in admiration. Young master, you are indeed remarkable. Please, do tell how much land is represented by these deeds in the scrolls. Curiosity can be a burden, dear child. With a heartache from the system's deduction of tens of thousands of points, Xuanyue Kongming lightly patted Uchiha's little rear. Please document all gains. We shall need them in the coming days. The situation continued to escalate as news of the daimyo's military action against Sichuan, the obliteration of 11 feudal lords, and the confiscation of properties from numerous minor nobles spread far and wide. The common folk rejoiced, the sound of firecrackers dispelling past misfortunes. The dark clouds above dissipated. Old grievances were avenged, and deep-seated hatred faded, leaving only gratitude towards the daimyo in their hearts. The feudal lords quaked in fear, apprehensive that the same fate could befall them. Gong Yongping successfully organized a gathering of the remaining 26 lords and hundreds of nobles in his territory. Just 5 days have passed, yet Xuanyue has compelled us to convene once more. Seated at the head of the table, Gong Yongping was brimming with vigor. Not long ago, our relations were strained. This matter concerns our very lives. I hope we can set aside our grievances for the time being to weather this storm together. As he began issuing orders, a cacophony of voices erupted in discussion. Indeed, the daimyo's forces occupy Sichuan and have not retreated, casting a watchful eye over surrounding territories. Silence. What the daimyo intends remains unclear. We cannot remain idle. I propose 2 points. Gong Yongping interrupted the lord's debates, articulating his thoughts and recommendations. First, we must pool our resources to prepare against further aggression from the daimyo. Secondly, we should jointly fund the hiring of ninjas for our protection. He raised his hand, extending a second finger. The second point is to dispatch an envoy to the daimyo's estate to gauge his intentions. Gong Yongping's suggestions garnered unanimous approval. Well done, Lord Gong Yang. We shall return at once to prepare. The lords refrained from mentioning the envoy, evidently wishing for the Gong Yang family to take the lead. Reluctantly, Gong Yongping had to send his son, Gong Yongboji. In the Mizukage Tower, the Mizukage's office, the small daimyo displayed audacity, acting independently without consulting me and failing to send anyone to explain afterward. Go inquire about his intentions. The Xuanyue Kongming, referred to by the two factions, was currently reclining comfortably in bed, silently communicating with the system. System, do you have any products for developing physical capabilities? Yes, host. I recommend purchasing the gravity training room. Valued at 3 billion points, which can increase weight up to 100-fold, the best choice for physical development. Very well, purchase it and replenish my chakra to 100 cards. The chakra enhancement was completed, and a miniaturized gravity training room appeared in his palm. He rolled off the bed and entered Penglai Island. After exploring the island, he decided to place the gravity training room beside a waterfall at its center. Currently, he had yet to unlock a shred of potential in the Xuanwu immortal body. Henceforth, he would focus on developing the immortal physique. The Mizukage's envoy, Yuki no Jinkai, arrived at the daimyo city, and Xuanyue Kongming arranged for him to stay. The following day, after 2 days of relentless travel, Gong Yongboji arrived in a disheveled state. Xuanyue Kongming received the two in the council hall, with the bespectacled Uchiha was steadfastly at his side. Lord Kongming, Lord Xuanyue, I understand your urgency, but please allow him to speak first, Xuanyue Kongming interjected, cutting off Yuki no Jinkai. Lord Xuanyue, I come on behalf of the feudal lords and nobles to inquire why you have waged war against Sichuan and other lords. Xuanyue Kongming turned his head toward Yuki no Jinkai. The Mizukage wishes to know your reasons for rebelling. Xuanyue Kongming nodded, cleared his throat, and spoke. As the daimyo of the land of water, I am, at my core, still a 13-year-old child. I fear violence and dread the possibility of Sichuan attacking me. Rising, he pounded the table, pointing to his own heart. You know that feeling of terror that robs you of peace and sleep, don't you? Xuanyue Kongming asked with a sense of conviction. Fortunately, someone proposed a preemptive strike, and I wholeheartedly agree. Yuki no Jinkai observed Xuanyue Kongming's performance, remarking, "Your explanation is impeccable. I believe every word. I shall return at once to report. Do not hurry away. I shall host a banquet to welcome you both and wash away the dust of your journey. Surely, this slight delay will not trouble you. We are grateful for your kindness, but we have duties to attend to and cannot linger." Xuanyue Kongming expressed regret. "What a shame. Jinkai, please take this small local specialty to the Mizukage. See off Mr. Gongyang and bring me that small booklet from my desk." A few minutes later, Xuanyue Kongming received the booklet that was brought back and handed it to Yuki no Jinkai. "Deliver this to the Mizukage and convey my message, should he send assistance. The financial gains can be split with Kirigakure, with an annual budget increase of 200 million. Rest assured, I will convey your words faithfully. The poisoned bait has been cast. Now we await the fish to bite." Chapter 11. The Big Fish Bites Utter Nonsense. Both Gong Yanping and the Mizukage reacted in perfect unison, incensed by Xuanyue Kongming's shameless reasoning. "I have never encountered such brazen audacity. Father, what shall we do? Xuanyue Kongming has no intention of letting us off the hook." In Gong Yanping's study, Gong Yangboji returned home, his heart heavy with unease and confusion. "What is there to worry about? I have spent a great sum to hire 5 elite jonin from the exchange bureau. Xuanyue Kongming's power pales in comparison to ours. We are secure. Father, our strength is greater. Why not take the initiative and eliminate the daimyo? All our problems would be resolved." Gong Yangboji, shedding his earlier panic, proposed a proactive strike but was met with a sharp glare from Gong Yangping. Foolishness, such actions would inevitably compel the Hidden Mist Village to engage in battle. Upon returning to the Hidden Mist Village, Yukinojin presented the booklet to the Mizukage, meticulously relaying the words delivered by Xuanyue Kongming. As he gently flipped through the pages, a change of expression crossed the Mizukage's face. "You may leave now. I require time to contemplate." Xuanyue Kongming, well aware of the Mizukage's formidable nature and unwillingness to accept defeat in warfare, struck a chord with the leader. He presented the opportunity for vengeance directly, unafraid of inciting the Mizukage's interest. By sacrificing a few ninjas, he could secure the substantial funds the Mizukage desperately needed. Xuanyue Kongming had effectively placed the meal before the Mizukage's lips, a temptation few could resist. Indeed, the third Mizukage took the bait. Yukinojin summoned the leaders of the Kirigakure, Takaguri, and Yuki clans, as well as the elders of the Yuan army for a council to discuss significant matters. In the meeting room, Takaguri Rei, Kirigakure Yue, Yuki Tao, and Elder Yuan gathered. The Mizukage addressed them in an authoritative tone. "I have decided to dispatch ninjas to assist the daimyo in subjugating the remaining feudal lords of the Land of Water. Who do you believe should be sent?" "Mizukage. Our Takaguri clan was born for battle. Entrust this task to me, and I shall ensure its completion." The clan leaders, eager for conflict, clamored to volunteer. The third Mizukage's gaze swept across the assembled leaders, finally resting on the Takaguri clan leader. "Takaguri Rei, the task is entrusted to your clan. You have 1 day to prepare. Depart tomorrow for a swift resolution. There shall be no delays." Takaguri Rei's face lit up with joy as he heartily thumped his chest. Xuanyue Kongming, upon receiving the response, sighed with relief and reclined in a rocking chair, glancing back at the industrious Quar. Fetch Uncle He. "Young master, you summon me?" Uchiha he hurriedly arrived. "The Mizukage has dispatched the Takaguri clan leader to assist. You are responsible for their reception." Xuanyue Kongming handed Uchiha he the Mizukage's letter. "Notify all forces to prepare. Once the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village arrive, we shall initiate combat promptly. The battle will be left to the Takaguri clan. You shall follow behind to reassure the populace." After a moment's thought, he added, "The spoils must be returned to the daimyo's residence first." "Understood, young master. Is there anything else? If not, I shall resume my charitable efforts outside the city. Go. The disaster relief must not cease." Having clarified all matters, Xuanyue Kongming rose from his chair and returned to his quarters, entering the Isle of Penglai, where he would begin his rigorous training from that day forward. Before confronting the waterfall's powerful torrent, Xuanyue Kongming ran 10 kilometers and completed 500 push-ups. After a brief rest, he cautiously approached the rushing waters. Standing at the outermost edge, he felt an immense weight pressing down on him. Fortunately, he had prepared well, or he would have already succumbed to the water's force. The stones beneath his feet were slick and treacherous, and a moment's inattention could lead to a fall. Withstanding the waterfall's onslaught required immense concentration to stabilize his body. a task fraught with difficulty. Initially, Xuanyue Kongming could barely endure for a minute, repeatedly slipping and falling before gradually extending his endurance. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, and finally 4 hours later, he was able to stand firm without faltering. Throughout this ordeal, he could sense a gradual enhancement of his physical constitution. Not only that, but his chakra control also saw a slight improvement. Strengthened, Xuanyue Kongming resolved to venture closer to the center of the waterfall, reaching the limit of what he could endure. After withstanding the torrent for 2 hours, he exited the pool, took a brief respite, and then stepped into the training room with double gravity. As his body sank under the added weight, he struggled to maintain an upright posture. Gradually acclimating to the doubled gravity, he barely managed to lift his right foot, taking the first small step forward. Step by step, he relentlessly pushed his physical potential. And after 3 hours, he was able to walk upright in the training room. After consuming a bottle of the multifunctional energy drink purchased from the system to alleviate fatigue and eliminate the aftereffects of intense exercise, he began to train his arm strength. Performing push-ups in the gravity chamber. Lying on the ground, Xuanyue Kongming exerted himself to support his body with his arms, trembling as he strained with all his might. His body only inches from the floor. Regaining his strength while on the ground, he attempted once more but still failed. Persisting through numerous attempts, he finally succeeded in completing a standard push-up. With the push-up exercise concluded, Xuanyue Kongming felt a premonition that the final running task would lead to a significant enhancement of his physical condition. Adjusting his body, he began to walk, gradually increasing his speed until he could run effortlessly. With a promising start, he successfully began to run, continuing for 3 hours without the slightest impact from the double gravity. Having completely conquered the double gravity, his physical potential was ignited for the first time, boosting his chakra by a full 10 points and slightly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Eager to witness the benefits of his enhanced physique, he left the training room and returned to the base of the waterfall. He stood effortlessly at the position he had previously struggled to maintain, feeling elated. After a brief moment of joy, he approached the waterfall once more. Several hours later, Xuanyue Kongming emerged from the Isle of Penglai, arriving at his quarters just as dawn broke. Uchiha Quarer leaned against the door, her eyes closed in slumber, her eyelashes fluttering and her small nose occasionally twitching. She might be lost in a beautiful dream, as the first rays of sunlight kissed her face. A faint smile graced her features, serene and lovely. Cautiously opening the door, he gently lifted her. The ever-watchful Uchiha Quarer awoke with a start. "Young master, I apologize. I should not have fallen asleep. I promise it will not happen again." Quarer lowered her head in embarrassment. Xuanyue Kongming inquired curiously, "Why did the housekeeper not return to her quarters, but instead sleep outside my room?" "I must ensure your safety, young master. The distance from my residence to your quarters is considerable. If danger were to arise, I would not arrive in time to assist." Quarer wore a look that suggested this was only natural. "As your housekeeper, I must be at your beck and call." Little Quarer truly had her priorities in order. He gently ruffled her hair. "How about I set up a bed for you outside my quarters?" "Young master, I will follow your wishes." "Excellent. Life is becoming increasingly hopeful." Chapter 12. Unification of the Land of Water. The following morning, at the Takaguri clan's estate, the clan members, clad in their battle attire, emerged from their homes with boisterous laughter, many sporting injuries. Last night, Takaguri Rei had returned to inform his kin of their impending deployment to the battlefield, igniting a fervor within the Takaguri clan. In the spirit of camaraderie, a friendly sparring match erupted as they vied for the limited opportunity to join the fight. Clan leader, "Let us depart." "Very well, let us go." A throng of battle-hungry warriors set forth, their hearts ablaze with excitement as they journeyed towards the daimyo's castle. That afternoon, the determined Takaguri Rei led his team into the daimyo's residence. "Thank you to all the members of the Takaguri family for coming to assist. The banquet is prepared. Please follow me." Uchiha he guided the Takaguri clan into the daimyo's residence. "Why the rush to eat? Can't we simply head straight to battle?" Takaguri Rei inquired, fixing a scrutinizing gaze on Uchiha. "I still require some time to prepare. Rest assured, clan leader, we shall be ready to march by tomorrow morning." With confidence, the Takaguri clan strode into the daimyo's residence, while spies sent by the Gonyang family swiftly relayed the news back. "Father, why is Xuanyue Kongming able to mobilize the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village?" Gonyang Boji began to panic once more. The emergence of any unreasonable situation can often be traced back to the pursuit of profit. The daimyo had presented incentives to sway the hidden mist village. This was hardly surprising. Do you understand? When faced with issues, one must think critically. Gong Yongping spoke with confidence, as if he had unraveled the entire situation. Oh, I see. If we offer payment as well, will the hidden mist village withdraw their forces? It is too late. The hidden mist village has already accepted the mission. Xuanyue Kongming is the daimyo of the land of water, the legitimate authority. He is the sovereign. As long as Xuanyue stands, we are but vassals. Gong Yongping harbored a sense of disdain for his eldest son, finding him somewhat lacking in intellect. For the first time, the notion of training a smaller trumpet crossed his mind. Nevertheless, he chose to explain the current situation to Gong Yonghua. The coalition of feudal lords would not withstand for long. Fortunately, he had already prepared for an escape from the land of water. Gong Yongping fixed his gaze upon the map of the ninja world sprawled across the table, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. The matter at hand was one of life and death for his family, allowing no room for carelessness. Ultimately, he resolved to make the land of the sea his destination. Upon reaching this decision, he immediately set about making arrangements. Go and organize everything, but keep it discreet. Leave behind the money, land deeds, and property contracts. Once all was in order, Gong Yongping calmed his emotions and proceeded to attend the second joint assembly of the feudal lords. The atmosphere in the assembly hall was decidedly somber, with the heavy sound of breathing resonating clearly. The lords wore grim expressions, their brows tightly knit, evidently having received alarming news. What should we do now? The ninjas from the hidden mist village have been dispatched to participate in the war. Do we still stand a chance? Gong Yongping feigned confidence, responding with a calm demeanor, do not be hasty. The number of ninjas sent from the hidden mist village is not substantial, and we have ninjas of our own. There remains a glimmer of hope. The head of the Gong Yang family speaks wisely. Then why should we worry? Let us go and share a drink together. A gathering of fools, too comfortable for too long, had allowed their minds to deteriorate to that of pigs, reveling in their enjoyment even as death loomed. This works to my advantage. You shall take the lead, allowing me to make my escape, Gong Yongping mused silently. On August 2nd, 23rd year of Konoha, the feudal lord of the land of water, Xuanyue Kongming, issued the first decree against the bandits in the ninja world. Fortune and misfortune are unpredictable, and divine retribution is inscrutable. The land of water had suffered from a century of wind disasters, with homes collapsing and the populace left destitute and starving. Yet, the feudal lords and nobles turned a blind eye to the plight of the disaster victims, deaf to their cries of anguish. They indulged in revelry, intoxicated by wealth, lacking any compassion for the suffering populace. The nobles of the feudal lord's estate initiated an investigation, their actions deemed outrageous. They conspired with wandering ninjas, seizing fertile lands from the commoners, plundering stores, and abducting virtuous women. To conceal their crimes, numerous innocent lives were extinguished, their sins so egregious they could scarcely be enumerated. Those who usurped land and stores for financial gain were labeled as thieves, while those who forcefully took women, committed arson, and annihilated families were deemed traitors to the people. Collaborating with foreign rogue ninjas to confront the feudal lord classified them as traitors to the nation. Divine justice is evident, and retribution is unavoidable. These three types of bandits must be eradicated by the common people. Regardless of who is right or wrong, standing atop a moral high ground allows one to cast aspersions, to sully one's reputation, and to tarnish their image. People look, they are less than human. My actions against them are just, one might declare. Uchiha, he led an army of 50,000, while the Take family had already proceeded to the battlefield. Xuanyue Kongming was deeply engrossed in training, for wealth paved the path, and the Mizukage could not permit failure. He had nearly conquered the triple gravity forces. For 5 consecutive days, Xuanyue Kongming underwent intense training, supplemented by functional beverages, fully acclimatizing to the quintuple gravity. His chakra had surged to 150 calories. Meanwhile, the excited Take clan was wreaking havoc upon the city, while the coalition of feudal lords found themselves betrayed by the Gong Yang family. As war erupted, Gong Yongping stealthily fled with the ninjas, leading to the coalition's rapid downfall, retreating to the last remaining lordly territory, Gong Yang's domain. The feudal lords united to breach the doors of the Gong Yang residence, where chaos reigned. Furniture lay strewn about, clothes and bedding scattered. indicating the hasty departure of the homeowners. Despair filled the hearts of the feudal lords. A dozen strangely dressed take ninjas stood beneath the city walls, cackling ominously, causing the soldiers manning the walls to surrender in fright. The operation to apprehend all nobles within the Gongyang territory was executed flawlessly. Take clan leader. You've worked hard, let us return. 3 days later, in the political hall of the feudal lord's estate, Xuanyue Kongming sat at the head of the table, pointing to the items laid before him. Take clan leader, everything is here. Per our agreement, half of the funds will go to the hidden mist village, and we shall oversee the accounting process together. Excellent. Thank you, Lord Xuanyue, the Take clan leader replied. Xuanyue Kongming observed the busy staff with a disinterested gaze. He had already examined all the sealed scrolls, amassing over 7 billion points, now totaling 82 billion. Lord Xuanyue, the results have been tallied. A total of 7,358,200,000 taels. Ha ha ha, splendid. Today is a day of great fortune. The confiscated assets and funding amount to 39 billion taels. I shall generously give 1 billion to the Mizukage, so you may return with 40 billion taels. Xuanyue Kongming clapped his hands in delight, placing the money into the Take clan leader's hands. I hope the hidden mist village will make good use of this money. The safety of the land of water depends on you. Xuanyue Kongming sent the Take clan back to the hidden mist village. Young master, the Gongyang family's wealth and land deeds have been retrieved, but their clansmen have fled in secrecy. Shall we send someone to apprehend them? Xuanyue Kongming tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating whether to eliminate them entirely. Remembering that Gong Yangping was a man of understanding, he shook his head. Let it be. He left the items behind, showing some sense. I will grant him a temporary reprieve. He may yet hold some value. Uncle He, our focus now shifts to disaster relief. We must ensure no one starves. Rest assured, young master, there are always people monitoring the disaster victims. After more than 2 years, Xuanyue Kongming finally achieved a small goal. Aside from the hidden mist village, he had become the de facto ruler of the entire land of water. The next step was to develop the economy and increase the population. The land of water spans 800,000 square kilometers, yet its population barely exceeds 10 million. The territory of the land of water is rather small, with the other 4 nations significantly larger. Xuanyue Kongming surveyed the map of the ninja world. Chapter 13. Shopping with Gua Young Master. The tally of the land deeds has been completed, including the original lands of the feudal lord's estate. We now control 60% of the arable land in the land of water, all of which consists of prime farmland. Uncle He, please distribute the policy reform announcement I have drafted. Xuanyue Kongming slid a paper filled with text across the table to Uchiha He. The following day, announcements from the feudal lord's estate reached every corner of the land of water, effective immediately upon this announcement. The original names of the feudal lord territories are to be abolished, and the land of water will be divided into 18 counties. All land within the land of water is now owned by the feudal lord's estate. The common people retain the right to cultivate the land, and private land sales are strictly prohibited. The feudal lord's estate has confiscated a vast amount of fertile land, which will soon be allocated to the populace. Those in possession of land deeds may present them for compensation. 5,000 taels per acre for prime farmland, and 1,000 taels per acre for other lands. Agricultural taxes will be levied annually per acre, with a 10% tax rate. Once land distribution is complete, the populace may cultivate the land independently, and upon verification by local authorities, they will possess a 10-year cultivation right with equivalent tax rates. Upon the expiration of the 10-year term, families that have welcomed newborns within that period will receive a designated amount of land. Until the child turns 12, their parents may cultivate the land. The more children, the more land distributed. If there are no newborns, or if the amount of land cultivated exceeds the quantity entitled to the newborns, the land shall be reclaimed by the feudal lord's estate. Business endeavors are encouraged, with a 10% business tax, payable monthly. Any acts of falsifying accounts, misrepresenting income, or employing various means to evade taxes will face legal repercussions from the feudal lord's estate. In light of this year's unfavorable weather conditions in the land of water, and seizing this opportunity for unification, August 15th will henceforth be designated as the Moon Festival. Wishing for favorable weather and the well-being of the people of the land of water in the years to come. Long live Lord Xuanyue. Soon, we shall have our own piece of land. Why should it be so? I refuse to accept this. My land was taken without justification. We demand an explanation from Lord Xuanyue. A dissenting voice emerged from the crowd. Didn't the announcement state that you would receive 1,000 taels in compensation? What more do you seek? That paltry compensation is hardly enough. Why should some receive 5,000 taels while I only receive 1,000? Your plot of land yields barely enough for 3 days' worth of sustenance. Do you honestly believe you deserve 5,000 taels? That land can be passed down to my son, and he to his son, for generations to come. How can it be worth less than 5,000 taels? A resounding slap echoed as someone struck the dissenting voice across the face. Do you intend to pass it down to your father? Your incessant whining is intolerable. Lord Xuanyue has generously allocated prime farmland for us. How dare you slander him? Beat him. Lord Kongming cares for the people. I shall be the first to oppose anyone who speaks ill of him. Beat him. The dissenting voice, having received a thrashing, fled the scene. Xuanyue Kongming has garnered substantial support from the populace, and the implementation of policies has proceeded remarkably smoothly, leading to the reclamation of numerous land deeds. In the central regions, untouched by the devastation wrought by Xuanyue Kongming, land surveying and population statistics have commenced. On August 15th, the inaugural festival established by Xuanyue Kongming has arrived as anticipated. As night falls and the moon reaches its zenith, have you not yet changed your attire? Would you like me to assist you? Xuanyue Kongming places his hand on the doorknob, feigning an intention to enter the room. Before he can make a move, he hears the sound of the door being locked from within. That is not permissible, young master. My father has said that boys should not see a girl's body, even if it is you. Xuanyue Kongming jots down Uchiha's name in his notebook, marking the second time she has thwarted his intentions. Very well, young master. Let us set forth. Before Xuanyue Kongming stands her lovely face tilted upwards, her large eyes gazing earnestly at him. Emotion swells within him as he earnestly remarks, you've forgotten to wear your colored contacts. Oh dear, I was so busy I forgot. I will put them on right away, please wait a few moments. The grand city sparkles with lights this evening, as Xuanyue Kongming distributes meat buns and meat porridge to the disaster victims, while the local shops offer complimentary meals. Hand in hand with Uchiha, the two stroll through the bustling streets of the city. They observe the throngs of passers-by, the vendors hawking their wares, and the children darting about. The air is filled with the deafening sound of firecrackers, the cheers from the acrobatic stands, and the clamor from the taverns, all contributing to the vibrant festive atmosphere. Do not be so watchful. There are not that many ne'er-do-wells. Xuanyue Kongming gently pulls Uchiha closer. It is all right, young master. You may indulge in whatever you wish. Your safety is entrusted to me, and I shall ensure that no harm befalls you. Xuanyue Kongming finds comfort in Guo'er's unwavering assurance and contemplates seizing the opportunity to invite her to train at Punlai Island. Uncertain if her petite frame could endure the rigors. How much for the candied hawthorn? I would like 2 skewers. Xuanyue Kongming halts before the candied hawthorn stall, contemplating which to choose from the array of treats. My lord, please select whichever you desire. Would you like to take them all home to savor at your leisure? That is unnecessary. Choose whichever you fancy. I want this one. Quickly decides, and Xuanyue Kongming mirrors her choice. Very well. I shall take 2 of these. How much do they cost? No charge. My family has 3 acres of land, and our crops flourish abundantly. Not only did we receive 3,000 taels in compensation, but we also have been allocated fertile fields. Our lives are improving, all thanks to your efforts. If my father were to find out that I accepted payment for these candied hawthorns, he would surely break my legs. Then may prosperity follow you. Thank you for your kind words. Everyone, come quickly, Xuanyue Darren has arrived. Where? Let me see. It truly is Xuanyue Darren. Xuanyue Darren, please try my fried meatballs. Xuanyue Darren, his meatballs are not good. My secret recipe for grilled fish will surely satisfy you. In the blink of an eye, Xuanyue Kongming finds his hands overflowing with various delicacies. And mine. My tofu is the finest in the city. Xuanyue Darren must try my tofu. Xuanyue glances at the tofu vendor, thinking, you should be cautious with your words, old man, or I may accuse you of slander. Try mine first. All right. I shall accept all of your offerings and relish them later. Thank you all for your kindness. Now, please return to your business. It is rare for such a lively occasion to occur. No worries, a moment's delay will not hinder our trade. Xuanyue Darren sits down and requests a cup of tea. Unbeknownst to him, a chair, a table, and a pot of tea have materialized beside Xuanyue Kongming. Realizing he cannot escape, he decides to engage in conversation with the citizens. Has everyone received their compensation? Are there any grievances regarding this policy? Please feel free to voice them now. None. We are grateful beyond words. Our only complaint is that you have been too generous, and we are not accustomed to such abundance. The townsfolk share a light-hearted jest. Xuanyue Kongming remains ever mindful of the population issues in the land of water, never forgetting to promote his grand plan for procreation. It is splendid to be well fed. Do remember to bear children after you've had your fill. The more children you have at home, the more land you shall receive, and the greater your earnings will be. Ha ha ha. Xuanyue Darren speaks wisely. You must also consider marrying soon. Is the lady beside you destined to be the future lady of the domain? Perhaps so. Xuanyue Kongming winks at Uchiha Gua, who gazes back with her sparkling eyes. What are you all doing crowding here? Do you not have business to attend to? Xuanyue Kongming bristles at the ill-timed rasping voice that interrupts. While the onlookers shake their heads in disapproval, scrunching their noses and furrowing their brows in distaste. Chapter 14. Stolen Kiss by Gua, hearing the voice. One can discern the character. It is quite the talent to evoke such disdain from so many. Xuanyue Kongming's curiosity ignites as he searches through the throng of citizens for the source. Make way. I have something splendid to claim first. As anticipated, 5 individuals jostle their way through the crowd, entering Xuanyue Kongming's line of sight. Uft. Xuanyue Kongming seldom smiles, unless compelled to. The 5 are dressed in a manner both unfamiliar and extraordinary, a sight rarely seen in any era. Their heads, resembling those chewed by a dog, are bound with strips of cloth, while their garments are a patchwork of vibrantly colored fabrics, assembled into a most peculiar attire. Their feet are clad in cloth shoes, exposing their toes, which they proudly display. Xuanyue Kongming observes the items they carry, the most valuable being a food box crafted from 6 different types of wood, varying in thickness, likely a work of art. Inside the box lie various morsels, a half bun, several half-eaten meatballs, and a bowl of thin vegetable and egg soup, half of which has spilled. The meatballs lack 2 grains of salt and 3 drops of oil. What a shameless merchant. You must return to the shopkeeper to reclaim what is rightfully yours. Understood, my lord. I shall ensure to bring you a proper gift. How considerate. The leader of the group pats his belly, raising his voice. Why linger here without offering anything? You are wasting time. Xuanyue Kongming watches as they meander away, intrigued. Who might they be? The proprietor of a fabric shop, known for his penchant for petty gains, often seizes leftover scraps from customers to craft garments for himself. Xuanyue Kongming is filled with admiration for the merchant, who has cleared a path through the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, he stands up, taking Gua by the hand and leading her out of the throng. I shall not hinder your business. I will explore elsewhere. Xuanyue Darren, take care. Should you wish for candied hawthorn again, come find me. It shall be free of charge. Throughout the night, the two wander through numerous venues, sharing a bowl of noodles, winning matching pendants at games, watching acrobatic performances together, and hand in hand, they admire the fireworks outside the city. Shoulder to shoulder, they sit on the grass. And at the moment the fireworks burst forth, Xuanyue Kongming swiftly presses his lips against Uchiha Gua's cheek. Turning to observe her reaction, he finds Gua momentarily stunned, her hands covering her blushing face, utterly adorable. As the night deepens and the crowd disperses, Xuanyue Kongming and Gua walk side by side along the quiet streets, taking measured steps back to the lordess' residence. After a refreshing bath, Xuanyue Kongming prepares to rest. Approaching his chamber, he glances through the open window to see Gua seated by the bedside, her elbows propped on the windowsill, hands cradling her chin, gazing dreamily at the moon with a gentle smile. Xuanyue Kongming tiptoes into the room. Gua remains blissfully unaware of his presence. Gua, what occupies your thoughts? You seem so joyful. His sudden appearance startles Gua. Oh, it's nothing. Young master, you should go rest now. Very well. Good night, little Gua. Good night. Young master, wait. Xuanyue Kongming turns in confusion as Uchiha Gua, emboldened by an unknown courage, blushes and plants a kiss on his cheek. Xuanyue Kongming's eyes widen as he touches the spot where she kissed him, slowly regaining his composure. Gua, come inside with me for a moment. That is not permissible. My father says we cannot sleep together before marriage, not even if you are the young master. Xuanyue Kongming feels utterly innocent. Is he truly such a person? It appears that he has concealed it quite well. How did Uchiha River discover it? Gua, Please do not speak of this to anyone, not even your father. This is our little secret. Grasping Uchiha-gua's hand, he led her into the bedroom, drew the curtains, and gently pushed her onto the bed. Uchiha-gua's mind went blank, her limbs stiff, allowing Xuanyue Kongming to act as he wished. Don't just stand there. You should move as well, he urged, coming to her senses. Uchiha-gua saw Xuanyue Kongming attempting to tuck her beneath the bed and, reluctantly, crawled forward a bit. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and when she regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. Young master, where is this? It's so beautiful. This is my exclusive training ground. I usually practice here. Come, let me show you around. You will also train here in the future. Xuanyue Kongming guided Uchiha-gua to explore the manor in the center of the island, highlighting the gravity training room. Choose any of the small buildings. The island is completely safe. There is no need to waste time protecting me. You can focus on your training. Thank you, young master. You are truly wonderful. I really like you. In the following days, Uncle He observed a peculiar gaze in the young master's eyes, 1 part understanding, 1 part anger, and 4 part satisfaction. Your father looks at me strangely. You haven't told him anything, have you? Of course not, young master. For the sake of secrecy, I firmly maintain that I am training with the young master in bed, and I will stick to that. Uchiha-gua proudly declared. The case is solved. It's because of you. Let us go outside the city to see your father. At noon, the last few days of distributing gruel outside the city were underway. The tally of disaster victims was nearing completion, with areas being organized for them to build houses, allocate land, and distribute a certain amount of food. The relief efforts would soon come to a complete end. From a distance, they saw the disaster victims lined up to receive food, orderly and calm. Uncle He, you're busy. Greetings, Lord Xuanyue. Upon arriving at the gruel distribution site, Xuanyue Kongming caused a stir among the people, who put down their food and bowed in greeting. Everyone must take care of their health. Good days are still ahead. Manager He, those people have come again. What should we do? A staff member rushed over, looking anxious as he addressed Uchiha River. Uchiha River felt a headache coming on. It happened every time that non-disaster victims came to drink the gruel. Initially, only a few came, but gradually more and more appeared. They could neither be beaten nor driven away. Uncle He, what's wrong? Xuanyue Kongming noticed Uchiha River frowning and thought there was a serious problem. In reality, it was just a few people trying to take advantage of the gruel. Among them, he recognized the leader, a flamboyant rooster. The solution is simple. Mix sand into the gruel. Many people don't lack food and definitely want tea come to eat. You are indeed clever, young master. Let us do it that way. Even giving them a bowl makes me feel sorry. How majestic, my lord. Young master, we can sustain our food supply for another 3 months. But we'll need to purchase food from other countries afterward. Xuanyue Kongming had anticipated that despite acquiring a large amount of supplies, the food would still be insufficient. He considered that since there was nothing pressing, it might be nice to take a trip. I will go to the Land of Fire to buy food and visit Konoha, the village established by the god of shinobi. Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, is a few years younger than I am, with blonde hair, a bold personality, and a fondness for gambling and drinking. I might as well take a look. Uncle He, send a diplomatic letter to the Land of Fire and Konoha. I'll go back and prepare. I'm coming for Princess Tsunade. Chapter 15. Setting sail in Konoha, at the Hokage's office. The middle-aged Sarutobi Hiruzen sat with his chin resting on his crossed hands, a document from the Land of Water laid before him. 3 years prior, Sarutobi Hiruzen had traveled to Kumogakure with his teacher to forge an alliance. During that visit, the rebellion led by the Golden and Silver Brothers resulted in the death of the second Reikage, and they pursued Tobarama Senju and his team. In a moment of crisis, Tobarama Senju used himself as bait, diverting the attention of the Kumogakure forces to buy his disciples some time to escape, ultimately sacrificing himself in the process. Designated as the third Hokage, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen was not yet the powerful ninja he would later become. Lacking the strength to dominate a village or the prestige to command respect, the major ninja clans held ambiguous attitudes, and Danzo, harboring resentment, had long coveted the Hokage position. Reluctantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen appointed Danzo as an assistant Hokage, granting him command over the roots, creating a delicate balance of power within Konoha. At this moment, the Daimyo of the Land of Water was visiting, leaving uncertainty in his wake. Bring in the Hokage's assistant and the 2 advisors. Hiruzen, what do you need from us? Danzo asked eagerly as the 3 settled into their seats. The Daimyo of the Land of Water intends to visit the Land of Fire to purchase food and has requested to stop by Konoha. Xuanyue Kongming has allied with Kirigakure to wipe out the lords of the Land of Water. He is quite dangerous. I do not consent to his visit to Konoha. Tsunade spoke first, voicing her concerns. I also oppose allowing him here. The roots have many matters requiring my attention. I cannot waste time playing house with a child. I see no issue. The village can easily monitor a mere commoner, and we do not lack food. It would be advantageous to sell him some. The village also needs funds. Very well, let it be so. You are the Hokage. Your word is law. Though Danzo verbalized his agreement, he secretly plotted. Thinking that once he established the roots, he would confront Hiruzen properly, relishing the day Hiruzen would regret his decisions. Xuanyue Kongming was currently admiring the carriage he purchased with 30 million points. Crafted from the finest spiritual wood in the cultivation world, the carriage was stable, sturdy, and remarkably soundproof. The interior was lavishly decorated with fragrant wooden tables, exquisite incense burners, and the gentle aroma of tea wafting from a purple clay teapot. With a beautifully carved bed of golden silk nanmo, the carriage was pulled by 8 dragon steeds with bloodlines of the Jiao, their pure white coats devoid of any blemish. Isn't it beautiful? We'll take this carriage to the Land of Fire, leaving many envious. Selling it for 100 million Rio would be effortless. Those who are close to vermilion turn red, and those who are near ink turn black. Xuanyue Kongming had already learned to profit from the difference. 3 days later, he received replies from the Land of Fire and Konoha. Xuanyue Kongming summoned Chuanha and Hechuan, 2 jonin. I'm heading to the Land of Fire. You will ensure my safety, correct? Lord Xuanyue, it's outside of our duties to intervene. Chuanha swiftly declined. Remembering the last time he had been threatened to kneel outside for 3 days. 100,000 Rio for each of you, if you refuse. It's no trouble to issue a high-level mission to Kirigakure. We accept the mission. Thus, Xuanyue Kongming set forth with Guer, Chuanha, 2 jonin, several chunin, and 3,000 ordinary guards. Their grand procession moved eastward, reaching the port before nightfall. Wow, is that the ship we will be taking? It's stunning. Lord Xuanyue is amazing, managing to acquire such a beautiful ship. Docked at the port was the magnificent flower ship purchased by Xuanyue Kongming for 300 million points. Measuring 200 meters in length, 32 meters in width, and 35 meters in height, the ship was adorned with lanterns, illuminating the dim surroundings. The deck was covered in a myriad of colorful flowers, red, yellow, blue, and a riot of colors, with climbing vines draping over the ship, making it feel as though one were amidst a sea of blossoms. The fragrance of the flowers enveloped them, intertwining to create a delightful atmosphere. Board the ship. We depart tonight. Long live Lord Xuanyue. To sail on this ship is worth a lifetime. Thank you, Lord Xuanyue. You are right. On this journey to the Land of Fire, who would dare provoke Lord Xuanyue? I would fight them to the end. I am willing to serve Lord Xuanyue with my life. Quickly, Guer, tell them to hurry and board. Xuanyue Kongming entered the lowest deck of the ship with Guer, arranging for someone to care for the 8 dragon steeds before heading to the upper level. The topmost level of the flower ship contained a single room, exclusive to the Daimyo, decorated extravagantly. Standing behind Uchiha Gua, Xuanyue Kongming wrapped his arms around her waist, gazing out the window at the guards moving about on the deck. Feeling the gentle sea breeze. Do you like it? I love it. It's beautiful. Then in the future, we shall sail this ship to explore the entire shinobi world, witnessing different landscapes and savoring diverse cuisines. Yes, I will follow your lead, young master. Hundreds of people glided on the magnificent flower boat as it slowly departed from the harbor, heading towards the village of Mist. Recently, the Mizukage had been in remarkably high spirits, having received a staggering 4 billion Rio from Takazuri. Never before had he engaged in such a prosperous venture, and he promptly decided to recruit an additional 5,000 ninjas. He now regarded Kazuki Shomizuki with newfound favor and had sent someone to welcome the entourage from the Lord's estate. After 3 days at sea, the flower boat finally arrived at the nearest port to the village of Mist. Wait for me on the ship. I shall return tomorrow to embark for the Land of Fire, he announced. Welcome, Lord Shomizuki, to the village of Mist. Your vessel is truly magnificent. Few can compare in the entire shinobi world. Ha ha ha, it only cost 1 billion Rio to construct this ship. Hardly worth mentioning, replied Takazuri, the clan leader. As they prepared to depart, Kazuki Shomizuki expressed pride in the ship's construction cost before stepping into a luxurious carriage, leaving Takazuri envious of his travel attire. Tears of frustration welled in his eyes as he thought, that spoiled wastrel. How can a noble squander his wealth on such indulgences? Lacking ambition, morally corrupt. When will I ever have the chance to be so extravagant? The carriage made its way slowly through the streets of Mist Village, drawing envious and curious glances from passers-by. That carriage is far too grand and beautiful. I wonder how many missions I'd have to complete to afford even one remarked. Keep dreaming, at this rate. You'd only be able to buy a wheel for your son as a family heirloom, another replied. Lord Shomizuki, this way please. The Mizukage awaits you in the Mizukage Tower. Upon entering the office, Kazuki was taken aback to see the Mizukage had opened his eyes. Thank you for your generous contribution. It has alleviated the urgent financial crisis of Mist Village. As a token of my appreciation, you may choose a genin to serve as your personal guard. The Mizukage was polite, acknowledging that without Shomizuki's assistance, he would have struggled to procure funds for the carriage and flower boat. As Kazuki observed the hundreds of genin gathered below, he recognized a familiar face. That one in green, with the scar on his face. He seems quite agreeable, he noted. Very well, I'll have someone inform him to prepare. He shall depart with you tomorrow morning. After a night of silence, the following morning, Kazuki bid farewell to the Mizukage and his companions, departing Mist Village in his carriage. Humph, all he knows is enjoyment. I was worried he might harbor inappropriate thoughts about uniting the land of water, but it seems my concerns were unfounded. With his head resting on Uchiha Kaido's lap, Kazuki lay sideways on the bed, observing a young ninja standing nearby. Yazuka, you possess considerable talent. Devote yourself to training, and you may become the next Mizukage. The 6-year-old Yazuka looked completely bewildered, unable to comprehend the Lord's meaning. Go on, remember to train diligently. Other matters do not concern you for now. 10 days later, the flower boat reached the port of the Land of Fire. Chapter 16. First encounter with the 3 nin. Kazuki Shomizuki raced along the main road in his carriage, drawing ever closer to Konoha, with the Hokage rock faintly visible in the distance. The carriage came to an abrupt halt at the entrance of Konoha. Kazuki drew back the curtain and observed the village from afar, noting the bustling shops and smiling villagers. He thought to himself, laugh while you can. In a few years, your smiles will fade. The Uchiha clan had been exterminated, and the younger brother of the Hyuga clan head had been forced to his death. Konoha was in decline year after year. A tree with severed branches, burnt leaves, and decayed roots could hardly be deemed a healthy tree. Welcome, Lord Shomizuki, to Konoha, said Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, along with the leaders of the Konoha clans, Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Galen. Kazuki leaped from the carriage, scrutinizing the 6 individuals before him, committing their faces to memory. I must inquire about the individual dressed in a coat, wearing a hat and glasses on this sweltering summer day. Everyone followed his gaze. Within 3 seconds, their expressions shifted from confusion to understanding. Yamanaka Shikaku, head of the Yamanaka clan. Lord Shomizuki, please follow me to the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen swiftly redirected the conversation to alleviate the awkwardness. Very well, I appreciate your guidance, Hokage. Gaku, Yazuka, let us proceed. In the Hokage Tower's reception room, Hiruzen gestured for Kazuki to take a seat. Please, make yourself comfortable. I shall have tea brought in shortly. What flavor do you prefer? Kazuki sat down first, with the others following suit. Anything will suffice. I have no particular preference. Just as Kazuki lifted the teacup, the door to the reception room swung open, and 3 individuals entered in succession. He set the cup down and scrutinized them closely. Danzo's countenance was grim, exuding an air of ruthlessness, his jaw marked by a scar, with bandages yet to adorn his eyes and arms. Mito Minju and Tsunade Senju appeared relatively normal, lacking any significant distinguishing features. Would you mind introducing these individuals, Hokage? Kazuki inquired of Hiruzen. Hiruzen gestured toward the trio. These are my former teammates, Danzo Shimura, assistant to the Hokage, Mito Minju, senior advisor of Konoha, and Tsunade Senju. It is an honor to finally meet you all, Kazuki exclaimed, feigning surprise. I have often heard it said that Mito and Tsunade are the cornerstones of Konoha, while Hiruzen and Danzo are its pillars. Seeing you all in person truly confirms this. Kazuki offered a few light compliments, adorning the 4 with metaphorical hats of praise. You flatter us, Lord Shomizuki. Such rumors should not be taken at face value. Hiruzen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively while gesturing toward the three younger individuals behind him. These three unworthy disciples of mine are Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade Senju. Kazuki regarded the future three mean of Konoha, the ageless Tsunade, the best-selling novelist Jiraiya, and the shinobi scientist Orochimaru. Hokage, have these three already been promoted to Chunin? At such a young age, their futures are indeed boundless, Kazuki remarked. Hiruzen nodded. They were recently promoted. Have you heard of them, Lord Shomizuki? Of course. Tsunade has garnered considerable attention as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage and a favored disciple of the third. She is destined to become Konoha's first female Hokage, carrying on the legacy of the Will of Fire. Kazuki praised Tsunade while subtly scanning Danzo, who raised an eyebrow, casting a fleeting cold glance at Hiruzen and Tsunade. Satisfied? Kazuki smiled. TCH, who would want to be Hokage? Tsunade retorted, her lips curling disdainfully. What is so great about being Hokage? You work yourself to the bone every day. I'd rather gamble and enjoy a drink. Oh, the Princess Tsunade, unaware of her fortune, should know that there are those who aspire to the position but cannot attain it. Kazuki seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. I wonder if I could invite Princess Tsunade to serve as my guide over the next few days. Kazuki's request aligned perfectly with Hiruzen's intentions, as it allowed Tsunade to keep a close watch on him. Tsunade, you three shall accompany Lord Shomizuki as his guides through Konoha. Kazuki beckoned Gaku and Yazuka to rise as they prepared to leave, leaving the procurement of supplies to designated individuals, as he was uninterested. His primary objective in Konoha was to win Tsunade's favor and secure a friendly relationship, leaving a lasting impression. He had already taken the first step, subtly hinting to Danzo that Tsunade would become his greatest obstacle on the path to Hokage. Having driven the former Hokage, Tsukumo Hatake, to his demise and nearly obliterated the Uchiha clan, he planned to join forces with Hanzo to trap Jiraiya's disciples. He would not disappoint. Kazuki's visit to Konoha served another purpose, to ascertain the village's defensive arrangements, as many events were destined to unfold within its confines, necessitating frequent visits. Shomizuki, where do you wish to go next? Tsunade asked, a hint of irritation in her tone. I had originally planned to indulge in a few games, but now it seems that won't be happening. Let us first visit Hokage Rock to pay homage to the legendary shinobi, Senju Hashirama, Kazuki suggested. What's so remarkable about it? Just a gambler, after all. Let's go, Tsunade replied, clearly unimpressed as she walked ahead. As they traversed the village, they passed by the Konoha Hospital, the news department, the cafeteria, and even a ramen shop and a hot spring. Kazuki was led on a winding journey by Tsunade until they finally arrived at the base of Hokage Rock. Gazing up at the statues of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, Kazuki couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, reflecting on the brevity of life. Even someone as powerful as Hashirama met his end someday. How wonderful it would be if one could achieve immortality. Orochimaru pondered deeply, staring at the statue for several minutes, his neck straining from the angle. He thought to himself, had it not been for a purpose, what was there to admire about a pile of stone? Xuanyue Kongming had spent the better part of the day with Tsunade, feeling the pangs of hunger in her stomach. Curious about the culinary delights of Konohagakure, she was eager for recommendations. The ramen is exquisite. It's a favorite among many in the village, and barbecue is also quite delightful, Tsunade remarked nonchalantly. Upon arriving at the ramen shop, Xuanyue Kongming chose a cozy corner to sit. The proprietor boisterously inquired, what would the Princess Tsunade like to eat today? Tsunade pointed lazily at Xuanyue Kongming, who was resting her head on the table. 6 servings of the supreme ramen. Today, I shall treat you all. Intrigued, Xuanyue Kongming leaned closer to Jiraiya, asking, what are you writing so diligently? A novel. I aspire to be a travel writer, he replied. You enjoy novels? I have one that is exceptionally captivating. Would you like to borrow it? Xuanyue Kongming carefully retrieved a book from her chest and discreetly handed Saintis by Jia to Jiraiya. As he opened the novel, his face flushed, and his eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. Xuanyue, this novel is magnificent. May I borrow it for a few days? I'm glad you like it. Consider it a gift, she replied. With a swift clap on the table, Tsunade locked her gaze onto Xuanyue, Kongming, and Jiraiya. What clandestine matters are you two discussing? Xuanyue Kongming exchanged a knowing glance with Jiraiya, understanding that some conversations are best kept among friends. After enjoying their ramen, Xuanyue Kongming followed Tsunade, who declared, let us return to my residence for the night. Hold on, who gave you permission to stay at my home? Tsunade's fists clenched in irritation. That arrogant fool not only deprived me of a visit to the gambling den, but now presumes to sleep over at my place. If he were not a daimyo, I would surely teach him a lesson. Isn't it customary for a guide, especially the princess of Konoha, to extend hospitality to her guests? Xuanyue Kongming countered. Who would invite a ruffian like you into their home? Tsunade scoffed. Alas, I had hoped the princess would graciously accommodate us. I even brought a few jars of fine wine as a gesture, but it appears I should not impose. Let us seek an inn instead. From her robes, Xuanyue Kongming produced a small porcelain bottle, gently uncorking it to release a rich, aromatic fragrance. Sipping delicately, she closed her eyes in bliss. Out of the corner of her eye, she stole a glance at Tsunade, her nose twitching as she savored the scent, her lips glistening with anticipation. Stop right there, Xuanyue. Arriving in Konoha and opting for an inn? Do you disdain the Senju clan and me? I command you to come to my house at once. The sudden shift left the others astonished. Gratefully accepting the invitation, Xuanyue Kongming moved into the Senju compound, where only a few lights flickered. Uzumaki Kushina was enjoying dinner. Oh, my little Tsunade finally brings friends home. Come in and make yourselves comfortable. Kushina smiled, setting aside her bowl. Tsunade rushed over, wrapping her arms around her mother's. Kushina, this is my friend. We hope you don't mind our unexpected visit. I brought you this 1,000-year-old wooden pearl as a gift. Xuanyue Kongming presented a wooden box, revealing the pearl within. Kushina pushed it back, saying, You needn't bring gifts. Just your presence is enough. We cannot accept this gift from such a ruffian. Who knows what mischief he might be up to? Please accept it. It can be brewed into a tea that strengthens the body, beautifies the skin, and delays aging. Each pearl is worth 10 million ryo, and I purchased 5 to give as gifts. Who wouldn't want youth and longevity? Kushina relented, if he insists on staying. It can serve as lodging payment. Tsunade snatched the pearl, toying with it in her hands. Upon hearing that the pearl could enhance beauty and slow aging, her demeanor shifted dramatically. It's good to have friends visiting. I'll accept it. Come, take your friend to your quarters. If you need anything, just ask the servants to prepare it. Tsunade, ensure you enjoy your time with your friend. After Xuanyue and her companions departed, Kushina entered the sealed space. Approaching the imprisoned Nine Tails. Tell me about the pearl's composition and properties. You dare confront me? I will end you. The Nine Tails growled. Utilizing the diamond sealing technique, Kushina forcefully subdued the beast. Inform me, and perhaps I can ease your suffering. I don't know much. I can only sense a potent life energy within. Kushina exited the sealed space, contemplating the pearl in her hand. What could be his true motive? Surely, it is not merely to stay for a few days. Could it be? A significant matter. That child has feelings for Tsunade. Who would have thought that even a gambling, drinking, and somewhat violent Tsunade could attract admirers? I cannot let this child flee. You will reside in this courtyard. Choose any room you like, but give me the wine. Xuanyue Kongming watched as Tsunade extended her hand, shaking it up and down, requesting the wine. Turning to Uchiha Itachi, she instructed, Itachi, fetch her 2 jars of wine. Uchiha Itachi retrieved 2 jars from the sealing scroll and presented them to Tsunade. This is the palace's finest wine, costing 10,000 ryo per jar. Tsunade eagerly accepted the jars, opening one with anticipation. The rich aroma wafted through the air as she downed a third of it in one go, her face instantly flushed. Excellent wine. Xuanyue Kongming, filled with good intentions, extended an invitation to share a drink. Shall we indulge together? The moonlight is splendid, perfect for enjoying wine. Tsunade, cradling the jar, glanced around with her large eyes. Perhaps not. It's quite late, and I need to rest. You can drink alone. She feigned a departure. Ha ha ha, Princess Tsunade. Your intentions are transparent. I can hear your calculations all the way in the land of water. Is there an issue with drinking my wine? Xuanyue Kongming felt Tsunade's grip tighten on her sleeve. Is it settled? Will you not regret it? I shall prepare some snacks. Half an hour later. In the courtyard where Xuanyue Kongming was staying, a square table was set with 6 dishes. Xuanyue Kongming, Tsunade, Uchiha Itachi, and Yagura gathered around the table. Hurry! Bring out the wine. We shall not return until we are drunk. Itachi, bring out 2 more jars. You and Yagura should drink less. The wine is strong. Xuanyue Kongming uncorked the spirit mud wine, filling each person's bowl generously, and seeing Tsunade's incessant chatter, she poured her a full bowl. After consuming several bowls, Tsunade became slightly tipsy. Drinking alone is dull. Let us play games. Let's have a drinking game where the loser drinks. Xuanyue Kongming proposed to liven the atmosphere. Fine. I will play with you. The loser cannot escape. After several rounds, Tsunade lost more than she won, the wine steadily flowing into her. Her interest grew more intense. Let's open another jar. Drink up, hurry. You won't cheat and back out, will you? Xuanyue Kongming found herself ensnared in Tsunade's embrace. Looking helplessly at her as she placed a foot on the chair, one hand holding the wine bowl to his lips. Clearly, I won. Princess Tsunade, don't be reckless. Tsunade, slightly tipsy, could no longer distinguish between winning and losing, acting purely on instinct. Xuanyue Kongming dodged left and right, preventing Tsunade from pouring the wine into his mouth. I refuse to believe I can't get it into you. You must drink today. Xuanyue Kongming's evasive maneuvers only fueled Tsunade's determination. She swirled the wine in her mouth, cupping Xuanyue Kongming's cheeks, and forcefully poured it into his mouth. With her eyes clouded with inebriation and warm lips, Xuanyue Kongming, caught off guard, willingly consumed the bowl of wine that Tsunade fed him in several sips. I have one. You are right. You have one entirely. Let us continue. As the night deepened and the air turned cool, the table lay in disarray, remnants of food scattered about, and several jars of wine lay on the ground. Tsunade had collapsed onto the table, thoroughly intoxicated, mumbling, "Tonight, I have won countless times. Xuanyue Kongming, you rascal, do you dare provoke me again?" Xuanyue Kongming sat in a chair, gazing at Tsunade, whose complexion was rosy and whose lips bore a smile. You have won, yet I have not lost. This round can be deemed a mutual victory. Among 4 individuals, 3 succumbed to intoxication, gently carrying Cure into her chamber while lifting Itsong and tossing him onto the bed. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xuanyue Kongming lifted Tsunade and placed her on Cure's bed. After ensuring the 3 were comfortably settled, he retreated to his own room to set up a water illusion barrier, donning his night attire with the intent to stealthily explore the Hokage building. Chapter 18. Night exploration of the Hokage building. In the stillness of the night, Xuanyue Kongming donned his dark garb and quietly departed from the Senju clan's territory. The plans he had rehearsed countless times in his mind danced vividly before him, each pathway and escape route memorized to perfection. Choosing the safest route, he embarked on his nocturnal adventure into the enemy's lair. Xuanyue Kongming deftly ascended to the rooftops of the residences, focusing intently on the imposing structure of the Hokage building looming not far ahead. The dark edifice resembled a colossal beast of the night, awaiting his arrival. Observing the vigilant Chunin stationed at attention, he inwardly lamented that a ninja who does not indulge in leisure is hardly a commendable guard. Their overly serious demeanor was rather irksome. What vexed him further were the pairs of crimson eyes around him, afflicted by ailments that should have kept them indoors. If you're unwell, seek treatment instead of haunting the night. With a gentle leap down from the residence, he activated his water illusion barrier, carefully avoiding the glow of the streetlights. Pressing against the outer wall of the building, he stealthily approached the entrance, his gaze fixated with contempt on the Chunin standing guard. Before his back could bleed from the friction, Xuanyue Kongming successfully infiltrated the building without incident. Walking across the wooden floorboards, he pushed open one door after another, only to discover an array of administrative offices devoid of any valuable intelligence. Resolutely, he ascended to the top floor, entering the Hokage's office. Before him stood a long desk piled high with documents, framed by large windows. The room's decor was relatively simple, featuring a few chairs and a desk cluttered with files. On the walls hung portraits of Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, symbolizing the enduring legacy of the Will of Fire. Standing before the portraits, he pondered the course of life had it not deviated. The impact of Tobirama's death might have kept Hiruzen from ever stepping onto the battlefield. The Will of Fire resided within this office, where one could spy on female ninjas bathing using the telescope technique. While Danzo orchestrated the demise of many talented individuals from Konoha, including Tsukumo Hitaki and Shursui Uchiha. Ultimately, his wife perished in the chaos of the Nine Tails. His son fell victim to Haiden, and he himself met his end at the hands of a disciple, an epitome of tragedy. It was difficult for Xuanyue Kongming to pass judgment on right or wrong. Returning to his senses, Xuanyue Kongming began to sift through the documents, accumulating a collection of worthless information. Having set the files down, he turned to leave the Hokage's office and made his way to the Konoha archives. As someone from another time, certain matters required personal verification for peace of mind. Approaching the archive room, Shuangyue Kongming sensed the presence of 6 individuals within. Gently placing his hand on the doorknob, he overheard 2 of them conversing. How utterly dull, tasked with guarding the archives at this hour. Not even a dog would come here. What is there to guard? That little brat from the land of water is visiting Konoha. We must bolster our defenses. Why is that kid running around instead of staying at home? But that carriage of his is truly impressive. It must be quite comfortable. Having overheard disparaging remarks about himself, Shuangyue Kongming activated his barrier, covering the door, and stepped into the archive room, where he found a tall and a short ninja. Utilizing the transformation technique, he assumed the guise of the taller ninja, enveloping the shorter one in his barrier. Your wife is quite alluring. She claims I am superior to you, and that it is more pleasurable to play games with me. In a flash, Shuangyue Kongming transformed into the shorter ninja, cloaking the taller one in the barrier. 3 resounding slaps echoed as they struck the taller ninja's face. Shuangyue Kongming withdrew the barrier, stepping aside to observe the 2 ninjas enact their performance. As the pair had seamlessly taken over the act. What did you say? The shorter one fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at the taller. I merely stated it is more comfortable to sit. I was simply speaking the truth. Do you dare hit me? The taller ninja retorted defiantly, swatting away the shorter's hand. I'll beat you to death. Shuangyue Kongming chuckled at the spectacle of their brawl, yet his amusement was cut short as 4 others arrived to intervene. Are you fighting during a mission? Do you not regard me, your captain? What is going on here? Captain, he has an ambiguous relationship with my wife. He admitted it himself. The shorter ninja exclaimed angrily. You slander me. I did not. Stop your wild imaginings. Your wives love you. Each time you embark on a mission, they personally prepare bento for you, which I deliver. Little 2, your wife knows you adore egg custard. She makes it for you every time. Seizing the opportunity, Shuangyue Kongming transformed into the captain, pulling the others into the barrier. Every time you go on a mission, I visit your homes first, enjoying your wives before partaking of the bentos they prepare, leaving the leftovers for you. Little 2's wife is the most delightful. Repeating the act, he transformed into the shorter ninja, Little 2, and earnestly inquired of the captain, have you tasted the bentos made by our wives? Which one is the most delicious? The barrier was lifted. Of course, I have tasted them. It is only during your missions that I have the opportunity to indulge. I particularly favor Little 2's home, as it is the most delightful. The wives of you lot have become somewhat unfamiliar, but under my guidance, they are becoming increasingly proficient. So, Captain, you are this kind of person. We have misjudged you. Let's step outside and have a proper chat. Shuangyue Kongming observed as the 6 ninjas, bruised and battered, were dragged out of the archive room, and he began to assess the interior arrangement. Several wooden cabinets were neatly arranged on the floor, each adorned with different labels detailing Konoha's history, ninja profiles, and the development histories of various ninja clans. Shuangyue Kongming perused the Konoha historical archives, noting that they were divided into 2 sections, one chronicling events before the village's founding, primarily detailing the Uchiha and Senju clans from warfare to peace. The other section recounted which clans joined after the village's establishment, the distribution of tailed beasts, and conflicts involving specific dates and opponents. Nodding to himself, he found the content consistent with what he knew. Reaching for the adjacent cabinet, he discovered a thick stack of ninja profiles detailing their strengths, preferred jutsu, birth dates, and family compositions. Lacking any interest, he carelessly tossed the documents back and closed the cabinet door. Continuing his examination of the development history of Konoha's ninja clans, he found the information woefully scant. The ancient clans, steeped in tradition, seemed to possess a wealth of experience. Of particular interest to him, the records of the Senju clan were even more meager, with only Tsunade mentioned after Tobarama. He speculated that information regarding the Senju clan had likely been deliberately expunged, with the Senju of the forest retreating to some obscure corner of the ninja world. Madara and Hashirama, the best of friends, had established Konoha together, symbolizing the 2 clans' formal reconciliation and the laying to rest of their enmity. The Uchiha clan, known for their forthrightness, joyfully integrated into the village. In contrast, the Senju clan members chose seclusion, possibly including Hashirama's son and daughter-in-law. Tsunade had a younger brother, Nawaki, indicating that her parents were still alive. However, the growth experiences of Tsunade, Kushina, and Nawaki in Konoha made no mention of the latter 2. After finishing the documents, he gently returned them to their place. Exiting the archive room, he rounded a corner in the hallway and encountered the 6 individuals, their faces bruised and expressions grim, seated on the floor, smoking and chatting. Isn't it better to sit down and talk things over? Remember, impulsiveness is the devil. The Hokage building's final destination awaited, a glimpse at the legendary Book of Seals. Chapter 19. Stealing a dog. In comparison to the archive room, the ninjutsu collection room was heavily guarded, with sentinels positioned every few steps. Xuanyue Kongming surveyed the formidable array of guards, a headache forming as he pondered how Naruto had managed to steal the Book of Seals. Considering all possibilities, only two seemed plausible. One scenario was that all Konoha ninja had collectively encountered a ghost, caught in an illusory wall. The other possibility was that Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office, gazing into a crystal ball, employing the telescope technique to watch Naruto's escapades live, with commentary provided. Images of a certain competition from his previous life began to surface in Xuanyue Kongming's mind. He has arrived. The contestant Naruto quietly approaches, flanked by two steadfast chunin who do not succumb to distractions. Crouching low, Naruto successfully breaches their defenses from the right side, entering the Hokage building as the live broadcast transitions into its exhilarating second half. As Naruto draws nearer to the sealing scroll, he is suddenly detected and surrounded by his opponents. This time, the defenders are far from novice gatekeepers. How will Naruto respond? Fortune smiles upon him as a defender is swiftly penalized by the referee. He has succeeded. Let us extend our congratulations to Naruto. Thank you for tuning into his remarkable live stream, but the blatant display of match fixing by one side is utterly disgraceful. We hope the organizers will elevate their standards in the future. Casting aside the shame of the game, Xuanyue Kongming enters the collection room, which bears a striking resemblance to the archives. He feels a twinge of joy, for the arrangement of the barrier is now more convenient. Cautiously navigating between the various ninjas in the collection room, he calculates the distances between the densely packed ninjas, contemplating the positioning and extent of the barrier. After half an hour, Xuanyue Kongming completes his calculations. He covers one of the cabinets and opens the door, revealing shelves brimming with ninjutsu scrolls. All are water-style techniques, with the higher-level scrolls positioned at the top and the lower-level ones at the bottom. There are only a few high-level scrolls, while the mid-level ones are somewhat more numerous. The majority are of the lower and mid-tier varieties. As he inspects each cabinet, he notes that aside from their differing attributes, the other distinctions are minimal. He also discovers several special cabinets containing summoning scrolls, secret techniques, and sealing books. Approaching the cabinet that houses the sealing books, he notices not only chakra fluctuations on the cabinet door, but also multiple distinct chakra signatures on the sealing books themselves. Any attempt to move a sealing book would immediately reveal his presence. It is prudent to leave them untouched for the time being, as Orochimaru has yet to master the forbidden techniques. Abandoning the idea of taking the sealing book, Xuanyue Kongming reflects that he has accomplished what he set out to do tonight, and turns towards the exit. Upon reaching the door, he hesitates, contemplating the notion of leaving empty-handed. If he takes nothing, it would be as though he never came at all. The more he thinks about it, the more regretful he feels. Decisively, he turns back and opens the cabinet containing the summoning scrolls, opting for the least conspicuous item. He takes the scroll from the top shelf and replaces it with one from the bottom, achieving a perfect swap. Content with his acquisition, Xuanyue Kongming departs the Hokage building, the gentle moonlight illuminating the streets and guiding him back to the Senju clan's territory. He comes and goes in silence, and all remains tranquil, as if nothing has transpired, save for the wounded ninjas scattered across the world. Upon returning to the Senju estate, Xuanyue Kongming retrieves the summoning scroll and ponders its usage. Recalling the details from the anime, he remembers to inscribe his name with his blood and press his handprint, just as Jiraiya had instructed Naruto. With determination, he follows the procedure. Summoning technique. Xuanyue Kongming exclaims softly, pressing his hand to the ground. In a puff of smoke, a figure emerges, and as the haze dissipates, he finds himself facing a woman. She has long gray hair, a red mark on her face, and is clad in a striking red, form-fitting battle outfit, wielding a whip. Xuanyue Kongming instantly recognizes her as the summoning beast from the movie Bailu, whom Naruto referred to as the mistress of dogs. "Are you the one who summoned me?" she asks, appearing rather ordinary. "No worries, I will protect you." Xuanyue Kongming carefully examines her from head to toe. "TCH, can an ordinary person really use summoning techniques? What is your name? Can you transform? What ninjutsu do you know, and do you possess any special skills?" I have no name, but I can summon trained ninja dogs and combine with them to enhance combat power. That sounds splendid. I shall give you a name. Let's call you Inu-ren. From now on, you will be responsible for raising and training dogs in the land of water. As you wish, my adorable little master, Inu-ren replies, playfully lifting Xuanyue Kongming's chin with her whip. I wonder if my little master requires any warm bed services. I am quite capable, you know. Xuanyue Kongming swiftly delivers a sharp slap to her. Be more discreet in someone else's home. I will deal with you when we return to the land of water. For now, return, and I will summon you again later. I shall await your command, my little master. Before he can respond, Inu-ren vanishes. Xuanyue Kongming splashes his face with cold water, lies down on his bed, and gradually drifts into slumber. Suddenly, he jolts awake to find the wooden door flying off its hinges as Tsunade storms into the room. Before he can comprehend the situation, she grasps him by the collar. You scoundrel! What did you do to me last night? Why am I in your little bodyguard's bed? Tsunade glares at him. Unfazed, he shrugs. I did nothing. But I was rather inebriated by someone. You better not mention it again. You can't tell anyone about last night, or I'll make you regret it. Come with me. My grandmother wants you to have breakfast, Tsunade says, her face flushed with anger. I'm worried I won't be full, Xuanyue Kongming retorts, casting a glance at her ample bosom as he steps over the threshold. Tsunade pulls him back by the collar, forcefully pushing him onto the bed. Mind your manners. I have my own assets, you know. The two find themselves in a compromising position on the bed, oblivious to the figure appearing in the doorway. Uzumaki Mito has been waiting in the living room for Tsunade to call them for breakfast, but her absence prompts her to investigate. Upon entering, she witnesses Tsunade pushing Xuanyue Kongming down on the bed. Quietly retreating from the courtyard, Uzumaki Mito smiles as she heads back to the living room. Sipping from a bowl of porridge, little Tsunade has finally grown up. She knows how to engage in playful antics. Xuanyue Kongming is a prominent figure in the land of water, a suitable match for Tsunade. He is courteous and handles matters with grace. They complement each other well. Ultimately, Xuanyue Kongming manages to escape Tsunade's clutches, joining Guer and Ijong as they playfully enter the living room. Grandma, why didn't you wait for me to eat? Tsunade pouts. Uzumaki Mito sets down her bowl, amusement dancing in her eyes as she gazes at Tsunade. Little Tsunade, how did you end up in bed with him instead of calling him for breakfast? Have you forgotten your old grandmother entirely? That's not true. We were just playing around. Please don't say such things. Tsunade protests. Uzumaki Mito continues to smile knowingly. No need to say more. Kongming is a fine young man. Little Tsunade, you should seize the opportunity. I'm ignoring you. I'm going out to play. If Grandma thinks highly of Xuanyue Kongming, then let that scoundrel stay and keep you company. In the end, Uzumaki Mito employs her cleverness to extract pocket money from Tsunade, leading her to unwillingly take Xuanyue Kongming along. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, good morning. Jiraiya, you look quite haggard. Have you been burning the midnight oil? Tsunade greets them. Good morning. Lord Xuanyue, they respond. I didn't sleep well last night, but there's no need to worry, he replies. Jiraiya, my dear brother, remember that art cannot be mastered overnight. Moderation is key. Xuanyue Kongming knows Jiraiya must have spent the night engrossed in novels, likely anticipating the release of Paradise of Affection. Enough chatter. Today, I plan to wreak havoc. In Chapter 20, Senju's inevitable victory and defeat, Xuanyue Kongming raises his right hand before Tsunade, gently twirling 3 fingers as he states, Princess Tsunade, do you have enough money? You are the little sheep supporting most of the gamblers in the wood industry. His words resonate with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, both covering their eyes in resignation. You scoundrel. I have frequented various gambling houses since I was 4 years old, participating in hundreds of games, Xuanyue Kongming exclaims, his eyes wide with exaggerated surprise. Wow, how impressive. But you've never won a single game. I know 108 ways to roll dice and am proficient in all forms of card games. Yet, you've never won a game, he continues, giving Tsunade a thumbs up. This is infuriating. I will make you pay for this. Tsunade retorts, but before she can act, Jiraiya and Orochimaru hold her back. Let me go, Jiraiya. I bet you I will win against him. Why does he claim I have never won? Xuanyue Kongming silently applauded Princess Tsunade for her splendid performance, expertly pouring salt into Jiraiya's wounds, adding cumin and chili powder for good measure. Xuanyue Kongming watched as the utterly defeated Jiraiya crouched in a corner, prodding the ground with a small stick, the air of despair surrounding him palpable. The laughter and chatter echoed as they headed to Tsunade's favored gambling den. Xuanyue Kongming had anticipated Tsunade's popularity, yet he was taken aback by the overwhelming reception she received. Upon entering the establishment, he found himself jostled away from Tsunade by eager gamblers, who greeted her with more warmth than they would their own parents. He recognized the gleam in their eyes, an eager anticipation of wealth, a sense of relief at a change in fortune, and the gleeful gaze of those who had found a great source of amusement. Princess Tsunade, I have awaited your arrival for 26 hours and 15 minutes. What kept you? He mused. Are these fine individuals your friends? Shall we partake in some games together? Xuanyue Kongming rejoined Tsunade's side. Of course we shall play. I, Senju, am destined to win, and today I shall avenge my sister, who is bound to lose. He pointed at Tsunade with one hand, while the other revealed a stack of 100 notes, each worth 100,000 ryo. You scoundrel, who is your sister? Tsunade retorted. Why, you, my beloved Tsunade sister. My dear brother, he replied playfully. Xuanyue Kongming unleashed his financial prowess, compelling the steadfast Tsunade to yield. For it was not her lack of strength, but the overwhelming odds that forced her hand. Distributing 2 million ryo to each, take this and enjoy. It is on me. Laughter erupted. Senju is bound to win. How can we lose when gambling with Princess Tsunade? Indeed, as long as we bet alongside her, victory is assured. Have the courage to bet alongside Princess Tsunade, and then we shall see your true skill. Xuanyue Kongming smiled nonchalantly, perceiving their taunts as mere attempts to win his money. As the game commenced, Tsunade boldly placed 2 million ryo on the table, exuding confidence. The meager sum given to her by Naruto had long been forgotten. Tucked away in her wallet, as she dismissed it with a wave. We are not acquainted. Please do not contact me again, lest 2 million ryo become jealous. The betting was simple. Wager on big or small, with payouts based on the stakes placed. As the dice tumbled, Xuanyue Kongming witnessed Tsunade's audacity, placing a hefty bet on big, while others scrambled to bet small. Master, which should I choose? You can always trust Princess Tsunade, he assured her with a smile, signaling encouragement. I wager 10,000 on small. Whatever you choose, I shall follow your lead. The first round concluded with a small win for Xuanyue Kongming, who ignored Tsunade's discontent, collecting his winnings with a grin. Master, we have amassed considerable wealth. Uchiha Ino exclaimed, shaking his arm in delight. Shoo, let us remain discreet. Humph. What is there to boast about? We too have won. Senju is bound to win. Their camaraderie teased Tsunade, who, despite her losses, felt the sting of their mockery. System. Provide me with a cheat. 50 million points for the ultimate technique encompassing card reading, memory, manipulation, and altering dice values. This will suffice, he decided. His mind flooded with various stratagems. In the second round, he again placed his bet on small, while Tsunade opted for big. The outcome remained 10 points, perpetually eluding Tsunade's grasp of victory. Surely, it cannot be small again. I shall bet big, Tsunade declared, slamming her 10,000 ryo on the table. Xuanyue Kongming, intrigued by her tenacity, mirrored her bet. I admire your spirit. Let us bet big together. Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback by his boldness. With prior knowledge of the dice's outcome, he gently nudged the table, flipping a 1 to a 2, resulting in 11 points. See, fortune favors me. Betting with me is never a mistake. Yet Tsunade did not share in the joy. A hint of concern flickered in her eyes. Why did we win? Alas, even Princess Tsunade can prevail. It is indeed a miracle. In the fourth round, Xuanyue Kongming refrained from betting alongside her, resulting in Tsunade's loss. The fifth round saw her win, followed by another loss in the sixth. Observing the unfolding events, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kabuto suspected something was amiss. It appeared that Xuanyue Kongming had not lost a single game. They resolved to bet alongside him. You three are quite clever, Xuanyue Kongming remarked as he pocketed the 2 million ryo intended for Tsunade. Huh. Princess Tsunade is destined to lose all her money. What are you laughing at? Look at your own losses. You too have lost a fair sum. Impossible. I truly lost a few hundred ryo. I thought I had won. The money had already been claimed by Tsunade's so-called brother, who had been winning alongside his little sister. Senju is indeed formidable. Her reputation is well-deserved. Xuanyue Kongming drained the last of Tsunade's funds. Come now. Remember, I shall reclaim my losses next time. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, vowing, I will win back what I have lost. Princess Tsunade, you have unjustly accused us. We too have lost, all to your brother. Indeed, he is remarkable. If only I possessed half of his skill, I would seek him as my mentor. I too wish to learn. Even a fraction of his expertise would suffice. As Xuan Yue Kongming meticulously counted his thick stack of cash, he suddenly felt a surge of resentment and met Tsunade's mournful gaze. Scoundrels as friends. Do you not feel guilty for winning my money? Of course not, for I possess no conscience, he quipped, laughing. Just teasing. Let us dine on grilled meat. At the barbecue restaurant, the discontented Tsunade ordered a lavish spread, her mouth stuffed with food. You lot are utterly excessive. Winning without inviting me along is hardly the behavior of friends. Here, dear Tsunade sister, take the winnings I have earned. Enjoy yourself. Xuan Yue Kongming offered her the money. How generous. You shall be my dear friend from now on, Tsunade replied appreciatively. After a while, with little to show for their efforts, Xuan Yue Kongming mused that gambling only held significance when it involved familial bonds, friendship, or leadership. Otherwise, it was merely a waste of time and energy. I shall treat you all to a soak in the hot springs to unwind, he promised. That evening, at the Deerhorn Hot Springs, there are so many people. Let us arrange for 2 private rooms. As Xuan Yue Kongming soaked in the springs, he contemplated how to guide Jiraiya towards unlocking the door to new worlds, having delivered the key to him just the day prior. Jiraiya, how is the novel? He asked playfully. Quite engaging. I aspire to write a novel of the same genre. Jiraiya replied. Writing requires inspiration, and the hot spring is the perfect place to find it. Come, let me show you something. Leading his 3 companions out of their room, they traversed the men's bathing area before swiftly entering the women's pool. I shall demonstrate once. Watch closely. Xuan Yue Kongming approached the door, gently parting the curtain, bending down to peer inside, his gaze unwavering. Well, have you learned? Now it is your turn to try, he observed as his friends approached the women's bathing area. Noting that Tsunade and Ino were absent, allowing them to proceed unimpeded as he quietly returned to the men's hot springs. He thought to himself that he must leave Jiraiya with unforgettable memories alongside his 3 companions. This experience would be an indelible mark upon their lives. Boss, I just saw 3 suspicious individuals enter the next room. They may be attempting to spy on the female ninjas bathing. During the day, he had led his companions to win a considerable sum, more than sufficient to cover their medical expenses. On his way back to the room, Xuan Yue Kongming noticed Danzo enjoying the hot springs in the adjacent room. What a coincidence. Lord Xuan Yue, come in and join us, Danzo invited. I finished my tasks early and thought I would relax in the hot springs. With Danzo's capabilities, becoming Hokage was well within his grasp. Assisting the Hokage was no trivial matter. Xuan Yue Kongming continued to incite Danzo, yet unfortunately, Senju Tobarama chose Sarutobi Hiruzen as the Hokage. Xuan Yue Kongming incessantly referred to Hiruzen as the Hokage's aide, which irked Danzo immensely. The fleeting warmth he felt the day before dissipated in an instant, causing his disdain for Hiruzen to escalate once more. Apprehend the lecher. The shrill voice of a female ninja echoed throughout the hot spring house, creating chaos in the women's bathing area as they hastily donned their robes and rushed out, while male ninjas watched with great delight. Elder Danzo, let us go take a look. Xuan Yue Kongming, now dressed, entered the women's bath alongside Danzo. At first glance, he saw Jiraiya's 3 companions, battered and lying on the ground. While Tsunade and Uchiha Itachi stood nearby, Tsunade's fists clenched and sleeves rolled up, having dealt a severe beating that left several bones in their arms and legs broken. Hiruzen's disciples have become increasingly outrageous, even banding together to peep into the women's bath. I shall inquire how Hiruzen educates his students. Danzo was the first to speak, directing his ire squarely at Hiruzen. Danzo had not anticipated that a mere trip to the hot springs would yield such unexpected gains. Hiruzen, basking in the glow of his 3 disciples, found his position as Hokage more secure. Danzo yearned to return to the root, to instruct his subordinates to spread rumors and seize the opportunity to undermine Hiruzen while consolidating more power for himself. Jiraiya, having suffered a nosebleed, fell with a thud, drawing attention, and the trio received a thorough thrashing from Tsunade. They would remain oblivious to the traitor in their midst who had reported them, sealing their fate of receiving punishment on this day. Xuan Yue Kongming approached Tsunade, gently patting her back. Calm down, Tsunade. They're young, and curiosity is entirely normal. A good beating will suffice. You scoundrel, did you join them? Tsunade retorted. Don't wrongfully accuse the innocent. I was in the hot spring with Elder Danzo when I heard the screams and only came after I dressed. Just as Xuanyue finished speaking, he caught sight of Jiraiya's three companions on the ground, struggling to raise their right hands and giving him the middle finger, muttering, "Shameless." The trio soon found themselves admitted to the Konoha hospital. Xuanyue Kongming made his way alone to the Hokage's office. "Mr. Sarutobi, I have explored all of Konoha and plan to depart for the capital of the Land of Fire tomorrow. I wish to issue a high-level mission, requiring your 3 disciples to protect me for 2 months. Will you accept this task?" The opportunity to take on a mission from the esteemed Xuanyue Kongming was one Danzo could not pass up, and he readily accepted on behalf of his disciples. "Excellent. This will not hinder your work, Mr. Sarutobi. Farewell." Though reluctant, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that his 3 disciples were at an ideal age for training, and taking on Xuanyue Kongming's task would waste 2 months of their potential. However, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru's antics having drawn Danzo's attention at the hot spring, it might be wise for them to retreat for a while. Over the next 2 months, Xuanyue Kongming traveled to the capital of the Land of Fire, selling a carriage and accompanying Tsunade on 2 short trips to the marketplace. He traversed much of the Land of Fire, visiting picturesque spots and exploring treacherous locations, but regrettably failed to locate the entrances to the 3 great sanctuaries. Negotiations for grain trade were finalized, with the Land of Fire agreeing to supply the Land of Water with 500 million ryo worth of grain within 6 months, delivered in 3 installments. The relationship between Xuanyue Kongming and Tsunade progressed significantly, beyond mere friends, yet not quite crossing into lovers. Under the dim sky, a fine drizzle fell. At the port of the Land of Fire, Xuanyue Kongming and Tsunade shared an umbrella, strolling through the streets. "Scoundrel, in 2 months I will finally receive my mission reward, and I can return to the gambling house, though it's likely I won to you in another hand. You can come find me. I can lose to you anytime." Xuanyue Kongming turned his head, gazing intently at Tsunade, raising his hand to gesture at his lips. "I will wait for you in the Land of Water to pour you drinks, allowing you to win several times." "Scoundrel, do not mention that again. I will never accompany you for drinks again." The 10-year-old Tsunade's cheeks flushed red, internally scolding Xuanyue Kongming for speaking such things aloud. What would others think? "Tsunade, why not return to the Land of Water with me? I could make you the lady of the Daimyo." Tsunade paused, shaking her head. "Not for now. My grandmother cannot leave the village. I must stay and accompany her, but perhaps in the future, I may go. Then I shall wait for you in the Land of Water. Before I leave, allow me to gift you something." Xuanyue Kongming gently took Tsunade's right hand and placed a ring on her 4th finger. "With this ring, you belong to me. From now on, if anyone wishes to approach you, you shall make them regret it." The ring was a special ninja tool that, when infused with chakra, could teleport over short distances. It must never be removed. "What a domineering scoundrel. Who do you think you are?" Tsunade muttered quietly. "Understood. Here, I shall give you this necklace passed down from my grandfather. This shall be our token of affection, shall it not? If you say so, then I shall accept it. But I do not acknowledge it. Kongming, you must take your leave now. The fleet is ready, and Gua has already arrived." Tsunade gazed intently at Xuanyue Kongming's face, wishing to engrave it upon her heart. "I will come to see you when I have the time, little Tsunade. I will wait for you. I will always keep that room for you." By the flower ship, Xuanyue Kongming pulled Jiraiya aside. "This is for you, my dear brother Jiraiya. I hope to read your work soon." Jiraiya nodded vigorously. "I will." Xuanyue Kongming gifted a book on biological genetics to Orochimaru. Standing on the deck, Tsunade's figure grew smaller until she vanished from sight. The flower ship, having set sail once more, began a new journey. Chapter 22. The man who would be king of the sea. Xuanyue Kongming sailed on the flower ship for 7 days, returning to the Land of Water. Standing on the top deck, he surveyed the entire port. In the 2 months he had been away, the port, once in disarray from his earlier actions, had been restored, with workers bustling about, transporting goods. "Welcome back, young master. Uncle He, I appreciate your hard work during my absence. I shall raise your salary soon." Xuanyue Kongming took Gua's small hand as they descended the flower ship, observing the somewhat plumper Uchiha He. "The port has truly transformed in 2 months. It is the result of everyone's collective efforts." Xuanyue Kongming climbed into the carriage. "If there are matters to discuss, we shall do so at the daimyo's residence." As they neared the daimyo's city, Xuanyue Kongming opened the carriage curtain and gazed outside. The large group of disaster victims gathered outside the city had departed, and the remnants of the ruins had been cleared away. Upon returning to the political hall, Xuan Yue Kongming flipped through the documents on the table with his left hand while rubbing his chin with his right, his expression focused, occasionally nodding or frowning. Everyone in the hall held their breath, their emotions mirroring Xuan Yue Kongming's expressions. Closing the documents, Xuan Yue Kongming pointed emphatically at the papers, taking a deep breath. I cannot comprehend what is written here. You may highlight the key points. Young master, these documents summarize the work of each department over the past 2 months, with 2 primary matters at hand. Firstly, the resettlement of disaster victims, and secondly, land allocation. Uchiha he took the documents and selected 2 reports from among them. Next time, please ensure the documents convey matters clearly, write as concisely as possible. After reviewing the documents that Uchiha he returned, Xuan Yue Kongming remarked, well done, in the next 2 months. Ensure these 2 tasks are thoroughly completed. Xuan Yue Kongming led Guo into Penglai Island, having not trained for 2 months. He felt as if his body were rusting and immediately entered the gravity training room, running 10 laps. Guo, come in and train. I have set the gravity to double. Guo stepped into the training room, moving cautiously. All right, young master. Xuan Yue Kongming sat nearby, watching Guo train diligently, her delicate face glistening with sweat, her clothes soaked through. Her lips were slightly pale, yet she persisted. All right, Guo, take a short break. No problem, young master, I can still hold on. I want to grow stronger to protect you. Guo struggled to wipe the sweat from her eyes, continuing her training. Xuan Yue Kongming approached and pulled Guo into his embrace. Am I truly useless? I have yet to become a chunin. I will keep striving, so please do not abandon me, young master. Gazing silently at the stubborn Guo, he thought to himself, you are only 8 years old. System, can the items I purchase be used by others? The price of products that can directly alter one's constitution is significantly elevated. For instance, acquiring chakra for another requires the system to fabricate pills, costing a staggering 100 million. This is acceptable. I shall have 2 of them. Guo, allow me to present you with something remarkable. Consume this, and your strength will surge instantly. Open your mouth, Leaning heavily in his embrace, Uchiha Guo gasped for breath, exclaiming, Master, keep it for yourself. I need not this. I can strive harder. Xuan Yue Kongming gently placed 2 chakra pills into Guo's small mouth. Moments later, Guo looked up, her eyes glimmering with joy. Master, this candy is extraordinary. I feel my chakra multiplying exponentially. With just a few days of training, I could ascend from a genin to a strength nearing that of a Kaguya within 2 years. Good, good, as long as it proves useful, Xuan Yue Kongming responded, playfully tapping Guo's small nose. Yes, yes. Once my strength surpasses my father's, I shall seize his wealth for you, master. He promised me last time, but soon reneged. I will take all his money, teaching him the meaning of cruelty. Xuan Yue Kongming was taken aback. Such filial piety, a traditional virtue of the Uchiha clan? A month passed unnoticed, and Xuan Yue Kongming sorrowfully regarded the news brought by Uchiha he. In the 23rd year of Konoha, he had earned not a single coin, but rather lost over 2 billion. This cannot continue. Profit must be made. Racking his brain, Xuan Yue Kongming recalled the exorbitant seafood prices from his past life. With the land of water surrounded by ocean, seafood could be procured abundantly. The timing was perfect. The season for sowing had yet to arrive, and many citizens were struggling for their livelihoods. Let them venture into the sea to fish, he declared. Uncle He, issue an announcement that the Daimyo's estate will purchase various seafood products, buying as much as is available. He immediately instructed Uchiha he to act. Master, buying so much will leave us unable to consume it all. Some seafood is not palatable. No matter, I know how to manage it. Once the announcement was made, many citizens were intrigued, particularly those along the coast. Saburo, your family should also go fishing. Indeed. There's little work lately, and it's fortuitous that Lord Xuan Yue seeks seafood. We shall see what we can catch. Saburo replied while preparing his fishing net. Humph. A bunch of fools. With so many heading out, they will struggle to sell their catch. It would be better to rest at home. The announcement clearly stated that they would buy as much as was brought in. The daimyo could only consume a few pounds of fish. Look at how many are going out to fish. Each catching 10 fish would suffice for years. He casually remarked, and many citizens began to waver. I still want to try? Xuan Yue Kongming acquired a culinary scripture focused on seafood, astonishingly written in square characters, showcasing the formidable power of food enthusiasts which had infiltrated the universe. Others could not comprehend it, so he personally trained dozens of chefs. Have you all learned how to handle seafood? Is there anyone left untrained? Days later, fishing boats returned one after another, and with trepidation, the fishermen entered the collection point established by the Daimyo's estate. As the announcement promised, they welcomed all with open arms. Ha ha ha, splendid. We sold all the fish. This year we can live comfortably. Saburo, quite the haul, I assume? Not bad. I earned over 3,000 taels in one trip. I'll buy my wife and children some new clothes. Saburo carefully tucked the money away. I'm about the same. Those who didn't go must be regretting it terribly. The announcement was genuine. They truly bought as much seafood as was brought to them. We shouldn't have heeded that fool, Sakegawa. Now we wonder if we'll make it back in time. All of this is Sakegawa's fault. His laziness ensnares others. That guy caught a boatload of worthless grass and still sold it for 100 taels. We should never have doubted Lord Xuanyue. Let us go settle the score with Sakegawa. Xuanyue Kongming watched as Uchiha he devoured the seafood voraciously. Uncle He, slow down. There's plenty to go around. Master, this seafood is delectable. Uchiha he mumbled between bites. If it's delicious, indulge yourself, Xuanyue Kongming thought. How could it not be? With the system's top-tier seasoning, Guer. Come taste the lobster. After the new year, the genuine seafood from the ocean was launched nationwide in the land of water, with aspirations to spread throughout the shinobi world. Xuanyue Kongming aimed to become the king of the seas. Chapter 23. Inviting them to their demise as the new year dawned in the 24th year of Konoha. Xuanyue Kongming organized simultaneous openings across 18 counties of the land of water. He dispatched individuals nationwide to distribute flyers and coupons, even to the smallest villages, ensuring that the people of the land of water were well informed. He sent the trained chefs to the county branch stores, utilizing mid-tier seasonings sold by the system. Seated in a private room, Xuanyue Kongming listened to Uchiha, he leading the opening ceremony outside. Everyone, please be quiet. The store of the Daimyo's estate is officially open, with an 8% discount on all purchases. Lord Xuanyue's personally developed methods using the secret seasonings of the Daimyo's estate will surely satisfy everyone. We welcome you to taste. Adored by the citizens of the land of water, Xuanyue Kongming's endorsement led to an exceptionally prosperous business on opening day. I never expected Lord Xuanyue's secret seasonings could make seafood this delectable. Indeed, each method has its unique flair. One could attempt to recreate it at home. Xuanyue Kongming adopted a high-end approach. His prices were not cheap, yet he did not mind others profiting from his methods. Influenced by him, a significant number of people in the land of water began engaging in the seafood trade within a short span. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months passed, and Xuanyue Kongming's strength further increased, developing a celestial body, with chakra reaching 200 units. The last batch of grain from the land of fire was about to be delivered. It was time to meet with the finance minister and bring him back to the land of water. Uncle He summoned Chuan and the two jonin. The discussion hall was brightly lit as Chuan and he entered with cheerful expressions. Xuanyue Kongming's summoning indicated another opportunity for profit. He held a mask, carefully sketching it. Glancing at the two men, gentlemen, the last batch of grain from the land of fire, valued at 200 million taels, is about to be delivered. Setting down the mask, he continued, as the overseer, he cannot leave. I would like to delegate this task to you, if you have the time. Upon hearing this, Chuan and his expressions visibly soured. Lord Xuanyue, we have the time, but our task is to ensure the safety of the Daimyo's estate. You understand our position. Rest assured, the task's reward will be 1 million taels each. Undertaking a private assignment, we cannot justify it to Lord Mizukage, he said, exchanging glances with Chuan. Xuanyue Kongming's expression remained unchanged, thinking it would be better for them to accept the task and meet their demise. I can increase the payment to 2 million taels each. You wouldn't refuse such an offer, would you? The cargo, valued at 200 million taels, must be perilous. We are powerless to assist. He remained unmoved, still desiring more. State your conditions. Xuanyue Kongming felt somewhat vexed. Since their fate was sealed, he allowed them to propose terms. Considering anything they could secure a victory for him. 5 million taels each is not excessive, is it? He raised a hand, extending 5 fingers. It is not excessive. You shall receive your payment upon returning with the grain. Prepare yourselves, Xuanyue Kongming replied, picking up the mask to resume his drawing. Wait, I'm not finished. Do you not think your demands are somewhat excessive? Xuanyue Kongming's expression darkened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Then find someone else to accomplish the task. He spread his hands and shrugged. Continue. We wish to exchange for 2 maids for our enjoyment. The one who let us in just now is rather appealing. And we also desire 2 songstresses. Xuanyue Kongming's expression remained calm as he silently stared at the hall enveloped in a chilling silence. The only sound being the crackling of the burning candles. Agreed, prepare yourselves. The 2 men left the discussion hall, thoroughly satisfied. Xuanyue Kongming watched them depart, a sudden smile breaking across his face as he resumed his drawing. That night, as Chuan and he hurriedly set sail to the capital of the Land of Fire. Xuanyue Kongming, having left the Daimyo's estate, arrived at the Land of Fire ahead of them. In a forest within the Land of Fire, the masked figure, Frost Moon Kongming, arrived at the entrance of a cylindrical building, gently knocking on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, and he followed the staff inside. Uncertain of the purpose behind the esteemed gentleman's visit to the underground exchange, whether it was to accept or issue a task, the staff inquired, pen and paper in hand. To issue a task, Frost Moon replied. Upon hearing this, the staff expressed curiosity. Oh, the rewards from the underground exchange are quite generous. Are you certain? Indeed. Frost Moon affirmed. A task worth 30 million Rio. Will you accept? He leaned closer to the reception desk, hands resting upon it. Of course. We shall accept any task that offers such a price. The staff responded enthusiastically, eager to know, what task do you wish to issue? 2 Jonin from the Hidden Mist Village will pass through the Upper Deer Village on their return to the Land of Water. I require the provisions they carry. The task must be executed flawlessly, and the recipient must possess no less than 20 years of experience. No problem. Please provide the deposit and sign here. Frost Moon took the task scroll handed to him, confirmed its details, and signed his name, Root. After paying the deposit, he departed the underground exchange and made his way to the Upper Deer Village, lying in wait. Not long after his departure, Kakuzu entered the underground exchange, and upon entering, he was greeted with, Kakuzu, there's a task perfectly suited for you. Would you like to accept? The reward is substantial. As long as the price is right, I accept any task. The staff handed him the task scroll, detailing the assassination of 2 Jonin from the Hidden Mist Village to obtain their provisions. I accept, Kakuzu declared after reviewing the contents. 5 days later, Kakuzu infiltrated the village. That afternoon, Chuan and his companion entered, marveling at the underground exchange's intelligence capabilities. This task is too simple. After leaving the Land of Fire, I shall return to savor the delights of the feudal lord's maid. I wonder how it tastes. Humph. You won't have that chance. Hand over the provisions, and I might leave you with your lives intact. Kakuzu emerged from the shadows. Who dares to steal food from the Hidden Mist Village? Chuan and his companion, already weakened, shouted defiantly. I would not only consider the provisions of the Hidden Mist Village. If the price is right, I would even contemplate the head of the Mizukage. If you do not comply, I shall take matters into my own hands. From a distance, Frost Moon observed the confrontation, noting that Kakuzu's battle against the 2 incompetent adversaries held no suspense. Within mere minutes, he easily subdued them. Bravo. You certainly possess the audacity to undertake an assassination task against Senju Hashirama. Frost Moon applauded as he stepped forward, clapping his hands. Frost Moon Daimyo, what brings you here? Chuan inquired, taken aback. I have come to deliver your reward. A long journey for a reward. Are you not touched? With that, Frost Moon raised his right hand, aiming at their lower regions, ready to fire. Ah! Chuan and his companion clutched their wounds, rolling on the ground. How does it feel? Do you still dare harbor thoughts about my maid? You are of no further use. You may perish. Please spare us. Aiming at their heads, he pulled the trigger, sending them to meet the Sage of 6 Paths. Chapter 24. The initial operations of the Shadow of the Pot. Frost Moon watched as Chuan and his companion closed their eyes in reluctant acceptance of their fate. Casting a sidelong glance at the vigilant Kakuzu. Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Waterfall Village, I bear you no ill will. Frost Moon scrutinized Kakuzu, whose face was obscured by a mask, revealing only his eyes. Remembering an anecdote from his past life, he pondered whether Kakuzu could strike Hashirama with a shuriken from 800 meters away. However, his attempt at goodwill did not sway Kakuzu, who remained distrustful. I went to great lengths to draw you out. Is your hostility warranted? Frost Moon implied that he saw Kakuzu's intent. Kakuzu, sensing the underlying threat, became even more suspicious. I do not know you. What is it you want from me? Realizing his oversight, Frost Moon lightly tapped his forehead. Oh, did I not mention? It is of little importance. I am the daimyo of the Land of Water, and I am formally inviting you to become the Minister of Finance. I'm sorry, but I must decline. I prefer my current lifestyle, Kakuzu replied after a moment of contemplation. Oh dear, I am quite displeased with your refusal, Frost Moon exclaimed, stomping his foot, and an illusory barrier enveloped the entire village. No one refuses me and lives to tell the tale. Today, it shall be either I who ends you, or you who ends me. Water style, whales swallowing the world. Frost Moon's demeanor shifted swiftly as he summoned a colossal whale that crashed down upon Kaku, effortlessly claiming a life. With a glint of amusement in his eyes, Frost Moon watched Kakuzu feign death, lying still on the ground. I have heard that the Hidden Waterfall Village's secret technique, the Grievous Curse, allows one to seize hearts and possess 5 lives, even achieving immortality. Kakuzu, how credible do you find this rumor? Frost Moon mused aloud, observing Kakuzu's motionless form. Just then, Kakuzu, still pretending to be dead, stirred. It seems I must fight with all my might, he thought, invoking his secret technique. 3 masks emerged behind Kakuzu, entwined in dark lines. Water style, whales swallowing the world. Frost Moon retaliated with an even larger whale, once again slamming Kakuzu to the ground. You have 3 lives left, if you do not use your ultimate technique. You may find yourself without further chances. Composite Ninja Technique. Fiery Wind, Chaotic Wave Explosion. 2 masks appeared on Kakuzu's shoulders, merging to unleash a formidable jutsu. Not bad. Now you are showing some promise, Frost Moon remarked appreciatively, preparing for another attack. Water style, whales swallowing the world. A 300-meter-long whale struck Kakuzu down yet again. As he watched Kakuzu rise, collecting his hearts, Frost Moon inquired, "What now? Have you surrendered? What do you truly desire?" Kakuzu thought, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. He felt utterly oppressed, having faced only a single technique, with no opportunity for resistance. Ignoring Kakuzu's plight, Frost Moon extended his invitation once more. "I invite you to take on the role of Minister of Finance for the Land of Water. Have you made your decision? This is your final chance." "Very well. I accept," Kakuzu responded, nodding earnestly, though he assured himself that Frost Moon would not unleash an even larger whale. Frost Moon reached into his robe, producing a mask, and tossed it into the corner as he departed, riding the winds. Upon returning to the daimyo's estate, he reclined in a rocking chair, observing the diligent training of his daughter, Guer, while awaiting Kakuzu's arrival. Guer had pilfered her father's secret stash, and Frost Moon rewarded her with a gentle kiss, inspiring her to further pursue her training. 3 days later, Kakuzu arrived. "Uncle He, this is Kakuzu. He will be taking over your position as Minister of Finance. You shall now serve as the Minister of Personnel, overseeing the evaluations and promotions of officials in the Land of Water." Frost Moon introduced the two to one another. "It is an honor. To dare engage with Senju Hashirama is truly brave. Only Lord Madara from our clan could contend with Hashirama. Let us look out for one another." In an instant, 2 former adversaries found common ground and engaged in pleasant conversation. "You may take your time to chat. Kakuzu's salary is 10 million ryo per annum. Uncle He, would you like a raise?" "Whatever. I do not care for money." At the mention of salary, Frost Moon nearly suffered burns from Uchiha He's resentment, having just recently given him a raise, only for Guer to snatch it away. Frost Moon dismissed the two and took up pen and paper to compose a letter to the Mizukage. In the letter, he detailed that Chuan and his companion had yet to return from their mission and requested an investigation into the matter. Upon receiving the letter, the Mizukage dispatched a team to the Land of Fire, where they discovered the bodies of the 2 ninjas in Upper Deer Village, slain instantly. A mask was found at the scene, and intelligence from the underground exchange indicated a bounty task issued by a ninja named Root. Kakuzu had accepted the task but failed to return, instead arriving in the Land of Water to trade provisions for the position of Minister of Finance. Root had not appeared since issuing the task, until spies from Konoha conveyed this information. A friend of this spy's family had previously expressed concerns to him, lamenting that Danzo had become increasingly brazen, threatening the family's prodigy to join the Roots. Upon reviewing the investigation report, Mizukage's spirits were instantly lifted. Realizing that Konoha was instigating trouble, and the recently added thousands of ninjas had finally found a place to exert their skills, he promptly dispatched individuals to Konoha, demanding an explanation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Danzo, was it you?" Sarutobi suspected Danzo's involvement, knowing that he had taken in numerous orphans for the sake of his Roots, making it plausible for him to seize some resources. Of course, it was not I. Someone must be framing me, Danzo vehemently denied. What about the root mask? Sarutobi inquired, scrutinizing the evidence sent from the hidden mist village, noting that the mask resembled those worn by root members. The roots had only recently been established, and very few in the village were aware of them. How could an outsider know? How could I possibly know? I could just as easily accuse you, Danzo retorted, contemplating the possibility of someone attempting to undermine the root strength. You speak nonsense. Mist Village demands compensation. How are we to compensate them? Sarutobi began to bang on the table. Why should we compensate? We can always go to war. Danzo slammed the table in response. The village had only recently emerged from a devastating conflict and needed to pursue peace rather than engage in battle with the Mist Village. You are too weak, Hiruzen. Danzo slammed the table again, glaring at Sarutobi. Unyielding, Sarutobi met Danzo's gaze, asserting, I am the Hokage, my word is final. You will regret this. Danzo stormed out of the Hokage's office. Ultimately, Sarutobi chose to compromise, and after discussions with 2 senior advisors, decided to compensate the Mist Village with 100 million ryo. The Mizukage was far from satisfied with the compensation. He demanded either an increase in the compensation or the death of 2 jonin from Konoha, a life for a life. Konoha protested, stating that was not feasible, as jonin were invaluable. They could perhaps increase the monetary compensation slightly. The Mist Village countered, asserting they were not short on funds and insisted that Konoha must compensate them with several high-level ninjutsu. Shimatsuki Akira forcefully interjected, declaring himself a victim as well. He had nearly lost his food supplies and a finance minister position, demanding compensation too. Thus, a verbal war ensued among the 3 parties. Chapter 25. New avenues for profit. After more than 2 months of back-and-forth exchanges, the 3 parties finally reached an agreement. Konoha would compensate the Mist Village with 1 high-level ninjutsu, 5 mid-level ninjutsu, a monetary sum of 15 million ryo, and 1 million ryo for the families of the deceased jonin. The Mist Village, having received the compensation, expressed satisfaction, declaring that since Konoha had shown understanding, they too would not pursue unnecessary conflict and promptly withdrew the thousands of ninjas stationed at the front lines. Observing that the 2 scoundrels had come to an agreement that excluded him, Shimatsuki Akira was unwilling to relent and began to write letters daily condemning the 2. Konoha, increasingly irritated by Shimatsuki's persistence, ultimately conceded, agreeing to compensate him with 2 shops, and that was the end of it. With the acquisition of the 2 shops, he intended to profit from Konoha by selling his products, relishing the day they would regret their decisions. He also did not forget to present Tsunade with a perpetual free card. With no time to continue his quarrel with Konoha, he received news that the newly established food processing factory outside the city had begun producing finished products. Come with me to check out the factory's new products. Shimatsuki Akira took Goyer by the hand and boarded a simple carriage, relishing her lap as a pillow, reflecting on 2 months prior, when his seafood business had expanded beyond the land of water, opening branches in major country capitals. He began to consider new ventures. The seafood business would inevitably stabilize, as commoners lacked the funds to indulge regularly, and ninjas needed to maintain their physique, not daring to indulge frequently, with the exception of one particular red bean. Shimatsuki Akira aimed to diversify his business across various industries, seeking to profit from the entire ninja world. He ultimately chose soldier rations as his next flagship product. The compressed series, self-heating series, canned series, and other variants mentioned in novels would all be formidable competitors for soldier rations. Welcome, Lord Shimatsuki, to our inspection. The staff is currently busy and unable to greet you. We ask for your understanding, Factory Manager Yoshiyama Yuji said with a bow, a look of apology on his face. Shimatsuki Akira waved dismissively. I am not fond of superficial gestures. It is better to be busy. How is the progress on the tasks I entrusted to you? Rest assured, the self-heating ramen and soldier rations will soon be in mass production. Yuji guided Shimatsuki Akira into the factory's interior. Lord Shimatsuki, here is a sample of the self-heating ramen. By infusing any chakra attribute or cold water, it generates heat, allowing you to enjoy delicious ramen in just a few minutes. Shimatsuki Akira reached out to take the ramen sample Yuji offered, but alas, he grasped only air. Goyer, faster than him, accepted the ramen, using chakra to cook it, carefully blowing on it until it was cool enough not to burn his mouth, then presenting it to him with both hands. Shimatsuki Akira picked up chopsticks, and under Goyer's expectant gaze, took 2 hearty bites. Not bad, Tastes great. We should experiment with creating several different flavors. He lifted a bit and offered it to Gore. Here, try some. It is quite delicious. Lord Shimatsuki, rest assured. The renowned ramen master of the Land of Water has contributed his family's secret recipe for us to study. We will ensure that the majority are satisfied. Following Yuji's gesture, Shimatsuki Akira observed 8 elderly gentlemen in their 60s, vibrant and focused, diligently crafting ramen in the research room. Very well, we must not forget their contributions. Award them medals. I have a favorable impression of these individuals. In the future, they will receive a 60% discount when purchasing products for use in their shops. Supervisor Yuji, lead the way. Let us inspect the progress on the soldier rations. Following Yuji's guidance, Shimatsuki Akira descended to the second underground level, walking along a long corridor. They were met at the end by a massive iron door guarded by 6 chunin. Upon opening the door, Shimatsuki Akira beheld a vast underground space, with dozens of large cauldrons lined up, each surrounded by a flurry of laborers. Some controlled the heat, others added materials, some mixed, others shaped the rations, and finally, they were packaged. Lord Shimatsuki, based on your provided methods, we can create soldier rations using a small amount of medicinal ingredients. Consuming one can sustain a feeling of fullness for a day. We have incorporated various ingredients to create different flavors: honey, fruits, floral scents, fish mint, and even stinky tofu. It seemed they had included an array of peculiar flavors. Shimatsuki Akira was greatly pleased upon hearing this, patting Yuji on the shoulder. Excellent, excellent. Expedite mass production. I want to commence sales in Konoha within a month. A month later, next to the Konoha branch of the seafood business, a previously closed shop had finally hung its sign, Fast Foodism. Curious Konoha villagers wandered into the shop, where shelves were stocked with boxes of ramen and colorful soldier rations. Shopkeeper, what do you sell? A commoner cautiously inquired while touching a box of ramen. Esteemed customer, what you hold is self-heating ramen. By adding water or using chakra, you can enjoy a steaming bowl of delicious ramen in just a few minutes. Allow me to demonstrate. The shopkeeper took a box of ramen, added water, and within minutes, a mouth-watering aroma wafted from the box. The surrounding villagers inhaled deeply, swallowing their saliva eagerly as they crowded toward the counter, eyes transfixed on the small boxes. Is it ready to eat? Everyone, please try. The shopkeeper placed chopsticks beside the ramen. Let me have a taste first, one villager exclaimed, slurping. So delicious. Just a taste. Please save some for me. Leave me some broth. Shopkeeper, how much is the ramen? I'll take a box. Villagers who had tasted the ramen eagerly inquired. Prices ranged from 15 ryo to 100 ryo, with the cheapest vegetable ramen at 15 ryo and the most expensive seafood ramen at 100 ryo. So affordable. I'll take 2 boxes of vegetable ramen and 3 boxes of seafood ramen. The shopkeeper struggled to navigate through the crowd clamoring for ramen, then turned to recommend the soldier rations to the surrounding ninjas. Dear ninja friends, we have developed a new soldier ration. Consuming one keeps hunger at bay for an entire day, and we offer various flavors. Is it true that one can go a day without hunger? Konoha ninjas were skeptical, hesitant to try. Certainly, the credibility of the Land of Water's nobility guarantees it. If unsatisfied, returns are accepted at any time. I shall procure 10 pieces, 5 pieces. I desire 5 pieces. No problem, you can come back to buy more anytime. The fast food business is exceptionally thriving, and the efficacy of the fasting pills has been undeniably confirmed. Their price is comparable to that of the military rations, garnering immense favor among the ninjas of Konoha, resulting in a temporary shortage. At the Hokage building, the owner of a restaurant suffering from declining business stormed into the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, you must intervene. That vegan competition is vicious, and they are stealing away our customers. We need to raise their prices. Indeed, let the prices double. Sarutobi Hiruzen was exceedingly troubled by the commotion. Having just resolved the compensation issue with the Mist Village, he was now faced with another dilemma brought forth by Shimazuki Akira. Had he known that the compensation would lead to such a troublesome establishment, he would have refrained from it. Unbeknownst to Shimazuki Akira, Sarutobi Hiruzen was ensnared in his predicament. Had he known, he would have found it amusing, thinking to himself, "You brought this upon yourself, monkey." Suddenly, he recalled the summoning beast, Inuzuka Kurenai, that he had failed to warm the bed for last time. Chapter 26. A deep exchange with Inuzuka Kurenai. Shimazuki Akira entered the realm of Penglai Island, stepping into the estate to summon Inuzuka Kurenai. Has my little master finally remembered me? I've been waiting here all alone for quite some time. Inuzuka Kurenai lamented. Indeed, Shimazuki Akira had forgotten her, yet could he admit it? Rubbing his chin, an idea sparked within his mind, and he executed a high emotional intelligence maneuver with ease. I went to prepare a gift for you. As your master, how could I not present a satisfactory gift to my beloved pet? Thank you, little master. I eagerly await your gift. As Shimazuki Akira was stared at intently, Inuzuka Kurenai was about to press up against him, and he could already catch a hint of her fragrance. I shall certainly ensure your satisfaction. Close your eyes, he said, patting Kurenai's head. System. Provide me with a canine demon template. Understood. Please wait a moment. Earth attribute Earth cleaving dog, 100 million points. No. Too weak. I'm not using it for farming. Give me something stronger. Flame three-headed dog, fire attribute, burns lakes and scorches mountains, 300 million points. No. Too ugly. I can't bring myself to use it. Find me something more aesthetically pleasing. Shimazuki Akira grimaced. Wind thunder howling moon dog, possesses wind, thunder, and shadow attributes, can fly and alter its size, 1 billion points. That's the one. Shimazuki Akira nodded with satisfaction, appreciating both its strength and beauty. The template generation is complete. Please infuse your blood, and it will automatically recognize you as its master after fusion. Shimazuki Akira bit his finger, squeezing out a drop of blood to merge into the template. Kurenai, focus and prepare to receive your gift. He placed the template on her forehead, watching as it slowly integrated into her body, feeling her aura elevate and her power gradually increase. He gazed unwaveringly at Inuzuka Kurenai as she transformed into a dog with a pure white body, a tuft of red fur on her forehead resembling a lotus flower, and a pair of wings embodying wind and thunder. Kurenai soared through the air before landing beside Shimazuki Akira, transforming into her human form. Thank you, my little master. You truly have given me a grand surprise. Kurenai embraced Shimazuki Akira's arm, rubbing it against her heart. Relishing the softness radiating from his arm, he replied, I am glad you like it. My efforts have not been in vain. I adore it. Inuzuka Kurenai's eyes sparkled as she gazed affectionately at Shimazuki Akira. My little master, do you require me to warm your bed? Very well, little fairy. I shall show you my prowess. Shimazuki Akira took Kurenai's small hand and led her to the small building's entrance, contemplating whether he would regret this decision. I shall not regret, master. You may proceed at will. Shimazuki Akira pulled Inuzuka Kurenai into the bedroom and drew the curtains. The moon in the sky blushed, and the flowers on the ground turned crimson. The spring breeze galloped with glee, and a plum blossom blossomed 7 times. The following morning, Shimazuki Akira awoke to find Inuzuka Kurenai peacefully sleeping beside him. He playfully slapped her on the thigh. Kurenai, rise and shine, little sloth. Master, let me sleep a bit longer. You nearly wore me out. Kurenai murmured sleepily, flipping over to continue her slumber. As noon approached, Guerra entered to train, and Shimazuki Akira finally got out of bed. Early morning push-ups were indeed exhausting. Guerra, this is my summoning beast, Kurenai. Shimazuki Akira held both their hands to introduce them to each other. Kurenai, this is my most loyal personal guard, Guerra. Hello, Sister Kurenai. You are truly beautiful, Guerra exclaimed. Kurenai took Guerra's hand, replying, Sister Guerra, you are also very pretty. Shimazuki Akira was intrigued by how quickly friendships blossomed among girls. After a few casual exchanges, they were as close as sisters, holding hands and whispering sweet nothings. Guerra flushed, her big eyes occasionally darting shy glances at Shimazuki Akira. When he looked over, Guerra blushed and quickly lowered her head like a startled deer. In the following days, Shimazuki Akira dedicated time to mentor Kurenai in her training, setting rigorous standards. He would conclude their sessions only when her legs grew weak. Kurenai, I entrust you with these shinobi dogs. You must care for them well. The future of the shinobi dog business in the land of water relies on you. Shimazuki Akira led Kurenai to a designated area where he handed her 100 pairs of various shinobi dogs. Kurenai gazed at the lively dogs in their enclosures, confidently assuring him, Master, do not worry. With the special food you provide, I will ensure we have hundreds of puppies in a few months. Good. I am at ease in trusting this to you. The dogs Shimazuki Akira had purchased were renowned breeds from his past life, transformed by the system into shinobi dogs. They were not overly aggressive but highly functional, capable of tasks such as tilling, guiding, guarding, herding, and more. With Kurenai in charge, he had no concerns about dog care. A year passed, and the initial 200 dogs, under Kurena's meticulous care and aided by the accelerated growth food provided by Shimizuki Akira, had multiplied to over 1,000. He planned to introduce half of them to the market as a trial. In the capital city of the Land of Water, Kurena's pet shop displayed a few cages containing energetic puppies. These puppies are irresistibly adorable. I wish to have one. Look at that black and white one, the Siberian Husky. Its gaze is fierce, and its bark is thunderous. Surely a great hunting companion. I'm more intrigued by the Alaskan Malamute beside it. They look quite similar. And its size suggests a bold demeanor, perfect for guarding. The shopkeeper stood at the entrance, greeting customers. Hello everyone. Welcome to our pet shop. We offer various types of dogs. They will undoubtedly be your most loyal companions. What are the prices for each breed? Are they expensive? The eager customers inquired about the shinobi dogs. All pets in this shop are provided by the Daimyo's estate. These are the first batch, with prices ranging from 100 to 1,000 ryo. The most expensive are the farm dogs, capable of both hunting and guarding. Lord Shimizuki is also offering a special promotion today, 10% off for one dog, 20% off for two, while supplies last. First come, first served. I'll take a white one. We'll buy 2 huskies. They'll be perfect for our hunting trip tomorrow. Give me a farm dog. I adore its color. Shimizuki Akira, cradling Kurena, who had transformed into her smaller form, sat in a private dining room on the 3rd floor. Observing the eager citizens below vying to purchase dogs. Kurena, I did not expect the business to be so prosperous. It seems many people are fond of cute pets. The initial batch was still too few. Do not worry, master. A new batch of puppies will be born in a few days, and the numbers will only increase. The business will continue to flourish. Kurena's eyes crescented with joy as she relished Shimizuki Akira's gentle caresses. Shimizuki Akira's 3 businesses thrived, his profits multiplying. And the precious items in the system shop became increasingly attainable. He planned to acquire a pair of Sharingan. A legendary eye without a unique pair felt somewhat lacking for a man endowed with a system. Chapter 27. Unveiling the Eternal Kaleidoscope in the 27th year of Konoha. Shimizuki Akira's ventures expanded significantly, with branches established in every nation, regardless of size. While some rejoiced, others lamented. His shops in Konoha aggressively captured market share, rendering the businesses of his competitors increasingly difficult. The clan leader lamented that the military rations had become unsellable, with an increasing number of clan members voicing their discontent over the declining quality of snacks. Autumn Path, the 9th elder of the clan, who had overseen the military rations business, found himself increasingly troubled, his once lustrous silver hair thinning just like the family business. Autumn Path foam, with a handful of chips in hand, muttered about lowering prices, exasperated by the situation. After dedicating over half a year to developing a fasting pill, they had only managed to create a stinky tofu-flavored military ration. Disappointed with the taste of the chips, he set them aside and pulled out a branded snack he had enjoyed daily 3 years ago, now a guilty pleasure he could only indulge in secretly. Don't blame me, he thought. My 6th brother's research department is ineffective. After a moment's hesitation, the 9th elder resolutely suggested to Autumn Path, you should speak with the Hokage and insist on shutting down fast foodism. That's futile, Autumn Path replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen is constantly besieged at the door. If he had a solution, he wouldn't have waited this long. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated closing the store in the Land of Water and expelling its merchants to support Konoha's goods while boycotting foreign products. Standing by the window, he observed the citizens protesting below, a sight that had become a frequent occurrence since the opening of fast foodism, with protests erupting every few days without fail, more fervent than the act of eating itself. Tsunade, Jiraiya, go quell the unrest. That rascal Frost Moon is a significant nuisance, he commanded. Tsunade chuckled to herself, recalling a certain troublesome figure, her heart filled with nostalgia. It had been years since she had seen him, and she wondered if he had grown thin. Arrest them all. Lock them up in the security team's prison. The Uchiha clan of Konoha sprang into action, apprehending the protesting citizens. Fear not, brethren. For every one of you we capture, there are thousands more. Let me go, one protester pleaded. The crowd scattered in a panic, leaving the Uchiha feeling helpless. Capturing them was futile, as they would just be released after a couple of days and return once again. Apologies for the inconvenience, Tsunade and Jiraiya remarked as they descended the stairs to find the citizens had already vanished. You must find a solution. We've accomplished nothing in 2 years. The leading Uchiha, Run, was nearing the brink of frustration, often being the one summoned whenever trouble arose. The Hokage was in discussion with Elder Danzo, contemplating a viable solution. Hiruzen, that feeble-minded leader of yours, what are you afraid of? Just reclaim the store, and all problems will dissolve. Danzo's disdain for Hiruzen's indecisiveness grew. Absolutely not. The village's reputation must be preserved. Hiruzen firmly rejected Danzo's suggestion. Teacher, perhaps we should send someone to the Land of Water to negotiate directly with the Frost Moon Daimyo. Tsunade, with no hint of ulterior motives, proposed. I think that is a sound idea, Autumn Path Feng interjected, entering the Hokage's office. I can lead a team to the Land of Water to discuss this matter. Haven't you come here, Feng? Hiruzen was surprised to see his former teammate, as Autumn Path Feng rarely involved himself in Konoha's decisions. With a tone tinged with resignation, Feng explained, the Autumn clan's business has been severely impacted, and my clan members are urging me to intervene. Very well. You shall lead Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to the Land of Water. Why complicate things? I suggest we shut it down immediately, Danzo grumbled again. Danzo, be silent. I have made my decision. You will regret this, Hiruzen, he retorted. Meanwhile, Frost Moon was at Penglai Island, reclining in a sunlit chair, summoning the system. He had accumulated 80 billion points over the years without spending a single one and decided to customize a pair of Sharingan. System. I wish to purchase a pair of Sharingan. Can I customize the eye's abilities? Yes, host. What abilities would you like for the Sharingan? Is there an option for immunity to genjutsu? Indeed, there is Heavenly Demon Descendant, which bestows unparalleled willpower and immunity to all illusions. It also came with the Skill Heart of the Devil, which increases loyalty from those subjected to it, usable once every decade per eye. Excellent. I desire these eyes. 600 billion? Purchase. Beginning the awakening process, please prepare yourself, host. Frost Moon felt a tinge of doubt. The system had never required such preparation before. Moments later, he understood the system's intent. He was struck with despair, a torrent of sorrow, anger, disappointment, and pain flooding him. Tears streamed down his face as he knelt, his hands uncontrollably tugging at his hair, unleashing heart-wrenching cries. His chakra surged uncontrollably, wreaking havoc in the vicinity. This ordeal lasted a full 15 minutes, an eternity in which he felt as though he had endured centuries of loss and grief. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally stood, drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. System, you truly are a scam. Is there no service to awaken the eyes without side effects? This is too agonizing. There is none. The Uchiha clan must endure this process. Is this not a valuable life experience? Frost Moon activated his Sharingan in front of a mirror, the blood-red eyes swirling with an alluring malevolence. His Sharingan evolved into Rinnegan, allowing for the addition of another skill. Upon ceasing the eye's activation, he noticed Guer and Lianer rushing over, having heard the commotion. Young master, what just happened? Are you hurt? They both inquired simultaneously. I'm fine. I was merely testing ninjutsu, and the destructive power was a bit excessive. I apologize for worrying you. Leaving Penglai Island, Frost Moon immediately utilized the heart of the Devil Kakuzu and Yagura. 3 days later, he received a letter from Konoha village, expressing a desire for him to permit Autumn Path Feng to lead a delegation to the Land of Water. Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen can no longer sit idly. I thought he could hold out longer. Let them come. Frost Moon noticed a familiar name among the delegation and readily agreed. As the businesses in Konoha continued to decline, Danzo's root was stirring the pot from the shadows, deliberately inciting unrest, causing daily disturbances at the Hokage building. Kakuzu and Uchiha River shared a knowing smile. Half a month later, the Land of Water welcomed the Konoha quartet at the Daimyo's castle. Days prior, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru received orders from Sarutobi Hiruzen to accompany the head of the Autumn clan to the Land of Water on a mission. Upon receiving the command, Tsunade's heart soared beyond mountains and seas, through swarms of people, landing upon the longed-for Frost Moon. Jiraiya carefully wrapped his first novel, eager to share this joy with his brother Frost Moon. Orochimaru flipped through genetic biology texts, yearning for more knowledge and hoping Frost Moon would provide it. With 4 distinct intentions, yet the same urgency, the group hastened to reach the Land of Water. The Daimyo's castle had undergone 2 expansions over the years, featuring residential, commercial, office, and market districts, all radiating from the Daimyo's estate. As the Autumn Quartet arrived at the city outskirts, clad in ninja attire and unfamiliar forehead protectors, they immediately drew the attention of the townsfolk. Look, 4 ninjas are coming from outside the city. That leading one is quite portly, exclaimed a breathless citizen. Being walked by a husky. Let me see. They seem to be ninjas from the Land of Fire's Konoha village. I've seen them before while supplying goods to the Land of Fire, remarked a shopkeeper, stepping out from behind his counter, his Alaskan husky in tow. Shouldn't Konoha ninjas be heading to the Mist Village? What business do they have in the daimyo's castle? What's it to you? Just walk your dog. It's about to run away. The shopkeeper quickly dodged, glancing back at the Alaskan husky that had retreated to hide in the shop, sharing a look with the dog-walking citizen. In an instant, they understood the sentiment behind the unspoken words. Lord Xuanyue truly has a knack for creating challenges. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the bustling capital of the daimyo. It was even more splendid than the capital of the Land of Fire, pristine and orderly. Since entering the city, Jiraiya had been full of astonishment. Look, the common folk are walking their ninja dogs. Tsunade held her head high, swelling with pride. Upon hearing Jiraiya's exclamation, she followed his gaze, and indeed, a nameless citizen was running about with a ninja dog. Jiraiya dashed over. Hello? May I inquire where you acquired your ninja dog? Gasping for breath and wiping the sweat from his brow, the citizen replied, I bought it in the commercial district. They sell all sorts of ninja dogs. Wonderful. Does it have any special abilities? Jiraiya continued to probe. Of course. It's particularly lively and adept at causing chaos. What kind of ability is that? The group was left perplexed. Let's first attend to business at the daimyo's residence. We can discuss other matters later, Akimichi Choji interjected, interrupting Tsunade's inquisitive nature. In the daimyo's council hall, Xuanyue Kongming welcomed Akimichi Choji, accompanied by Kakuzu. Long time no see, how have you been? Xuanyue Kongming scanned the faces of Akimichi Choji, Orochimaru, and then fixed his gentle gaze upon Tsunade. Tsunade reciprocated with a soft nod, her eyes filled with warmth. Choji, setting down his chips, chuckled awkwardly. Can I say things are quite dreadful? Ha ha ha. The head of the Akimichi clan is an honest man, Xuanyue Kongming replied with a light-hearted tone. No worries. Once the conversation concludes, all will be well, won't it? He shifted his focus back to Choji, noting the humor in his demeanor. Indeed, it would be best. The owner of Konoha village is always stirring up trouble, and surely there are those pulling strings behind the scenes. What do you propose we do about it? It's a simple matter. I have already contemplated this issue. We can select a few agents from Konoha, Xuanyue Kongming stated, taking a sip of tea. Agents will receive a 10% discount on goods, and the more they purchase, the greater the discount. They will undoubtedly cease their disturbances. Choji exchanged glances with his companions, and they nodded in unison. Lord Xuanyue, may I inquire whether we could collaborate on the production of Baiku pills? Choji asked with hopeful anticipation. Of course. There are two collaboration options. Xuanyue Kongming held up 2 fingers. First, as mentioned earlier, you purchase the finished products for resale. The second option is that I teach you the method for producing Baiku pills, and you manage the production yourselves, for each pill sold. We shall take half of the profit. Naturally, there is a particular herb involved that only I can supply, and I will keep track of the total output. Ultimately, the choice is yours to make, Akimichi clan leader. Choji pondered deeply, weighing the pros and cons of both methods. Can the Baiku pills produced by the Akimichi clan be sold elsewhere? Certainly. If you can sell them to other ninja villages, that would be splendid. Xuanyue Kongming replied without hesitation. I choose the second option, Choji declared resolutely. A wise choice. Additionally, there is a minor matter. We must close the self-heating ramen shop in Konoha. The establishment cannot remain vacant. I intend to venture into the pet business, which should be acceptable. Are you referring to those popular dogs in the city? Jiraiya interjected before Choji could respond. Xuanyue Kongming turned to assess Jiraiya, who winked back, revealing a corner of a novel tucked under his arm. Indeed, Xuanyue Kongming nodded knowingly. He planned to sell only 3 types of dogs in Konoha: huskies, Alaskans, and teddy bears. Xuanyue Kongming's proposal was entirely reasonable, leaving Choji with no grounds for refusal, and he nodded in agreement. Kakuzu, I entrust you with several tasks. Xuanyue Kongming instructed Kakuzu before adding, let us proceed. The banquet is prepared to welcome our guests. Xuanyue Kongming met with the Konoha quartet and reached an agreement, which quickly spread throughout the Land of Water. He had never intended to keep this matter confidential. His actions sparked discontent among the 3rd Mizukage, who perceived Xuanyue Kongming's agreement with Konoha as a missed opportunity to leverage against them. Xuanyue Kongming had never received assistance from the Hidden Mist Village. Recently, they had formed an agreement with Konoha, excluding him from the arrangement. Another matter of concern was that Xuangyue Kongming had amassed considerable wealth, all of which he had allocated to road repairs, bridge constructions, and housing developments, without increasing the Hidden Mist Village's funding, further inciting the third Mizukige's displeasure. Jinjia, come in, the Mizukige commanded. You are to visit the Daimyo's city and inform Xuangyue Kongming that I am displeased with his unilateral agreement with Konoha village and demand he annul it. The Mizukige's tone was flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yes, Lord Mizukige, Jinjia replied, turning to leave. Wait. Inform Xuangyue Kongming that the Hidden Mist Village's funding has remained unchanged for years and must increase. Next year, we require 10 billion ryo, not a single ryo less. Otherwise, the Hidden Mist Village will not be able to continue safeguarding the safety of the Land of Water. Jinjia was taken aback, stunned into silence for a moment. Yes. Is there anything else, Lord Mizukige? The third Mizukige set down his documents, deep in thought. Xuangyue Kongming has made quite a profit. He should allocate a portion to the Hidden Mist Village. Prepare 20 billion ryo, you will bring it back directly. Jinjia felt as if the Mizukige had lost his mind, making increasingly absurd demands. Chapter 29. Kakuzu takes the blame unbeknownst to Xuangyue Kongming. Someone was keeping a close watch on his finances. Had he known, he would have been quite amused. At that moment, he was accompanying Tsunade and her companions through the commercial district, relishing the vibrant atmosphere of human activity. He observed the stylishly dressed townsfolk bustling about, hearing the myriad of enticing calls from vendors. Xuangyue Kongming found himself enjoying meals without spending a dime. When he attempted to pay, the locals would become irate. Over time, he ceased offering money, instead instructing his aides to take note and adjust taxes accordingly. Xuangyue Kongming expertly fed Tsunade a skewer of snacks. How is Granny Mito? She's quite well, often asking why you haven't visited her. Every day, she pesters me to write to you. It's quite bothersome, Tsunade replied, swallowing her morsel with a hint of annoyance. Xuangyue Kongming pulled out a handkerchief, gently wiping the grease from the corner of Tsunade's mouth. That's good to hear. I will visit her when I have the time. What is your current level of strength? He awaited the onset of the Second Great Ninja War, during which certain events might prompt Tsunade to leave Konoha. Without hesitation, Tsunade replied, I can soon be promoted to Jonin, and the three of us can as well. Xuangyue Kongming affectionately ruffled Tsunade's hair, giving her a thumbs up. My Tsunade is remarkable. Of course, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are impressive as well. Humph. Your little brother Jiraiya often spies on female ninjas while bathing, and despite repeated admonitions, he still clamors to finish his novel early to share with you. Tsunade's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as she clenched her fists. Can you tell me what kind of novel you are reading? Xuangyue Kongming shot Jiraiya a glare, surprised to find he had been sold out. Nothing much, just a romantic tale between male and female ninjas, filled with intimacy and passionate exchanges, ascending to paradise together. Isn't that right, little brother Jiraiya? Xuangyue Kongming maintained a steady gaze on Jiraiya, placing a hand on his shoulder. Jiraiya felt as though he were being scrutinized by a predator, retracting his neck and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Right. What big brother Kongming said is true. See, we have nothing to hide. Let us head to the pet shop. I will gift you a puppy. Jinjia, feeling apprehensive, arrived at the daimyo's city, taking slow, deliberate steps toward the daimyo's residence. The short distance of a few thousand meters took him several hours to traverse as a ninja. When he finally reached the daimyo's residence, he fortuitously encountered Xuangyue Kongming and his companions returning from their shopping excursion. Lord Xuangyue, long time no see. How have you been? Jinjia stood at attention, bowing respectfully. He hoped to leave a good impression on the daimyo, fearing that if he were to be reprimanded, it might be less severe. He believed that as soon as he revealed the Mizukige's demands, he would surely face a beating. Oh, I recognize you. You are the snow from the Hidden Mist Village. Xuangyue Kongming furrowed his brows, recalling Jinjia after a brief moment. I remember now, Jinjia. What brings you to the daimyo's city today? Observing Jinjia stammering, struggling to articulate his thoughts, Xuangyue Kongming encouraged, if it's difficult to speak, just say it. He led Jinjia to the council hall, arranging everyone to take their seats in turn. Fear not, for I am not one to consume human flesh. What brings you to the domain of the feudal lord? The Mizukige has commanded you to annul the agreement with the Hidden Leaf Village. Yukizi Jinj cast a glance at Xuangyue Kongming, whose expression remained unchanged, and continued. The Mizukige informs you that next year, the budget for the Hidden Mist Village will rise to 1 billion ryo. Xuangyue Kongming maintained his impassive demeanor, asking, Is there anything else? Speak freely. He mentioned that you are earning substantial profits, and the Hidden Mist Village seeks a share of 2 billion Rio. Just as Xuanyue Kongming was about to respond, a loud crack echoed as the ornate conference table collapsed. How outrageous! Who does he think he is, shamelessly presenting such demands? Xuanyue Kongming was not angered by the Mizuki's audacity, but was startled by Tsunade's sudden outburst. Do not fret. Is it merely a matter of money? I shall write you a note at once. Seek out the Minister of Finance. Yukizi Jinji was astounded. Not only had he avoided harm, but he was also to acquire funds. He cheerfully took the note to request the money. Humph, what does a feudal lord matter? He fears the Hidden Mist Village and the Mizuki. Such excessive demands are not to be denied. How can you give in to him? That is your hard-earned money. Do not fear him. I shall devise a plan. Xuanyue Kongming was puzzled as Tsunade grasped his hand, her expression betraying concern for him. Indeed, brother Kongming, you are too generous. The Hidden Mist Village will only grow stronger. A cry of anguish escaped Xuanyue Kongming's lips. Tsunade, suddenly struck by an idea, slapped her thigh with such force that even someone of Xuanyue Kongming's robust constitution felt a jolt of pain. He winced, and Tsunade hurriedly began to massage his leg, all the while saying, if we spread the word, other ninja villages will not wish for the Hidden Mist Village to receive the funds and will undoubtedly find ways to obstruct it. Grasping Tsunade's small hand, he interrupted her fanciful thoughts. Enough, I require the funds myself. The situation with Kakuzu is one of reluctance. It is more challenging for Yukizi Jinji to obtain the money than it was for him to become the Mizuki. Xuanyue Kongming was entirely untroubled. Kakuzu was undoubtedly a competent minister of finance. Every single Rio spent from the treasury was accounted for, and the Mizuki's desire to pilfer 2 billion Rio was no easy feat. Yukizi Jinji approached Kakuzu with the note, pinned by Xuanyue Kongming, demanding the withdrawal of 2 billion Rio. Kakuzu's expression shifted instantly. He snatched the note from Yukizi's hand. The Mizuki of the Hidden Mist Village demands 2 billion Rio. Starting next year, it will be 10 billion Rio annually. You may provide him with the funds. Kakuzu thrust the note back at Yukizi Jinji and pushed him out the door, closing it firmly behind him. Xuanyue Kongming had conveyed his intent to Kakuzu previously. He had insisted on immediate compliance. The note for Yukizi Jinji had not been brought, nor had the seal of the feudal lord been affixed. Kakuzu understood immediately. Yukizi Jinji returned to seek out Xuanyue Kongming once more. Lord Xuanyue, the Minister of Finance refuses to disburse the funds. What shall we do? He refuses? Seeking me is futile. The position of Minister of Finance was obtained by Kakuzu in exchange for grain. You are aware of this. I cannot intervene. If you have a plan, you may pursue it. Xuanyue Kongming shrugged his shoulders and staggered back to rest. With no other recourse, Yukizi Jinji returned to the finance department, forcefully breaking through the door. Within 15 minutes, he was thrown out, tattered and bruised. Yukizi Jinji returned to the Hidden Mist Village, reporting the events in full to the Mizuki. The Mizuki, incensed by the report, ground his teeth in frustration. Cursed Kakuzu. Cursed Xuanyue Kongming. Cursed the Hidden Leaf Village. What shall we do now? Lord Mizuki, Kakuzu is unyielding. Go and speak with Kakuzu. As long as he steps away from the feudal lord's domain, the Hidden Mist Village will offer him a position as head of a department. The Mizuki recognized Kakuzu's capabilities and confidently extended an olive branch. Being a department head in the Hidden Mist Village is surely better than being the Minister of Finance in the feudal lord's domain. No one would refuse such an offer. Is it me again? Not you. Do you expect me to go myself? Reluctantly, Yukizi Jinji approached Kakuzu once more, attempting to entice him with the new proposal. Kakuzu, upon hearing the offer, felt no stirrings of interest and even suppressed a laugh, tossing Yukizi Jinji out once again. Xuanyue Kongming was not at all surprised by Kakuzu's actions. Observing the 3 chakra pills in his palm, a wicked smile crept across his face. Chapter 30. Kakuzu's Ferocity. Xuanyue Kongming returned the chakra pills to their porcelain vial and gently set it on the table. Come in. From a shadowy corner, a ninja appeared, kneeling on one knee at the entrance, bowing his head in anticipation of Xuanyue Kongming's command. Summon the Minister of Finance, Kakuzu. As you wish. Xuanyue Kongming dispatched Gore to the Land of Water on a mission, temporarily assigning a chunin to relay his orders. Before long, Kakuzu hurriedly arrived at the council hall, ledger in one hand and abacus in the other. Xuanyue Kongming surveyed Kakuzu's attire, feeling immensely gratified by his choice of Kakuzu as Minister of Finance, admiring his diligent demeanor. Lord Xuanyue, what do you require of me? There are many ledgers that need my calculations, he said, shaking the abacus, its sound echoing. Xuanyue Kongming raised a finger towards a nearby chair, gesturing for Kakuzu to take a seat. There is no need to rush. There is an abundance of work yet to be done. Once you finish one ledger, there will be more awaiting your attention. Wouldn't you agree? He chuckled mischievously. Under Kakuzu's resentful gaze, Xuanyue Kongming pushed the porcelain vial towards him. You have performed admirably for the Hidden Mist Village, so here is a little reward. You will need to assist in repelling the assaults from the Hidden Mist ninjas. Open it and consume. Xuanyue Kongming watched as Kakuzu placed the ledger and abacus on the table, then took the vial, opened it, and inspected its contents with his nose before consuming one. Moments later, his eyes widened as he hastily swallowed the remaining two. Xuanyue Kongming lifted his teacup, blowing gently to dissipate some of the heat, achieving the optimal drinking temperature. After taking a sip, he still found the cup brimming with steaming tea. How does it feel? Quite effective, wouldn't you say? Xuanyue Kongming remarked, his expression a blend of mirth and intrigue. The effects are remarkable, Lord Xuanyue. Is there more? I am willing to purchase it, Kakuzu implored, gripping the porcelain vial tightly. 2 billion ryo per pill, Xuanyue Kongming stated. Lord Xuanyue, I will acquire 20 pills and retrieve the funds immediately. Before he could finish speaking, Xuanyue Kongming witnessed Kakuzu dart out the door. 5 minutes later, he returned to the council hall, sealing scroll in hand, and dashed back to Xuanyue Kongming, exclaiming, Lord Xuanyue, all 40 billion ryo are here. Xuanyue Kongming accepted the sealing scroll, handing over 20 chakra pills to Kakuzu, pocketing the profit of 20 billion ryo. What a benevolent soul Kakuzu was. Having been thrown out onto the street for the second time, Yukizi Jinji was left in tears, fleeing back to the Hidden Mist Village. Lord Mizukage, Kakuzu is impervious to both coercion and persuasion. Shall we simply accept this? The Mizukage raised his voice. Accept it? The land of water is not Kakuzu's playground. Gather the heads of several clans. As the clan leaders assembled, having endured humiliation twice, the Mizukage, in a fit of rage, bypassed deliberation and issued a direct command. Kakuzu, the rogue ninja from the Takigakure, has been exploiting the land of water. This is a disgrace to the Hidden Mist Village and the land of water itself. And he must be taught a lesson. The Mizukage pounded the table, pointing at the clan leaders. You are the elite forces of the Hidden Mist Village. Go to the feudal lord city and unleash your full strength to teach Kakuzu a lesson. Let the other villages witness the might of the Hidden Mist Village and warn them to mind their own business. Let the so-called feudal lord see who truly rules the land of water. The clan leaders, eager for action, flexed their muscles, assuring the Mizukage, rest assured. We excel in combat. We will complete the task. Serving as the guide, Yukizi Jinji reappeared in the feudal lord's city for the third time within half a month. Unlike the cautious demeanor of the previous visits, this time he strode forth with confidence, leading his group directly towards the finance department. Xuanyue Kongming received word of the impending confrontation and summoned a group of steeds, hastily riding towards the finance department. Upon arrival, he found the two parties already in a standoff. The situation looked dire. Xuanyue Kongming urgently called out, take the fight outside the city. We cannot unleash our full potential within, and damages to the buildings will incur costs for repairs. Upon hearing that it would cost money, the clan leaders, who had been eager to display their prowess, instinctively moved towards the city's outskirts. Xuanyue Kongming followed closely behind on horseback, climbing the city gate tower to observe the battle from a distance. Kakuzu, instead of diligently pursuing your bounty hunting, has recklessly run amok in the land of water. Today, I shall impart upon you a lesson you will never forget. Indeed, time and again you have dared to challenge the limits of the Hidden Mist Village. Rebuffing the olive branch extended by the Mizukage, you must be quite impatient with life. Having been cast into the streets on 2 occasions, I assure you that the person you face today is not the same as yesterday. I seek to avenge those slights and demonstrate to someone who truly reigns over the land of water. As I spoke, my gaze drifted towards Xuanyue Kongming. The battle was imminent. Xuanyue Kongming stood atop the city tower, observing the fray with a grin, as if watching a film unfold. The arena was engulfed in swirling smoke, with an array of ninjutsu manifesting. Alas, how ruthless, how savage. One unfortunate soul had their hair singed away, another was left smoldering, and yet another found themselves choking on dirt. The ideals were splendid, yet reality was harsh. The more vehemently one spoke, the more dire the consequences they faced. Do not approach me. How can you be so powerful? Get lost. Xuanyue Kongming chuckled as he watched the individuals from the Hidden Mist Village help one another away, contemplating how the Mizukage would surely take matters into his own hands next time. I wondered what expression would grace his face after being thoroughly bested. The battered figures returned to the Hidden Mist Village, their faces bruised and clothes tattered, while the townsfolk laughed without a care. You worthless fools. You have brought disgrace upon the Hidden Mist Village. How can you return after being bested by a single opponent? The Mizukage was furious, his rage palpable as he admonished the group in his office, spittle flying with each word. Yukino Jinka remained silent, pondering the unexpected strength of Kaku, who had caught them off guard with his intricate combinations of ninjutsu. With no words left to say, he lowered his head to endure the Mizukage's wrath. After exhausting his ire, the Mizukage commanded them to return and recuperate. In a few days, he would personally escort them to the capital. Upon returning to the Land of Fire, Xuanyue Kongming encountered Tsunade, who had just returned from her own ventures. Why are you back so soon? Have you already squandered all your money? Little Tsunade, you have set a record. Tsunade wore a worried expression. No. I heard that Kakuzu taught a lesson to a few elite jonin from the Hidden Mist Village. Indeed, is there a problem? Xuanyue Kongming replied, puzzled. If he is so formidable, why would he willingly serve as your treasurer? Does he have ulterior motives? Tsunade spoke earnestly. In the future, if Kakuzu and the Mizukage were to clash, would that not be the most favorable outcome? Tsunade, tugged by Xuanyue Kongming, contemplated the situation, realizing there was currently no better solution. You are right. The situation is advantageous for you. I shall also train diligently, fulfill any requests Kakuzu may have, and wait for me. 7 days later, at 10 o'clock at night, the Mizukage and his men suddenly descended upon the capital, forcefully breaching the financial department and causing extensive damage to the surrounding structures, injuring numerous civilians. The Mizukage's actions seemed deliberate, intended to instill fear in Xuanyue Kongming. Chapter 31. Turning the tables on the Hidden Mist Village, the sounds of explosions awakened the sleeping populace, who emerged from their homes to investigate. Xuanyue Kongming immediately sensed the fluctuation of chakra and rushed to the scene, erecting a barrier before hastily returning to the capital. Kongming, the Hidden Mist Village is attacking again. Stay inside the capital. I will ascertain the situation. Tsunade and Uncle He entered the capital in quick succession, blocking Xuanyue Kongming's exit, insisting he should not witness the chaos. Feigning innocence, Xuanyue Kongming replied, let us go together. I promise to stay at a safe distance. Who am I, that they would dare harm me? The two considered this logic. No madman in the ninja world would dare attack a nation's leader in plain sight. Stay close to Uncle He and do not wander, Tsunade commanded, preparing to tend to the injured civilians. She placed a large slug on Xuanyue Kongming's shoulder, instructing it to watch over him. Remaining a kilometer from the center of battle, Xuanyue Kongming quietly observed the confrontation between the Mizukage and Kakuzu. Why must you fight within the city? Damaged buildings cost money to repair, and the injured require treatment. Haha, I relish this sense of unrestrained freedom. Even if I were to demolish the capital, you would merely stand by and watch. Who would dare oppose me? The Mizukage boasted from atop the ruins. Kakuzu, I offer you one final opportunity to join the Hidden Mist Village. Otherwise, your demise is assured. I refuse, Kakuzu replied decisively. Very well. The third Mizukage suddenly turned to point an accusing finger at Xuanyue Kongming, speaking venomously. Kongming, is it Kakuzu who has emboldened you to defy me? Today, you shall witness his demise and understand the consequences of opposing me. If you do not pay me 2 billion ryo, it is now quadrupled. That is impossible, Xuanyue Kongming vehemently denied. Then you must protect your people. Should we engage, many innocents may be harmed. He emphasized the word harm with intent. Fury surged within Xuanyue Kongming as he stepped forward, his voice low yet fierce. Do you dare threaten me? Before he could advance, he was firmly grasped by Uchiha He. The Mizukage cast a sidelong glance at Xuanyue Kongming, raising a finger and shaking it. With a single hand seal, he unleashed a ninjutsu that obliterated several nearby residences. No, I threaten no one. You are free to reject my demands. I am merely stating a fact, just like this. Xuanyue Kongming replied, very well. I accept your challenge, provided you can prevail. The Mizukage erupted into maniacal laughter. How delightful it is to have you comply. Why do you not grasp this? Secretly, Xuanyue Kongming ordered Kakuzu to act recklessly, severing the Mizukage's arm. As the command was given, Kakuzu launched his assault, igniting the battle, engaging in the Earth Grudge Fear mode. For masks detached from him, unleashing an onslaught of elemental ninjutsu without regard for chakra. The Mizukage, a formidable opponent, had served as a bodyguard during the first Kage summit and was well known for his prowess. His mastery of ninjutsu was unparalleled, skillfully alternating between defense and offense, rendering the two evenly matched for a time. As the battle raged on, the Mizukage chakra began to dwindle, the potency of his ninjutsu waning. He summoned a colossal water leech as his summoning beast, which spewed a corrosive liquid, its sharp mandibles pursuing Kakuzu. The Mizukage and the leech struggled to regain the upper hand, while the quartet of beaten ninjas lay incapacitated. Bored with the spectacle, Xuanyue Kongming grew anxious as Kakuzu struggled to subdue the Mizukage. Secretly, he unleashed a violent wind that ensnared the Mizukage's legs. Earth Grudge Fear, Fire. Kakuzu seized the opportunity, launching a combination chakra blast at the Mizukage's left arm. The Mizukage, unable to evade, was struck and lost his arm in the explosion. The Mizukage seized Yukino Jinka and tossed him into the leech's maw. As the leech's surface shimmered with a layer of blood mist, the Mizukage retrieved his severed arm and leaped into the leech's mouth, disappearing only to reappear outside the city. You will pay for this. This matter is far from over. The Mizukage, having sacrificed Yukino Jinka, executed a blood escape and fled, leaving the three clan leaders in shock as they watched him escape with a flourish. Xuanyue Kongming approached the fallen warriors, his expression complicated as he hesitated before calling out, "Get moving. Leave some food for us." Gently brushing aside Uchiha-He's hand, he remarked, "Uncle He, there are no outsiders. Let go." The slug's senses are already obscured. The Mizukage, having sustained grave injuries, would surely refrain from wreaking havoc in the capital. Yet, he would not accept defeat lightly and would likely devise another scheme. Vigilance was paramount. As Xuanyue Kongming watched the four ninjas from Konoha approach, he fell silent. "Kongming, I have treated all the injured. They will soon recover. Are you unscathed?" Tsunade, having treated hundreds of casualties, hurriedly approached Xuanyue Kongming, fatigue evident in her demeanor. "Of course, I am well. Your summoning beast provides me with immense reassurance. Sit and rest for a moment. Allow me to lend you my shoulder." Xuanyue Kongming guided Tsunade's head onto his shoulder, turning to nod at a Kimichi CHF. "Thank you for coming to assist. It is unfortunate for the nation that has caused you to witness this. Lord Kongming, there is no need for such formality. We merely did what was necessary. If there is anything we can do to help, do not hesitate to ask." The water shadow hastily returned to the hidden mist village, making a beeline for the hospital and summoning all the medical ninjas of the village to the ward. With a fierce demeanor, cold eyes, and a menacing tone, he commanded them to mend his arm, threatening dire consequences otherwise. The ninjas present felt a chill run down their spines, exerting every ounce of their skill to barely reattach the water shadow's arm, although his ability to perform hand seals was significantly impaired. Upon returning to his office, the third water shadow's chest heaved with rage, his hatred for Kakuzu soaring to the heavens, equally directed towards Mei Getsu. He seized a pen and paper, composing a letter to Mei Getsu. "Mei, you truly know not the blessings bestowed upon you. Protected by the hidden mist village, you show no gratitude. Harboring a heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Because of your actions, the hidden mist village has lost its dignity. You must transfer all business outside of the water country to the hidden mist village. Should you refuse, the village shall never cooperate with you again. Consider the consequences. Kakuzu alone cannot safeguard your extensive enterprises throughout the ninja world." Upon receiving the letter dispatched by the water shadow, Mei glanced at it with disdain, unable to suppress a laugh. The water shadow had learned nothing from his mistakes, expressing arrogance in his correspondence. "Eating my meals, yet hoping to dictate my actions. Then perhaps you should refrain from eating." Mei planned to replace the water shadow with one of his own, and to facilitate his domination, he needed to erode the third water shadow's standing among the people. The first step of his plan was to sever the economic ties. That afternoon, Mei issued a decree to all citizens of the water country. The third water shadow attacked the financial department, wreaking havoc in the Lord's city, injuring hundreds, and openly threatening the Lord of the Mist. Henceforth, the water country would cease funding the hidden mist village and prohibit any task assignments to it. Those who defied this would be charged with treason. Mei's command shocked a large portion of the populace. inciting a wave of public outcry in support of Mei while denouncing the Water Shadow. Other ninja villages reveled in the unfolding drama. Chapter 32. The onset of bloodshed. The rift between the Lord's estate and the Hidden Mist village deepened, leaving other ninja villages gleefully observing the spectacle while simultaneously breathing a sigh of relief. Mei's business flourished, profits skyrocketing, and he became a concern for the various villages, fearing he might ally with the Hidden Mist village and provide it with substantial financial support. Fortunately, Mei was solely preoccupied with his own enjoyment, as the roads were neither wide nor smooth enough for his lavish carriage, prompting him to construct new roads. When rivers proved too narrow and shallow for his grand vessels, he built canals. As shops scattered inconveniently, he raised numerous buildings to consolidate them into a single marketplace. Mei did not allocate a single coin to the Hidden Mist village, much to the relief of the other ninja villages, who were grateful for his folly. Nevertheless, this thorn remained firmly embedded in their hearts. Roads would eventually be completed, buildings erected, and there would come a day when Mei would remember the Hidden Mist village. Various nations and villages prepared to curtail his rapid accumulation of wealth. The Land of Lightning had already planned to shut down his stores and expel merchants from the water country before any actions could be taken. Fortune smiled upon Mei as chaos erupted within the water country, leading to a complete fallout between the Lord and the Water Shadow. The surprise was so sudden that the nations temporarily set aside their plans against Mei, considering he was a significant taxpayer. Mei took a moment to breathe. Having anticipated targeting by the nations and severed his ties with the Hidden Mist village, alleviating the immediate crisis. His next step was to forge alliances with the nations, yet he lacked a catalyst. In a secret chamber of the Lord's estate, Mei discreetly summoned Yatagami, who had just turned 10, and gazed at him with mixed emotions. It pained him to assign a perilous task to the boy, yet Yatagami was the best candidate. Yatagami, there is a mission that requires your completion. Return to the Hidden Mist village, infiltrate the side of the current Water Shadow, and await my command. Gritting his teeth, Mei entrusted the task to Yatagami. Rest assured, Lord Mei, even if it costs me my life, I will accomplish the task, Yatagami declared resolutely. Mei reached into his chest pocket, producing a porcelain vial and handing it to Yatagami. The Lord's estate can offer little assistance. Everything depends on you. The vial contained 3 chakra pills, designed to rapidly enhance chakra, to be taken over the course of a year in multiple doses to avoid arousing the Water Shadow's suspicions. Yatagami consumed half a pill on the spot, nearing the strength of a Nin. Mei handed Yatagami a piece of paper detailing the escape plan. Memorize this. The mission is fraught with danger. Do not act recklessly. Think carefully and exercise caution. 3 days later, Akito Takif completed his mission and departed the water country. Kakuzu personally saw him off as they left the Lord's city around noon. That very afternoon, calamity struck the financial department once again, engulfed in flames. Hailing from the Hidden Mist village, the current bodyguard of the Lord, Yatagami, was enraged by the Lord's treatment of the village and bore a deep-seated hatred for the financial minister Kakuzu, who had injured the Water Shadow. Aware he could not contend with Kakuzu directly, he seized the opportunity when Kakuzu departed the Lord's city and charged into the financial department, injuring multiple individuals and destroying vast amounts of money, ledgers, and documents. 3 Nin remained at the Lord's estate and rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion. Leading to a confrontation, Yatagami was outmatched and fled the Lord's city, pursued relentlessly. Exhausted and on the brink of death upon reaching the Hidden Mist village, he was rescued by patrolling ninjas. In the Hidden Mist hospital, Yatagami slowly regained consciousness. Where am I? Shouldn't I have been killed? He murmured in confusion, struggling to sit up. Just then, a medical ninja entered. Little one, you're awake. Please lie down. You were rescued by the village's patrolling ninjas and are currently receiving treatment. Wonderful. I'm finally back. For 5 consecutive days, Yatagami remained in the hospital for treatment. On the 6th day, a masked ninja from the Hidden Mist village entered his ward. Come with me. The Water Shadow wishes to see you. Yatagami followed the Hidden Mist Umbu ninja to the Water Shadow's office. The 3rd Water Shadow stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his left hand fiddling with 2 walnuts while a leech crawled along his right arm. Deep in thought, he observed the ninjas coming and going below. Suddenly, the Water Shadow turned, silently fixing his gaze on Yatagami, who looked up at the 3rd Water Shadow with admiration. Why have you returned? Isn't serving the Lord as a bodyguard a better option? It's safe and lucrative. Yatagami shook his head and boldly retorted, "Of course not. Born of the Hidden Mist Village, I shall die as a ghost of the Hidden Mist Village. It is my home, and my heart will forever belong to it." The Water Shadow was pleased with Yatagami's response, scrutinizing him from head to toe, a hint of a smile breaking across his pale face. "Ha ha. The little rascal has a high level of awareness. Well said. Causing a ruckus in the Lord's city shows great courage, and you seized the opportunity brilliantly. You shall serve as my bodyguard." Yatagami was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you for your trust, Water Shadow. I will strive to become a competent bodyguard." "Good. Invite all the village's high-ranking officials for a meeting. I have an announcement to make." As Yatagami departed, the Water Shadow began tapping on the table. The Hidden Mist Village faced numerous crises. Several years prior, they had reaped 40 billion ryo from sweeping the feudal lords, significantly increasing the number of ninjas. However, this led to ever-growing expenses, and the once visible 40 billion ryo dwindled. With many ninjas graduating from the Ninja Academy each year, the numbers only increased, and the annual funding of 3 billion ryo was but a drop in the bucket. To make matters worse, Mei provided nothing to the Hidden Mist Village, and even prohibited citizens from assigning tasks to it. Unable to generate more income, the village had no choice but to cut costs. With an excess of ninjas, reducing the number of graduates could provide a solution. Moreover, his little darling required blood to evolve, making it a multifaceted benefit. The Water Shadow caressed the leech, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. As the heads of several clans and elders gathered, the Water Shadow had already prepared his speech. "You are all aware of the dire situation facing the Hidden Mist Village. With an excess of ninjas and a shortage of funds, the village may very well collapse." The high-ranking officials nodded in agreement, and the Water Shadow smiled knowingly at their reactions. Seizing the moment while others contemplated, he continued laying the groundwork. "The gravest crisis originates from the feudal lord, who has ceased the financial support for the Hidden Mist Village and eliminated the sources of its missions, rendering our funding increasingly elusive. I believe that rather than squandering resources on training everyone, we should concentrate our efforts on cultivating the exceptional graduates from the Ninja Academy. What are your thoughts?" The Mizukage concluded his preamble and posed the question to everyone present. The Mizukage's assertion resonated. Given the current circumstances, there seemed to be no better alternative. As noted by Yuan Jun, Elder Yuan Jun contemplated that reconciling with the feudal lord would be the most prudent solution, yet it was evidently unattainable. The Mizukage's vehement arrogance was troubling. Perhaps a change in leadership would be for the best. "Very well, since we are in agreement. I hereby declare that the graduation assessment for the Ninja Academy will transform into a life-and-death combat evaluation. The victors shall successfully graduate and ascend to the rank of Genin." The Mizukage eagerly unveiled his bloody policy. As soon as he finished speaking, the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist were struck with horror. Even those accustomed to life and death were rendered speechless by the brutality of this elimination theory, their gazes fixed on the Mizukage. Unfazed by the reactions of the crowd, he pressed on with his policies. He envisioned that once the Leech evolved into the Leech King, he, the third Mizukage, would ascend to the throne of the ninja world. Overshadowing the likes of the Hokage, Xuanyue Kongming clung to his leg, kneeling in supplication for forgiveness. Yuan Jun hurriedly interjected, "Mizukage, this method of assessment is excessively cruel and untenable." "Cruel? Those who embark on the path of a ninja must be prepared for death at any moment. I am doing this for their own good, to expose them to bloodshed early on." The third Mizukage dismissed Yuan Jun's concerns, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was entirely devoted to their welfare. "Those who cannot even pass a minor graduation test will be of no use on the battlefield, dragging their comrades down. Why does no one comprehend my benevolent intentions?" The Mizukage resolutely rejected Yuan Jun's proposal, leaving no room for negotiation, and expelled everyone from his office. Collapsing into maniacal laughter, the third Mizukage, gifted from a young age, had been appointed as a bodyguard to the first Mizukage and was revered by the villagers, fostering an exceedingly arrogant disposition. Upon the ascension of Ghost Lantern Huanyue to the second Mizukage, he seethed with rage, cursing Bai Lian for being blind to the brilliance of the third Mizukage. He was convinced that the Ghost Lantern clan had conspired behind the scenes to elevate Huanyue to the position of second Mizukage, which fueled his disdain for the prominent ninja clans. The once invincible third Mizukage of the Land of Water fell to Kakuzu, losing an arm and shattering his pride. Consumed by hatred and vengeance, he became increasingly unstable. The higher-ups of the Hidden Mist village departed the Mizukige's office, deeply concerned. They sensed that the Mizukige was steadily veering towards extremism, foreseeing a turbulent future for the village. As anticipated, the Mizukige demanded that the Kingdom of the Sea raise the commission for hiring ninjas from the Hidden Mist village and increase the number of employed shinobi. Long plagued by pirate incursions, the Kingdom of the Sea begrudgingly acquiesced, leading to a rift in their relationship, prompting the Kingdom of the Sea to secretly dispatch emissaries to the Sand Village. Moreover, the Mizukige mandated that the ninjas of the Hidden Mist undertake bounty tasks from the underground exchange, with each required to complete a minimum of 1 million ryo worth of missions annually. The third Mizukige, having been active for an extended period, garnered a substantial following within the Hidden Mist, who responded to his call and ventured into the Kingdom of Water to undertake perilous bounty missions, resulting in an increasing number of Hidden Mist ninjas perishing in foreign lands. Dissent began to emerge within the Hidden Mist village for the first time, but it was swiftly suppressed by the Umbu. As the annual graduation day for the Ninja Academy arrived, the training grounds were filled with youthful faces brimming with aspirations for the future. Congratulations on completing your training at the Ninja Academy. You are about to graduate as ninjas. This year, however, the assessment content has changed. The Mizukige refrained from directly stating the assessment details, instead employing his usual tactic of guiding the crowd's thoughts. Becoming a ninja means stepping onto the battlefield, living in constant peril, and facing death at all times. Are you afraid? Not afraid. A chorus of determined young ninjas shouted resolutely. You are indeed courageous. The assessment will now consist of a practical combat evaluation. You will enter the Nightmare Forest and must eliminate your former classmates and friends. Half of you will pass the assessment. The parents outside the academy erupted in panic, desperately trying to storm the gates to retrieve their children, only to be thwarted by the Umbu ninjas. Mizukige, my son does not wish to be a ninja. I implore you to let me take him home. Parents knelt outside, their heads bleeding from repeated blows, pleading loudly. The masked Umbu ninjas, heads bowed and lips tightly pressed, clenched their bleeding fists, standing resolutely in place. The Mizukige cast a cold glance at the tearful parents, who continued to bow incessantly. He ordered the participating ninjas to be taken to the assessment venue. The supervising teacher gazed at her students, knowing that at least half of them would remain forever in the assessment grounds, eternally frozen in their most beautiful years. With a heavy heart, she sent the students into the Nightmare Forest. At the center of the Nightmare Forest stood a towering locust tree, 300 meters high, its trunk thick enough for several people to embrace. A pair of young men and women perched on its branches, playing with birds. Xuangyue Kongming interrupted Lianer as she teased a few young eagles, as the ninjas from the Hidden Mist had already been sent into the forest to fulfill their grim tasks. Master, a group of genin is hardly worth the effort. If we nurture them ourselves for a few years, we could reap a bountiful harvest without such trouble. What do you know? Nurturing them ourselves is nowhere near as rewarding as leeching off the efforts of others. Just do as you're told. Having received word from Shiyu, Xuangyue Kongming, perceiving the Mizukige's assessment method as a waste of ninjas, could not abide the thought of others squandering their potential, so he brought Lianer to leech off the Hidden Mist. Jumping down from the giant tree, he set up a one-time illusion array in a clearing and tossed the Mizukige's summoned beast, the leech, into the formation. Wind, come. Xuangyue Kongming summoned the wind, sending the participating students into the array. Lianer took action, whisking away the most vociferous detractors of the Mizukige, leaving the rest for him to continue his mischief. Xuangyue Kongming brandished a small knife, giving everyone a cut to draw blood, awakening them to the true nature of the Mizukige. He stood aside, grinning as he watched the young ninjas perform within the array and turned to Lianer, asking, So, have you selected a few? Master, the selection is complete. One little boy has already cursed the Mizukige's ancestors for 180 generations. A true talent. Wind, scatter. Xuangyue Kongming dispersed the remaining ninjas to various corners of the Nightmare Forest, perched on Lianer, who had transformed into a mount. Xuangyue Kongming delightedly observed the ninjas from the Hidden Mist being carried off by various ninja dogs, unable to contain his laughter, silently praising the Mizukige for his self-sacrificial approach, deeming him the most deserving of the annual contribution award in the ninja world. Leeching is delightful for a moment, but to continue leeching is to relish in perpetual joy. Xuangyue Kongming resolved to return the following year. Outside the Nightmare Forest, the villagers of the Hidden Mist awaited the conclusion of the assessment. parents anxiously praying for the safe return of their children. The first young ninja emerged, and all eyes fixated on the exit. As the sun set, parents who had lost their children wept bitterly, frantically rushing into the nightmare forest. The Mizukage rose, setting aside the walnut in his hand, leading the applause. Disregarding the grieving parents, and with a smile, congratulated the students on their graduation and successful ascension to the rank of Genin. Well done. Congratulations on officially becoming ninjas. I hope you continue to strive and create greater value for the hidden mist. The third Mizukage's second objective was also achieved. The majority of the students who passed the assessment hailed from ninja clans, inadvertently sowing discord between the commoners and the ninja families. Retrieving the summoned beast, the leech, which had absorbed a significant amount of blood energy, its power was sure to increase, and he began to anticipate the next year's Genin assessment. With his goals accomplished, the Mizukage took a moment to relax, rubbing his subtly aching left arm, and resolved to create trouble for Xuanyue Kongming. Chapter 34. The Mizukage's revenge. Xuanyue Kongming had become the object of the third Mizukage's intense loathing. His continuous accumulation of wealth proved to be more distressing than the losses incurred by the Mizukage himself. Enraged, he seized pen and paper, drafting letters to the feudal lords of various nations. The letter repeatedly emphasizes that Xuanyue Kongming has siphoned off the wealth of your nation, rendering it impoverished, and is poised to seize control of your economic lifeline. Should he be allowed to continue his business, your downfall is inevitable. The core message is clear, the threat posed by Xuanyue Kongming. The Mizukage incited the feudal lords of various nations, urging them to take action against him, shut down his shops, detain his staff, and restrict his commerce until he divulges his formulas and methods of production. The third Mizukage summoned Itsong, a member of the Umbu, and entrusted him with the task of delivering the letter personally to the feudal lords, ensuring that no one, particularly those in the Land of Water, could glimpse its contents. That afternoon, Xuanyue Kongming chuckled as he perused the handwritten missive from the third Mizukage. It was quite well written, with neat handwriting and coherent reasoning. It was a pity he wasn't penning novels. Having finished reading the letter without a trace of concern, he returned it to Itsong and instructed him to continue delivering the message. Xuanyue Kongming felt an unsettling familiarity with the Mizukage's maneuvers. "Young master, I'm back. I've missed you so much." Xuanyue Kongming heard the familiar voice of Gua outside the door and rushed out to embrace her small figure. He gently patted her back. "It's good to be back. The journey must have been arduous." "It wasn't hard. I just missed you too much. I think about you every day." Gua clutched his garment tightly. Xuanyue Kongming affectionately ruffled her hair. "I missed you as well. Now that you're back, you must stay home and rest." "That won't do. I still need to help you." Gua firmly rejected him, insisting that she had already delivered the items he requested and assured him of her commitment to complete her tasks. Xuanyue Kongming was at a loss with her determined spirit and playfully pinched her cheek. "You've lost weight. You must not have eaten well. Come, I'll treat you to a good meal, and then you can rest for a few days." The Mizukage's letter finally reached the hands of the feudal lords, only to be met with numerous disdainful glances. The Hidden Mist village had not severed ties with the lords, and they might seriously consider the Mizukage's proposal. Sanctions against Xuanyue Kongming would be laborious and thankless. Although Xuanyue Kongming was profitable, his efforts to train ninjas faced considerable obstacles. There was even a possibility that he could be compelled to reconcile with the Hidden Mist village. Xuanyue Kongming not only generated significant tax revenue, but also needed to procure goods and materials from their nations, ultimately returning wealth to them. The feudal lords tactfully declined the Mizukage suggestion, with the feudal lord of the Land of Wind outright berating the third Mizukage, a dog snarling at its owner. Scheming behind their back. What treachery! The Hidden Mist village should refrain from dirtying my sight. Go back. Xuanyue Kongming was justified in his actions. Disobedient dogs deserved harsh lessons. Funding should be curtailed, preventing them from receiving a single penny. The third Mizukage nearly choked with anger. His plan to undermine Xuanyue Kongming had backfired, resulting in him receiving a severe reprimand from the feudal lord of the Land of Wind. How dare he? The feudal lords were indeed gluttonous fools. A bunch of inept individuals, failing to comprehend his far-sighted vision. The Mizukage recalled how, not long ago, Xuanyue Kongming had stirred discontent in the Leaf Village. The incompetent feudal lords could not grasp the brilliance of a phoenix. As fellow village leaders, Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely understand his plight. The Mizukage picked up his pen once more, convinced that Sarutobi Hiruzen as a fellow village leader, would reach an amicable consensus with him to deal with Xuanyue Kongming. To foster their relationship, the Mizukage referred to Sarutobi Hiruzen as little brother, indicating that as leaders of their respective villages, they could not tolerate incompetent feudal lords undermining their authority and acting with impunity. Together, they would take action against him. Xuanyue Kongming, upon receiving news from Yizong, identified a small flaw. The Mizukage's letter had not mentioned his name. He issued a command to relay the information to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Furthermore, caution was advised regarding spreading rumors in the Leaf Village that Sarutobi Hiruzen had forbidden villagers from trading in goods from the Land of Water. Upon receiving the letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly grasped that the Mizukage was inviting him to confront Xuanyue Kongming. He neither accepted nor declined. The Mizukage's letters circulated widely, generating countless versions throughout the ninja world. He expressed his sentiments to the feudal lords, while the feudal lord of the Land of Wind labeled the Mizukage a dog. The Mizukage wrote letters likening himself to a dog. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood, yet the feudal lord of the Land of Fire did not, sending emissaries to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen with fervor. What is the meaning of this? The Mizukage has written to you. Why did you not refuse? Do you harbor ulterior motives? The feudal lord of the Land of Fire had his own suspicions. You and the Mizukage seem rather friendly. Do you wish to rebel like the Hidden Mist Village? I shall also cut your funding. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could placate the Lord's envoy, villagers from the Leaf had unearthed dusty banners, altering them to rally in front of the Hokage building, calling for support of goods from the Land of Water and the expulsion of the Hidden Mist Village's messenger. Sarutobi Hiruzen was left with a splitting headache. Trouble had come knocking at his door, and he had done nothing to provoke it. In front of the emissaries and the populace of the Land of Fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen tore the Mizukage's letter to shreds, asserting that he held no ties with the Mizukage, that the Leaf Village would forever be a friendly partner of the Land of Fire, and that he wholeheartedly supported the Lord. He promised the villagers that trade would be free, they could sell whatever they wished. Having said all the right things to appease the Lord and the populace, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly expelled the Hidden Mist Village's Umbu from the village, warning the Mizukage that he should not trouble him any further. The Mizukage faced yet another setback, failing to capture the fox while attracting unwanted chaos. He silently regretted not writing his letters more thoughtfully, eschewing poetic embellishments. The Mizukage took out his pen and paper, pondering whom to write to. Unable to devise a plan, he called upon others. 3 heads are better than 1. They discussed strategies to raid the feudal lord's castle. Aztec took the lead in suggesting, let us seize their money and sealing scrolls. Gazuki declared, clenching his fist, let us eliminate the merchants. Yuki, brimming with bloodlust, proclaimed, who will handle Deidara? If he becomes desperate, he might block the village entrance. What then? One remark stifled the group, relying on the Hidden Mist Village's barriers. They were unafraid of Deidara's attacks, but they feared that he might obstruct their exit. After all, ninjas are human too, they need sustenance. Let us retreat, the Mizukage conceded, realizing that assembling a strategist akin to Zhuge Liang would be a monumental challenge. Talented individuals were in short supply. The current clan leaders were not particularly astute, their minds occupied solely with combat, and their abilities lacking. Together, they were no match for Deidara, who could easily overpower them. The Mizukage felt helpless, preparing to temporarily abandon his pursuit of Xuanyue Kongming, when unexpectedly, potential allies approached him, proposing collaboration. The Mizukage was elated. The two struck a deal and commenced their second round of scheming against Xuanyue Kongming. Chapter 35. The Waterwell Alliance on a deserted, uninhabited island in the Land of Water. 2 figures, bundled up securely, stood facing each other, one wearing a hat, the other a mask. Shimura Danzo, do you not fear that I might end your life? I harbor the same hatred for you, the masked figure declared. Silence. I have come to discuss a partnership to deal with the feudal lord of the Land of Water. What grievance do you bear against him? He has siphoned off the wealth from the Leaf Village. His profits are not meant for me. Ha ha ha, splendid. I hope for a fruitful collaboration. 2 months later, Lord Xuanyue. In recent days, shops across various nations have been simultaneously troubled. I suspect some conspiracy is afoot, Deidara hastily reported to Xuanyue Kongming. Very well, investigate it further. Eliminate them, Xuanyue instructed. In the bustling streets of the Land of Fire, at a seafood establishment, Xuanyue Kongming sat in a private room enjoying hot pot, curious about who dared to disrupt his affairs. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the main hall. Xuanyue Kongming looked down through the window. Several ruffians were accosting the shopkeeper, pointing at a fly lodged in the dish. "Shopkeeper, explain to me why there is a fly in the food. Please refrain from causing a scene. You must have placed the fly there yourselves. Be careful, or I will report you to the authorities." The shopkeeper insisted, having witnessed their actions firsthand. "You placed it there? Do you have any proof? Did anyone witness it?" The ruffians ominously brandished knives, glaring at the surrounding diners. "Who saw it? Step forward." Threatened by the ruffians, the patrons averted their gazes, none daring to speak up. "No one will stand up. What cowards!" The shopkeeper, feeling the pressure, faced a group of ruffians who were causing a ruckus in his establishment. The leader of the gang, standing atop a table, menaced the shopkeeper with a knife, while his companions pounded the table and shouted in rowdy approval. "The meal is on the house. Now leave swiftly," the shopkeeper said, resigned to his fate. "Humph, do you think we can be dismissed so easily? What say you, brothers?" The thugs wandered about the shop, intimidating other patrons who hurriedly settled their bills and departed. "Of course not. We found a fly in our food. The establishment must pay." With that, Xuanyue Kongming leapt from a window and sought out the leader of the largest gang on Short Book Street, tossing a wad of cash before him. "Disruptive thugs in the sea, a life for 1,000,000 taels." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately," the gang leader replied, bowing obsequiously. "What are you standing around for? Get to work if you desire your payment." The shopkeeper, under duress, was compelled to pay off a few of the thugs, who greedily accepted the money. "If only you had done this sooner. We shall return tomorrow. Ensure you have the money ready." With that, the shop door swung open, and several tattooed giants entered, swiftly dragging a few of the thugs away, scattering coins across the floor. In a secluded alley rarely traversed by passers-by, the thugs were dragged to their knees, bruised and battered. "Brothers, what is it that you seek from us?" They quivered. "You have committed a grave offense, and now someone seeks your lives." The thugs, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, yellow liquid pooling beneath them. "Spare us, great brother, we shall never dare again. In your next life, open your eyes. Not everything is permissible, and not all money is worth taking. Now act." Minutes later, at the alley's entrance, a figure reported, "My lord, the deed is done." Wiping his neck clean, Xuanyue Kongming caught a whiff of the faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air as he vanished into the night. This night, countless ignorant lives paid the price for their transgressions. Zhao Du, seeking leads, dismantled 2 hideouts and eliminated a dozen ninjas. "Tuanzong, your methods are utterly ineffective. What shall we do next? If causing chaos fails, then we resort to murder. Strike terror into their hearts until no one dares to work for Xuanyue Kongming." In a city within the land of wind, at the stroke of midnight, shadows emerged outside a fast food establishment, violently breaking down the door and storming inside. They ruthlessly slaughtered the shopkeeper and 5 employees, plundering the premises of its riches and carrying away all goods. Throughout the night, several shops were ransacked, with dozens of shopkeepers killed and over 100 employees perishing. Upon hearing the news, Xuanyue Kongming was enraged, bestowing lavish funerals upon the deceased shopkeepers and employees, accompanied by generous compensation for their families. Once again, he employed his wealth, offering 1,000,000 taels for reliable information. "My lord Xuanyue, I shall pursue them immediately, ensuring not a single one survives." The world of ninjas is not merely one of violence. It is governed by human sentiment and social intricacies. He extended invitations to various ninja villages for protection of the establishments, offering them 30% of the profits as their commission. Xuanyue Kongming, by relinquishing a portion of his profits, sought to safeguard the shops while simultaneously binding their interests to those of the ninja villages. In the underground exchange for gold, every ninja involved in the assault was marked for a bounty of 10,000,000 taels, and those who could present 3 heads would be granted immunity from death. "Captain, what shall we do? We are merely Ch Nin. The bounty is higher than that for J Nin, and there is no escaping this relentless pursuit. I regret it. Why did I allow myself to be swayed by others? What can we do now? Is regret of any use? You showed no mercy when you killed the shopkeepers and employees. It was a blade for each." That night, the captain, taking advantage of his teammates' slumber, raised his blade against them. If he could eliminate them, he would gather 3 heads and secure his own life. His teammates shared his thoughts, and a fierce battle became inevitable, with all fighting with their utmost strength for victory. Would the victor truly survive? Xuanyue Kongming's bountiful rewards were enticing. Even a mere genin was valued at 10,000,000 taels, with the death of one equating to 10 completed missions. Few could resist such temptation, and ninjas were seen everywhere, chasing after bounties. You useless fools, you have failed again. Tuanzang's strategies crumbled under the financial onslaught of Xuanyue Kongming. The Mizukage, growing increasingly irate after a series of failed plots, had already lost dozens of Umbu ninjas. Xuanyue Kongming's shops continued to flourish, with vast amounts of gold flowing into that rogue's coffers. What shall we do? Speak. Spread rumors of Xuanyue Kongming's threats, incite the populace's emotions, and encourage them to boycott goods from the land of water. If he cannot profit, our objective will be achieved. But won't this lead to the loss of many subordinates? To succeed, sacrifices must be made. Losses are inevitable. Very well, I will trust you one last time. Days later, pamphlets began to circulate across various countries and villages, hastily distributed and abandoned to avoid detection. Taro, is what the pamphlet claims true? The land of water is buying our grain at a low price and then reselling it to us at a high price? I don't know. But it also states that job opportunities in the land of grass are dwindling, and we may lose our jobs. It's possible. Consider our instant noodles. Will the noodle chefs become unemployed? That makes sense. Let us unite to boycott products from the land of water to protect our jobs. Xuanyue Kongming observed the weary Jiao Du, who had been frantically running about in recent days. Jiao Du, what troubles you now? My lord Xuanyue. Some fool is spreading rumors worldwide, claiming we are stealing job opportunities from the common folk. Now citizens from many nations are boycotting our products. Jiao Du, seething with anger, declared, I will hunt down these scoundrels. You cannot kill them all. For every batch you eliminate, another will emerge. Xuanyue Kongming, unfazed by the developments, even appeared somewhat gleeful. There is no need for concern. This is, in fact, a fortuitous turn of events. A fortunate turn? Jiao Du looked bewildered. Chapter 36. Fire Attribute Vaporization Technique. Invite the leading merchants from several nations for a discussion. I wish to strike a mutually beneficial deal that leads to our prosperity. In the political hall of the daimyo's residence, the air of August bore a hint of warmth, and the tightly shut doors and windows allowed no light to penetrate. Flickering candlelight illuminated the anxious faces of merchants from diverse nations, who sat restlessly, wiping sweat away with their handkerchiefs. They were both fearful and apprehensive of Xuanyue Kongming, yet felt compelled to attend his summons. Upon entering the hall, Xuanyue Kongming observed the merchants hastily rising, greeting him with trembling respect. Taking his seat at the head of the table, he gestured for them to sit. There is no need for fear. I do not consume humans. Not afraid. We are not afraid, the merchants thought, though you do enjoy placing bounties on others' heads. Xuanyue Kongming inquired of several merchants. Is there anyone who does not desire wealth? My lord Xuanyue, you jest. Who would not wish to prosper? Then, splendid. I happen to have a lucrative opportunity for us to discuss. What do you require of us? My lord, Xuanyue Kongming shrugged, feigning helplessness. Some have incited the populace to boycott goods from the land of water, and I am unable to act against them. Business has become challenging, and after much deliberation, I can only sell my goods to you. Would you be willing to buy? The merchants exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing an understanding of the situation, and they nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a shared sense of hardship. Once I have finished speaking, I will sell to you. The land of water will provide a special service, with goods packaged bearing your exclusive logos. Pausing momentarily, he lifted his teacup to moisten his throat, granting the merchants time to contemplate. These merchants, seasoned by years in the marketplace, quickly grasped the implications of Xuanyue Kongming's proposal. Indeed, there was money to be made. Seeing their understanding, Xuanyue Kongming continued, the purchase price remains unchanged, but the selling price is yours to determine. How high you set it is of no concern to me. Sell as much as you wish and reap your rewards. It depends entirely on your skills. Do you comprehend? The merchants, once passive, now brimming with enthusiasm, assured him, rest assured, we can handle any quantity of goods. We are grateful for this opportunity to prosper. In the future, you need only command us. Thus commenced a business negotiation, with both host and guests delighting in the exchange. Xuanyue Kongming mused that the common folk would be paying more for the same goods, awakening from their dreams with smiles. The third Mizukage and Danzo recently found themselves in high spirits, while the business of Xuanyue Kongming's stores in various countries plummeted drastically, with daily protests from numerous citizens outside his shops. Despite their ninjas being relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by Kakuzu and receiving no benefits, they remained cheerful, Such is the simplicity of adult joy. "Danzo, we have a problem," exclaimed a distressed voice. Merchandise from the Land of Water has begun to gain popularity in other nations, and prices have surged significantly. Danzo, incredulous, pressed for details. "What happened? Explain yourself." The report revealed that the Land of Water had merely altered the packaging of their goods, emblazoning them with the exclusive logos of various merchants, who then brazenly claimed these products as their own. The citizens, delighted, eagerly spent their money. Why? How did things come to this? I refuse to accept it. Why does Xuanyue Kongming always find a solution? In a moment of overwhelming frustration, the third Mizuki's rage ignited. His hair stood on end as he kicked over a nearby table, wreaking havoc on the surrounding trees. "Watch out, Mizuki!" shouted Yagura from a distance. Regaining his composure, the third Mizuki sensed a chakra disturbance behind him and hastily summoned a water leech to block the incoming attack. The leech quickly absorbed a significant amount of blood chakra. "Shinobi Shimura Danzo, you are courting death," Danzo thought to himself, believing that weakening the Mizuki would ultimately benefit the village. The Mizuki, blinded by fury, abandoned all strategy and tactics in favor of a full frontal assault. Danzo, lacking the enhancements of the Senju cells or the Sharingan, was inherently weaker than the Mizuki. The Mizuki's rage only intensified his strength, making Danzo even less of a match. Beaten and bruised, he could only retreat, leaving behind the corpses of several root ninjas as he fled the desolate island. "Shimura Danzo, I will not let this go. One day, I will bring ruin to Konoha." The third Mizuki yearned to wage war against Konoha, but the logistical preparations were as lacking as those of the Mist Village, and he himself was not at his peak. Thus, declaring war would be akin to delivering vegetables. He contemplated acquiring the tailed beasts from the Mist Village, vowing to deliver a few tailed beast bombs to Konoha in due time. In the meantime, a series of schemes orchestrated by Xuanyue Kongming unfolded, leading to discord within the Water Nation. With the two factions at odds, they formally declared their independence. With no one to trouble him, Xuanyue Kongming returned to his tranquil life, training by day, enjoying fruit by evening, and training his dog late at night, a fulfilling and beautiful existence. With idle time on his hands, Xuanyue Kongming remembered the substantial points he had accumulated in the system and opened the shop to browse for enticing items. Flipping through the pages, he stumbled upon a skill he found particularly appealing: the liquid release evaporation technique, priced at 30 billion points. This technique required wind, water, and fire chakra and could be utilized in two distinct manners: offensively against foes, creating a vast cloud of steam that would strip away moisture from everything in its path, turning earth to sand, trees to dust, and flesh to desiccation; or defensively, transforming oneself and nearby objects into vapor, allowing for silent transportation. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to purchase the skill, anticipating its potential utility in the near future. With the capability to stealthily navigate his surroundings, he might even pay a visit to the Uchiha Madara, who was in a critical state. Xuanyue Kongming had long planned to enhance his chakra attributes, which required 20 billion points, but he had held off on purchasing them until he acquired the skill first. Having deducted 50 billion points, Xuanyue Kongming felt an overwhelming heat surge through his body. His skin flushed as steam enveloped him. In a minute, he returned to normal, now possessing fire chakra, enabling him to utilize fire release techniques. He promptly began practicing the evaporation technique, mastering it with repeated exercises. He procured a few sheep and demonstrated the technique, instantly transforming them into dried meat, drier than mummies. Upon casting the evaporation technique on himself, he drifted towards Konoha, floating high above and surveying the village. There, he observed Jiraiya gathering materials, Orochimaru dissecting small animals, and to his astonishment, Tsunade bathing at home. What a sight! Xuanyue Kongming was unwittingly swept into Tsunade's room by an errant breeze, which he had no control over. After indulging in the view, he returned to the daimyo's mansion. Unbeknownst to him, during the 28 years in Konoha, the days of reaping the benefits from the Mist Village ninjas had taken wing towards Xuanyue Kongming. Chapter 37. The betrayal of the Hozuki clan from the Mist Village. Xuanyue Kongming led Guer and Lianer to the Nightmare Forest, a familiar time and place, where they gathered beneath the old locust tree, engaging in playful banter. In the distance, a leech was busy fishing in the stream, but alas, it remained as weak as ever, still requiring time to mature. Suddenly, Xuanyue Kongming's attention was caught by a group of young ninjas entering the forest. Their numbers noticeably diminished, down by a full 20% compared to the previous year. The third Mizukage is utterly incompetent, with such a drastic decrease in students. How can he continue as Mizukage? He mused. Perhaps he should learn from others who discreetly watch bathing beauties from their offices, perpetuating the will of fire. With a determined resolve, Xuangyue Kongming made a conscience-driven decision, regardless of the number of participants in the upcoming assessment. He would ensure that the quota of benefits remained unchanged, even if it meant leaving just one for the Mist Village. He would not lower the threshold of benefits, for he could not compromise his own interests. Outside the nightmare forest, distraught parents who had lost their children once again wept at the scene, their dissatisfaction with the Mizukage escalating. The divide between the commoners and the ninja clans deepened further. 2 months later, Yagura discreetly relayed news of a minor incident that had triggered a series of conflicts within the village. The roots of the problem lay in the Mizukage's brutal policies. Since the alteration of the lower ninja assessments, the Ninja Academy had introduced a new component, practical combat. The intention was noble, aimed at acclimating students to the rhythm of battle and reducing the mortality rate during assessments. With teachers supervising throughout the combat, danger was generally mitigated. However, exceptions always arise. During one such practical combat session, Hozuki Mitsuki injured an opponent's eye, resulting in their blindness. In the ninja world, acquiring new eyes is as simple as having a meal, and blindness is not considered a grave issue. The complication arose as the injured party was a commoner, whose limited resources and lack of exceptional talent meant that participating in the brutal lower ninja assessments was tantamount to a death sentence. The parents of the injured child sought to withdraw him from school, hoping to preserve his life until he could recover during the optimal training years. The rift between commoners and ninja families deepened. Under the guidance of those with ulterior motives, a large number of commoners demanded retribution, insisting that Hozuki Mitsuki should also be blinded and that he should not be healed. Hozuki Mitsuki, possessing remarkable talent, was viewed as a future hope by his clan, and the Hozuki family was not about to acquiesce. Hozuki Yue boldly declared, "What status does your child hold compared to mine? You expect a one-for-one exchange? You must be joking." Such inflammatory remarks ignited tensions between the commoners and the ninja clans. The commoners felt that since the ninja clans looked down upon them, they too would disdain the ninjas, opting for separation, refusing to purchase their goods and demanding the ninjas keep their distance. The ninjas were not to be trifled with either. Separation? You wish to sever ties with us? Very well, we will not team up with you for missions. We shall each go our own way. At this stage, few cared about who Hozuki Mitsuki was. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the third Mizukage stepped in to mediate. Initially, it seemed that a straightforward resolution could be reached. The commoners would receive treatment for their child's eye, while the Hozuki family would offer some form of compensation. But once personal feelings became entangled in the matter, the complexities multiplied. The third Mizukage, having once been the protector of the first Mizukage, found himself emotionally invested, complicating the resolution further. Suddenly, the figure of Ghost Lantern Hongguang emerged, a third party intruding, leading to the ascension of a successor as the second Mizukage, transforming him into an unwelcome third wheel. The third Mizukage harbored strong grievances against the Ghost Lantern clan, and the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. With a resounding thump of his thigh, he declared that it was indeed the fault of the Ghost Lantern clan. However, Ghost Lantern Yue disagreed, determined to seek justice. The clan leaders convened with the elders, urging them to address the Mizukage's skewed judgment and correct his misalignment. Under the leadership of the Mizukage, a formidable coalition of the Umbu, medical department, and financial department firmly asserted that the Ghost Lantern clan was at fault and demanded retribution, adhering to a doctrine of tyranny. Several powerful ninja clans united, deeming the Mizukage's verdict unjust, and insisted on a fair resolution. As for the commoners, their voices were but whispers in the wind, largely ignored. Xuangyue Kongming found the situation amusing, far away in the land of water, relishing the unfolding drama. Kakuzu, accompany me to the hidden mist village. The conflict is nearing its conclusion, and we shall intervene to stir the pot, he instructed. With a swift application of his evaporation technique, Xuangyue Kongming departed for the hidden mist village, while Kakuzu increasingly found him inscrutable. As evening fell, the setting sun cast a crimson hue across the sky. Exhausted and disheartened, Ghost Lantern Yue returned to his clan's grounds, trailed by the young Ghost Lantern Xinyue. After days of struggle ended in failure, some ninja clans had succumbed to pressure and compromised, realizing that the loss of a prodigy did not warrant their unwavering support for the Ghost Lantern clan. Upon entering the main hall, Ghost Lantern Yuue's senses heightened, preparing for potential confrontation. In the dimly lit chamber, illuminated by the last rays of sunlight, he spotted a figure seated at the head, sipping tea, with Kakuzu standing respectfully behind him. Xuanyue Kongming set down his teacup, his smile directed at the entrance. Ghost Lantern Yue remained vigilant, eyeing Kakuzu, while Xinyue tugged at her father's sleeve, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity, fixated on Xuanyue Kongming, clan leader of the Ghost Lantern. It has been a long time. No need to linger at the door. Come in and sit. Xuanyue Kongming beckoned, a gust of wind swirling around, drawing Yue and Xinyue closer, before sealing the door with another wave of his hand. Please, have a seat. Ghost Lantern Yue mechanically complied, still in shock. He had never anticipated that the daimyo of the Land of Water would not only wield ninjutsu, but possess formidable strength, leaving him powerless. Shu. The key to friendship is to see through without revealing, Xuanyue Kongming replied. Yue nodded vigorously. You are right. What brings you here today? I am here to illuminate your path, Xuanyue Kongming stated earnestly. You must leave the hidden mist village. Otherwise, incidents like that of Ghost Lantern Xinyue will persist. Do you understand? Lord Xuanyue, I comprehend, but we cannot overpower the Mizukage. An escape seems impossible. Yue lamented as Xinyue tugged at his sleeve, casting him meaningful glances. Though he failed to grasp her intent. Father, you are so foolish. Since Lord Xuanyue has brought it up, he surely has a solution. Xinyue interjected, seeing her father's confusion. Xuanyue Kongming regarded Xinyue with approval, impressed by her quick wit and innate intelligence. Speak, Lord Xuanyue, what do you require from the Ghost Lantern clan? He nodded, producing 5 chakra pills and placing them on the table. You will journey to the Moon Country, settle there, and await my orders. Additionally, I wish to take Ghost Lantern Xinyue with me. Understood. We hope not to disappoint you. As Xuanyue Kongming spoke, he enacted the evaporation technique, vanishing, his voice lingering in the air. Chapter 38. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Ghost Lantern Yue searched the room for Xuanyue Kongming's presence. Even inspecting the corners where mice had made their homes for decades, interrogating longtime neighbors about any visitors. Conclusively, he determined that Xuanyue Kongming had departed with his companions. He gazed at the chakra pills left on the table, stepping forward to examine one closely, yet failing to discern anything particularly remarkable. He pondered, is the daimyo truly serious? Can a few pills resolve the plight of the Ghost Lantern clan? It seems implausible. With a desperate resolve, he swallowed one, feeling its texture as he chewed, only to be met with an unremarkable taste. Moments later, his stomach churned violently, pain surging through him as he managed to gasp, poison. The chakra pills were intended to dissolve seamlessly within the body. Instead, Yue had crushed and swallowed them, resulting in a sudden influx of chakra that was anything but painless. After a few minutes, he surfaced from the depths of his turmoil, realizing the transformation within him, elated. Indeed, the pills could alleviate their immediate troubles, internally exclaiming, Lord Xuanyue is brilliant. He continued to consume the remaining chakra pills, each one a mix of discomfort and exhilaration, until he tossed the last one into his mouth. Clan leader, what should we do? We cannot allow Xinyue to lose her eyesight. Distracted by the pills, Yue was startled as one slipped down his throat, nearly causing him to choke in frustration at the wasted opportunity. Just as he was about to express his anger, he realized the pills were not only effective but painless. Nearly regretting his earlier hesitation, it turned out they were meant to be swallowed whole. Must you shout? It's late at night. What will the clan members think? They need to work tomorrow. Fetch the elders. I have devised a strategy. Before long, the main hall was filled with elders of the Ghost Lantern clan, their feet damp, their respect for Yue unwavering. For the sake of the clan and Xinyue, Yue had even neglected his own needs. Clan leader, please tell us your plan. We will heed your command, although some matters cannot be resolved on a whim. Second elder, you are correct. We cannot address this here. We should move to the Mizukage's office. Several elders applauded Yue with raised thumbs, praising his bravery. With newfound confidence, Yue initially considered confronting the Mizukage directly, but then realized that such a move would hinder the clan's escape. Never mind. Gather the clan. Tonight we leave the hidden mist village and head to the Moon Country for new beginnings. Clan leader, remain calm. The Mizukage will not permit our departure and will surely intercept us. The clan may suffer heavy losses, several elders warned anxiously. Yuyue, brimming with confidence, patted his chest. What of the Mizukage? He is but a man with a single head. What is there to fear? I will handle the Mizukage. Prepare for departure. In the stillness of night, the plaza of the Ghost Lantern clan was filled with members, laden with belongings. Family. The Ghost Lantern clan has become the target of the Mizukage, scorned by the villagers. We can no longer remain in the hidden mist village. Tonight marks our journey towards freedom. I shall lead the way, do not fall behind. With not a soul on the streets of the hidden mist village, the Ghost Lantern clan quietly slipped away under the moonlight, making their way to the village's outskirts. The watchman at the village's entrance spotted the Ghost Lantern clan, exclaiming, "What a sight! They are clearly not moving house. They are fleeing." He immediately signaled for assistance. As the signal flares ascended, the Ghost Lantern members swiftly launched their offensive, breaking through the gates and escaping the hidden mist village, melding into the night. Mizukage, we have a situation. The Ghost Lantern clan has defected and breached the gates. Fleeing the village, the third Mizukage burst from his chamber, enraged. The Ghost Lantern clan is indeed treacherous, betraying the village. Gather the ninjas and pursue them. The Mizukage, accompanied by a contingent of hidden mist ninjas, chased them for 100 kilometers, eventually encountering Yuyue and the elders who had remained behind. Yuyue, how dare you betray the village? I shall eliminate you first, then pursue your clan. Confronted by the third Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Yuyue felt the enhancements from Xuanyue, Kongming coursing through him. He did not wish to rush into battle unprepared. The two engaged in combat, exchanging blows with a balance of power. The Mizukage, frustrated, pondered how his strength had diminished so significantly, failing to subdue even a novice like Ghost Lantern Yuyue. Waigetsu, you scoundrel! You were easily pinned to the ground by the Daimyo mansion, and now you act as if you are invincible. You cower before the corners, but strike me with heavy blows. Your intentions are evidently sinister, regardless of your words. Today the Waigetsu clan must depart from the hidden mist village. We seek freedom. Without it, we would rather perish. Waigetsu shouted fiercely. Half an hour later, the third Mizukage could only watch as Waigetsu led his clan's retreat. A glance at the surrounding ninjas revealed their complete lack of effort. The battle concluded with not a speck of dust on their attire, not a crease in sight. He harbored intense hatred for this group of two-faced individuals, yearning to cultivate a loyal team that would heed only his commands. In the Mizukage's office, shrouded in darkness without illumination, the cold moonlight illuminated his eyes, rendering his gaze even more frigid. Deep in thought about how to nurture his loyal subordinates, he recalled the 7 ninja swords in the collection room. Waigetsu had once aspired to assemble a ninja sword unit. The plan was shelved when no suitable master was found for the swords, leaving them neglected. Now, it was time to bring them forth. The Mizukage contemplated throughout the night, and by dawn, summoned the high-ranking officials of the hidden mist village. With the Waigetsu clan's defection, the village's strength had significantly diminished. The secret weapon, the 7 ninja swords, must be put to use. Do any of you have objections? The others shook their heads in agreement. What objections could there be? The Mizukage had made his decision. Who would dare voice dissent at such a critical moment? Since there were no objections, he decided to form the 7 ninja swordmen, dedicated to serving each generation of Mizukage, ensuring continuity through the ages. He maintained a semblance of decorum, refraining from stating that they would serve him alone, instead invoking the legacy of past Mizukage to shield himself from criticism. With a plan in place, the hidden mist village commenced an enthusiastic search for suitable masters for the 7 ninja swords. The selection process was straightforward. The swords were thrust into position, and the ninjas of the hidden mist village approached one by one to gauge the swords, finding their perfect pairings. The endeavor lasted several days, and perhaps by fate's design, the first group of the 7 ninja swordmen emerged as the formidable Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish 7. They made a grand entrance, but 4 perished, and 3 fled. The Mizukage, upon seeing the roster of the 7, felt a surge of satisfaction. After a few years of nurturing, the 7 ninja swordmen could stand on their own. What Waigetsu had failed to accomplish, he, the third Mizukage, had achieved. Indeed, it appeared that Bai Lian was blind to the truth. He was superior to the likes of Xiao Air. Chapter 39. Intensifying conflicts in the hidden mist village. Ever since the selection of the 7 ninja swordmen, the Mizukage devoted all his energy to them, nurturing them personally. Following the losses from war and the ongoing troubles with Xuanyue Kongming, The number of ninjas under his command dwindled further. Yet, Yashikura remained unwaveringly loyal to the Mizukichi. Following orders without question, time passed swiftly, and before long, 3 decades had slipped by in Konoha. The trajectory of fate displayed no significant changes. Minato Namikaze, Kushina, Uzumaki, and Yakushi Nanoyu were born, while a certain fish began to emerge amidst the rain. The bloody policies of the hidden mist village persisted. With an ever-decreasing number of graduating ninjas each year, the villagers grew increasingly discontented. Xuanyue Kongming's business thrived, continuing to exploit the ninjas of the hidden mist village for his own gain. The following year, the Uzumaki clan faced annihilation, scattering across the hidden corners of the ninja world. Seizing the opportunity for profit, Xuanyue Kongming sought to completely dominate the hidden mist village to create space for his operations. He infiltrated the village and made his way to Yashikura's home. Yashikura, you have performed admirably, providing many useful pieces of intelligence each year. Your efforts are commendable. Xuanyue Kongming nodded in satisfaction at Yashikura. It is no trouble. It is my duty, Yashikura replied. Lord Kongming, your secret entrance into the hidden mist village is perilous. Should you be harmed, I would bear the blame. Yashikura knelt before Xuanyue Kongming, seriousness etched on his face. Taking a seat, Xuanyue Kongming scrutinized Yashikura, noting his apparent growth in strength, nearing the level of a shadow, merely lacking the time for further refinement. There is no need for such formality. In the current ninja world, I have few adversaries. Has any significant event occurred recently in the hidden mist village? Yashikura kept his head bowed, pondering for a moment. Nothing of great significance. The Mizukichi has delegated some matters to me while he trains with the 7 ninja swordmen on a remote island. Good, Xuanyue Kongming replied, elated. It seems the Mizukichi has unwittingly provided me with a pillow for my slumber. Yashikura, I require you to leverage your authority to sow discord within the hidden mist village, exacerbating tensions between the Mizukichi and the clan. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Xuanyue Kongming gestured for Yashikura to see who it was. Moments later, voices could be heard from outside. Lord Yashikura, the latest batch of missions has been issued. The Mizukichi requests that you distribute the tasks promptly. Very well, you may return. I shall be there shortly. After a few minutes, Yashikura confirmed that the hidden mist village's dark division had departed and turned back into the room. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall be brief. Xuanyue Kongming placed 2 items on the table. Intensifying discord is merely the first step. Your ascension to Mizukichi is the ultimate goal. Time is of the essence for you to grow stronger. Yashikura observed the items on the table and resolutely replied, rest assured. I will fulfill this task. Xuanyue Kongming stood and approached Yashikura, gently patting his shoulder. I have faith in you. He left Yashikura with 10 chakra pills and 1 pill to activate a bloodline limit, knowing Yashikura possessed the wind and water attributes, enabling him to wield ice release. Returning to the Mizukichi's building, Yashikura examined the tasks issued by the villagers and contemplated how to utilize them. The following day, he assigned low-risk, high-reward missions to ninjas from noble families, while high-risk, low-reward tasks were given to commoners. This decision garnered him significant goodwill from the common ninjas. The major clans were not surprised. Yashikura was a staunch supporter of the Mizukichi, and following the Getsu clan's defection, the Mizukichi had increasingly targeted the ninja clans. Yashikura's actions were undoubtedly at the behest of the Mizukichi. Sighing, he received yet another message delivery task with an exorbitant reward and found it dreadfully mundane. He longed for a chance to undertake an intelligence-gathering mission. Alas, the Mizukichi favored their clan, assigning them such tasks, while the others were left wanting. As the common ninjas received favorable missions, they boasted to the ninja clans, leading to growing resentment among the latter. As grievances accumulated, the time for action arrived. Yashikura altered the village's defenses and repositioned personnel. The ninja clans were tasked with scouting for spies and guarding the gates of the hidden mist village, while the common ninjas formed a garrison to maintain order. The ninja clans, already at odds with the common ninjas, began to enact revenge. Halt. Submit to inspection. I suspect you are a spy from another village. A member of a noble clan accosted a common ninja returning from a mission. I am merely returning from a task. How could I possibly be a spy? Hurry and open the gates. The noble ninja roughly dragged the commoner into an interrogation room. How do we know you haven't used transformation jutsu? Enough of your nonsense. Strip down. We must search you. You are being utterly unreasonable, maliciously retaliating. The common ninjas found it easy to execute their tasks outside the village, but upon returning after mission completion, they faced relentless humiliation and scrutiny. The commoner-formed garrison disregarded the noble clan's dealings, allowing them to face troubles unimpeded. The Mizukage, who had long held a disdain for the noble clans, believed Yashikura's actions to be justified. One evening, a month later, a commoner's son, returning from school, passed by the Takeburi clan's territory and was knocked unconscious and concealed by Yashikura. When the child failed to return home, his parents alerted the garrison. Investigating the matter, they traced the child's last known location to near the Takeburi clan. The garrison demanded entry into the Takeburi territory to conduct a search. Regardless of whether it would compromise clan secrets, the Takeburi, with their limited intellect, flatly refused. A physical altercation ensued, devoid of ninjutsu, merely a clash of fists. The confrontation escalated to the Mizukage's office, where the Mizukage, preoccupied with the 7 ninja swordmen, displayed considerable impatience at the trivial matter. Takeburi, did you or did you not kidnap that child? Allow them to search and prove your innocence. Lord Mizukage, that is the ancestral land of my Take clan. How can we allow just anyone to enter? Take Ray protested vehemently. The Mizukage, with a disdainful gaze, carelessly replied, "What of the clan land? Why should it be off limits? Unless you harbor some unspeakable secret." The two sides engaged in a tug-of-war, neither willing to relent. Ultimately, the commotion subsided when a child awoke and returned home, bringing the farce to an end. Incompetent fools, unable to handle even minor matters. Do not disturb me with such trivialities in the future. The third Mizukage aspired for greatness and could not afford to be hindered by petty concerns. The tensions in Kirigakure escalated to a new level, evolving into a cold confrontation, with communication between the commoners and the ninja clan dwindling. In the Ninja Academy, children split into 2 distinct factions, drawing a line as clear as day. The task forces in Kirigakure had to be restructured, as the previously mixed teams of commoners and ninja clan members could no longer function together. The Mizukage continued his research on leeches and the 7 ninja swordsmen, gradually fading from the villagers' view, rendering his presence increasingly superfluous. A growing number of Kirigakure ninjas expressed discontent with the Mizukage's actions. From the Blood Mist village to the 7 ninja swordsmen, he steadily lost the people's support. The atmosphere in Kirigakure became increasingly oppressive, with escalating conflicts resembling a powder keg poised to explode. Xuanyue Kongming, with a mischievous demeanor, struck a match to ignite the fuse. Chapter 40. Internal strife in Kirigakure. In the 30th year of Konoha, the lower ninja examinations in Kirigakure were about to commence. Xuanyue Kongming intended to leverage the participating students to ignite the existing discord in Kirigakure. He sought out Yagura in advance to acquire the student roster and detailed information. With a gust of wind, he gathered the scattered students and summoned Kakuzu and others for assistance. Following the list, he selected commoners while leaving the members of ninja clans untouched. The group worked swiftly, and within mere minutes, all commoners had been singled out. Xuanyue Kongming surveyed the surroundings and entrusted the small ninjas lying haphazardly to Uchiha River. Uncle River, direct your subordinates to escort the students back. Once they regain consciousness, clarify the situation and ensure they do not escape. Xuanyue Kongming decided to remain and watch the spectacle unfold. Exiting the nightmarish forest, he utilized transformation techniques to alter his appearance and blended into the crowd, standing inconspicuously in a corner, engaging in pleasant conversation with those nearby. His eyes darted around, eagerly awaiting the moment the results would reveal themselves. As the examination concluded and the participants emerged from the nightmarish forest, he observed the incredulous expressions on the faces of the commoners around him. Wow! Every single member of the ninja clans passed the examination without exception. All the descendants of commoners perished. How astonishing! Xuanyue Kongming gasped, covering his mouth in surprise. The surrounding commoners shared his bewilderment. Indeed, in previous years, while the majority of ninja clan members passed, there had also been commoners who succeeded. Xuanyue Kongming pointed towards the students in the distance, urging, "Quickly, ask the ninjas who emerged what happened. They must know." Surrounded by a throng, they bombarded the young ninjas with questions, but the latter stuttered, unable to provide coherent answers. These young ninjas were oblivious to the situation, having been expelled from the illusionary array by Xuanyue Kongming. "I can guess. It's undoubtedly the ninja clans colluding to issue orders to their kin participating in the examination, commanding them to eliminate your children. Go seek justice from the Mizukage. Shuangyue Kongming shouted from behind the crowd, subtly guiding the commoners' thoughts. Their reasoning quickly crystallized. It must be so. The long-standing tensions between the parties led the ninja clans to target children instead of adults. Yes, demand the Mizukage deliver justice. Following the throng, Shuangyue Kongming watched as they marched to the Mizukage's building, wailing and collapsing in droves. Mizukage-sama, you must take a stand for us. The ninja clans have gone too far. They colluded during the lower ninja examination to systematically slaughter commoner children. The Mizukage was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle, fearing another rebellion might be brewing, but thankfully, the worst did not come to pass. Upon grasping the event's context, he could only lament the insanity of a few ninja clans. He too felt discontent. The ninja clan members were disregarding his orders, and such actions diminished his available ninjas. Why resort to cheating? Why conspire to kill all commoners participating in the examination? Do you even understand the concept of fairness? Mizukage-sama, you cannot take their word for it. Do they possess any evidence? They are slandering us baselessly. We have not conspired at all. Shuangyue Kongming observed the Mizukage's expression darkening. With a resounding crash, he smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground, shattering a corner of the table. Do you still require evidence? Not a single member of your clan has perished in the examination. Is that not enough to illustrate the issue? The Mizukage retorted angrily. And what of that? It merely indicates our children are skilled. It proves nothing. Shuangyue Kongming watched as the Mizukage was confronted, trembling fingers pointing at a certain clan leader, rendering them speechless. He discreetly signaled to Yagura. Understanding the cue, Yagura subtly nodded and stepped forward to address the Mizukage. Mizukage-sama, why not hand over the successful examination participants to the interrogation department? They are professionals and will surely extract a satisfactory answer for you. Very well, Yagura, you are right. Take them to the interrogation department. Everyone disperse, await news from them. Shuangyue Kongming exchanged a glance with Yagura and departed Kirigakure, seeking out Kakuzu and his companions within the nightmarish forest. Let us go, Guier and Liener, we shall fish. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we will intercept the third Mizukage by the seaside tonight. Kakuzu, you remain behind to guard against any unexpected developments. The interrogation department is filled with ruthless fiends. Falling into their hands means suffering greatly. Take Rei invited Yukizumi Tatsu and several other clan leaders to his residence to discuss how to rescue their kin taken by the interrogation department. In the underground chamber of the Take clan, the heavy door slammed shut, sealing the suffocating darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering crimson candles. Gentlemen, the Mizukage completely disregards us, sending our clansmen to the interrogation department. Now we must contemplate how to rescue them. Alas, ever since the third Mizukage ascended, he has perpetually targeted the ninja clans, diminishing our status day by day. Brother H. Zuki's defection was a masterstroke, lamented the clan leaders, feeling helpless as their inferior strength forced them to endure. The Mizukage relentlessly challenged the limits of the major ninja clans. Their boundaries had eroded repeatedly, akin to family dignity, now trampled beneath the Mizukage's heel. Unless we eliminate the Mizukage, there is no hope for rescue. In my opinion, we should mobilize our clan's resources and directly assault the Mizukage's building. Let us confront him. Yukizumi Tatsu declared fiercely. Take Rei wholeheartedly agreed with Yukizumi Tatsu's proposal, even feeling a sense of impatience. I have an uncle who can wield the Katsu bloodline. He is nearing the end of his life and can fight for the clan one last time. My Yukizumi clan also has an elder proficient in ice release. The major clans convened, concealing their hidden powers, preparing for a final struggle. If they did not rise through resistance, they would perish within it, having retreated to the brink of no return. In the stillness of night, several clan leaders approached the Mizukage's building, accompanied by their clan's strongest forces, concealing their trump cards. The aged ninjas, frail and nearing the end of their lives, stood alongside them. The time to unveil their trump cards had not yet arrived. Soon enough, they might become mere wooden tablets, placed in the ancestral shrine. As they charged into the Mizukage's building, they encountered Yagura descending the stairs. Yagura slowly raised his hand, adjusting his slightly askew forehead protector under the tense gaze of the clan leaders. Continue. I have seen nothing. Good luck. He then exited the Mizukage's building, vanishing from their sight. The group exchanged glances. Disregarding him, they pressed on with their plan. Their target was the Mizukage, and a single guard would not disrupt the larger scheme. Upon hearing this reasoning, The crowd rallied, charging upward. They kicked open the door to the Mizuki's office, with several elderly men leading the charge. Water Shadow, tonight we shall reach a resolution. It is either your demise or ours. Chapter 41. The Death of the Third Water Shadow. The third Water Shadow was in high spirits, having assessed the training results of the 7 ninja swordsmen that afternoon. Together, they managed to withstand a mere 70% of his power, a result that greatly pleased him. Upon returning to the village, he enjoyed a hot pot supper delivered by Yagura, humming a cheerful tune, when a group of individuals violently burst into his office. The Water Shadow had no intention of becoming a food broadcaster, yet he found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of a group of middle-aged men as he ate, his anger surging to new heights. Do you wish to rebel? You clever dogs, indeed I intend to rebel. Tonight, only one of us will survive. And it shall be I. The Water Shadow was deeply frustrated. A band of ruffians in the Mist Village wasted their time plotting rebellion instead of attending to their duties. Very well. You overestimate yourselves. Who gave you the audacity to rebel? The Hozuki clan? None of you will leave here alive tonight. Enough with your empty words. Who will perish remains uncertain. Beware, lest your tongues be caught in the wind. The matter is in Uncle Qian's hands. The elder beside took a nod, satisfied that he would not die on clan grounds and would instead have a chance to fight. Take activated the corpse bone pulse to attack the Water Shadow, while an elder from the Yukikage clan unleashed Ice Release, and the other elders launched their strongest techniques in unison against the Water Shadow. The elderly combatants, their bodies decaying, began with their ultimate moves, striving to subdue the Water Shadow before their strength waned. The Water Shadow had not anticipated such a sudden outburst of terrifying power from the elders. Caught off guard, he was struck head-on, sent sprawling backward to crash into 2 houses before finally halting, sustaining light injuries. The battle within the Water Shadow's building triggered a deafening alarm throughout the village, and unaware ninjas hastened to the epicenter of the conflict, only to be intercepted by ninjas dispatched from various clans. The 7 ninja swordsmen, trained by the Water Shadow himself, brandished their great swords as they marched onto the battlefield with a swagger that astonished the villagers. Several clan leaders positioned themselves before them, blocking their path to rescue the Water Shadow. The outcome of the battle was intertwined with the survival of their clans, leaving no room for error. Stop. Military exercises are underway ahead. You cannot pass. Get lost. We heed only the Water Shadow's command. What are you to us? Anyone who stands in our way is an enemy. How do you wish to die? The atmosphere was charged with the audacity of the Hozuki clan. Having exchanged blows with the Water Shadow earlier, the 7 ninja swordsmen were brimming with confidence. Realizing that reasoning with a few fools was futile, the clan leaders engaged in battle, and the swordsmen, relying on their blades, managed a tenuous balance. The swordsmen excelled at teamwork, with one unfortunate incident where a lower ninja had slain 4 of their number not counted. One-on-one, they were at a disadvantage, already showing signs of injury. On the battlefield, the Water Shadow faced off against several elders, evenly matched. As time passed, the elders began to tire, using their final energies to execute their ultimate techniques, attempting to ensnare the Water Shadow in an icy prison while unleashing a barrage of bone spikes to ensure their mutual destruction. Unfortunately, the Water Shadow summoned a leech, slipping into its maw to evade the final strike. The clan's strongest trump card, regrettably, met its end. In the distance, the battle concluded, and the clan leaders ceased their assault, awaiting the emergence of the victor. The Water Shadow emerged from the ruins, standing before the clan leaders. Ha! What more is there to say? Only death awaits. Faced with this outcome, the clan leaders wore calm expressions, having exerted themselves. Failure held no terror for them. Go to your deaths. The Water Shadow prepared to execute them. The water mirror technique manifested, a mirror standing before the Water Shadow, reflecting his image, who countered the Water Shadow's attack and saved the clan leaders. The sound of footsteps resonated clearly in the air, and all eyes were fixated on the figure slowly approaching from the darkness. Moments later, a figure clad in green with violet eyes materialized, eliciting astonishment from all present. Yagura? You have betrayed me. I was utterly unaware of your collusion with them. How deeply you have concealed your intentions. The Water Shadow was taken aback by Yagura's betrayal, his heart seething with a desire to dismember Yagura. Yet, he was also perplexed. Why had Yagura chosen to reveal himself now, when the situation was already dire? My apologies. Lord Water Shadow, I have never collaborated with them. Your policies are too ruthless. The village is dissatisfied with your actions, and I hope you will relinquish the position of Water Shadow. To whom shall I yield it? To you? That is not out of the question. Yagura's earnest demeanor garnered admiration from the onlookers. His shamelessness was commendable. The Water Shadow struck out at Yagura, while the 7 ninja swordsmen clashed with the clan leaders once more. Yagura consumed chakra pills twice, and with the assistance of Xuangyue Mei, activated Ice Release, matching the Water Shadow in his prime. Having already fought one battle, the Water Shadow bore light injuries, and his left arm's agility was slightly hampered, affecting his hand signs. Yagura maintained the upper hand, relentlessly pressing the attack, and within minutes, the Water Shadow bore new wounds. In the distance, countless ninjas from the Mist Village, be they ninjas or civilians, remained unmoved, coldly observing the Water Shadow's plight, their eyes glinting with a hint of schadenfreude. The Water Shadow realized he had lost not only the battle but also the hearts of the people. Yet, he did not wish to die. He still had dreams, and thus he fled. Yagura watched the Water Shadow escape, preventing others from pursuing him. The Water Shadow ran to the seaside, spotting 3 figures seated upon the rocks, one of whom he recognized even in ashes. You have arrived. I did not expect the Water Shadow to be in such disarray. Truly a rare sight. Xuangyue Mei sat on the rocks, lifting his fishing rod and turning to scrutinize the Water Shadow, who had fled to this place. Xuangyue Mei, have you come to meet your demise? Xuangyue Mei remained silent, listening to the waves crashing against the rocks, gazing quietly into the distance, where the vast ocean lay under the moonlight, adorned with countless stars. You are still as foolish as ever. Did you not believe I would appear here? Ridiculous. What do you rely upon? Kaguya? Where is he? Let him come out. The Water Shadow, hair disheveled, spun in place, glaring around him. He did not come. I alone am sufficient to kill you. The third Water Shadow erupted into mad laughter. Huh? You think you can kill me? That is the best joke I have heard all year. Is it amusing? Would it be even funnier if I aided the Hozuki clan in their defection? Xuangyue Mei regarded the laughing Water Shadow with a knowing glint in his eyes. What if I placed Yagura beside you as an undercover agent, delivering a fatal blow? Would that be even more amusing? The third Water Shadow spat blood in fury, pointing an accusing finger at Xuangyue Mei. So it was you orchestrating this. I will kill you. Xuangyue Mei shook his head. Having had my fill of laughter, you may now meet your end. He leaped from the rocks, slowly advancing toward the Water Shadow, the sea behind him forming massive waves that followed in his wake. Directly employing the evaporation technique, the leech transformed into dried leech, instantly becoming medicinal material without the need for drying. The Water Shadow was rendered a mummy. Xuangyue Mei employed fire release to incinerate the Water Shadow into ash, dispersing the remains into the sea. Chapter 42. The complete control of the land of water. With the death of the third Water Shadow, he gazed into the distance towards the Mist Village. As anticipated, Yagura would ascend to become the fourth Water Shadow. After nearly a decade, Xuangyue Mei had finally achieved complete dominion over the land of water. The first step towards unifying the ninja world had been taken. His next endeavor was to expand the territory of the land of water, incorporating the northern land of moon, the southern land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of rainbow into his domain. Xuangyue Mei dared not take overly large strides, proceeding cautiously. The ninja world was treacherous, and he feared the sudden emergence of Otsutsuki. He had not watched the Boruto series, but had heard others speak of it. What of the Shell Organization, the Egg Organization? Otsutsuki Style 1, 2, Peach Style, Pear Style, a plethora of Otsutsuki popping up. He was unafraid of these. But should an Otsutsuki Calculus Style, Otsutsuki Editing Style, or Otsutsuki Overtime Style emerge, Xuangyue Mei would truly be at a loss. Let us depart. The matters have been settled, and it is time for us to return. Xuangyue Mei leaped atop the rocks, stowing his fishing rod and beckoning his 2 female companions to leave together. A fleeting glance at the empty water bucket stirred the tempest within, as 2 fish were deftly captured and tossed into the vessel, eliciting a satisfied nod. The Water Shadow building of the hidden Mist Village lay in ruins, surrounded by chaos. The final dance of the last fern had wrought considerable destruction, yet mercifully spared any loss of life. The elder Yuan Jun, arriving late, appeared older than the deceased clan heads of the prominent families, assisted by others as he ambled forward with faltering steps, stopping before the remnants of the Water Shadow building. He tremulously retrieved the Water Shadow's hat and cloak from the ground, gently brushing off the dust. He approached Itsong, his murky eyes scrutinizing the young man. The assembled crowd held their breath, their gazes fixed upon the two figures, a senior and a youth, amidst the desolate remains, as a tense silence enveloped the night air. After an agonizing minute, Yuan Jun presented the cloak symbolizing the identity of the water shadow to Itsong, then turned to address the villagers of the Hidden Mist. For 3 generations, the water shadows demonstrated exceptional abilities, sacrificing for the village and leaving an indelible mark on its history, which we must remember. His voice resonated as he acknowledged the contributions of the 3 generations of water shadows, before also highlighting their failures. However, in recent years, the third water shadow has strayed into extremism, implementing bloody policies that incite discord between civilians and ninja clans, relentlessly targeting prominent families. Right and wrong, truth and falsehood, each holds a personal scale. A nation cannot be without a sovereign for a single day, nor can a family exist without a head. The third water shadow has abandoned the village and can no longer serve in that capacity. I propose that Itsong succeed as the fourth water shadow. The elders of the Hidden Mist wielded power comparable to the water shadow, and with the latter's flight, Yuan Jun, as the decision-maker, found overwhelming support from the villagers for his proposal. Itsong was strong and held a respectable reputation within the village. Yet the villagers harbored concerns about whether he would perpetuate the previous regime's bloody policies, having once served as the bodyguard to the third water shadow. 3 days later, the succession ceremony for the water shadow was held. Yuan Jun made a decisive proclamation, and with assistance, gradually disappeared into the night. The villagers of the Hidden Mist followed suit, with several clan heads gathering the remains of their deceased elders to return to their respective homelands. The following morning, the acting water shadow Itsong released the family members taken by the interrogating department, shifting the blame onto the third water shadow. Standing at the edge of the nightmare forest, he summoned the villagers of the Hidden Mist to elucidate the primary motive behind the third water shadow's implementation of the blood mist policy. Everyone present was aware that the third water shadow's summoned beast was a leech, yet they were unaware that this leech could absorb blood and evolve. Itsong paused before continuing. Every year, the third water shadow would release the leech into the nightmare forest, where the blood spilled during the lower ninja assessments and the bodies of fallen students would serve as nourishment for the leech's evolution. Outraged murmurs erupted from the villagers, interrupting Itsong's revelation of the truth. Cursed third water shadow. No wonder we could never find the bodies of the children. His actions are nothing short of beastly. How could he be so depraved? I once admired him. My poor child. The third water shadow deserves no peace in death. Itsong, moved by the villagers' fury, raised his right hand to silence them and made a firm promise to all present. Rest assured, the village will seek justice for its people and pursue the third water shadow to the ends of the earth. As soon as we receive any news of him, I vow to lead the charge. Itsong disseminated further revelations about the third water shadow to temporarily quell the villagers' emotions, though he had no intention of fully resolving the rift between civilians and ninja clans. The day of Itsong's succession as water shadow arrived as anticipated. Yet the daimyo's residents had severed ties with the Hidden Mist, with Shuangyue Kongming not dispatching anyone to attend. Elder Yuan Jun presided over the ceremony, recounting the illustrious history of the Hidden Mist village, addressing the challenges it faced, and finally draping the cloak over Itsong's shoulders, placing the hat upon his head. Leaning closer, Yuan Jun whispered in a voice audible only to Itsong, I know not the plans you and the individual behind you hold, but I sincerely hope for the continued prosperity of the Hidden Mist. Indeed, the wisdom of age is profound. Rest assured, my lord has high hopes for the Hidden Mist. Allow me to share a piece of news. The departed little ones are receiving training under my lord's care. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jun's murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Very well, I am old, yet I would still pursue great deeds alongside that esteemed individual. As the ceremony concluded, the fourth water shadow Itsong entered his temporary office to issue his first command. We shall revise the assessment approach for lower ninjas, while practical assessments will remain. The previous elimination through mutual slaughter will be abolished. Instead, we shall collectively tackle ninja beasts or summon creatures, and instructors will grade based on performance in battle. While the revised method carries its own dangers, it significantly reduces mortality rates compared to before, much to the villagers' satisfaction. Those who fear for their lives can observe from a distance without the threat of being slain. After attending to the affairs of the Hidden Mist, Itsong stealthily departed for the daimyo's residence. Yi-Tsong has arrived. Rise and take a seat, Xuangyue Kongming commanded, pulling the kneeling Yi-Tsong to his feet and pressing him into a chair. My lord, this is against protocol. Such actions are inappropriate, Yi-Tsong protested, fidgeting uneasily in his seat. Sit properly, or you shall ignite your own behind. How goes the situation in the Hidden Mist Village? Have you encountered any troubles? With a straightened back and hands resting on his thighs, Yi-Tsong reported on Yuan Jun's matters to Xuangyue Kongming. The latter found nothing unusual. An individual in their 70s or 80s tends to perceive issues with greater clarity. Given Yi-Tsong's previous and current demeanor, it was only natural to deduce that he had assistance from someone behind him. Let him be, as long as he does not impede us. It matters not if he is aware. He may yet prove useful in the future. Chapter 43. Cultivating Depth Regardless. The adversarial relationship between the Hidden Mist Village and the Daimyo's residents must not waver. The play must continue, and one must remain vigilant to avoid revealing any flaws to the other ninja villages. Xuangyue Kongming earnestly advised Yi-Tsong, for this matter pertained to his grand plans for profit, and he must take it seriously. Yi-Tsong nodded solemnly, understanding. My lord, is there any further command? After a moment of contemplation, Xuangyue Kongming noted that several years remained before the Second Ninja World War, during which he had no immediate tasks for Yi-Tsong. For now, stay vigilant regarding the movements of other ninja villages. They may take action soon. I cannot ascertain whether the Hidden Mist will receive an invitation. In the 31st year of Konoha, the Land of Whirlpools fell, with several major ninja villages participating alongside Konoha, with the Hidden Mist playing a pivotal role. Given the substantial changes occurring within the Hidden Mist, Xuangyue Kongming was cautious about the potential for further shifts. With the goal of completely controlling the Land of Water, Xuangyue Kongming found himself with little to occupy his time and began to contemplate how to enhance the strength of the Land of Water. Reclining in his rocking chair, he felt the gentle touch of Guire's delicate hands massaging his shoulders. Xuangyue Kongming gazed up at the 15-year-old Guire, whose tall figure and exquisite features, complemented by her vibrant red eyes, almost rendered him speechless as she smiled brightly at him. He mused, just 6 more months. Young master, you must be tired. Let me massage your shoulders. You should rest for a while, Guire offered. I am not tired. Come, let us bask in the sun together. He pulled Guire into the rocking chair beside him, cradling her in his arms as he continued to ponder how to cultivate more ninjas. First and foremost was discretion. He could not allow the extensive cultivation of ninjas to be discovered by other nations. At this moment, he was not prepared for a confrontation with the entire ninja world. Spies from various villages infiltrated every nook and cranny, making it nearly impossible to defend against them. These spies were audacious, with those from the Land of Steel daring to gather intelligence in Konoha. Since defense was unfeasible, concealment was the only option. Xuangyue Kongming ruminated on this, tilting his head to find Guire gazing at him intently. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he recalled Penglai Island. Of course, if I acquire another uninhabited sacred ground to hide all the ninjas, the problem will be resolved. He turned to Guire and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. Guire, you are truly my lucky star. As long as I can assist the young master, Guire replied shyly, burying her head in Xuangyue Kongming's embrace. The issues at hand were resolved, and Xuangyue Kongming continued to ponder whom to cultivate, and which individuals were worthy of his investment. While the members of the Shao organization had rather unfortunate fates, it was undeniable that each of them possessed remarkable talent. Among the second batch of the Mist Village's 7 ninja swordsmen, the performances of Zabuza, Ringo Yuri, and Hozuki Mangitsu were commendable. Xuangyue Kongming pinched Guire's pert rear, reminiscing about his 2 large nephews, regretting that he could not act on such thoughts. Reluctantly releasing his grip, he straightened up from his rocking chair, taking Guire by the hand. Let us proceed, Guire. We have matters to attend to. He rode in a carriage to the Daimyo's elementary school, which appeared to be an ordinary institution on the surface, yet served as his base for nurturing ninjas. Disembarking, he entered a specific teaching building, opened a hidden door in the storeroom, and guided Guire down several flights of stairs, waving dismissively at the vigilant ninjas stationed in the shadows. Turning left, they descended 30 more steps, right through a long corridor, ultimately halting before a grand door. Lord Xuangyue, 2 jonin knelt on one knee in greeting. Open the door. The jonin produced 2 keys, unlocking the dual locks and swinging the door wide. Stepping inside, Xuangyue Kongming was greeted by a vast underground space, already adorned with several buildings. bustling with numerous children coming and going. Young master, what brings you here? Uchiha, who was fully responsible for the training of ninjas, hurried over upon hearing the door open. I came to take a look. You have encountered no difficulties, I presume? None at all. The children are obedient and trained diligently, requiring no concern from the teachers. Hearing the report on the young ninja's performance, Xuangyue Kongming nodded in satisfaction. Lead me to observe their training. Lord Xuangyue. As they approached the training grounds, a voice called out to him, and he turned to see Hozuki Shingetsu rushing towards him, brimming with excitement. Little Shingetsu, why are you not training with your classmates? Have you been fighting with them? Not at all. I can do everything they learn. The teacher has me training on my own. Hozuki Shingetsu proclaimed proudly to Xuangyue Kongming. Young master, this little fellow learns quickly. We should give him a bit of extra attention. Tailoring instruction to individual needs. You are doing splendidly, Xuangyue Kongming replied to Uchiha, then turned to Hozuki Shingetsu, affectionately ruffling his hair. Indeed, little Shingetsu, you are exceptional. Keep up the good work. I will, Lord Xuangyue. Following Uchiha, to the training ground. Xuangyue Kongming stood at the edge, observing the hundreds of young ninjas training vigorously, his heart filled with contentment. Young master, would you like to say a few encouraging words to them? Uchiha gathered everyone together. Is that truly our savior, Lord Xuangyue? What an impressive aura. Thanks to Lord Xuangyue for rescuing me. Otherwise, I would have perished in the nightmarish forest. I will train hard to repay Lord Xuangyue. So will I. I wish to become the sharpest blade in Lord Xuangyue's hand, vanquishing all enemies. The young ninjas whispered among themselves, gazing at Xuangyue Kongming with admiration and gratitude. Your efforts do not go unnoticed. You are all commendable. I hope you persevere. The ninja world is fraught with danger. For every ounce of effort you exert, the peril diminishes and your chances of survival increase. Thank you, Lord Xuangyue. We will definitely persist and become formidable ninjas to repay you. As he turned to leave the training ground, he felt a pang of hope that their names would appear on the retirement list rather than the death list. Uncle follow me. Xuangyue Kongming led Uchiha into the equipment room, opening an inconspicuous door that led to a new sanctuary, the Abbot's Island. Uncle henceforth, place the ninjas brought back from the Mist Village on the island for training. Do not allow them to venture out easily. Young master, what is this place? A secret realm, well concealed and not easily discovered. Xuangyue Kongming briefly explained the nature of the secret realm to Uchiha, leaving him speechless with astonishment. I understand, rest assured. Young master, I will ensure that no one leaks the secret. I trust your judgment. Having arranged everything, Xuangyue Kongming returned to the daimyo's residence with Kaguya, resuming his gentle rocking. Half a year later, Kaguya sent word that the 3 major ninja villages would soon dispatch representatives to visit the Mist Village. As anticipated, the land of whirlpools remained under the watchful eyes of several villages, unable to escape the fate of annihilation. Xuangyue Kongming had to attend the meeting to ascertain the plans of the various nations, facilitating his strategies regarding the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool Village. His primary objective was to reap the benefits from the laborers of the Whirlpool. Chapter 44. The first encounter with blood-red chili peppers. Xuangyue Kongming transformed into vapor, swaying with the wind, silently infiltrating the Mist Village. Lord Xuangyue, the envoys from the other ninja villages are about to arrive in the Mist Village. Will you preside over the meeting personally? After some contemplation, Xuangyue Kongming decided that since he intended to participate in the meeting in its entirety, personally presiding might yield better results. Very well, you go to welcome them. Before the meeting commences, I shall take your place. Not far from the Mist Village. In a dimly lit forest, dense trees obscured most of the sunlight. Kaguya met with the envoys from the 3 villages. The newcomers clad in black robes that blended seamlessly with the environment, their faces obscured by grotesque masks, their voices distorted and raspy, as if scraped over glass. Confirming the identities of the visitors, Kaguya discreetly brought them into the village. In the Mizuki's office, Kaguya and the 3 envoys took their seats in succession. Congratulations on becoming the 4th Mizuki. I bring you a personal letter from the Reikage for your perusal. The burly, muscular Cloud Ninja spoke first, reaching into his ninja tool pouch and presenting a letter to Kaguya with both hands. The representatives from the other 2 villages followed suit, presenting personal letters from the Tsuchikage and the Kazekage respectively. Kaguya did not open the letters immediately. Instead, he placed all 3 on the table and addressed the 3 figures. Please wait a moment. I will step out briefly. Yagura departed the office, turning a corner and transforming into a member of the Umbu, while Xuanyue Kongming took on Yagura's appearance and re-entered the office, with Yagura following closely behind. Apologies, nature calls. Now let us discuss business. May I inquire what brings you to the Mist Village? Xuanyue Kongming scrutinized the envoys from the 3 villages, questioning their purpose while making his way to his seat. Inwardly, he mused, judging by their attire, they certainly harbored no good intentions. I see through your schemes and will observe your performance. The envoys exchanged glances. And it was the Cloud Ninja who answered Xuanyue Kongming's inquiry. You should be aware that many years ago, Senju Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts. Decades have passed, and the first generation of Jinchuriki has aged. Each village is preparing to replace their Jinchuriki, and the Mist Village should also be in need, correct? Xuanyue Kongming scoffed inwardly at the Cloud Ninja's assertion, feigning a look of agreement. Indeed, the Mist Village requires new Jinchuriki. However, what relevance does this hold for you? Does your village not desire tailed beasts? Are you attempting to sell them to the Mist Village? The envoys rolled their eyes at his insinuation. How naive. Do not jest. We have no intention of selling the tailed beasts. To replace a Jinchuriki, one must employ sealing techniques. The 3 shadows unanimously believe that your village's sealing techniques are insufficient to effectively suppress the tailed beasts, leaving the Jinchuriki at risk of rampaging. Do you not agree? You are correct. I too believe that your village's sealing techniques are inadequate. Xuanyue Kongming clapped his hands, nodding vigorously in agreement with their claims. He adopted a guise of ignorance, deftly maneuvering the conversation to avoid being led astray. However, you seem to have come to the wrong place. The sealing techniques of the Mist Village are not for sale. The representatives nearly choked on their frustration. Even if they were offered, they would not covet them. Observing the envoys' pained expressions, Xuanyue Kongming felt a hidden satisfaction, a group of fools, dancing around the subject, attempting to draw him into their schemes. They wish for the Mist Village to serve as their enforcer while they reap the rewards without effort. They must be dreaming. Lord Mizukage, you must be aware of the Uzumaki clan. They excel in sealing techniques, and the 3 shadows wish to acquire their methods. Xuanyue Kongming stroked his chin, his gaze fixed intently on the envoys. What good would that do you? The means by which the Uzumaki clan sustains itself will not be handed over to others. Do you possess the means to obtain them? The representatives exchanged smiles, their intentions clear. As long as you show interest, we fear you will not. Lord Watershadow. The village of Vortex, home to the Uzumaki clan, is but a small hamlet. The 3 shadows hope that the hidden Mist Village will take action to obliterate it and seize the sealing techniques. And then the villages will collaborate on research. Of course, said a Cloud Ninja as if it were the most natural thing. Frost Moon May nearly laughed out loud at such audacity. May I inquire, have you all exerted any effort? Merely flapping your lips without contributing, and yet you wish to reap benefits? Do they take me for a fool? Frost Moon May abruptly stood, knocking over the chair behind him, and slammed the letters from the 3 shadows onto the table, pointing emphatically at the 3 missives. Please, do not be angered. The esteemed Shadow Lords did not intend it that way. This matter should have seen a united effort from the villages. However, the distance is quite inconvenient. Rest assured, after the deed is done, you shall receive satisfactory compensation. As the situation threatened to collapse, the Earth Ninja hastily stood to mediate. Frost Moon May wore a look of disdain. 1,000 Earth Ninjas ambushed the Land of Lightning, yet you do not mention distance then. The Land of Water is even farther, yet you came just the same. You lack any sincerity. Return whence you came. The hidden Mist Village will not partake in your endeavors. I can pretend you were never here. Frost Moon May righted his chair, sat back down, and resumed examining the documents on the table, ignoring the envoys from the several villages, allowing them to exchange glances. We can provide funding, 100 million from each village. How does that sound? That sounds unsatisfactory. Either all 4 villages act in concert, or you 3 must collaborate. I will not be foolish enough to act alone while Senju Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mito, still lives. Frost Moon May stated without lifting his gaze. No matter how the representatives from the villages pleaded or what conditions they proposed, Frost Moon May remained resolute, ultimately compelling the 4 villages to act together. Frost Moon May arranged for someone to escort the visitors away and spoke to the ninja behind him. You have heard the conversation. Summon trustworthy ninjas and await my command to head for the Land of Vortex. 3 days later, Frost Moon K may utilize the technique of vaporization to arrive at the land of Vortex, which consists solely of Vortex Village. The village is the nation, and the nation is the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he was halted by the guards. He deceitfully claimed to be a merchant from the land of fire and, after a brief interrogation, was permitted entry into Vortex Village. As he gazed around, the streets were filled with villagers possessing crimson hair. As he walked, the villagers occasionally cast glances in his direction. Do you wish to be punished? Return my belongings to me. Frost Moon K may heard the sounds of an argument from a distance. Following the commotion, he spotted a little girl with red hair, glaring angrily at a small boy before her. In an instant, Frost Moon K may recognize the girl, Uzumaki Kushina, known for her fiery temperament, and, as expected, she had just turned 5 this year. Frost Moon K may slowly approached, his gaze fixed on Kushina, who was furiously shaking the boy by his collar. The boy, perhaps flustered by the shaking, threw a meatball he had hidden behind his back onto the ground. Huh, let us see how you eat now. He made a face at Kushina and ran away, laughing. Kushina stared at the fallen meatball, tears welling in her eyes as she bit her lip. Kneeling before her, Frost Moon K may gently wiped away her tears. Little sister, what troubles you? Tell your brother. Kushina shook her head, her eyes still on the meatball, as she reached out to pick it up and blew off the dust, ready to eat. Frost Moon K may quickly intervened, snatching the soiled meatball from her. After a moment's thought, he proposed, Little sister, I cannot find my way to the village chief's house. Would you guide me? I shall treat you to meatballs. How does that sound? Chapter 45. The organization Big Brother. Turn left at the next intersection. Don't miss it. Very well. Frost Moon K may walked briskly through the streets of Vortex Village, cradling Kushina in his arms. He successfully lured the little girl with 3 skewers of meatballs. Moreover, he found the meatball vendor's daughter rather familiar. Are they delicious? Very delicious. Would you like to try some, Big Brother? Kushina earnestly nodded, her small hands tightly gripping the 3 skewers of meatballs. She made a valiant effort to open her mouth wide and took a hearty bite, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Big Brother won't eat? You should. In the future, I will treat you to even tastier food. Frost Moon K may observed Kushina's chubby little face smeared with oil and seasonings, resembling a little kitten. He reached out to wipe it clean, affectionately ruffling her hair. Big Brother, you must not touch my head. I won't grow taller. It takes 3 or 5 skewers of meatballs for you to touch it once. Frost Moon K may nearly burst into laughter at Kushina's earnest bargaining, thinking how adorable she was and wishing to take her home. Treating the little sister to a bowl of ramen would grant me a few head pats, wouldn't it? That would allow Big Brother to touch it twice. Frost Moon K may complied with Kushina's directions, making his way to the Uzumaki household while sharing laughter and jokes, causing the little girl to giggle incessantly. Big Brother, we've arrived. That is Grandpa Uzumaki's house up ahead. You should hurry. Are we there? Aren't you coming in with me, Kushina? Frost Moon K may donned a mask and lightly poked her cheek with his finger. I can. Kushina fidgeted with her fingers, cautiously asking Frost Moon K may. Frost Moon K may held her and stepped forward to knock on the door. After a moment, footsteps approached from within. Frost Moon K may took a step back, creating some distance from the door. The door opened slightly, and Frost Moon K may sized up the elderly man before him, who was likewise scrutinizing him. Uzumaki clan leader, I apologize for the intrusion and hope you do not mind. May I come in for a moment? Frost Moon K may initiated the conversation. Uzumaki Arisher stepped aside, allowing Frost Moon K may passage. Of course, please enter. Frost Moon K may, with the quiet little girl in his arms, traversed the leaf-strewn courtyard, following the servant to the reception room. The reception room was extremely sparse, containing only a low table with a teapot atop it. A flower in the corner had withered, and a few spiders were busy weaving their webs from the rafters. Frost Moon K may sat cross-legged on the tatami, poured a cup of tea, and took a sip. It was already cold. Moments later, Uzumaki Arisher entered the reception room, accompanied by several elderly men with red hair. They seated themselves in a semicircle around Frost Moon K may. Might I inquire as to who you are, lurking in the shadows? You best clarify your origins. The elders bore down on Frost Moon K may with a fierce intensity, but he remained unfazed, playfully teasing the anxious Kushina in his arms. I am the leader of the Akatsuki organization, codenamed Emperor. Have you not heard of us? The Uzumaki elders exchanged puzzled looks, their heads adorned with question marks as they whispered among themselves. Leader, You are the most knowledgeable among us. You know a bit about the ninja world. Surely you have heard of the Akatsuki organization. Please enlighten us. Uzumaki Erasure formed a fist with his right hand, covering his mouth as he coughed lightly. Silence. I have indeed heard of it, though my understanding is limited. Since the leader of the Akatsuki is here, let him speak. Frost Moon Mei abruptly lifted his head, astonished to regard Uzumaki Erasure, thinking to himself, how adept you are at feigning ignorance. The organization he had fabricated merely 3 minutes prior was known to this old man. He chose not to expose the ruse, continuing his fabrications. In times of poverty, one cultivates oneself. In times of prosperity, one benefits the world. The Akatsuki organization lurks in the shadows of the ninja world, striving for the welfare of all. Frost Moon Mei mused that unifying the ninja world and bringing everyone under his dominion certainly aligned with the notion of benefiting the world. I have come to further the Akatsuki's mission of providing for the world. Are you still not reassured? Rest assured. But the citizens of Vortex Village live quite well and do not require your organization as patronage. You should leave at once. Ha ha. Frost Moon Mei laughed heartily, lifting Kushina as he began to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, he was halted by Uzumaki Arashi's grip. What is it that amuses you? I find your ignorance amusing, your self-righteousness laughable, and your obliviousness to impending doom utterly delightful. Frost Moon Mei's words did not raise Uzumaki Arashi's alarm, but rather elicited laughter from the other elders. Is that so? The Uzumaki clan has endured for centuries. Who among us fears death enough to seek trouble? We are allies with the strongest ninja village, Konoha. The Akatsuki? Mere alarmist rhetoric, aiming for undisclosed secrets. What a disreputable organization, lurking like flies in a fetid drain, unworthy of the stage. Begone. You cannot intimidate us. Nor do we require your worthless organization. Depart swiftly. Your very presence is repugnant. Xuanyue Kongming freed himself from the grasp of Uzumaki Amina, striding purposefully towards the door, surveying the reception room with a glance, and lifting his gaze to a distant point. Friends come and go. Do the allies of Konoha even remember you? Open your eyes and behold your reception room. It would be wise for you to venture beyond the village to investigate. I sincerely hope you do not come seeking my assistance. With that, he decisively turned and left. TCH, as if I would ever beg you. As the clan leader, Uzumaki Amina maintained his composure. To be prudent, he dispatched several elders to scout the surroundings. Clan leader, you cannot possibly be frightened by the ramblings of a madman. One elder remarked. Silence. It is better to be cautious than to regret. I shall not rest easy until I have confirmation. Reluctantly, the elders prepared to venture out of the village. Uzumaki Amina gazed upward, fixating on a particular spot that the leader of the organization had scrutinized. There, a few cobwebs lingered. The organization spoke truthfully. The bonds between Konoha and Uzumaki village had long since withered. Clan leader, trouble is brewing. The elders who had set out to investigate returned in a flurry, scrambling back to Amina's home. A large contingent of ninjas has appeared around the village, and we are completely surrounded. You must devise a plan. One elder's face was pale, stripped of the bravado he had displayed when mocking Xuanyue Kongming. Can you identify which village they hail from? Iwagakure, Sunagakure, Humogakure, and Kirigakure. The elders chorused, exchanging glances that suggested the weight of impending doom. The 4 great ninja villages joining forces would spell disaster. How could their humble Uzumaki village withstand such a threat? Uzumaki Amina felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly succumbing to despair. It was as though a great net had ensnared Uzumaki village, with bloodthirsty spiders lying in wait. What to do? We must seek aid from Konoha. Yet, the plea for assistance could not be dispatched. In a flurry of anxiety, the elders paced back and forth, while Amina stroked his chin in rapid contemplation, nearly igniting from the friction of his thoughts. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he sprang to his feet, only to stumble and slide beneath the table. Emerging to shout at the elders, quickly, summon the leader of the organization. Chapter 46. The transaction. Eat slowly. Be careful not to choke. Fear not, big brother. I am quite capable and shall not choke. Xuanyue Kongming was accompanying little Joshinai as they enjoyed ramen. After leaving Uzumaki Amina's residence, he gently set Joshinai down and generously offered her the freedom to select any ramen she desired, promising to cover the bill. Minutes later, he found himself grimacing as he leaned against the counter, shielding his eyes with his hand. It was a sight too painful to behold. Joshinai was clutching a tower of ramen that nearly eclipsed her small frame, her head obscured as she took tiny steps toward the counter. Xuanyue Kongming took the ramen from her grasp, placing it on the counter while instructing the staff to pack it up, then effortlessly lifted Joshinai again. What if you fall while carrying all this ramen? Did Joshinai take too much? It's perfectly fine to buy less. With her small hand, she dug into the packed bag, slowly retrieving a box of ramen, her large eyes fixated on it, her little face filled with reluctance. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip, turned her small head, and placed the ramen back on the counter. Xuanyue Kongming gently patted Joshinai's head. You haven't taken too much. I am merely concerned for your safety. Next time, remember to ask the staff for assistance. I understand, big brother. Cradling Joshinai in one arm and carrying the packed bag in the other, Xuanyue Kongming turned to the staff and said, Inform your manager to leave Uzumaki village at once. Yes, my lord. As he walked to the outskirts of Uzumaki village, he beheld Joshinai's dilapidated home. The door had decayed, exuding a musty odor, and the wooden structure teetered precariously, with several holes in the walls crudely stuffed with paper. Stepping onto the wooden staircase, it creaked underfoot. Upon pushing the door open, he entered a dust-free room, nearly devoid of furniture, with faded bedding in the corner patched with numerous stitches. Big brother, make yourself comfortable. I will boil water for the ramen. No need to boil water. Leave it to me, and we shall soon enjoy delicious ramen. Xuanyue Kongming prepared the ramen, gently blowing on it before offering it to little Joshinai. She carefully took a small bite, finding the temperature just right, and then devoured it with gusto, her tiny mouth filled to the brim. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Amina was scouring the village in search of Xuanyue Kongming. With his distinctive black hair and mask, many villagers recognized him, and Amina, guided by their descriptions, tracked him down to Joshinai's home. Stepping forward, Amina lightly knocked on the door, listening intently for any sounds from within. Big brother, someone seems to be knocking. I shall open the door. With her cheeks bulging, Joshinai set down her chopsticks, eager to rise and answer the door. Xuanyue Kongming held her back. No rush, finish your meal first. After several minutes, he glanced at Joshinai's round little belly, wondering how such a small being could consume 2 enormous servings of ramen. Are you full, Joshinai? Let us get up and see who is knocking. Oh no, I completely forgot someone was at the door. It's all your fault, big brother. With a swift motion, Joshinai sprang up and scurried to open the door. Big brother, it's the village elder. Please come in, grandpa. Xuanyue Kongming raised an eyebrow at the crowd of elders who pushed their way in, feeling disdain for their presence. How could a village with such leadership ever expect to survive? Have you finally realized the danger lurking outside, with fishmongers sharpening their knives? The elders squirmed uncomfortably, wishing to disappear into the ground at his words. Ahem, my lord, I apologize on their behalf. Please overlook their transgressions and grant them your forgiveness just this once. One elder slapped himself across the face. My lord, I beg your pardon. Dismiss my ramblings and please save Uzumaki village. The other elders followed suit, slapping their own faces and bowing deeply in apology. Seeing that the elders' demeanor was sincere, Xuanyue Kongming chose not to press them further. Speak, what is it you seek? Uzumaki Amina, sensing the opportunity, spoke urgently. We hope that you, my lord, can assist us in relaying a plea for help to Konoha. The entire village would be eternally grateful. Xuanyue Kongming shook his head. Amina's expression fell into despair. You cannot send the message? I certainly can. But are you certain Konoha will come to your aid? We are sure. From the tone of the elders, it seemed they still harbored a glimmer of hope for Konoha's intervention. Konoha will not come to your rescue. Do you think they would remain oblivious to the mobilization of four ninja villages? The elders exchanged glances, slowly bowing their heads in acknowledgement. Uzumaki Mizuhito is the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It is inevitable that the next Jinchuriki will also belong to the Uzumaki clan. You must understand this. We understand. But what of it? Amina was perplexed. Uzumaki Mizuhito is the wife of Senju Hashirama, a Konoha native, while the next Jinchuriki will be of the land of whirlpools. If you were among Konoha's higher-ups, would you feel secure? The elders contemplated this perspective, shaking their heads. How could one ensure the loyalty of a Jinchuriki? The answer is simple: annihilate the land of whirlpools. With their homeland destroyed, they would have no choice but to integrate into their new home. Xuanyue Kongming's explanation opened the elders' minds, and upon further reflection, they found it disturbingly logical. Moreover, Aiding the land of whirlpools might provoke an assault from the 4 great ninja villages, a futile endeavor. Konoha requires the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but has no need for the clan itself. Do you still wish to plead for help? As Amina prepared to declare that they would not seek assistance, one elder suddenly had an epiphany and interrupted him. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Does Konoha have any other candidates for Jinchuriki? A single individual suffices, as the lineage will endure. The village of Konoha shall possess its own Uzumaki clan, distinct from that of the land of whirlpools. Xuanyue Kongming shattered the remaining illusions of a few, causing them to age decades in an instant. Ensnared in an abyss of despair, devoid of hope, the elderly men displayed their disheveled appearances, despondently clutching at their hair. Stop! Behave yourselves. Do not disgrace the people of the land of whirlpools. Uzumaki Looming interrupted the frenzied elders, preparing for the worst. Indeed, Looming, the village head, maintained his composure, indicative of a person capable of significant endeavors. I propose a transaction. I wonder if you might be interested? As the moment presented itself, Xuanyue Kongming put forth his offer, maximizing the potential for success. Please, speak, chief. I require all the techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and in exchange, I can extricate 200 members of the Uzumaki clan from the land of whirlpools. After a moment's contemplation, Uzumaki Looming acquiesced to the proposal. Very well, village head Looming. Be swift in your preparations. The enemy outside may attack at any moment. Xuanyue Kongming then recalled the Death God and the Uzumaki clan's mask hall, intending to acquire the 27 masks therein. Chapter 47. The Mask Hall. After Uzumaki Looming departed with his companions, Xuanyue Kongming cast a glance at Kushina, who was concealed in a corner. She peeked out cautiously, confirming that the several mad elders had left before emerging with an air of maturity, patting her chest. Xuanyue Kongming beckoned with a finger, and Kushina hopped over to his side. Kushina, shall I take you away? Her big eyes blinked eagerly. Yes, but I will miss little Hannah. Come with me, and you shall enjoy fried meatballs every day. Xuanyue Kongming continued to entice her. Little Hannah was Kushina's dearest friend, and with a furrowed brow, she appeared conflicted. We play together every day, and sometimes even sleep together. Xuanyue Kongming was entirely oblivious to who Hannah was. Yet it was evident that Hannah held a significant place in Kushina's heart. It seemed that to persuade the adorable little girl, he would need to employ grander tactics. Not only fried meatballs, but you shall also savor delicious salty ramen every day. Alas, I truly like you, Kushina. I suppose I must acquiesce to your wishes, she sighed, shaking her little head in a playful yet resigned manner. Xuanyue Kongming stifled a laugh, watching her performance. All right, go bid farewell to your friend. We must leave shortly. He pinched his thigh to suppress his amusement. Okay, big brother. Kushina led Xuanyue Kongming to the entrance, releasing his hand. Subsequently, she picked up a stick, walked to the corner of the yard, and knocked down a flower spider weaving its web, stomping it to death. Little Hannah, farewell. You shall no longer accompany me in play. Now, with a better big brother to take her away, who promised her fried meatballs and ramen, Kushina felt content. Xuanyue Kongming, displaying a face akin to that of someone engrossed in a phone, was taken aback by Kushina's actions. He felt a twinge of sympathy replaced by embarrassment, being outwitted by a 5-year-old girl. After the farewell ceremony concluded, Xuanyue Kongming sat on the ground, propping his chin up with his hand, observing Kushina as she packed her small bundle, neatly folding her clothes first. Then, she retrieved a crumpled photograph from beneath her little pillow. In the photo, a young couple smiled radiantly. Kushina tucked the photograph close to her heart. Upon leaving Uzumaki Looming's residence, the elders swiftly replicated all the techniques of the Uzumaki clan, completing the packing in less than an hour. The other elders were not idle either, selecting 200 gifted children from the Uzumaki clan, the seeds of the clan's future. Xuanyue Kongming took Kushina's small hand and returned for a second visit to Uzumaki Looming's home. Chief, everything is prepared. When shall we depart? Now. Xuanyue Kongming received the pack techniques from Uzumaki Looming, meticulously observing the young Uzumaki children. Their large, curious eyes sparkled as they chattered incessantly. Xuanyue Kongming pointed to a group of children and addressed Uzumaki Looming. Without adults to lead, who will care for these children? Who will guide their training? You cannot possibly expect me to undertake such responsibilities, can you? What is the matter, Elder 8? Uzumaki Looming promptly inquired of the elder responsible for this matter. I apologize, clan head. I had forgotten. I will seek someone immediately. The elder hurried away. Bring Uzumaki Zihua. She is sufficiently meticulous. After several minutes, Elder 8 returned with a 50-year-old matron. Uzumaki Looming stated to Xuanyue Kongming, Chief, they are ready. Very well, village head Looming. Until we meet again. Xuanyue Kongming enveloped all the children in a swirling mist of steam. In half a minute, the steam dissipated, and Uzumaki Zihua along with all the children had vanished without a trace. Village head, what kind of ninjutsu did the chief just employ? It is truly remarkable. Indeed, it is extraordinary, disappearing without a trace. If only we could master such a technique, the crisis would be alleviated. How would I know? Return and prepare for the sacrifices of the village, Uzumaki Looming bellowed. Xuanyue Kongming returned to the academy, leading the Uzumaki clan members into the secret realm, entrusting them to Uchiha He. The first batch of laborers had been successfully acquired. Uncle He, the Uzumaki clan members are now in your care. Arrange them with the other ninjas. They will eventually become part of the land of water. Xuanyue Kongming took Kushina's small hand, and together they returned to the daimyo's residence. At the entrance, he sensed Kushina's sweaty palms, indicating her nervousness. Come, little Kushina, you shall reside here henceforth. Do you like it? Big brother. Will Kushina live in a big house? I like it very much. Xuanyue Kongming entrusted Kushina to Guer, as matters in the land of whirlpools were far from concluded, and he had more to attend to. What an adorable little sister. Young master, where did you lure her from? In an instant, the Kushina in Xuanyue Kongming's arms was snatched away by the affectionate Guer. Just as he prepared to speak, Kushina chimed in first. Big sister is so beautiful. I came from the land of whirlpools, and big brother used ramen to lure me away. Xuanyue Kongming received a sharp glare from Guer, and observing the giggling Kushina, he felt somewhat superfluous in their presence. The two girls engaged in cheerful banter, allowing Xuanyue Kongming to depart the daimyo's residence with a sense of relief, returning once more to the land of whirlpools. Outside the village, the movements of ninjas grew increasingly frequent, brazenly encroaching upon the village. He understood that war was imminent. He visited Uzumaki Looming's residence for the third time, finding the elder, now silver-haired, gently polishing a kunai that had long been neglected. Oh, I have heard much about the enigmatic mask hall of the Uzumaki clan. Might you indulge my curiosity and allow me to visit the mask hall? No problem, chief. Follow me. Uzumaki Looming's prompt agreement took Xuanyue Kongming by surprise, for he had intended to achieve his goal through a transaction. Following Uzumaki Looming, they entered the shrine of the land of whirlpools. The shrine housed the memorial tablets of generations of Uzumaki clan members, with several cushions placed before them. Uzumaki Looming grasped a candlestick, turning thrice to the left and thrice to the right, before lifting one of the cushions. Beneath it lay a hidden compartment. After pulling a ring, a secret door appeared in the right wall. Entering through this door, and walking for approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at a concealed chamber where 27 masks were displayed upon the walls. Chief, this is the mask hall. My Uzumaki clan has guarded this place for generations to prevent the masks from leaking into the ninja world. What is the purpose of these masks? And why must they not be dispersed? The times are ancient, and the records have faded, but it is our ancestral decree, and we cannot contravene it. Xuanyue Kongming nodded, approaching the wall to observe the masks carefully. Aside from their somewhat unappealing designs, they appeared unremarkable. He understood that the death god mask possessed unique properties. It was likely that the others did as well. Grasping one of the masks, Xuanyue Kongming felt an alluring force pulling at his soul, compelling him to relinquish his resistance. Eager to uncover what machinations lay behind this mystery, in an instant, his soul found itself in a peculiar realm. Chapter 48, The Wasteland. The environment was devoid of sun and moon, shrouded in a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere. Frostmoon Kongming surveyed his surroundings, his feet resting upon stretches of blood-red scorched earth that extended to the horizon. As he took a step forward, he startled a flock of crows, which flapped their wings and took flight, eventually settling on the charred branches of a dead tree, cawing incessantly. Ignoring the cacophony of the crows, Frostmoon Kongming pressed on, encountering nothing but withered vines, dead trees, and crows along the way. After wandering aimlessly for nearly an hour, he finally stumbled upon a cluster of buildings that resembled a small town. The structures were made of black bricks and tiles, and a sinister black fog hung in the air. As Frostmoon Kongming approached the town, he observed a throng of unconscious souls meandering aimlessly through the streets. Upon entering the town, He felt the suffocating presence of various negative emotions permeating the atmosphere, leaving him in a state of mild despondency. As he meandered through the town, pausing occasionally to examine a few souls, his actions drew the ire of several peculiar onlookers who had been observing him from the shadows. Their displeasure was palpable, after all. He had intruded upon their territory under the guise of a casual stroll. Unable to contain their annoyance, they resolved to teach him a lesson. Consequently, while wandering, Frostmoon Kongming found himself encircled by these strange individuals, their faces reminiscent of masks from the Vortex clan. "Do you even know where you are?" one of them demanded. "How would I know unless you tell me?" Frostmoon Kongming replied nonchalantly. He had already identified one among them as the Grim Reaper, the foolish character from the original tale. Sarutobi Hiruzen had offered souls to him, perhaps in hopes of witnessing a spectacle or a reenactment of the journey to the west. Yet, nothing had transpired, and the souls of Sarutobi were later rescued, leaving the Grim Reaper to toil in vain. This is the wasteland, a realm of your own making. Do you think you can wander about as you please? Frostmoon Kongming sensed the Grim Reaper's frustration, who bellowed in anger. "What, do you intend to guide me? I must say, you are quite the enthusiastic fellow. Go to hell. If I don't put an end to you today, I won't call you father." After the Grim Reaper's furious roar, Frostmoon Kongming watched as the Grim Reaper's form swelled, a dagger clenched in his mouth, glaring menacingly at him. "This is becoming tiresome. Can we not have a civil conversation?" Frostmoon Kongming stated, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them, revealing a crimson glow. An aura of demonic energy surged from his being, overwhelming the negative emotions of the town with an intensity 100-fold greater, exuding a sense of ferocity and allure. As Frostmoon Kongming activated his demonic transformation, he raised his gaze to meet the Grim Reapers, both locked in a silent standoff, the air thick with the tension of impending conflict. 3 minutes later, "How does it feel to have me perched upon your shoulder? Let me show you around the wasteland town." "Very well." Frostmoon Kongming settled onto the Grim Reaper's shoulder, floating above the town and surveying the entirety of the wasteland. Has anyone else ventured into the wasteland before? Indeed. There was a man named Senju Tobarama who once entered and conducted business with us. The Grim Reaper recalled, reminiscing about that encounter. "Senju Tobarama came? What kind of business did you engage in?" "Oh, he offered fresh souls as sacrifices, using the genes of the deceased as bait, and we assisted him in pilfering souls from the domain of the old Feathered One." Frostmoon Kongming pondered for a moment. Could it be the reincarnation technique of Senju Tobarama? It seemed plausible. "How do you know it was Senju Tobarama who requested your assistance in stealing souls?" "How could we possibly know? As long as the method is sound. We do not concern ourselves with who requires aid. After all, whose business isn't worth pursuing? We could even create trouble for that old Feathered One." Frostmoon Kongming was at a loss for words. He recognized the prideful demeanor of these specters, who evidently bore a grudge against the Sage of Six Paths. "You still managed to pilfer from the Sage of Six Paths? Quite impressive. We possess treasures, father. Allow me to show you." The Grim Reaper led Frostmoon Kongming to a mirror, declaring, "I shall demonstrate for you. Pay attention." Frostmoon Kongming circled the mirror, observing nothing peculiar, and patiently awaited the Grim Reaper's display. After a moment, ripples began to form on the mirror's surface, and as his vision darkened, he reopened his eyes to find himself within the Vortex clan's abode. The Grim Reaper had played a trick on him. He picked up the Grim Reaper's mask, but received no response. Attempting another, he still encountered silence. After trying 27 masks, he found them all ineffective. The Grim Reaper, who had just sealed the wasteland portal, heard someone inquire about his actions. "Grim Reaper, has the reincarnation mirror activated again? Whose soul are you stealing now?" "Stealing? I just sent one off, father," the Grim Reaper replied, visibly shaken. "Be cautious. Do not encounter that, father. Rest assured, you know me well. I remain confined to the wasteland and shall not cross paths with your father," the Grim Reaper said confidently. Frostmoon Kongming speculated that the Grim Reaper had orchestrated this situation, and currently, his strength was insufficient to breach the wasteland, leaving him to bide his time. He mentally noted the Grim Reaper's mischief the next time they met. If the Grim Reaper failed to recognize him, he would no longer deserve the title of father. "Leader of the Empire, have you made any discoveries?" During Frostmoon Kongming's sojourn in the wasteland, his physical form remained in a dazed state. As he resumed his activities, Vortex Erasure approached him, inquiring softly, "Lord Frostmoon, do you have any orders?" Raising his gaze to the sun's position, Frostmoon Kongming estimated that the Allied forces would launch their assault in approximately 3 hours. Tonight, the Hidden Mist village shall not attack the Vortex clan civilians. Let them depart, but be wary of the other 3 villages. Frostmoon Kongming contemplated whether he had conveyed his instructions clearly. Strive to facilitate an offensive from the Sand Village from the Western Front. He recalled a detail. I have acquired the sealing technique. Pursuing the vortex and seizing ninjutsu need not be taken seriously. Simply play your part with the other villages, ensuring no detail is overlooked. Frostmoon Kongming returned to Whirlpool Village, where a hasty group of tomatoes rushed past him. Whirlpool clan leader Uzumaki Amin began to gather the villagers, with a large assembly of the Uzumaki clan congregating before the shrine. Frostmoon Kongming also arrived at the scene. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed Uzumaki Amin kneeling upon a high platform. Almost everyone has arrived. As the clan leader, I apologize to our ancestors. As the village head, I apologize to you. The villagers. Below, the uninformed populace murmured among themselves. Frostmoon Kongming scoffed, feeling the urgency of the moment, urging for matters of importance to be addressed without delay. Tonight, enemies will attack Whirlpool Village, and our chances of victory are non-existent. Therefore, everyone must prepare for escape. An immediate silence engulfed the crowd. Moments later, a woman's faint sobs could be heard, while the men remained relatively composed, offering comfort to those beside them. Uzumaki Amin continued, I have struck a deal with someone. The eastern side is relatively safer than other directions. Once you escape, make your way to the land of water. Now, return to prepare. And I hope we can meet again in the future. Frostmoon Kongming silently commended the elder for his understanding, mentally applauding him and sending a message to the diligent workers around. Night fell as anticipated. Frostmoon Kongming, hands clasped behind his back, stood atop the highest point in Whirlpool Village, gazing down at the impending battlefield below. The coalition of 4 villages began to converge and encircle the village, while the villagers of Whirlpool had readied themselves for flight. Suddenly, a dozen shadowy figures appeared behind the coalition, stealthily approaching Whirlpool Village. Uzumaki Amin led the Whirlpool Village ninjas, dividing into 4 groups to confront the 4 major ninja villages. The 2 factions faced each other across a high wall. Abruptly, a whale leaped from the sea, emitting a resounding cry. It seemed as though both parties received a signal, and in an instant, battle erupted. In an unexpected turn of events, the other 3 factions turned and fled westward without engaging the Whirlpool ninjas. Stunned for a moment, the ninjas from the 3 villages pursued them, allowing the villagers of Whirlpool to seize the opportunity to escape. Uzumaki Amin regrouped with the ninjas arriving from the other 3 directions and launched a fierce attack. The sand ninjas responsible for the western assault, unaccustomed to the humid island environment after long exposure to the arid desert, found themselves overwhelmed by the onslaught from the entire Whirlpool Village ninja force. Within half a minute, a breach appeared in their defenses, and Uzumaki Amin led the charge. The arriving ninjas from the 3 villages were bewildered, as the developments were not as they had envisioned. Shouldn't they have been the ones to eliminate Whirlpool Village and obtain the sealing techniques, returning triumphantly to their village? Why had everyone fled? Chase them, they shouted. Still in disbelief, the ninjas from the 4 villages hurriedly pursued. As they departed, a dozen ninjas infiltrated Whirlpool Village, meandering their way into the home of Kushina. Where is she? The little girl who lives here. She is most suited to become a Jinchuriki. How could she be missing? She is not among the escaping villagers. Frostmoon Kongming, overhearing their conversation, surmised they were from the Konoha Umbu. A few of them were destined not to find Kushina, and he hurried after Uzumaki Amin. Swiftly leaping atop the treetops, he spotted Uzumaki Amin's figure within minutes. The Whirlpool ninjas continued their flight, while the pursuers remained relentless. A group of elder men from Whirlpool gradually began to tire, and the distance between the 2 sides diminished. Several elders prepared to stay behind and sacrifice themselves. But Frostmoon Kongming, standing atop a tree, timely interjected. He tossed a scroll to the Awagakure ninja, directing it solely to them. Uzumaki Amin decisively accepted the suggestion, throwing out several ninja technique scrolls. The Earth Ninja hastily gathered the scrolls. Once the war concludes, we shall study them together. For now, I will take care of them. The leaders from the other villages nodded in agreement, discreetly signaling their own ninjas, as the 3 villages converged towards the Earth Ninjas, causing their ranks to thicken, albeit slightly slowing their pursuit. Throw more. Uzumaki Amin tossed out additional scrolls, but before the Earth Ninja could secure them, they were snatched by the nearby Cloud Ninja. "I'll take one." Uzumaki Amin learned quickly and hurled out more scrolls. The ninjas from the 4 villages began to scramble for them. Hours later, all scrolls from Whirlpool Village had been dispersed, and the good news was that they were nearing Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news and led the Konoha ninjas to provide support. Frost Moon Kongming sat in a tree, observing as the 3 factions drew closer, ultimately converging on the plains. Konoha and the coalition arranged themselves, with hundreds of Whirlpool ninjas caught in the middle. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the forefront of the Konoha ranks and inquired, "You 4 major ninja villages appear in the Land of Fire. Is it to wage war against Konoha? Hand over the Whirlpool ninjas, and we will depart immediately," stated the Cloud Ninja. "That is impossible. The Uzumaki clan is Konoha's most esteemed ally, and we shall never abandon our allies." After half an hour of standoff, the coalition retreated. They had obtained the sealing techniques and realized their engagement with Konoha was not advantageous. "I apologize, Amin village head. I sincerely sympathize with the plight of the Land of Water. We received word, but it is too late." Sarutobi Hiruzen had not finished his sentence when the Umbu, leading the Uzumaki clan's little girl, appeared. Upon seeing a group of Uzumaki staring at him, he froze in place. In that moment, everyone chose silence. Uzumaki Amin glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, recognizing how swiftly the Konoha Umbu operated. They had desperately fled to Konoha. Yet the Umbu could make a round trip in the same time frame. Let us go. Enter the village, and from now on, consider Konoha your home." "No need. We must still search for our lost kin. Farewell." After speaking, Uzumaki Amin led his clan away without looking back. How amusing. The Konoha Umbu is quite effective, dismantling the Hokage's platform right before our eyes. The Uzumaki clan should now see Konoha's true colors. Frost Moon Kongming, observing the expressions of Konoha's upper echelons, couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 50. Resettling the Uzumaki clan. Frost Moon Kongming gazed from afar at Tsunade, who had grown taller since their last meeting, with the most notable change being that her once dumpling-like appearance had transformed into a round-faced bun. Tsunade seemed to sense his gaze and turned towards his position. After a long while, as the people of Konoha moved away, she turned to leave. Frost Moon Kongming stood up and returned to the Land of Water, commanding that Kakuzu be summoned to the council hall. While waiting for Kakuzu, he pondered how to accommodate the Uzumaki clan. In the coming days, a large influx of Uzumaki people would arrive in the Land of Water, the majority of whom were ordinary citizens unfit for the secret realm. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Frost Moon Kongming lifted his head. "Enter." As he spoke, the hall door was gently pushed open from the outside, and Kakuzu stepped over the threshold, closing the door behind him. Approaching Frost Moon Kongming, he inquired, "Lord Frost Moon, what summons do you have for me? Do you have any particularly important matters at hand?" "No, I have been reconciling the accounts to ensure every coin is accounted for." "Well, set the accounts aside for now. I have a task for you." Frost Moon Kongming, concerned that others might mishandle the situation, decided that Kakuzu, with his formidable strength, would be responsible for this matter. The incident in the Land of Water has concluded, and members of the Uzumaki clan will be arriving. You are to oversee their centralized reception at the castle. Frost Moon Kongming picked up a list from the table and handed it to Kakuzu. "You may call upon any of the ninjas on this list. I have but one requirement. Anyone who obstructs you shall be dealt with mercilessly. Do you have any issues with this?" Kakuzu took the list, his gaze growing fierce and ruthless. "No problem. I will ensure the task is completed." In the ensuing days, Kakuzu traversed extensively, bringing back numerous Uzumaki clan members while also eliminating many pursuing ninjas from the other 3 villages. Frost Moon Kongming selected a village not far from the castle, relocating the original inhabitants and temporarily settling all Uzumaki clan members there. 10 days later, significant members of the Uzumaki clan appeared in the Land of Water, voluntarily seeking out the Lord's residence. The ninjas who had fled from the Land of Water were concealed by Uzumaki Amin in a secluded forest. He, along with several elders, stealthily infiltrated the Land of Water, having discarded their headbands and donned ordinary clothing to avoid complications. As they departed the Land of Fire, Uzumaki Amin continually contemplated the future direction of the Uzumaki clan. After careful contemplation, he envisioned the Land of Water. Uzumaki Ashina learned from the villagers that Kiri's village had not engaged in the slaughter of the Uzumaki clan, and there was no deep-seated hatred between the 2 parties. Moreover, The feudal lord of the Land of Water was renowned within the ninja world for his wealth and naivety, and it was conceivable that he might accept the Uzumaki clan, who had conflicts with Kiri. As Ashina and his companions stealthily infiltrated the lord's city, they were caught red-handed by Kakuzu. "Who dares?" he scoffed. "A tiger fallen into the plains, and anyone dares to obstruct my path? Seize him." Minutes later, Kakuzu's robe lay in tatters, kneeling amidst the ruins, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Are you all right? Please don't die on me," he exclaimed anxiously to the fallen Uzumaki Ashina and his companions. After a moment, Ashina rose, silently relieved that his forehead protector had not fallen off at a critical moment. Otherwise, he would have met his demise today, as Kakuzu proved to be even more formidable than rumored. After catching their breath, the bruised companions followed Kakuzu to knock on the gates of the feudal lord's estate. Shingetsu Akiyo sat in the courtyard, sipping a drink while admiring the moon. "Huh, Kakuzu, you've truly risen in status, bullying a few old comrades. What's the meaning of this?" "I might be older than them," Kakuzu retorted quietly. "They snuck into the lord's city, and I assumed they bore ill intent." At a glance, Akiyo recognized Uzumaki Ashina and feigned ignorance. "And who might you be?" Ashina touched his mouth. I am Uzumaki Ashina, the village chief of the former Uzumaki village, here specifically to meet you." "Oh, you seek me? What business do we have? Have we met before?" Akiyo pointed to himself. "I hope that Lord Akiyo will accept us," Ashina stated. "Are you attempting to swindle me? By what right?" Taking a deep breath, Ashina organized his thoughts. "We can ensure your safety, my lord." "Kakuzu, do you hear this? They claim they can protect me. Do you think they are capable?" Akiyo's gaze swept over the elderly Uzumaki's face, and the others lowered their heads in shame under his scrutiny. "Well, their strength seems adequate. I believe they can stay," Kakuzu remarked after some consideration. Akiyo nodded. "Very well then, you may remain. Is there anything else?" "Thank you, Lord Akiyo," Ashina thought with joy, wondering if he could bring his clan members here. "Of course, you and big brother Kakuzu. Why are you secretly drinking and indulging in delicacies without inviting Kushina?" Akiyo's words were interrupted by a cheerful voice, and he turned to find two young girls at the courtyard entrance. Before he could beckon them inside, Ashina was even more excited, his eyes fixated on Kushina. "Kushina, what are you doing here?" "Big brother brought me here," she exclaimed, releasing her friend's hand and skipping to Akiyo's side. Akiyo lifted Kushina and placed her on his lap. Ashina and his companions widened their eyes, mouths agape, trembling fingers pointing at Kushina and then at Akiyo. You are the Emperor's leader." "Ow, that hurts." "This isn't a dream, but how can this be?" Akiyo merely glanced at them nonchalantly. "What is so surprising? Each person has their own face." "All right, Kakuzu will assist you in arranging for your clan members. But do try not to venture out. The Uzumaki clan's hair traits are too distinctive. Big brother and sister Gwar have black hair, but I want red hair too." Akiyo was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. How did he not consider dyeing hair? It was all due to his past life as a reclusive bachelor without a girlfriend who liked to style her hair. Ruffling Kushina's hair, he thought of a solution. He purchased a variety of hair dye from the system, in colors ranging from red to orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Without hesitation, he applied it to the elderly Uzumaki clan members. Half an hour later, several elderly men with newly dyed hair returned to the courtyard, all opting for black. Not wanting to appear out of style, Akiyo observed them, feeling quite pleased. "So how do you find it?" "Nothing much, but it does conceal our Uzumaki traits, making it considerably safer to go out," Ashina said, now with black hair. "That's good to hear," Akiyo nodded gently. "With that settled, I shall pour myself a drink and ensure you bring back your remaining clan members. Kakuzu, take them to the village outside the city. Let them meet the Uzumaki clan and help them dye their hair." Once Akiyo had arranged everything, he sent them off and resumed his drinking and moon-gazing. Chapter 51. The storms of the ninja world. Kakuzu led Uzumaki Ashina to the entrance of the Uzumaki village, leaving behind the hair dye, before turning to continue his missions. As Ashina and his companions entered the village, they immediately spotted Uzumaki clansmen, some seated, others standing, chatting in small groups. "Chief, is that the chief standing at the village entrance?" Under the tree, a clansman chatting while leaning on a hoe casually turned his head and, noticing Ashina, asked his companions uncertainly. The other villagers followed his gaze. "It seems like it. Let us go take a look." More and more villagers gathered at the entrance. A common Uzumaki clansman emerged from the crowd, his hair entirely white, grasping Ashina's hands tightly. Chief, it's so good to see you safe. Wonderful, wonderful, everyone is well. Ashina responded, shaking the elder's hand. I never expected to see old friends again. You must have faced considerable danger on your journey. It was quite perilous at first. Young ninjas from the village helped us escape while being pursued. The Uzumaki clansmen spoke in unison, eager to share their experiences. Then a powerful ninja appeared, wearing a mask, dispatching our pursuers and saving us. Chief, have you met him? Ashina touched his eye socket. I have seen him. Indeed, quite formidable. Chief, you will stay, right? Yes. I will not leave. Lord Akio has already accepted the Uzumaki clan, Ashina replied, meeting the eager gazes of his clansmen. Tears welled in the eyes of the Uzumaki people as they embraced one another. That's wonderful. Lord Akio is truly a good person. Indeed. He not only saved our lives, but has also given us a new home. Thank you, Lord Akio. As Ashina gazed at his emotional clansman, he felt as though he had returned to Yuzushiogakure, his eyes moistening with gratitude for Akio. After a few moments of emotional release, the Uzumaki clansman, having calmed down, recalled Ashina's black hair. Chief, how did you manage to make your hair black? Ashina slightly tilted his head, stroking his hair. It's hair dye developed by Lord Akio. There are various colors. I brought some with me for you to choose. Placing the hair dye on the ground, the clansmen surged forward to select their preferred colors. Once their hair dyeing was complete, they gathered once more, a vibrant array of colors filling the space. Akio, witnessing the scene, must have felt nostalgic, reminiscing about the days of non-mainstream fashion. Purple suits you perfectly. Lord Akio is truly clever to have created such a variety of hair dyes. Indeed, Lord Akio has been exceptionally kind to us. We must repay him well. Clearing his throat twice, Ashina interrupted the clansman's discussion about hair and shared his thoughts. Having endured countless trials, we have reunited once more. Let us hold a banquet to celebrate our rebirth. After suffering the tragedy of their village's destruction, the Uzumaki clan ended their flight and settled down. At the banquet, all drank to excess, releasing the pent-up emotions of many days. The following morning, Uzumaki Ashina left the village alone, heading to the hideout of the Uzumaki ninjas to bring his clan members back to the land of water. In the blink of an eye, for years had passed. It was now the 35th year of the Leaf Village. The atmosphere in the ninja world grew increasingly tense, with war seeming imminent, ready to erupt at any moment. Following the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War, the 5 major ninja villages signed a peace treaty, temporarily setting aside their conflicts, ushering in a brief period of peace in the ninja world. Everyone understood the treaty was unreliable, akin to toilet paper. The next war was inevitable. With renewed vigor, each nation focused on economic growth and strength accumulation. After more than a decade of peaceful development, each nation achieved significant progress. Their economies flourished, and their strength surged. The number of ninjas increased dramatically, surpassing the figures before the war began. A plethora of peculiar new ninjutsu was developed, all in dire need of a stage for demonstration. The 4 great nations are experiencing remarkable growth, having hitched a ride on the economic express of Frostmoon's radiance, reaping substantial wealth. The 4 hidden villages provide security services for the shops of Frostmoon's radiance, earning considerable compensation, while the number of ninjas approaches saturation, intensifying the demand for expansion. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the ninja world, turbulent currents surge. With strength restored, the martial factions from various nations, having laid down their arms, begin to resurface, decrying the inequitable distribution of resources and the unreasonable territorial arrangements within the ninja realm. The Sand Ninja lament that Konoha occupies vast plains, free from concerns of water and food, while they, in the Wind Country, are forced to coexist with sand daily, barely daring to quench their thirst. The Rock Ninja argue that the Sand Village harbors gold within its sands, easily accessible for funding. Meanwhile, the Stone Country remains steadfast, with stones beneath stones. Under the pretext of increasing equitable privileges, the martial factions from each village recruit a multitude of fervent ninjas, gradually seizing control of their respective villages. If they lack resources, they will resort to thievery. As neighbors hoard provisions, they stockpile weapons, viewing their neighbors as mere granaries. Great nation ninjas begin to rampage, audaciously plundering resources from smaller countries, occasionally clashing amongst themselves. The smaller nations, powerless to resist, watch helplessly as their sustenance is taken, while the larger nations make themselves at home. The Rain Country, caught between the 3 great nations, faces particularly dire circumstances, routinely provoked by its neighbors. While other nations can endure, Hanzo of the Salamander finds his patience wearing thin, frequently shifting locations to engage in battles with ninjas from other countries. Through these skirmishes, he gains notoriety, earning the title of demigod of the ninja realm. Jinbu is pleased, realizing his own prowess, thinking that if others can take from him, he too can seize from others. Other nations may be formidable, but surely, the Iron Country, lacking even a single ninja, poses no threat. With a sweeping gesture, Jinbu declares war on the Iron Country. Frost Moon's radiance sets aside his current intelligence report, his gaze fixed ahead, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. 3 years prior, he established the intelligence department but lacked a suitable leader, temporarily placing Yuzue Namina in charge. Is this all? Are there no more detailed reports? Yuzue Namina, fearing Frost Moon's wrath, hurriedly explains. Lord Frost Moon, the intelligence department members have only infiltrated the various villages for a short time, thus can only gather some less significant information. What constitutes less significant information? Yuzue Namina's voice diminishes as he continues. Well, it's information that nearly everyone is aware of. Frost Moon's radiance furrows his brow. Can this even be deemed intelligence? Never mind, I shan't hold you accountable. Take your time, but prioritize stability. It is indeed a challenge to place spies within the major ninja villages. The secret techniques are formidable, with various interrogation methods capable of directly extracting memories. Lord Frostmoon, a sealed letter has been delivered. A ninja from the intelligence department enters the small courtyard, kneeling on one knee before Frost Moon, holding a letter above his head. Frost Moon takes the letter, noting that the envelope bears no sender's name, only a crescent moon symbol. You may return now. Minister Namina. Expedite the enhancement of the intelligence department. Get it operational. After dismissing the two, Frost Moon opens the letter, swiftly scanning its contents before incinerating it with fire chakra. He is intrigued by the matters mentioned within. Chapter 52. The village hidden in the moon of the moon country. Young master, what brings you here? Uchiha Kawa strides over to Frost Moon's side, speaking softly. Nothing much, just taking a stroll. Where is that little brat, Kirigakure? After receiving the sealed letter, Frost Moon has come alone to the academy, seeking Kirigakure. That little brat trains for 18 hours every day. He should be practicing on the eastern side of the island. Young master, shall we go see? Oh, quite diligent, isn't he? Let us go. I have matters to discuss with that little brat. Frost Moon admires the scenery of the monk's island as he approaches the eastern side. As he walks, a diminutive figure, about 20 centimeters tall, suddenly jumps into view. Frost Moon reaches out, capturing it in his hand for a closer inspection as it begins to plump up. Extending a finger, he seals the chakra of the little creature and calls out to a nearby large tree. Little brat, why aren't you coming out? Is it time for a thrashing? Hee hee, Lord Frostmoon, could you please release my clone first? I still need to train. Kirigakure leaps down from the tree, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Frostmoon tosses the clone back to him, stating, not bad. You've already grasped the basics of your grandfather's secret technique. Hee hee, Lord Frostmoon teaches well. Enough with the flattery. Frostmoon smacks the back of his head. Go gather your things. I'll take you home to see your family. All right, Lord Frostmoon. Please wait a moment. After 3 years away from home, Kirigakure dashes off, disappearing from sight. That night, Frostmoon walks with Kirigakure into the village hidden in the moon, strolling leisurely down the street, while Kirigakure anxiously fidgets beside him. You should go home first, eat dinner, and catch up with your parents. I'll arrive shortly. Okay, thank you. Lord Frostmoon. In the blink of an eye, he has sprinted 100 meters away, his voice echoing in the air. At 10 years old, he is at that mischievous age, likely to get into trouble. Frostmoon shakes his head in resignation, continuing to observe the village hidden in the moon. A few years ago, he aided the Kirigakure clan in defecting from the Mist Village. Under Frostmoon's command, Kirigakure Yue led his kin to the Moon Country. The Moon Country is affluent, yet lacks a ninja village and ninjas. The arrival of the Kirigakure clan inspired new ideas in the Moon Country's Daimyo. Daimyo Tsukikage welcomed the Kirigakure clan with open arms, suggesting that since their names both contain moon, they are quite compatible. Why not establish a new ninja village? The funding would be provided by me. With the Daimyo's generous support, Kirigakure Yue swiftly established the village hidden in the moon. The village is modest, initially housing only a few hundred people, mainly from the Kirigakure clan. Over the years, it has grown to encompass around 3,000 villagers. having absorbed wandering ninjas and common folk. Frost Moon strolls along the streets, examining the village layout, unknowingly arriving at the village center. Nearing Kirigikuryu's home, he hears someone screaming and jumps over the wall to observe a commotion. "I'll beat you senseless, you little brat. Leaving Lord Frost Moon in the street while you run back here. What audacity." Kirigikuryua chases Kirigikure around the courtyard with a stick. Kirigikure circles his mother, pleading, "Oh no. Lord Frostmoon told me to return first. Mother, help. Meiwa, step aside. I'll take care of this little scoundrel." "All right." Kirigikure seems to have some sense and wouldn't he abandon Lord Frostmoon without reason. It must have been the Lord's order. Cough, cough. Frostmoon hops down from the wall, gently clearing his throat to interrupt the scene. "Lord Frostmoon, please come inside. I'll deal with this little rascal tomorrow." Frostmoon walks ahead, quietly inquiring of the downcast Kirigikure, "Is the food good? Is it stir-fried meat with a stick?" Kirigikure raises his head in disbelief, his eyes filled with a hint of grievance. "Lord Frostmoon, I have something I'm unsure whether I should say. Best not to." Upon entering the reception room, Frostmoon strides in and takes a seat in the main position, gazing towards the three people at the door. "Meiwa, quickly brew a pot of good tea. You little scoundrel, come with me." Outside, Kirigikuryua instructs his wife to prepare tea before leading Kirigikure into the reception room. Upon entering, Kirigikuryua bows deeply to Frostmoon. "Rise, we are old friends now, no need for such formality." Frostmoon lifts Kirigikuryua. "Etiquette cannot be neglected, Lord Frostmoon. Has my little rascal caused you any trouble? Please feel free to discipline him." Kirigikuryua fixes a stern gaze on Kirigikure, ready to act upon receiving an affirmative response. Frostmoon shares a meaningful glance with Kirigikure, who looks back with a hint of pleading in his eyes. No, he has been diligent, practicing for over 10 hours each day, making rapid progress. Observing Kirigikure's proud demeanor, he continues, he has grasped the threshold of his grandfather's secret technique. In a few years, village head Yuyue may no longer be able to best him. You might want to discipline your son while you still can. Frostmoon watches as Kirigikure's triumphant grin freezes on his face, unable to suppress his laughter. "Tea is ready. Lord Frostmoon, please try it and see if it's to your liking." Just then, Kirigikure Meiwa enters with the tea. "The flavor is delightful. You may escort the new moon down first. I have matters to discuss with Chief Yuyue." Xuanyue Kongming took the tea, savored a sip, and sent the two away. "Chief Yuyue, your efforts have been commendable. You have developed the Moon Hidden Village remarkably in such a short time. Continue to strive forward. Consider what further assistance you require, and I shall send someone to deliver it." After a jest with Guiding Xinyue, Xuanyue Kongming began to address the serious matters at hand. "For the time being, there is nothing we lack. The Kingdom of the Moon is prosperous, with substantial annual funding from the lunar outset, sufficient for the expenditures of the Moon Hidden Village." Guiding Yuyue flipped through his work log and responded earnestly to Xuanyue Kongming's inquiries. "This is splendid. Should you encounter any issues, you may consult Jiao Du. He is a cornerstone in the Kingdom of Water, adept at addressing any problems. Do you understand?" Xuanyue Kongming redirected the responsibility to the diligent Jiao Du, who would naturally seek him out if he could not resolve the matter. "Understood. Does Lord Xuanyue have any tasks for the Moon Hidden Village? The Second Shinobi World War is on the brink of eruption. Your primary mission is to develop the Moon Hidden Village. Take a sip of tea to soothe your throat and continue. The Moon Hidden Village lies between the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Lightning, so you must closely monitor the movements of the Cloud Hidden Village to prevent any surprise attacks on the Kingdom of Water. Can you manage this?" Guiding Yuyue confidently patted his chest and assuredly accepted the responsibility. "Rest assured, Lord Xuanyue, starting tomorrow, I will arrange for the village's ninjas to disguise themselves as fishermen and venture out to sea. I will ensure that the cloud ninjas do not slip past my watchful eyes." After addressing the trivialities of the Moon Hidden Village, Xuanyue Kongming brought up the confidential letter penned by Guiding Yuyue. "Chief Yuyue, is the content mentioned in your letter true? When did the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Moon reach out to you, and what was his intention?" "I'm uncertain. A few days ago, he sent someone to deliver a letter requesting a meeting. Apart from that, he said nothing more. How should I respond to him?" Xuanyue Kongming closed his eyes, reclined comfortably against the back of his chair, crossed his hands over his lap, and gently tapped his thigh. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes. "Agree to meet him to ascertain the true motives of Shabataba." Chapter 53. The conspiracy of the Cloud Ninjas, Xuanyue Kongming resolved to meet Shabata Ba to uncover the scheme of the rebellious faction. Engaging in conversation with Guidang Yue, they lost track of time and found themselves talking late into the night, with Xuanyue Kongming temporarily residing at Guidang Yue's home. The following morning, Guidang Xinyue was roused from bed by his father, who instructed him to deliver a message to Shabata Ba. Guidang Yue brandished his large stick, and the filial Xinyue willingly set off to deliver the letter. That afternoon, he returned with a reply from Shabata Ba. Xuanyue Kongming awoke naturally, while the Guidang clan busied themselves with tasks. With nothing on his agenda, he ventured alone to the seaside to fish. As he prepared to cast his line, he heard a rustling from the woods behind him. Without turning around, he already knew who was approaching. Did he agree to meet? Xuanyue Kongming cast his fishing rod and inquired of Guidang Yue. He did agree, but my request to meet at the Moon Hidden Village was declined. Where did he propose to meet? Guidang Yue glanced at the letter, his finger lightly tapping his temple. Oh, the location he requested, if I remember correctly, should be by a small lake. Excellent. You go prepare. Xinyue can accompany me. 3 days later, Xuanyue Kongming, masked, arrived at the agreed location, a nameless small lake deep within a forest in the Kingdom of the Moon. The surroundings had been cleared, and a temporary wooden house had been erected to the south, surrounded by hundreds of soldiers. Xuanyue Kongming produced Shabata Ba's letter, and the soldiers parted to allow him passage. Upon entering the wooden house, he immediately noticed its interior, a low table adorned with delectable dishes, behind which sat an unpalatable man. As Xuanyue Kongming stepped inside, Shabata Ba greeted him with impatience. Why are you so late? I have been waiting for you for ages. Don't just stand there. Come in. Xuanyue Kongming caught a glimpse of Xinyue stepping forward, and he hastily intervened. The situation is still unclear. There is no need to act hastily. Xuanyue Kongming settled onto the sofa, ready to speak, when Shabata Ba interrupted. What else with the mask? Where did you find such an ugly one? How can you bear to wear such a hideous mask? Shabata Ba continued his tirade. Xuanyue Kongming clenched his fists, released them, and took a deep breath. Soon, you shall understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Aren't you concerned that the soldiers outside might be aligned with the lunar outset, and that your plans could be exposed? Xuanyue Kongming spoke in a low tone. Well, you make a valid point. Shabata Ba lifted a cup to sip his drink. Xuanyue Kongming's disdain for Shabata Ba grew. He desired clarity regarding this man's intentions and directly inquired, Speak, what is it you wish to discuss with me? That wretched dog from the lunar outset is unfit to be the daimyo. The title should belong to me. I hope you won't meddle in my affairs. Shabata Ba pointed at Xuanyue Kongming with his chopsticks across the table. Ha ha ha, on what grounds do you believe I would agree to that? Xuanyue Kongming was at a loss for words, utterly perplexed by this insufferable individual's audacity. Shabata Ba cast a derisive glance at Xuanyue Kongming. Isn't the lunar outset merely providing you with some funds? You need not show him loyalty. I will offer you the same should I become daimyo. Is that not acceptable? Then go back and wait, he concluded, dismissively waving Xuanyue Kongming away. Xuanyue Kongming, now infuriated, retorted, Do you take me for a dog? Obediently following whoever tosses me a bone. He fixed his gaze on Shabata Ba, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Ha ha ha, you? What are you? You think you are worthy? With a loud crash, Shabata Ba slammed his chopsticks onto the table, rising in anger and pointing at Xuanyue Kongming. I'll have you know, I have powerful backing. Think carefully. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Huh. I have my own supporters. Xuanyue Kongming pointed to Guidang Xinyue, standing behind him. I even have a dog in front of me. A dog? What dog? A foolish dog. How dare you insult me? Shabata Ba finally reacted, enraged. As Xuanyue Kongming stood to leave, Shabata Ba seethed with impotent fury. Just as he reached the door, it swung open from the outside, and 2 burly ninjas strode into the wooden house. Chief Guidang, please wait. I believe we can have a discussion. The leading ninja approached Shabata Ba, and with a swift motion, slapped him across the face, sending him crashing to the ground, several teeth lost in the process. Useless. You are more trouble than you are worth. With that, he raised his foot to kick Shabata Ba. Wait, Xuanyue Kongming interjected. Huh. Does Chief Guidang not wish to vent his frustration? Xuanyue Kongming shook his head. You misunderstand. I fear bloodshed. Xinyue, take it outside. The ninja poised to strike hesitated, caught between kicking and retreating, ultimately deciding to lower his foot. Chief Guading truly is a man of principle. Not at all, just average. I am unaware of what you wish to discuss with me, as we seem unacquainted. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the Cloud-Hidden Village, which is far more formidable than the Mist-Hidden Village. The Cloud-Hidden Village is destined to become the most powerful ninja village, he declared proudly, fixing his gaze on Xuanyue Kongming. Xuanyue Kongming recognized that the Cloud Ninja before him was a fervent martial enthusiast, a staunch advocate of Cloud Ninja supremacy, exuding a sense of inflated self-worth. Internally, he scoffed at the notion of pride. He hailed from Blue Star Village, where his kin already reigned supreme across the myriad realms. One must play along with the Cloud Ninja's performance. Oh wow, how impressive. Well, Chief Guading, you need not envy. The Guading clan has a timely opportunity to join the Cloud-Hidden Village. The Cloud Ninja adopted an expression that suggested an incredible fortune awaited. Our village has dispatched me to assist Shibata-ba in seizing control of the Kingdom of the Moon, transforming it into a forward base for the Kingdom of Lightning. And then, using the Kingdom of the Moon as a springboard, we shall launch an assault on the Kingdom of Water. Ah, I see. You have quite the scheme. Xuanyue Kongming finally understood the truth of the matter. What benefits could the Guading clan expect to gain? As long as the Guading clan refrained from aiding the daimyo of the Kingdom of the Moon, they could subsequently join the Cloud-Hidden Village and fight on its behalf. Xuanyue Kongming gazed at the Yunrin before him, perceiving them as nothing short of foolish. There was no tangible benefit. The Akatsuki clan would never collaborate with them. Yunrin expressed disbelief, noting how many had sought to join the hidden village of Yunin, while the Akatsuki clan leader seemed indifferent to such an opportunity. Begone, you fools! Xuanyue Kongming scoffed. Since you are so ungrateful, prepare for the wrath of Yunin village. With that, he struck the two, delivering a sound thrashing. If it's war you seek, I shall await you in the land of the moon. Chapter 54. Teaching the new moon, mark my words, this is not over. Yunin village will soon retaliate. The two Yunrin, sporting black eyes, supported each other as they staggered towards the door. Leaning against the doorframe, they attempted to hurl threats at Xuanyue Kongming. Yet their words faltered through the gaps of their missing teeth. Xuanyue Kongming shuddered, while the two Yunrin trembled and hastily fled the wooden hut, disappearing in a flurry. We shall return, one of them shouted, cursing under his breath, lamenting that he had gone too easy on them, vowing not to show mercy next time. Brushing off the dust from his garments and tidying himself, Xuanyue Kongming stepped outside. A glance around revealed something amiss. All the soldiers surrounding the hut had vanished, and Akatsuki Shinyue was nowhere to be found. He leapt onto the rooftop, shielding his eyes from the sun as he scanned the surroundings, spotting figures moving in the nearby forest. With a few agile leaps, he approached. Let me go, you bastards! A voice cried out. Grandfather, I understand my mistakes. Please don't hit me. Another voice wailed, help! Save me! Xuanyue Kongming perched on a nearby tree, observing the scene below. Soldiers had encircled Akatsuki Shinyue, brandishing their spears but hesitating to advance. In her hand, she wielded a whip, mercilessly striking Shibata, who was suspended from a tree. His body and face marked by lash marks, his cries echoing in despair. With a silent jump, Xuanyue Kongming landed beside Akatsuki Shinyue. How do you find my handiwork? Lord Akatsuki, are you satisfied? She inquired, seeking praise while delivering yet another lash to Shibata. It's passable, Xuanyue Kongming replied nonchalantly. Continue. Instantly, Shibata's face paled, and he shouted desperately, Father, grandfather, ancestor, I was wrong. Don't let him torment me any longer. Xuanyue Kongming, uninterested in Shibata's pleas, had pressing matters to attend to. Haven't you had enough fun? He still serves a purpose. Let him go. Akatsuki Shinyue complied, retracting her whip and severing the ropes with a shuriken. Ow! Shibata fell to the ground, yelping in pain. He rolled away and scurried back to the safety of the soldiers. Xuanyue Kongming, observing his retreat, settled onto a branch, arms crossed, showing no intention of intervening. You've made this mess, you ought to resolve it. You wouldn't want your father to find out you've bungled matters, would you? Akatsuki Shinyue glared at Shibata. You will pay for this. You little brat, when I catch you, I will make you wish for death. For the moment, Shibata was safe, hiding behind the soldiers and shouting frantically, charge. Capture them. A bounty of 100,000 ryo awaits. Upon receiving the command, fully armored soldiers surrounded Akatsuki Shinyue. Without hesitation, she unleashed her clan's ninjutsu, firing water bullets like a Gatling gun, indiscriminately shooting at the soldiers. However, her mid-chunin level water bullets did little more than bounce off the heavily armored soldiers. With no choice but to adapt her strategy, she employed the clan's jutsu, the water iron arm technique. Thickening her arms and brandishing a kunai, she began to stab at the soldiers with wild abandon. As the battle raged on, Akatsuki Shinya found herself panting, while most of Shibata's soldiers had lost their fighting spirit. Shibata, who had been hiding behind the soldiers, quietly retreated upon witnessing his fallen comrades. Xuanyue Kongming had been observing the battlefield and noticed Shibata's withdrawal, casually waving his hand. He summoned a gust of wind that bound Shibata in place. Ultimately, Akatsuki Shinya emerged victorious, collapsing onto the ground. "What have you learned from this?" Xuanyue Kongming questioned, having appeared beside her unbeknownst to her. "To remain vigilant at all times," she replied. Nodding, Xuanyue Kongming urged, and Akatsuki Shinya lowered her gaze, fiddling with the grass beside her, shaking her head after a few moments. "Ninjutsu is merely a tool. You must wield it rather than rely on it. Physical strength and martial prowess are equally crucial." As he spoke, Xuanyue Kongming clenched his right fist, channeling chakra into his right arm, striking the ground nearby, creating a resounding crater. Boom! A large pit formed in the earth, promising that soon this forest would cradle a new lake. Witnessing this, everyone felt their throats dry, swallowing nervously as they stared in astonishment at Xuanyue Kongming. Shibata trembled uncontrollably. "Let us go. It's time to return." With a swift strike, Xuanyue Kongming knocked Shibata unconscious. Turning to glance at the nearby soldiers. Understanding the cue, the soldiers began to bang their heads against trees or helmets to render themselves unconscious. Satisfied, Xuanyue Kongming departed, riding the winds. In the village of Yuin, at the residence of Akatsuki Yuya, Xuanyue Kongming prepared to meet the king of the Land of the Moon, Tsukikatsu. With Yunin village poised to attack the Land of the Moon, the king could not remain aloof. He must lend his strength. "Village head Yuya, from this moment forth, I am the elder of Yuin village. Be sure to keep this under wraps." "Understood, Lord Xuanyue. When shall we depart?" "Now, let us be on our way." In no time, the four had reached the outskirts of the capital of the Land of the Moon. "Let us go. We shall enter the city and head straight to the palace. Shinya, take Shibata and find an inn to await our message." As Xuanyue Kongming and Akatsuki Yuya approached the palace gate, soldiers barred their way. "Halt! This is the royal palace. No unauthorized personnel may approach." Xuanyue Kongming signaled to Akatsuki Yuya, who stepped forward and addressed the soldiers. "I am the village head of Yuin. I have business with your king. Please inform him at once." A soldier hurried into the palace, only to return after several minutes, ushering the king, Tsukikatsu, behind him. "Haha, honored guests. Why did you not inform me of the Akatsuki clan leader's arrival? I would have sent someone to greet you. Come in," Tsukikatsu exclaimed, pulling Akatsuki Yuya inside the palace alongside Xuanyue Kongming and the others. In the audience chamber, everyone took their seats in turn. "Servants, quickly bring tea." Tsukikatsu called to those outside, then turned his attention to Akatsuki Yuya. "What business does the clan leader have with me?" "This is Elder Xuanyue of Yuin village. He is well informed and will speak on our behalf." Akatsuki Yuya introduced Xuanyue Kongming to Tsukikatsu. As Tsukikatsu turned to face him, Xuanyue Kongming spoke with deliberate calmness. "Yunin village intends to assault the Land of the Moon." "Yunin village? Why?" Tsukikatsu questioned, perplexed, for the small nation of the moon seemed insignificant to warrant their attention. "They plan to launch a surprise attack on the Land of Water, seeking to establish Yuin village as a foothold. The Land of the Moon will become a battlefield." "No, absolutely not. The Land of the Moon cannot be embroiled in the conflict between two great nations," Tsukikatsu declared emphatically. Xuanyue Kongming nodded. "Very well. I hope King Tsukikatsu will dispatch troops to assist Yuin village, that we may jointly fend off Yunin village." Tsukikatsu readily agreed, producing a military token to hand to Xuanyue Kongming. "No problem. You may summon the soldiers of the entire nation as you see fit." Chapter 55. Summoning the sea to form walls. Xuanyue Kongming took the military token, examining it closely before placing it on the table beside him. "I nearly forgot. Shibata is plotting to seize the throne. I wonder how King Tsukikatsu intends to deal with this situation." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Tsukikatsu stood frozen, the teacup in his hand crashing to the floor. The sound jolted him awake, and he exclaimed incredulously, "The kingdom of the moon is growing increasingly prosperous, and yet Why does Shabataba, a person of high rank and authority, choose to rebel? Xuanyue Kongming shrugged his hands, expressing his uncertainty. How would I know? You can simply ask Shabataba directly. Guard, go fetch the Prime Minister. Yuechu, disheartened, returned to his chair. Wait, I should go. My son is watching over Shabataba. I'm worried that mischievous brat might cause trouble. Gue Deng Yue called to the guard, noting that Shabataba had been severely beaten, likely unrecognizable to the average person. Gue Deng Xinyue felt embarrassed in front of Xuanyue Kongming, having been a bit too harsh. After finishing his cup of tea, the three returned to the palace, lightly tapping the table twice. King Yuechu, they have returned. Xuanyue Kongming gestured for the Gue Deng father and son to sit down, then turned to quietly remind Yuechu. Yuechu, who had been keeping his head down with his hands over his face, finally removed them and raised his head. Shabataba, are you all right? How did you end up like this? As he spoke, Yuechu stood up, attempting to reach for Shabataba. However, Shabataba evaded his gaze and pushed him away. No need for your feigned concern. You can do as you wish, whether to kill or torture me. Why? Is the country not doing well? Is your power not substantial? What does it matter? I no longer wish to remain a minister. I want to be king. Watching their argument unfold, Xuanyue Kongming found it tedious. King Yuechu, matters of the state are not for the Moon Hidden Village to meddle in. You must handle it yourselves. I take my leave. Xuanyue Kongming picked up the military insignia, standing up to address Yuechu. Very well, Elder Gue Deng. You take care. The Kingdom of the Moon relies on you. In the Mist Hidden Village. In the office of Shueying Yizong knelt on one knee. In the chair of Shueying sat a masked man, his left hand propping up his chin while his right casually flipped through documents on the table. The pace of his reading gradually slowed, and his brow began to furrow as his eyes narrowed, leaning closer to the documents on the table. Ugh, my head hurts. Reading makes me drowsy. Forget it. I won't read anymore. Master Xuanyue, are you all right? The man was indeed Xuanyue Kongming. He had left the capital of the Moon Kingdom, parting ways with the Gue Deng father and son, and arrived in the Mist Hidden Village to find Yizong. I'm fine. You have done well. The Mist Hidden Village is developing commendably. The Second War is about to begin. What are your thoughts? I am uncertain whether the Mist Hidden Village should participate in the war. What directives do you have, Master Xuanyue? It is not yet time. Xuanyue Kongming stood, walking to the window, hands clasped behind him, quietly observing the rain cascading outside. As lightning illuminated his face, he murmured softly, "Rain is but a part of water. It will ultimately return to its embrace." Turning back, he produced a mask from his pocket and handed it to Yizong. Let us go. It is time to arrange our defenses in the Kingdom of the Moon. Upon returning to the Kingdom of the Moon, Xuanyue Kongming found fortifications being constructed. Standing by the sea, he scanned the surroundings for Gue Deng Yue. Soon, he spotted Gue Deng Yue on a small hill, engaged in a discussion with several elders. Gue Deng Yue, he called from a distance, watching as he approached with the others. These two are here to assist us. Gue Deng Yue introduced Xuanyue Kongming to the elders. Xuanyue Kongming nodded to the elders, who returned the gesture with smiles. Thank you for coming to help. Please be cautious. Leave the formidable enemies to our clan leader. He is quite capable. Indeed, you all must be young. Just take care of yourselves. Our clan leader has defeated Shueying. With him here, victory is assured. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, do not hesitate to retreat. Our clan leader will handle everything. With each statement from the elders, Gue Deng Yue blushed further, lowering his head. Xuanyue Kongming smiled and nodded. Very well, clan leader Gue Deng, have the construction soldiers retreat. Gue Deng Yue hurriedly commanded the soldiers to fall back. Watching the soldiers withdraw, Xuanyue Kongming patted Yizong on the shoulder. Let us proceed. A crowd watched his retreating figure, uncertain of his intentions. Reaching the seaside, Xuanyue Kongming halted, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Soon, winds began to swirl around him, his garments rustling. He spread his arms wide and shouted, "Rise." Instantly, towering waves over 100 meters high erupted from the sea, crashing towards the Kingdom of the Moon with a destructive force. The onlookers were awestruck by the waves, their legs trembling, and some had already begun to retreat. The waves surged over the shallows, obediently halting mere inches before Xuanyue Kongming, staring blankly at the colossal waves and the figure who tamed them. The crowd felt the insignificance of his silhouette magnified in their minds. Clan leader, with such an ally, I believe you can take a break, they thought. Suddenly, They felt that perhaps the clan leader wasn't as formidable as they believed. Rather, he was impressive for knowing someone so extraordinary. Gue Daimyo wished to chastise a few elders, thinking, "You should have gone to perform Sichuan opera. Your expressions changed too quickly. Freeze." A soft command echoed in their ears, and the waves began to crystallize. Moments later, a towering ice wall appeared before them. Wow, how incredible! This is amazing. Soldiers reached out to touch the ice wall, gasping in awe. Xuangyue Kongming, preoccupied, was surrounded by the Gue Deng elders, who were fawning over him. Are you tired? Please, sit and rest. Are you thirsty? Have a cup of tea. Xuangyue Kongming employed all his efforts to send them away, then found the Gue Deng father and son. Regarding the battle at Yunin village, we will not be present on the front lines. You and Xinyue will be the main forces. The primary aim of this war is to establish your reputation and attract more ninjas to our village. Do you have any questions? No questions at all. We will certainly accomplish the task, they replied. Xuangyue Kongming nodded, handing Gue Deng Yue 3 chakra pills and 10 to Gue Deng Xinyue. Hurry and enhance your strength. Adapt to your newfound abilities. You must shine brightly in the war in 2 days. Understood, Master Xuangyue. He gestured for the two to leave, and began to anticipate the forthcoming conflict. Chapter 56. The war begins on the night 3 days later, at the coast of the Kingdom of the Moon. Hurry, hurry. Keep up. The armored general of the Kingdom of the Moon waved his sword, urging the soldiers to ascend the ice wall. Xuangyue Kongming stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out at the darkened sea, the sound of marching soldiers echoing in his ears, resolute in their determination. As flickering lights appeared in his line of sight, the enemy from Yunin village emerged. In that moment, everyone became alert and tense. The soldiers beside him took a deep breath, their hands gripping their bows turning pale. As the enemy drew nearer, Xuangyue Kongming finally discerned their full form. Hundreds of ships with billowing sails surged towards the coast, a straight line of ninjas standing proudly aboard. Fire! Fire arrows! As the ships approached the shore, Xuangyue Kongming raised his hand decisively to issue the attack order. The last word had barely escaped his lips when the trained soldiers beside him swiftly drew their bows, launching a volley of fire arrows towards the enemy. Obedience to orders was ingrained in the soldiers' very bones, a reflexive instinct. Xuangyue Kongming watched as thousands of fire arrows formed a rain of arrows, streaking across the night sky like a meteor shower, all aimed at the Yunin. The Yunin glanced contemptuously at the rain of arrows and swiftly employed ninjutsu for defense. Some created earthen walls to shield their ships, while others used wind techniques to deflect the arrows, and many stood bare-chested at the bow of their ships, using their hands or weapons to shield against the onslaught. Fire again. Observing the first wave of arrows easily thwarted, Xuangyue Kongming remained as calm as if he were sipping plain water. He anticipated this outcome and, unfazed, initiated a second wave of arrows against the Yunin. He thought simply, if he couldn't defeat them, he would at least disgust them, which would further infuriate the enemy. The Cloud Ninja faced relentless barrages of arrows, slowing his advance. He was the leader of the operations in the Moon Country, a figure with bandages wrapped around his hands and a mask obscuring his face. The Cloud Ninja was increasingly agitated as he failed to reach the shore. From a distance, he spotted a figure against the ice wall, and hatred welled up within him. Advance, give it all you've got. Frost Moon Kongming noticed that the Cloud Ninja's ships were beginning to accelerate, and he caught sight of a particular figure leaping about like a monkey in the jungle. The Cloud Ninja broke through the rain of arrows, pushing forward with all his might, sacrificing 3, 5, or 7 ships, and finally succeeded in landing. Ha ha! Did you think a few arrows could stop me? How naive. The Cloud Ninja stood like a long serpent beneath the ice wall, raising his less injured hand and giving Frost Moon Kongming a thumbs up. Are you back for another beating? If you're feeling frisky, I can help you loosen your bones. Frost Moon Kongming's words made the Cloud Ninja beneath the wall begin to stomp in anger. Bastard, attack. We must attack. Wait. Do not let your personal grievances interfere with the greater matters of the Rakage. A voice as cold as the winter northern wind interrupted the monkey Cloud Ninja. Upon hearing the voice, the Cloud Ninja shivered, his head starting to spin. Yes. Frost Moon Kongming's eyes glinted like lightning, sweeping across the Cloud Ninja below. Yet he failed to identify the voice's owner. What do you wish to say now? Frost Moon Kongming's gaze fell on the hesitant monkey Cloud Ninja. Ahem. The Rakage hopes you will consider carefully. If the Kirigakure clan submits to the Cloud Hidden Village, you may obtain a position as an elder. The monkey Cloud Ninja suppressed his unwillingness and stated his terms. Frost Moon Kongming raised an eyebrow. No need to consider. I reject your offer. Are you happy now? You ha. Spare me the nonsense. Let's fight. Frost Moon Kongming abruptly ended the conversation, realizing that arguing with the monkey was a waste of time. His objective was clear: to elevate the name of the Kirigakure clan, to battle the Cloud Hidden Village, and achieve a splendid victory that would ensure the ninja world remembered the Kirigakure clan and the Moon Hidden Village. Ungrateful and unaware of your limitations, attack. The voice rang out again, colder than before. The Cloud Ninja finally moved, flinging kunai at the ice wall as if they were worthless. The kunai embedded themselves 3 inches into the ice, forming footholds. The Cloud Ninja climbed towards the top of the ice wall. For the Moon Country, kill. The general of the Moon Country drew his sword and struck at the leaping Cloud Ninja, but alas, it only hit a clone. The spear squad moved forward. The leader of the Kirigakure clan joined the fray. Frost Moon Kongming, observing the advancing Cloud Ninja, dispatched everyone to the front lines. A full-scale war was about to erupt. Kirigakure Yue heard the command, waved his hand, and called upon the Moon Hidden Village's forces to jog to the edge of the ice wall, employing the water iron cannon, transforming into snipers to target the Cloud Ninja. Frost Moon Kongming became intrigued, mimicking the Kirigakure clan style, and fired a shot at a certain monkey, hitting him in a sensitive area. Watching the monkey fall and scream, he smirked. This is quite amusing. More ninjas were scaling the ice wall, and many soldiers were injured and incapacitated. New Moon, it's your turn to shine. Don't let me down. Frost Moon Kongming said to the tightly clenched-fisted Kirigakure New Moon, whose eyes remained fixed on the battlefield. Kirigakure New Moon shouted, "Rest assured, Lord Kongming. I will go and give them a good thrashing." In the blink of an eye, he was already engaged with the enemy. Kirigakure New Moon leaped into the midst of the Cloud Ninja, enhancing his right arm, wielding a kunai to clash with them in close combat. The clash rang out as the 2 kunai met, with New Moon overpowering the Cloud Ninja. Ha, this feeling is exhilarating. Come on, bring it. He laughed heartily, relentlessly pursuing the Cloud Ninja. Be careful, that little brat has immense strength in his right arm. Avoid close combat and maintain distance, using long-range ninjutsu to wear him down. Hearing the shouts of the opposing ninjas, Kirigakure New Moon's expression turned anxious as he waved his right hand, repelling the Cloud Ninja in front of him, and quickly charged towards the speaker. He was anxious. Surely, he excelled in body techniques. We must attack from a distance. Next, as Kirigakure New Moon approached the Cloud Ninja, the latter jumped away. Stop. Don't run. If you have the guts, let us battle for 300 rounds. Ha. Only a fool would engage you in close combat. If you're capable, come chase me. The Cloud Ninja grinned, leading Kirigakure New Moon on a wild chase. Unaware that they were gradually straying from the soldiers of the Moon Country, gathering together. Kirigakure New Moon's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued the pursuit of the Cloud Ninja. After several minutes, there were no soldiers from the Moon Country left by the Cloud Ninja's side. The time has come. Kirigakure New Moon paused. Not chasing anymore. Out of stamina, are we? Just wait to die, you fool. He sneered, raising both hands to unleash a barrage of water iron cannons. With his power enhanced, the water iron cannons might surged, injuring numerous Cloud Ninja. Be careful, Frost Moon Kongming warned, waving his hand to blow Kirigakure New Moon aside. Suddenly, a sword appeared out of thin air, slicing past Kirigakure New Moon's face, striking where he had stood. Quick reflexes. I admire you, little brat. Would you like to join the Cloud Hidden Village? I could take you as my disciple. TCH, sneaky, who are you? Frost Moon Kongming scrutinized the figure emerging from the shadows. Recognizing the cold voice and the mask upon his face, realizing he was undoubtedly a member of the Cloud Hidden Village's Dark Division. I am Shabui, the deputy leader of the Cloud Hidden Village's Dark Division. I am qualified to be your teacher. Shabui stepped out of the shadows unhurriedly, raising his hand with fingers splayed. Without any extraneous movements, the sword on the ground leapt back into his grasp. I can teach you swordsmanship. Kirigakure New Moon shook his head vigorously. No, I don't like wielding swords. What a pity, a talent like yours cannot exist in the Moon Hidden Village. Refusing me, you may as well prepare for death. In an instant, Shabui gripped the sword's hilt and lunged toward Kirigakure New Moon's heart. Kirigakure New Moon sidestepped to the left, raising his right hand to block the blade with his kunai. As he deflected Shabu Yi's sword, Kirigakure New Moon swiftly moved behind him, retracting his Kirin arm, transforming his hand into a spear, launching a water iron cannon toward Shabu Yi's head. Shabu Yi formed seals with one hand, activating the body replacement technique just in time as the water bullet shattered the wooden board. Let me show you the power of the Cloud Hidden Village's lightning release. Frost Moon Kong Ming, observing from a distance, grew intrigued, eager to witness the might of the Cloud Hidden Village's lightning release. Shabu Yi tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, forming seals with his left hand. In mere moments, lightning enveloped his sword. Frost Moon Kong Ming casually picked his nose, thinking, is that all? It feels as though I am already seated on the toilet, with tissues and my phone at the ready, and you say it's just a fart. Shabu Yi lightly thrust his sword toward Kirigakure New Moon. Kirigakure New Moon defended with his kunai, and upon impact, his body tingled with numbness. Shabu Yi smirked. Transitioning from a thrust to a slash, the blade aimed directly at Kirigakure New Moon's throat. Kirigakure New Moon crouched, the sword sweeping over his head, a few strands of hair falling before his eyes, quickly increasing the distance between himself and Shabu Yi. Kirigakure New Moon launched a water iron cannon at him. Just moments prior, the Cloud Ninja had employed this very tactic against Kirigakure New Moon, and now he mirrored it against Shabu Yi. Humph, Shabu Yi huffed, accelerating toward Kirigakure New Moon. As he ran, he flung 3 kunai into the sky. With a powerful push from his hind legs, Shabu Yi leapt, precisely stepping onto the kunai to appear directly above Kirigakure New Moon. Prepare to die, Shabu Yi shouted, descending from the air, continuously launching lightning from his sword to attack Kirigakure New Moon. From about 10 meters above the ground, Shabu Yi gripped the sword tightly, the blade pointed downward, aiming to pierce Kirigakure New Moon, constantly adjusting his trajectory mid-air. As the sword drew nearer, poised to strike, Kirigakure New Moon executed a body flicker technique to evade the blow. Shabu Yi thrust his sword into the ground, and the tip erupted with a surge of electricity, shooting in all directions. How many times can you evade this? Shabu Yi resorted to his old tactics, leaping into the air, raising his enchanted sword to unleash a discharge, only to be violently kicked in the waist, plummeting onto the icy wall. Propping himself up with his sword, Shabu Yi gazed into the sky. A peculiar figure, standing at about 1 meter tall, floated above him. Humph, another ally? What could a dwarf possibly do? Just as Shabu Yi finished his thought, the dwarf charged directly at him. Foolish. Shabu Yi quickly leaped, aiming his sword at the dwarf. The dwarf neither dodged nor retreated and was directly struck by Shabu Yi's blade. However, Shabu Yi's expression changed to one of alarm. This is not good. Before he could ponder further, the dwarf began to grow larger. Boom! An explosion ensued. In a moment of urgency, Shabu Yi released his sword, using a shadow clone to swiftly distance himself from the dwarf. Heart still racing, he took a deep breath as the smoke cleared, revealing hail falling from the sky. The dwarf had shrunk back down, standing in place, while Shabu Yi's sword lay shattered. Steam and fury? Ha ha ha, you have a good eye, but alas, you couldn't finish me off. Frost Moon Kong Ming glanced at the now much larger shadow clone, just days prior. He could have pinched it between 2 fingers. The Ghost Lantern New Moon unleashed his ultimate technique, and Frost Moon Kong Ming understood that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Unable to subdue Ghost Lantern New Moon, Shabu Yi would inevitably choose to retreat. The shadow clone of Ghost Lantern New Moon launched an assault on Shabu Yi, who only defended, rarely striking back. After several minutes, Shabu Yi leapt down from the icy wall. Retreat, retreat quickly. The Cloud Ninjas on the ice wall heard the command, swiftly escaping their foes and fleeing the battlefield back to the ship at Cloud Hidden Village. Frost Moon Kong Ming observed their escape from atop the icy wall, silently wishing them well. May they succeed in their ambush on Rock Hidden Village. To his surprise, the monkey Cloud Ninja he had previously shot down had not perished. Regaining his composure, the monkey Cloud Ninja clung to Shabu Yi's thigh. Sir, we cannot retreat. I cannot return without a report to Lord Rakage. Release me. That is your concern. Not mine. Shabu Yi forcefully pried the ninja's hands off his leg. The task assigned to me by Lord Rakage was to prevent the Ghost Lantern clan from escaping, and I have fulfilled that duty. The monkey Cloud Ninja froze, incredulous. Is that truly considered completion of your task? By the time he regained his senses, Shabu Yi had already sprinted away, and he stumbled in pursuit of the others. You cannot escape. Frost Moon Kong Ming raised his hand, and shot the monkey in the head. All the Cloud ninjas boarded the ship, and Shibuya commanded the vessel to set sail. After moving 2,000 meters, Frost Moon Kongming let out a gentle breath. And as if awakened, a tornado formed over the sea, destroying all ships belonging to Cloud Hidden Village. You may flee, but you must swim back. Victory! We have finally triumphed. The soldiers of the Land of the Moon began to celebrate, expressing their joy. Frost Moon Kongming arranged for medical ninjas to tend to the wounded, then turned to leave. Upon returning to the residence of Ghost Lantern Yuya, he refrained from lighting any lamps. The darkness was conducive to reflection. Sitting quietly in a chair, he rhythmically tapped his right hand against the table, contemplating how to handle the moonlit father and son. He hoped they would be cooperative. The following day, Frost Moon Kongming sought out Moonlit and laid everything on the table. Moonlit appeared quite compliant. He transferred the throne to Ghost Lantern Yuya. Despite some soldiers and civilians being unwilling, Moonlit insisted on relinquishing power, and the ceremony proceeded smoothly. Frost Moon Kongming instructed him to take a significant portion of the treasury and relocate to the Land of Water, with surveillance arranged. Half a month later, Frost Moon Kongming returned to the feudal lord's estate. Uchiha River followed closely behind, entering the estate with a letter in hand. Young master, a letter from Princess Tsunade. Frost Moon Kongming accepted the letter and began to read. Besides expressing her longing, the majority of the letter centered around her brother, indicating her pride in his aspirations. Frost Moon Kongming smirked, thinking, wants to become Hokage? He is probably already on the radar of the current Hokage. River, do you have something to discuss? Upon seeing Uchiha River still standing nearby, he inquired. Young master, Guer is already 22. If you don't marry soon, she'll be an old maid. In a couple of years, we will arrange it. Unexpectedly, after crossing over, he now faced pressure from the female side's parents regarding marriage. Chapter 58. The Fiery Reign of War. Frost Moon Kongming penned a reply to Tsunade. Tsunade, I have missed you dearly. Every time I gaze at the starry sky, it feels as though each star bears your smiling face, looking down upon me. I wonder how you have been lately. Have you lost weight? Is your training arduous? Are your missions dangerous? Today, Guer's father urged marriage upon me, but I wish to celebrate our wedding together. You would agree to that, wouldn't you? I will patiently await your return in the Land of Water. Days later, he received another letter from Tsunade. Kongming, I miss you too. How have you been? I have become a jonin and will soon be able to protect you. You and Guer can marry first. I don't mind the order. I should tell you that I have moved into the room you once occupied, sleeping in the bed you once used. For now, I cannot leave. SHJ is constantly clamoring to become Hokage, impulsively so. The ninja world is quite unstable lately. I must keep an eye on him, and once he matures, I will seek you out. Frost Moon Kongming continued his correspondence with Tsunade. Hanzo of the Salamander declared war on the Land of Iron, igniting conflict between the two nations. Hanzo had already established a fearsome reputation, and when the warriors of the Land of Iron encountered him, they fled in terror. Mitsuba did not escape. He engaged Hanzo in battle, discussing their philosophies, displaying a mutual respect. Hanzo found Mitsuba to be commendable. He would not slay nameless individuals, promising to spread word of his name throughout the ninja world. Mitsuba, in a daring move, offered his life in exchange for Hanzo sparing his companions. Not to mention how far his comrades had fled, Mitsuba himself was in no state to bargain. Having been poisoned by Hanzo, blood streamed from his head, and he could barely rise from the ground. Leaving Mitsuba to his fate would not guarantee his survival for long. Was his life still his own? Upon hearing this, Hanzo, impressed by the young man's principles, intervened to save Mitsuba, retreating with his subordinates. The war between the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron concluded as if it had been a mere jest. In Konoha, within the depths of the root headquarters, the underground base was perpetually shrouded in dim light, failing to dispel the entrenched darkness. The air was imbued with a chilling scent that entranced certain individuals. In the leader's office, Danzo extinguished all sources of light and heat, sitting silently in his chair. The light that crept through the window illuminated half of his face, accentuating his ominous demeanor. Suddenly, Danzo thrust a kunai into the desk, piercing a photograph of Hanzo at the same time. His proposal for war against the Land of Rain was decisively rejected by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo had explained clearly that Hanzo posed a significant threat to Konoha, and the rise of the Land of Rain would severely jeopardize Konoha's interests. As the dark force lurking beneath Konoha, Danzo never perceived his actions as problematic. Anyone or any organization that posed a threat to the village must be eradicated. He felt pained by Hiruzen's lack of understanding and harbored a deep resentment for not being Hokage. He mused that if he were Hokage, he would undoubtedly do better than Hiruzen. Bring in the two advisors. Yes, Danzo remained intent on waging war against the Land of Rain, first seeking to persuade the two advisors, then collectively pressuring Hiruzen to acquiesce. Rising from his chair, Danzo turned on the office lights and casually opened the window. A gust of wind swept into the office, rustling several documents on the desk, revealing glimpses of photographs of SHJ and Hashirama. Danzo strode over, snatching up the documents and stuffing them into the farthest corner of the drawer. Half an hour later, Mito Kazumi and TZ Kamachi arrived at the root headquarters. Danzo, what strange wind blew today that summoned us to the root? Indeed, you've kept us hidden from the root. We could hardly gain entry. You must have something urgent to discuss, right? Mito Kazumi and TZ Kamachi spoke first. Please sit down. I intend to eliminate the threat from the Land of Rain at its inception and declare war. No, absolutely not. As anticipated, Danzo was once again met with refusal. His countenance remained as serene as ever as he bent down to retrieve a map of the shinobi world, laying it upon the table without uttering a single sound. Behold, the Land of Rain is in close proximity to the Land of Fire. Should the Land of Rain rise to prominence, it will undoubtedly pose a threat to the Land of Fire. We must thwart its ascent. Mito Menin shook his head in dissent. That is merely your conjecture. To hastily provoke war based solely on personal speculation does not align with the interests of the village. Menin's words garnered agreement from Tsurigane Kamaki, who echoed his sentiments. Danzo, however, was not one to relent easily. Hanzo of the Salamander is hailed as a demigod among shinobi. If he dares to declare war on the Land of Iron, who can guarantee he will not do the same to the Land of Fire? We must diminish his fervor, render him despondent, and strip him of his fighting spirit. A moment of silence enveloped Mito Menin and Tsurigane Kamaki, their stances wavering slightly. After a moment's contemplation, Menin posed a question. War will exact a toll on the village. What benefits do we stand to gain? Upon hearing this query, Danzo felt a sense of relief wash over him, thinking that if he could sway these two advisors, Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely acquiesce to the notion of war. As long as the village emerges victorious, we can dictate the terms. The Land of Rain, would they dare to refuse? Have you considered how to prevent our village from being caught off guard? Tsurigane Kamaki expressed her concern regarding the vulnerability of Konoha to potential ambushes by other villages. Danzo clenched his fists, a cold smile gracing his lips, his scarred chin becoming more pronounced. As long as we are here, they dare not approach. We shall slay them all. Mito Menin and Tsurigane Kamaki exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Ha ha, you speak wisely, Danzo. Let us seek out Hiruzen for a discussion. As the roots of Konoha, I must eliminate all threats to the village. Indeed, Danzo, you have performed admirably. All my actions are for the sake of the village. Now, let us proceed to the Hokage's office and see how Hiruzen will refuse me this time. The trio departed from the roots with laughter. Making their way to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply engrossed in reviewing documents, diligently repeating the monotonous tasks of his daily routine, which he found gratifying. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the office door. Enter. As Danzo stepped inside, Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly, inwardly contemplating that Danzo's persistence in advocating for war against the Land of Rain was contrary to the village's interests, and that the two advisors would surely not consent. What brings the three of you together? I warned you that you would come to regret this. Menin and Kamaki have already agreed to wage war on the Land of Rain. What more can you say? Danzo leaned over the desk, his hands pressed firmly against it, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Hiruzen. After years of competition, he felt he had finally gained an advantage and intended to etch this moment into his memory. Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to the two advisors. He could not fathom how Danzo had managed to persuade Mito Menin and Tsurigane Kamaki. Their wisdom matched his own, and they were rational enough to discern that war would not serve the village's interests. Hiruzen, Danzo is not mistaken. The village cannot allow the Land of Rain to rise unchecked. We both consent to war. Chapter 59, Yahiko. Why? The Land of Rain is but a small nation, and Hanzo of the Salamander possesses formidable strength. Have you considered the costs and benefits? Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside the documents in his hand. Gesturing for the two advisors to take a seat, while summoning his subordinate to bring forth 2 cups of cool tea. Hiruzen, it is precisely because Hanzo possesses considerable power that we cannot allow him to grow stronger and expand. He may very well invade the land of fire. Indeed, Minin's analysis is astute. Rather than waiting for them to strike, the village should take the initiative and shift the battlefield to the land of rain. Hiruzen, I proposed war, and you opposed it. What is your stance now? Let us wage war. Danzo spoke with a hint of triumph. Hiruzen picked up his pipe and moved to the window, his weary eyes gazing upon the Hokage rock. Puffing thoughtfully, he finally relented. Very well, let us declare war on the land of rain. And let my 3 disciples lead the charge. Excellent, Hiruzen. You shall speak to your 3 disciples. We will mobilize the other ninjas of the village. The 3 of them departed the Hokage's office, satisfaction evident in their expressions. Hiruzen tapped his pipe and called out, "Summon Jiraiya and his companions." "Sensei, did you summon us?" Jiraiya and his companions stood before the Hokage's desk, awaiting their master's directives. Hiruzen regarded his students, now taller than himself, with a mixture of pride and concern, holding the mission scroll yet hesitating to hand it over. "You have grown, and are now capable of standing on your own. The village is about to engage in war with the land of rain, and I hope you will command the forces." "No problem, Sensei. You can count on us." Jiraiya accepted the task with confidence. "Now, prepare yourselves for a swift resolution." With that, he handed 3 mission scrolls to them. Jiraiya and his companions took the scrolls, envisioning their rise to fame on the battlefield of the land of rain. 3 days later, at the frontline base of Konoha, "Lord Orochimaru, when shall we commence our assault?" "We agreed to launch the attack at 3 o'clock. Let us proceed together." At 3 in the afternoon, a multitude of Konoha ninjas, led by Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, surged into the land of rain, marking the official onset of the Rain-Fire War. "This is bad, Lord Hanzo. Konoha ninjas are advancing on 3 fronts into the land of rain. Our frontline forces cannot withstand them. Please provide support at once." "Damn Konoha. Let us confront the 3 disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen." Hanzo of the Salamanders swiftly mobilized his subordinates toward the front line. Soon after, they encountered the Konoha ninja forces led by Orochimaru. "Humph! Konoha's ninjas dare to invade the land of rain. You shall pay dearly for this." Hanzo engaged in battle with Orochimaru, who was no match for Hanzo's prowess. In a moment of desperation, Orochimaru summoned a giant serpent, barely managing to hold his ground. Fire style, exploding flame formation. Orochimaru was taken aback, realizing too late that Hanzo had affixed numerous explosive tags to his back. Ninjutsu, Needle of the Earth God. Just then, Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived to defend against Hanzo's onslaught. "The 3 disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen are here. Let us see what distinguishes you." Hanzo summoned his spirit beast, the salamander, unleashing a torrent of toxic mist that caused many Konoha ninjas to collapse. Yet, Jiraiya and Tsunade stood their ground, refusing to fall. "Not bad," Hanzo commented, initiating an assault as the trio joined forces to counter him. The disparity in strength was evident, as Hanzo held the upper hand against the 3. Ultimately, Hanzo acknowledged the prowess of Jiraiya and his companions, bestowing upon them the title of the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha, allowing the Konoha ninjas to retreat unscathed. The war in the land of rain continued unabated. Shimazuki Akira stepped onto the soil of the land of rain, where heavy clouds obscured the sky, and the rain appeared tinged with crimson. The wind carried with it the echoes of anguished cries. Not far away lay a cluster of collapsed buildings, their walls stained with darkening blood, and a pale, swollen hand lay clenched weakly. Akira advanced cautiously, the silence around him almost suffocating, with only the sound of rain breaking the stillness. Even the insects seemed hushed in terror. "What I saw first should belong to me. Mine. In the ruins nearby, 2 small boys were grappling for a moldy piece of bread, one of them sporting orange hair. Akira stealthily approached, his masked visage looming above them, and suddenly spoke. "There's enough to share. Shouldn't you spare me a bit?" The 2 boys froze, trembling as they released their grip on the bread, which fell into a puddle, becoming soaked in mud. Their eyes widened in terror as they slowly looked up to see Akira's mask, prompting them to shriek in fear. "Run!" the boy with orange hair shouted, attempting to flee. The other boy, realizing the danger, pushed the orange-haired boy and bolted away. Akira watched as the boys fled, then seized the orange-haired child's collar, lifting him off the ground. "You think you can run after soiling my bread? What is your name?" "Yahiko," the boy whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. "Akira, still holding Yahiko, searched for a place to take shelter from the rain. Very well, continue to speak of my bread. I can accompany you, but you'll have to wait a few days, said the small figure, shrinking his neck. I can't wait. How about this? Consider me your disciple, and we shall forget about the matter of bread. Really? What can you teach me? I wish to learn formidable ninjutsu. With a wave of his hand, the master severed a massive tree that several individuals were embracing in the distance. How's that? Is it impressive enough? That's sufficient, master. I wish to learn that. The small one kicked his legs and waved his hands. Master, could you please set me down first? Obediently, the master released his hold. With a thud, the small figure fell to the ground. Ouch! Master, why did you let go so suddenly? The master, looking puzzled, replied, Did you not ask me to put you down? You can't blame me. The master followed the small one to his temporary camp, a relatively clean cave. Inside, there were several wooden boxes covered with grass, a rusty iron pot, and a few chipped bowls. The master stepped outside the cave and caught several fish. Master, are we having fish today? I'm so glad we won't be hungry. The master cooked the fish, watching as the small figure devoured them eagerly. After consuming several fish, the small one leaned against a wooden box, patting his belly. Master, when shall we begin learning ninjutsu? In a few days, once we return home. Let's tidy up and discard what is unnecessary. The small one immediately slung the iron pot onto his back. The master sighed inwardly. Do you have anything of sentimental value? Photos, letters, keepsakes from your parents? Everything else can be discarded. The small one rummaged through his belongings and shook his head. Over the next few days, the master took the small one on various escapades, cooking fish whenever hunger struck. Suddenly, they heard the cries of a little girl. Following the sound, they found a blue-haired girl weeping, hiding behind a woman as a leaf ninja brandished a kunai, sneering as he lunged at her. Chapter 60. Conan, the blue-haired girl. Tears streaming down her face, clutched the woman's pant leg tightly, her small frame resembling an angry kitten as she screamed at the leaf ninja. The woman's tears flowed like a torrent, cascading down her snow-white cheeks. Her trembling legs stood firm like an ancient tree, using her frail body to shield the blue-haired girl. Master, please save them. All right, are you ready? The master nodded vigorously. In the small one's bewildered gaze, he scooped him up, swung him around, and hurled him toward the leaf ninja. Invincible wind, fire, wheel, go. The three turned their attention to the master's voice. The master enveloped the small one in a protective gust of wind, safeguarding him from harm. In midair, the small one flailed his arms and legs, shouting, Master, I hate you. Ouch, yuck. He collided with the leaf ninja, sending him flying several meters before he managed to regain his footing. Are you all right, both of you? The master appeared beside them, inquiring gently. We're fine. Thank you for saving us, sir. Conan, come thank the uncle. You can call me Michio. Michio bowed deeply to the master and pulled the shy Conan closer. Conan wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Her wide eyes filled with curiosity and fear as she timidly said, Thank you, uncle, for saving Conan and my mother. Hey, why don't you thank me? I helped too. The small one jumped in, shouting in dissatisfaction. Yes, yes, and let us not forget our great hero, the small one. Go on. That leaf ninja is glaring daggers at you. Deal with him. The master gently nudged the small one forward. The small one gulped, stepping back nervously. Master, I haven't learned ninjutsu yet. The chance to shine is all yours. I'll cheer for you. Coward, you're missing out on a great opportunity. The master released the small one, who quickly darted behind him, defiantly giving the leaf ninja the finger. Michio scooped up Conan, hastening to join them behind the master. As the master and the small one bantered, Conan, now less fearful, sat in her mother's embrace and made faces at the leaf ninja. Who are you to ambush me? The leaf ninja glared at the master, gripping his kunai tightly. The master turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the leaf ninja. Does it matter? As a ninja, you should be ashamed to assault civilians and children. You've tarnished the reputation of the leaf. You bastard. Do you know who our captain is? Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, acknowledged as a demigod of the ninja world. The leaf ninja lifted his chin haughtily. Impressive? Is that something to be proud of? Your actions are akin to boasting about being the son of a turtle. It's laughable. The master remarked nonchalantly. The recognition of the leaf's Sannin meant little to him, much like a student proudly proclaiming their superiority over the second-best student. You're asking for death. The leaf ninja, furious, hurled 3 shurikens directly at the master's face. The master extended his right hand, conjuring a wall of wind that deflected the shurikens. which clattered harmlessly to the ground. He then thrust his hand forward, sending the wind wall hurtling toward the leaf ninja. The leaf ninja narrowly evaded the attack with a body flicker, but the wind wall demolished several trees behind him. Hey, does this look cool? Want to learn it? The master tossed his hair back, grinning at the small one. The small one's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly drooling. I want to learn, master. Uncle, I want to learn too. Conan raised her hand eagerly, her gaze fixed on the master. All right, I'll teach you both when we return. While the master conversed with the two children, the leaf ninja quietly began to retreat. You're not thinking of running away, are you? Just wait. I'll make sure to tell the captains what you said. You'll regret it. The leaf ninja threw 2 kunai, each attached to an explosive tag, which detonated upon impact, sending mud and debris flying, obscuring the master's view and allowing him to escape. Wow, this is so fun. It's amazing. I want to make lots of those explosive tags too. Conan clapped her hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Explosive little girl. The master squinted, forming his hand into a gun shape, aiming at the fleeing leaf ninja. A wind bullet, flying at supersonic speed, shot toward the escaping ninja. Hearing the sound behind him, the leaf ninja instinctively activated his substitution jutsu, narrowly avoiding the attack. Oh, you managed to dodge that one. Let us see how many more you can evade. With that, he fired a second wind bullet. The leaf ninja, now on high alert, evaded the first attack and prepared for the second. He executed the body flicker technique, darting away while simultaneously creating shadow clones to confuse the master. TCH, child's play. The master raised his other hand, firing both wind bullets simultaneously. One of the bullets struck its target, enveloping it in smoke. The master unleashed a barrage of wind bullets, relentlessly bombarding the leaf ninja until he was gravely injured and collapsed to the ground. The master relished the moment, especially the eager expressions on the faces of the two children, filling him with satisfaction. He approached and dragged the leaf ninja back, tossing him in front of Michio and Conan. How you handle him is up to you. Repay grievances with grievances, and vendettas with vendettas. Michio set Conan down, picked up a kunai from the ground, trembling as she clutched it with both hands, slowly approaching the leaf ninja. Let me go? I'm a leaf jonin. If you dare to kill me, the leaf will not spare you. The leaf jonin glared menacingly at Michio as she advanced. Mei trembled even more under his glare, yet her steps did not falter. The scoundrel before her had nearly killed her daughter, and she sought vengeance. Approaching the Konoha shinobi, Mei bit her lip, closed her eyes, and plunged the kunai forcefully into the shinobi's chest. You will regret this, she declared. The Konoha shinobi's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground. Staggering back, Mei collapsed beside a murky puddle, scrubbing her blood-stained hands incessantly. Xiao Nan, with her short legs, rushed to Mei's side, throwing herself into her mother's embrace. The two wept together, their faces marked by both sorrow and a fragile smile. It seemed as though the dark clouds above were momentarily parting to bring joy to the mother and daughter, allowing the sunlight to caress their weary cheeks. Xuangyue Kongming approached the body of the Konoha ninja, gently closing his eyes and taking an item from him. Half an hour later, after Mei and Xiaonan had calmed their emotions, they gathered their belongings and departed with Xuangyue Kongming. Chapter 61. Nagato. The war between the Rain and Fire nations raged on, expanding across multiple battlefronts. The prolonged conflict made it increasingly difficult for Konoha village to transport supplies, leading starving Konoha ninjas to resort to plundering the civilians of the Rain country. Xuangyue Kongming led the three into the combat zone in search of the Nagato family. Fusong, of the Uzumaki clan, found herself entangled in misfortune once again, having endured the destruction of her nation and now facing the Rainfire War. After several days, Xuangyue Kongming sensed he was nearing his objective. In a corner where light could not penetrate, he set up a barrier, not wishing to be discovered by the ominous figure perched on a nearby tree, resembling a half-rotten mushroom. He lit a campfire and roasted several fish, satisfying the hunger of the four. An hour passed as they endeavored to pierce through the looming clouds of the Rain country and bring light to the people, though exhaustion soon led them to rest. From a wooden house a few dozen meters away wafted the aroma of boiled meals, as its inhabitants quietly celebrated having survived another day. As the inky night descended, lights flickered to life within. The dim, yellowish glow seemed to forewarn of impending misfortune. Utagawa Fumio, look, this house still has its lights on. Let's go inside and find something to eat. All right. In the darkness, The voices of two men reached Xuanyue Kongming's ears. Wait here, I'll check it out. Xuanyue Kongming swiftly approached the wooden house. Two Konoha ninjas peered through the window, confirmed safety, and boldly opened the door to enter. The household, hearing the voices, retreated to a dark corner. The male head of the family cradling his wife and child protectively, like a bird sheltering its nestlings. Fumio, I found some canned food. Come here quickly. The father discreetly glanced at the lit living room, whispering, while they're distracted by the cans, we must escape. They will surely search this room. The wife and child nodded quickly. The three stealthily stood, but the father accidentally bumped into a nearby shelf, causing a ceramic jar to tumble to the ground. They stared in horror at the jar, mouths agape. Crash. Someone's in the house. Let's check it out. Footsteps approached the room, and the father dashed out, grabbing the Konoha ninja's arm and shouting, run. There are still people inside. Fumio, go in and kill them. Understood. Konoha ninja Yutagawa Fumio tightened his grip on the kunai as he passed the father and entered the room. Run, hurry. The father clung tightly to the Konoha ninja's arm, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for the others to escape. Nagato, run. The mother shoved the child back forcefully, her gaze resolute as she faced their adversaries. Upon entering the room, Yutagawa Fumio discovered only a woman and a child within. A flicker of disdain crossed his face as he raised his kunai towards the mother's neck. Clang. Heh, lucky me, two Uzumaki clan members. Fine experimental material. Xuanyue Kongming removed his mask, transforming into Shabu to block Yutagawa Fumio's kunai. Who are you? Yutagawa Fumio retreated to Li Ming's side. Nagato's father, Ise, released Li Ming, pulling Fusang and Nagato back into the corner. Xuanyue Kongming lightly tapped his kunai against his forehead protector. Are you blind? Can't you see my forehead protector? I am the vice leader of the Yunin Umbu. What the hell is Yunin doing here? Aren't you afraid of igniting a war between our nations? Ha ha ha, you're quite amusing. The rain country is known for its heavy rainfall. I suggest you wear a waterproof hat. This is the rain country. You Konoha ninjas truly believe yourselves to be the masters here. Xuanyue Kongming illuminated the room, making it clearer. You, Fumio, enough chatter, kill him. Li Ming, an action-oriented individual with unwavering confidence, gripped his kunai and charged at Xuanyue Kongming. Yutagawa Fumio formed hand seals, coordinating with Li Ming to launch their assault. The duo proved no match for Xuanyue Kongming, who put on a performance for the sake of the audience. A water prison rose beneath his feet, but he evaded it with a body flicker technique and quickly drew several shurikens, hurling them at Li Ming. Clang, clang, clang. Li Ming swung his kunai, deflecting all the shurikens, and with a sudden burst of energy, he closed the distance between them. Xuanyue Kongming created a shadow clone to engage Li Ming while his main body rushed towards the mage, Yutagawa Fumio. Yutagawa Fumio, transformed into a powerful water gun, unleashed a torrent of water. Xuanyue Kongming sidestepped, and the wave struck the wooden house's wall, leaving a gaping hole. The three engaged in a fierce battle, and the room was soon in ruins. Ise gently pulled Fusang's hand, gesturing towards the door. Fusang understood, nodding imperceptibly. The family of three moved cautiously toward the exit, fearful of being noticed by the battling trio. After half an hour of relentless effort, Xuanyue Kongming finally killed the Konoha ninjas. You nearly exhausted yourself, not from the fight, but from the performance. Where are you going? I saved your lives, and you're leaving without a word. Xuanyue Kongming threw his kunai, embedding it a mere centimeter from Ise's foot. Ise halted, turning back with an awkward smile. Sir, we're going to prepare something for you. Is that so? Shouldn't I thank you? Xuanyue Kongming raised an eyebrow. Of course. No, it's something we ought to do. Spare me the pleasantries. Your wife and child must accompany me back to the hidden cloud village. Xuanyue Kongming interrupted Ise, advancing step by step towards the family. Ise opened his arms to shield Fusang and Nagato, backing away while avoiding the kunai embedded in the ground. Sir, please spare Fusang and Nagato. They know nothing. I will take them as experimental subjects. Their ignorance is irrelevant. Xuanyue Kongming continued to close in on Ise's family, swiftly knocking Ise unconscious. Lowering his gaze, he met Nagato's stare. You little brat, daring to glare at me? I'll gouge out your eyes. Xuanyue Kongming extended 2 fingers towards Nagato. Please, don't. If anyone's eyes should be taken, take mine. Fusang, surprising herself with newfound strength, grasped Xuanyue Kongming's arm, momentarily preventing his escape. Too late. Yue Kongming knocked Fusong unconscious and swiftly removed Nagato's eyes, discarding them into a foul gutter. He seized Nagato, grabbed Ise and Fusong, and leaped away from the Nagato household, returning to the barrier he had set. Releasing Ise and Fusong, Yue Kongming replaced Nagato's eyes with those of the Konoha shinobi and roused Ise and Fusong. Fusong, Nagato. How are you? Nagato. Ise and Fusong awakened, sitting up instantly and scanning their surroundings. Enough of the calling. See for yourselves. Chapter 62. Uchiha Madara Yue Kongming called out sharply, leading everyone to retreat swiftly. All attention was drawn to him as they followed the direction of his pointed finger. A peculiar figure, half black and half white, stood silently at the edge of a stinking ditch, expressionless as it retrieved Nagato's eyes, storing them away without a word. As speculation arose regarding when this strange being would depart, it raised its hands and swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a multitude of wooden spikes that impaled the body of a Konoha shinobi, turning it into a hedgehog. Immediately thereafter, it conjured numerous wooden pillars, obliterating the area surrounding Nagato's family home within a radius of several kilometers. It appeared visibly enraged. Indeed, teacher, you are correct, but what could have provoked such anger? Yahiko, ever the curious one, inquired. Sir, could you enlighten us as to what is happening? The Ise family expressed their bewilderment. Vortex Fusang, your fried meatballs are truly delightful, remarked Mei Getsu, reverting to his original form and donning a mask. You purchased fried meatballs from my shop, and at that time, you were accompanied by a particularly adorable little sister. As Mei donned his mask, Vortex Fusang instantly recognized him. The memory lingered vividly of a day when a man with black hair entered the shop, his face obscured by a peculiar mask. She had observed him closely. Indeed, who would have thought we would meet again? Your son has grown. Yes, it has been several years since the fall of the Land of Water, and I have resided in the Land of Rain since then. Sir, regarding Nagato's eyes. Fusang gently caressed the corner of Nagato's eye, cautiously inquiring. It is nothing. Those eyes were transplanted into Nagato when he was a child by an individual. The others perked up, listening intently. Those eyes are remarkable. Awakening them requires the host to endure immense stimulation. Just now, the strange being lured Konoha ninja and killed you and Ise. Both Ise and Fusang stood frozen in shock. What can we do about such a powerful being targeting us? They thought, feeling utterly helpless. Little Nagato had already begun playing with Yahiko. Do not dwell on it too much. The eyes have been retrieved, and the matter is behind us, Mei reassured, revealing part of the truth to alleviate the fears of the Nagato family. For now, follow me to complete our mission in the Land of Rain, and I shall escort you to meet Vortex Eshina. Thank you, sir. In the graveyard of mountains, Uchiha Madara, seated beneath the outer path's golem, maintained a straight posture despite his old age. Time had eroded his once dominant visage, his hair now a stark white, and the wrinkles on his face resembled the scars of battles fought long ago, crisscrossing his features. Rest assured, Lord Madara, I have brought your eyes back, an attendant declared. Back? What do you mean you have brought them back? Explain. Madara's emotions flared, causing him to cough repeatedly, prompting Zetsu to step forward and pat his back. Lord Madara, I executed the plan to lure 2 Konoha shinobi into Nagato's home. Initially, everything went smoothly until a cloud ninja suddenly appeared, killing the 2 Konoha shinobi and extracting Nagato's eyes, tossing them into the stinking ditch. Zetsu recounted the events with an impassive demeanor. Damn that cloud ninja. Ruining my plans and courting death. What is his name? Madara demanded. His name is Shibuki, the vice captain of the Umbu from the hidden cloud village. Zetsu Akatsuki. Go retrieve him. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate Shibuki, a black mark had already been placed upon him. After the failure of the Moon Country mission, he faced a scolding from the Raikage and lost his position as vice captain of the Umbu. In a fit of discontent, he sought solace in taverns. Zetsu and Akatsuki infiltrated the hidden cloud village, scouring the area until they finally found Shibuki at a tavern. Daring to disrupt Lord Madara's plans. Possessing mediocre strength, yet considerable audacity. That's him. Bring him to Lord Madara. How to deal with him shall be determined by Lord Madara. The inebriated Shibuki was easily escorted out of the hidden cloud village by the duo. Lord Madara, we have brought the man back. How shall we handle him? Shibuki was unceremoniously thrown before Madara. Wake him. Akatsuki formed hand seals with one hand and sprayed a mouthful of salt soda onto Shibuki's face. Slowly regaining consciousness, Shibuki propped himself up on his elbows, surveying his surroundings. Upon seeing Madara and the others, he instinctively leaped back into a defensive stance. Who are you? What is the purpose of bringing me to this ghastly place? No one responded. Zetsu swiftly moved behind him and swept his legs out from under him, bringing him to the ground. I ask, you answer, or you die. All right, I will answer, Shibuki complied. Why did you extract Nagato's eyes? Confusion filled Shibuki's eyes. Who is Nagato? I didn't extract his eyes. You are quite defiant, Zetsu remarked. He raised his hand to form seals, sending 2 wooden spikes through Shibuki's thighs. I truly do not know. There must be some misunderstanding. I have not left the Hidden Cloud Village for quite some time. Shibuki clasped his legs, shouting in desperation. Heal him. Akatsuki stepped forward, roughly pulling out the wooden spikes from Shibuki's legs and using ninjutsu to mend his wounds. Shibuki's injuries healed swiftly, and he silently stood to the side, understanding that his fate rested in the hands of these formidable individuals. Akatsuki, engage him in combat. Madara needed to ascertain whether Shibuki was indeed the one who had interfered with his plans. He had previously given Akatsuki orders regarding this. Turning to Shibuki, he added, use all your strength, or you shall perish. Both Akatsuki and Shibuki nodded, moving to a nearby open space where the battle erupted instantaneously. Shibuki immediately unleashed his best lightning release technique, but alas, he was vastly outmatched by Akatsuki, succumbing within minutes. Zetsu, is he the one? Madara inquired. No, Lord Madara. He has not used lightning release, so he cannot be the one who thwarted your plans. Madara fell into a contemplative silence. Who could it be that disrupted his plans at such a critical moment? The one who extracted Nagato's eyes. Was it an accident or a deliberate act? Why did he appear as a cloud ninja? Was he involved in something unsavory in the Land of Rain? Or had he discovered Zetsu lurking in the shadows? This individual was shrouded in mystery, and with the situation still unclear, a sense of unease settled within Madara. Lord Madara, what shall we do with him? Akatsuki, victorious, returned to Madara's side, interrupting his thoughts. Madara glanced at Shibuki, noting his potential. He could serve as cannon fodder in the future when collecting tailed beasts. Will you serve me? Shibuki, startled by Madara's intense gaze, scrambled to his knees upon hearing the possibility of survival. I am willing. Thank you, my lord. For your mercy, you will go to the Land of Rain and uncover the identity of the one who disrupted my plans. If circumstances allow, bring him back. Mei Getsu, accompanied by 6 individuals, was wandering through the Land of Rain, searching for another Akatsuki elder, Wei Tianjiao, who possessed commendable intelligence capabilities. Chapter 63. A small challenge within the temporary shelter constructed by Mei Getsu. Nagato and Yahiko were engaged in a game of marbles. Behold my flying marble technique. I dodge in an instant. Konan sat beside them, holding a piece of paper, earnestly tossing it to the ground while gesturing wildly with her small hands, calling out. Boom. Mei glanced outside. The rain poured down like a waterfall, prompting him to abandon his plans to venture out. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, gather around. Today's heavy rain makes it unsuitable to go outside. I will teach you about chakra extraction. With nothing else to occupy his time, he prepared to instruct the 3 youngsters in their training. Really? Teacher. Konan's large eyes gleamed with anticipation. That's fantastic, Nagato. The teacher is going to teach us to train. Yahiko exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Nagato nodded earnestly, clenching his small fists in determination. Yes. Come over here. Mei beckoned the 3 little ones closer. Today, I will teach you the fundamentals of becoming a ninja, chakra extraction. Mei imparted his chakra extraction technique to the trio. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan displayed impressive talent. Within 2 days, they had all successfully extracted chakra. Ayase, go fetch some water. Nagato and Yahiko, catch some fish. Fuzang and Mihue, start a fire and prepare a meal. As the sun once again ceded its place to the moon, Mei concluded the day's activities and sought a vacant house to rest. Teacher, we all have our own matters to attend to. What are you doing? My matters take precedence. I must supervise your tasks. Xiaonan, come here and massage my shoulders. TCH, you insufferable teacher. Shuangyue Kongming found a comfortable spot to sit, while Xiaonan obediently began to knead his shoulders. Let go of Nagato, you bastard. Teacher, hurry. Someone has grabbed Nagato. Yahiko's frantic shout pierced Shuangyue Kongming's ears. He instantly rose, leaping toward the door, kicking it open, and darting towards the riverbank. Scream all you want. It won't do any good. No one can save you. Shibuya held Nagato, stepping closer to Yahiko. You bastard, our teacher won't let you get away with this. Yahiko threatened Shibuya, retreating step by step. Huh, what a pathetic teacher. He wouldn't dare to show up. Perhaps he's already fled. Shibuya scoffed, utterly indifferent to the words of the little brat. Behind him, two formidable figures bolstered his confidence. Oh, so you're quite courageous. Xuanyue Kongming appeared behind Yahiko, lifting him effortlessly and placing him behind himself. Are you their teacher? You impersonated me to sabotage the adults' plans and nearly got me killed. Xuanyue Kongming's sudden appearance startled Shibuya, causing him to take a step back. Catching sight of the two powerful individuals behind him, Shibuya regained his composure, standing firm and questioning Xuanyue Kongming. Nagato, master, please save Nagato. Ise Fusan and a few others gathered upon hearing the cries, with Fusan tightly gripping Xuanyue Kongming's arm, a pleading expression on his face. Rest assured. Xuanyue Kongming gently brushed Fusan's hand aside and turned to Shibuya, saying, And what of it? Who told you to be so ugly? I remembered your face after just one glance. Bastard, tell me who you are, or I'll kill him. Shibuya's teeth ground together, one hand lifting Nagato, the other tightening around his throat, applying pressure gradually. No. Ise and Fusan shouted, rushing towards Shibuya, but Xuanyue Kongming bound them in place. Ha ha, speak quickly. Shibuya's grip tightened, Nagato's lips turning increasingly purple, his eyes rolling back. You should not threaten me. With imperceptible speed, Xuanyue Kongming materialized behind Shibuya, whispering a few words close to his ear. Shibuya seemed to hear a devil's whisper, his pupils constricting. Xuanyue Kongming's right hand was cloaked in wind release, rendering it sharper than any blade. It also formed countless tiny whirlwinds that lingered in the wound, continuously inflicting damage. With a swift motion, Xuanyue Kongming's hand sliced cleanly through Shibuya's arm, catching Nagato and handing him over to Fusan. Fusan quickly embraced Nagato tightly, rubbing his face against Nagato's head. The pain radiating from his arm jolted Shibuya back to reality as he clutched his bleeding shoulder, howling in agony. Ju and Afei, witnessing Shibuya's failure, had no choice but to intervene personally. The two swiftly descended beside Shibuya, applying pressure to stop the bleeding. Who are you, if I may ask? Ju's unwavering gaze fixed on Xuanyue Kongming as he inquired. Xuanyue Kongming lifted his head, gazing at the hazy moon. Strictly speaking, I am your future father. Ju's face paled, then flushed with rage. Otsutsuki Kaguya was Ju's sore spot, and for countless years, he had sought her revival. Xuanyue Kongming not only insulted him, but also blasphemed his mother, causing Ju's anger to surge. You seek death. Afei, take action. Afei fused with Shibuya, greatly enhancing his strength. Clenching his right hand, Shibuya felt the surge of power, his confidence restored. His eyes blazed with a vengeful fire, capable of scorching the heavens. You're doomed, and those behind you are as well. Shibuya's voice was frigid, as chilling as being tossed naked into 40 degrees below zero. You think you're capable? Wind release, wind moon, curved blade. Xuanyue Kongming swung his right hand upward, unleashing a semicircular wind blade. Shibuya hastily dodged, but the massive stone behind him was cleaved in two, a line as fine as a hair marking the center. Wind release, continuous slash. Xuanyue Kongming wielded both hands, launching a flurry of wind blades. Shibuya zigzagged, narrowly evading them. Afei, quickly release your fusion. Ju shouted. Just as Afei disengaged, Xuanyue Kongming's hand struck down, severing Shibuya's head. Afei touched his neck, shaken, nearly meeting his demise. Oh dear, that was close. Xuanyue Kongming flexed his wrist, a sound emanating as he raised an eyebrow, expressing regret. This matter is not over. We shall depart. Ju and Afei melded into the trees, vanishing from sight. Let us return. The danger has temporarily subsided. You all need to train diligently. Xuanyue Kongming gently patted the heads of the three little ones. Understood, teacher. A few days later, Xuanyue Kongming finally located Weidoa Tianjin, who was being pursued by 3 Leaf Village ninjas. Xuanyue Kongming kicked up a stone from the ground, shattering one ninja's knee, who hides in the shadows. Step forward. The 3 Leaf Village ninjas stood back to back, vigilantly observing their surroundings. I only want that child. You may leave. Xuanyue Kongming emerged from the shadows, gradually approaching Tianjin. Bastard, ambushing us and still so arrogant. Noisy. In an instant, Xuanyue Kongming appeared beside the 3 Leaf Village ninjas, gripping their necks tightly, gradually applying pressure. Stop! A familiar voice called from behind. Chapter 64. Farewell, Tsunade. Xuanyue Kongming swiftly turned 180 degrees, spotting the figure he had longed for. Releasing the Leaf Village ninjas, he stepped forward, turning to face the assembled Leaf forces with his hands clasped behind his back. Who are you? The newly arrived Tsunade inquired. Xuanyue Kongming struggled to control the urge to rush towards Tsunade, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground. His hands were tightly interlocked behind him, and he mentally reassured himself that he was addressing Tsunade. He yearned to embrace her, but he refrained, fearing he might place her in danger. Countless eyes were upon them. And Ju could also be watching. Repeating to himself, 1 year, at most 1 year, he envisioned a future where he and Tsunade could soar together. Taking a deep breath, Xuanyue Kongming responded, as the leader of the organization, why is it that only you have come from the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha? His words, escaping his lips, carried a raspy and choked sound. Humph, 1 is sufficient. Why did you attack the Leaf ninjas? Tsunade forcefully swung her fist at the air. Xuanyue Kongming shook his head, opting not to directly answer her inquiry. Konoha truly declines year after year, ruthlessly slaughtering the innocent of the Rain Country, bringing shame to the name of Senju Hashirama. Tsunade unclenched her fist, lowering her hands, falling silent. Lady Tsunade, do not listen to his nonsense. He attacked us first, shattering my knee. Lady Tsunade, look around. Where are the corpses of innocent civilians? He is slandering us. It is his fault. Yes, yes, Lady Tsunade, quickly kill him. The 3 Leaf ninjas retreated to the main force, shouting frantically. Huh. Xuanyue Kongming snorted, closing his left eye while narrowing his right. He stomped his foot, sending stones flying. He pinched a piece of rubble between his thumb and middle finger, flicking it with remarkable speed. Careful. Tsunade infused her right hand with extraordinary strength, striking the ground and launching a large chunk of earth to block the path of the flying debris. The stones pierced through the soil, continuing on and striking one ninja's head, the very same who had suffered a shattered knee. Fortune smiled upon him, winning the lottery twice in a row. Like a watermelon bursting, splatters of red and white covered the surrounding ninjas. I warned you that you were noisy. Why didn't you listen? Moments ago, the 2 ninjas who had been jumping up and down nodded vigorously, quickly retrieving kunai from their bags and slicing off a piece of their sleeves to stuff into their mouths. Bastard, what are you doing? Why did you kill him? It's all your fault. If you had blocked it, I could have taken down all 3 of you. Xuanyue Kongming calmly raised 3 fingers, his thumb and index finger forming a perfect circle. Tsunade was exceedingly furious, her breath coming in heavy gasps and her chest rising and falling dramatically. Xuanyue Kongming cast a casual glance, and with that, the small bun transformed into a larger one. The team led by Tsunade had yet to reach the designated meeting point. After a prolonged wait, the agreed time had elapsed, and both Jiraiya and Orochimaru, concerned for Tsunade's team, had come along the route to search for them. What transpired? Jiraiya sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Not only was there no conversation among Tsunade's team, but even their breathing was cautious. Tsunade pointed to the headless corpse on the ground. Who did this? That masked scoundrel. Be careful. He is formidable. Jiraiya and Orochimaru turned their gaze to Xuanyue Kongming, scrutinizing him from top to bottom. The 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha were gathered, yet there was no discernible difference. Why did you kill him? Did he offend you? Xuanyue Kongming clenched his right fist, a tempest swirling around him, wind chakra enveloping his entire being. Be cautious. Before Tsunade could finish her warning, he retorted, You dare question me? Hanzo the Salamander spared you. Xuanyue Kongming descended before Jiraiya, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen that sent him flying backward. You lack gratitude, destroying his nation. With a swift motion, he teleported behind Jiraiya and kicked him in the back, killing his people. In an instant, he appeared above Orochimaru, forcefully stomping down on his shoulders, causing Orochimaru to be driven into the ground, his head barely visible. You mourn the loss of 1 Konoha ninja. Yet how many civilians from the Land of Rain have perished due to your actions? Tsunade ordered her team to assist Jiraiya and extract Orochimaru. In war, casualties are inevitable. They deserve their fate. Stop talking. A Konoha ninja who arrived later shouted in discontent, emboldened by the presence of thousands of Konoha ninjas. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru attempted to intervene, but it was too late. They swiftly organized the ninjas for defense. Well said, if I kill you, you will also be deserving of your fate. Wait, Chief, We can negotiate. Tsunade moved to the forefront of the team, locking eyes with Xuanyue Kongming. Negotiate what? What is there to discuss? The winds around them grew increasingly turbulent as the rain began to pour. Xuanyue Kongming ascended into the air, looking down upon the Konoha ninja forces. 3 minutes. If you can hold out for 3 minutes, I shall spare you. TCH, what bravado. We are not afraid of Hanzo the Salamander. Xuanyue Kongming extended his hand towards the Konoha ninjas, unleashing a torrent of raindrop-like attacks comparable to high-level ninjutsu upon them. With Tsunade present, he did not wish to annihilate all of Konoha's forces, for it would not bode well for his future. Earth-style ninjas quickly employed defensive techniques. Summoning technique. Tsunade and her companions called forth their summoned beasts. Jiraiya, you've landed yourself in quite the predicament. Fukasaku spat flames while wielding his weapon. Orochimaru, oh dear. We need 500 living beings this time. The thick-skinned giant snake swatted the raindrops aside with its tail. Tsunade's slug remained calm, dispatching numerous smaller slugs to heal the injured Konoha ninjas. Gradually, the Konoha ninjas adapted to the rhythm, the number of casualties no longer increasing. Is that all? I expected more strength from you. Very well, Konoha ninjas possess spirit. Let me raise the stakes. Xuanyue Kongming summoned the awakening winds, causing the ground conditions to deteriorate rapidly, leading to increasing casualties. Everyone, huddle together for cooperative defense. Tsunade and her companions positioned themselves on the perimeter, coordinating with their summoned beasts to block Xuanyue Kongming's assaults. 3 minutes. Time is up. I grant you your lives this time. Until we meet again, fate shall not favor you again. Xuanyue Kongming ceased his attacks, seizing the onlooker, Jinju, and with several teleportations, gradually departed. The Konoha ninjas, shaken, collapsed onto the ground. Tsunade and her companions assessed the casualty situation. 1/10 had perished, and 60% were injured, predominantly lower-ranked ninjas, while several upper ninjas, who had drawn Xuanyue Kongming's focus, had naturally perished. Alas, given the current circumstances, we must withdraw to the border base for recuperation. Indeed, with 60% of our forces injured, should the Land of Rain attack, these individuals would be gravely endangered. After deliberation, Tsunade and her companions swiftly organized the Konoha ninjas for retreat. Chapter 65. Schemes of Two Nations at the Konoha Front Base. Tsunade and her companions led their team back overnight. Upon reaching the base, Tsunade immediately organized medical ninjas to treat the injured. After an entire night, the injuries of the Konoha ninjas finally stabilized. For the next 2 to 3 months, they would need to recuperate without engaging in combat. The following morning, Tsunade, exhausted from a night of toil, emerged from the base, her complexion resembling a freshly painted wall, swaying as if intoxicated before sitting on a large rock. Slug, I am still too weak. Kongming awaits my protection. Teach me sage art. Tsunade, your beloved may not require your protection. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Slug, how can you say that? I must protect Kongming. Tsunade raised her voice. Tsunade, I mean your beloved might be incredibly strong, beyond belief. How could that be? Tsunade, supporting her head with her right hand, gently shook it. The one who fought you yesterday should indeed be your beloved, for I recognize his scent. Is it true? That is wonderful. Kongming is strong and safe. The slug's revelation dispelled Tsunade's fatigue like the early wind of the Land of Rain, her smile illuminating the morning sun. Jiraiya dispatched speed ninjas to relay the news back to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback upon receiving the news and immediately summoned Danzo and the others for a discussion. Jiraiya's team encountered a masked figure, leading to a battle. The village's dispatched ninjas suffered a 10% loss, with 60% injured. What do you think we should do? Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the message from Jiraiya, handing it to Danzo. Hold our position. The frontline ninjas must recover first, temporarily avoiding confrontation with Hanzo the Salamander. The Sand Ninja forces have already entered the Land of Rain. Let them engage first, Danzo suggested. Agreed. Watergate and Tsurune echoed Danzo's strategy. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively proclaimed, Very well, we shall proceed as Danzo suggests. What about the masked figure? Humph. Send Elite Umbu to eliminate him. Danzo clenched his fists, striking the table forcefully, splattering tea on Watergate. No. Jiraiya's message indicates that this individual has no intention of opposing Konoha. During this critical period of war, we must avoid creating formidable enemies. We shall refrain from engaging him for now and investigate his identity in secret. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to interrupt Danzo. Hiruzen, he has killed numerous ninjas from our village, and you wish to let him go? You are too weak. Temporarily, until the war concludes. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo slammed the door as he stormed out of the Hokage's office, furiously returning to the root. Sitting in his chair, he picked up a pen and scribbled a single word, death, piercing through several sheets of paper until the pen had become misshapen. Someone, Danzo-sama, what is your command? Send people to the land of rain. Find a masked man and bring his corpse back. Understood. Danzo's route was destined for futility. Xuangyue Kongming, clutching Jinju, returned to the refuge. The mission in the land of rain was accomplished. He had already brought 3 major and 4 minor individuals back to the land of water. In 6 months, he would revisit the land of rain, as the Dao Heart's demonic seed would soon cool. Xuangyue Kongming arranged Fusong and Ise in the Whirlpool village, entrusting Nagato, Yahiko, and Jinju to Uchiha He, while Konan was assigned to Kwa-er, and Miho entered the secret realm to manage the provisions for a group of young ninjas. Witnessing the plight of the civilians in the land of rain, Xuangyue Kongming aimed to develop a powerful tool. The working-class Uzumaki clan was finally to be put to use. Village chief, please sit. I called you here today for a matter that requires your Uzumaki clan's assistance. Xuangyue Kongming commanded. Lord Xuangyue, at your service. He picked up a piece of paper on the table, which depicted a small figure remarkably resembling the little ghost from New Moon. This is the activation principle of the New Moon Little Ghost Steam Explosive Device. If we seal water, oil, and fire-style ninjutsu together in advance, could it yield the same explosive effect? Furthermore, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan could potentially seal ninjutsu within scrolls, setting a switch that, when triggered, would release the ninjutsu after a brief interval. Uzumaki Ashina meticulously examined the paper. Lord Xuangyue, we could attempt this, though I cannot guarantee success. Very well, proceed with caution. And if you require anything, seek out Kakuzu. As Uzumaki Ashina departed, Xuangyue Kongming entered the inner courtyard, embracing Gua for a moment and briefly contemplating Lien. The war in the land of rain raged on, with the Sand Ninja village joining the fray. Xuangyue Kongming cast his gaze upon the land of water, as well as the neighboring nations, devising a 3-step plan. The first step was to sow discord between the 2 nations, as their amicable relations must be turned adversarial. The second step involved instigating a war between them. Only through the harrowing experience of conflict would the populace welcome the dominion of the land of water. The third step entailed sending troops to invade both nations, bringing them under the rule of the land of water. Xuangyue Kongming publicly declared his intention to marry within 2 years, preparing to construct a golden palace as his residence, which necessitated the extensive acquisition of gold by the land of water, thereby inflating its value. Days later, he stealthily arrived at the border between the 2 nations, burying a gold mine beneath the earth, encased in formidable rock. Having completed his scheme, Xuangyue Kongming guided both nations to discover the gold mine. They rejoiced, exclaiming their delight. Following expert examination, the only viable spot for mining was identified near the border of the 2 nations, on the side of the latter. They decided to collaborate on the extraction. However, issues soon arose. The land of the former boasted an abundance of gold, while the land of the latter yielded only stone. Chio, it is only fair that I prosper. I appreciate your assistance in excavating the passage. Hyuga, what do you imply? Do you wish to hoard the gold for yourself? Inquired the daimyo of the land of the latter. Chio, your words are unbecoming. The gold mine lies within the borders of the former, and thus rightfully belongs to me. Very well, Hyuga, go ahead and excavate on your side of the border. I shall not allow you to utilize my resources. The daimyo of the land of the latter, with a dismissive wave of his sleeve, departed the border, dispatching troops to guard the passage against the former's access. The daimyo of the former similarly stationed troops at the border, leading to a standoff. Xuangyue Kongming clandestinely visited the Minister of Finance of the land of the latter, urging him to counsel the daimyo to covertly extract gold. Upon seeing Xuangyue Kongming's substantial cash offer, the minister's eyes widened, and he rushed to embrace the chest of money, nodding vigorously in agreement. The following day, the minister reported, Lord Chio, we have been in a standoff with the land of the former, expending vast resources daily. We should secretly mine the gold at night. What if we are discovered? It would surely lead to war. Lord Chio, war is inevitable unless you relinquish the gold mine. Would you consent to cede it to the former? Absolutely not. declared the daimyo of the land of the latter with resolute finality. You are correct. Organize the personnel and commence mining tonight. The clandestine operations of the land of the latter were soon uncovered by the former. The daimyo of the former vehemently denounced the daimyo of the latter as a shameless thief, and war was officially declared. The army of the land of water was poised for action. Chapter 66. The conquest of two nations. The conflict between the land of the former and the land of the latter resembled a small stone cast into the ocean, creating no ripples. Various nations and villages glanced at the intelligence regarding the two nations and casually discarded it into the wastebasket. Their attention was instead captured by the question of whether a rooster or hen had been slain by the sand ninja village in the land of rain. Damn thieves! Strike them hard and reclaim the gold mine. The daimyo of the former raised a fine set of tea wares and smashed them to the ground with a crash. The wares shattered into countless pieces. A fleeting regret crossed his mind as he glanced at the broken pieces. They had been a gift from the daimyo of the land of the latter, commemorating the centenary of peace between their nations, a testament to their friendship. Now, their relationship was as shattered as the tea set, irreparably broken. Yet, he did not lament. National interests outweighed all, and the gold mine must remain under the control of the former. A tug-of-war ensued over the gold mine, with both nations experiencing victories and losses, resulting in substantial casualties. Ignoring the objections of their ministers, the daimyos of both nations resolved to conscript soldiers forcibly. Lord Shio, the war has cost us many soldiers, and our reserves have already been deployed to the battlefield. We are on the verge of being unable to field more troops. The general of the land of the latter rushed to find the daimyo, his armor clanging as he hurried to report the dire situation of insufficient troops. Conscription, a nationwide draft. Young men must take to the battlefield. Lord Shio, that would be unwise. The populace is already discontented, and forced conscription may provoke dire repercussions. With a resounding slap, the daimyo struck the general. We cannot afford to lose this war. Victory will secure the gold mine for me, and the former shall also be mine. As the war intensified, public dissatisfaction surged. Xuanyue Kongming believed the moment had arrived for the land of water to intervene. In the council hall of the daimyo's residence, he addressed Kakuzu and River Uncle, assigning them responsibility for the war between the land of the former and the land of the latter. Victory in this conflict is assured. We shall utilize it to train our troops. Young master, shall we deploy the ninjas we have been secretly training to the battlefield? Uchiha River seemed to grasp his intentions. Indeed, send half of the ninjas to participate in the war. Xuanyue Kongming had long coveted the mist-hidden village, acquiring several hundred minor ninjas. He intended to use this minor conflict to hone their combat skills. Understood, young master, we shall prepare immediately. Go forth, Kakuzu, and remember to bring back the gold. Certainly. The gold mine through the system will not count towards points. Xuanyue Kongming must reclaim it and not allow it to benefit others. As fierce battles raged between the land of the former and the land of the latter, the armies of the land of water surged forth, attacking both nations. The daimyos of both nations, alarmed, called for a ceasefire and dispatched envoys to discuss a meeting. After negotiation, Daimyo Chio and Daimyo Hyuga agreed to meet at the border. In the forest at the border, the two daimyos sat at opposite ends of a long table. As soon as they took their seats, the daimyo of the former leaped up, one hand braced on the table and the other pointing accusingly at Daimyo Chio. Chio, all blame lies with you. If you had not obstructed my gold mining efforts, none of this would have transpired. Hyuga, do not twist the narrative. You sought to monopolize the gold mine first, and I merely prevented you from mining it. The daimyo of the land of the latter remained firmly seated, glaring at the opposing daimyo with a desire to see him severely punished. Silence. How dare you speak, thief? Sneaking in the dead of night to mine gold is utterly shameless. Humph. We agreed to jointly develop the gold mine. My actions are entirely justifiable. Let us set aside our grievances for now. The armies of the land of water are invading, and we must drive them out. Daimyo Hyuga resumed his seat, speaking gravely. Neither of our nations can stand against the land of water alone. We must unite our efforts. Agreed, though I hope you won't betray me. Daimyo Chio, under pressure from the situation, reluctantly consented to cooperate. Rest assured, I know how to discern priorities. The brief meeting between the daimyos yielded a cooperative agreement to resist their common foe. However, the disillusionment of the populace with their leaders reached a breaking point, leading them to ignore the daimyos' commands and surrender their cities. The armies of the land of water advanced unimpeded, gradually approaching the capital of the land of the latter. Aware of their inability to match the might of the land of water, the daimyo of the land of the latter fled with his loyal troops into the land of the former, awaiting the opportunity for restoration. The land of water seized the land of the latter and continued their assault on the land of the former. Both daimyos, seeking aid in exchange for the gold mine, appealed to the other four great nations. The Leaf Village and Sand Ninja Village were embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Land of Rain, while the Wind and Fire nations declined to assist either. The Earth and Thunder nations, distant as they were, also refused to provide reinforcements. Left with no choice, Daimyo Chiyo and Daimyo Hyuga expended vast resources to hire a contingent of ninjas to aid in their struggle. On the front lines of the Land of Water, the commanders Kakuzu and Uchiha Kawa were elated to learn that the opposing side had hired ninjas. This development would serve the purpose of training troops. The addition of ninjas elevated the dangers and brutality of the war to new heights. The ninjas from the Land of Water, lacking battlefield experience, had frequently fallen victim to ambushes and traps set by the enemy, resulting in numerous casualties. However, through immense sacrifice, the ninjas of the Land of Water gradually gained experience, mastering the rhythm of battle and tipping the scales of victory in their favor. Days later, the army of the Land of Water surrounded the capital of the opposing nation, initiating a final showdown. The feudal lords of both nations rallied their last available soldiers to defend the capital. For several days, they reinforced the city walls, constructed defensive structures, and stockpiled ample supplies of combustible materials. The feudal lords mortgaged their gold mines to finance the hiring of an even larger contingent of ninjas. A brutal offensive and defensive battle ensued, with heavy casualties on both sides. The Land of Water's forces were accompanied by medical ninjas, resulting in a lower mortality rate among the injured. Yet, daily losses continued to deplete the ranks of soldiers from both nations. Witnessing the dwindling numbers of his soldiers and the bleak prospects for reclaiming his homeland, the feudal lord of the opposing nation sent a secret envoy to Kakuzu. He intended to act as an insider, opening the city gates in exchange for his own survival. Kakuzu ultimately acquiesced to his request. The day after their agreement, the feudal lord opened the northern gate under his command, allowing the forces of the Land of Water to surge in and advance toward the residence of the opposing nation's feudal lord. The treacherous lord, having betrayed his own, met a grim fate as he ignited his palace, his anguished cries echoing like a lamenting specter in the night. He perished in the flames, marking the end of the conflict. Kakuzu successfully captured both the opposing nation and the Land of Water, with the strategic pieces of the Sea Nation falling into place, leaving only the Rainbow Nation unconquered. Throughout the war, Kakuzu remained largely indifferent, preoccupied with selecting gifts to propose to Tsunade. Chapter 67. The proposal. It was now the 37th year of Konoha. Kakuzu had traversed 16 years in this world, planning to marry this year, with 3 potential brides, Kori, Reina, and Tsunade. He intended to propose to Tsunade, securing the engagement even if she could not attend the wedding. Summon Kakuzu, he commanded. Kakuzu moved with a lightness in his step, as if floating on clouds, exuding an air of sweetness that surrounded him like a fragrant breeze. Humming a cheerful tune, Kakuzu meticulously selected gifts, carefully placing the betrothal offerings into boxes. He prepared 6 chests of gifts, to be led by Kakuzu himself, to Konoha. Kakuzu, you shall lead the delivery of the betrothal gifts to Konoha. Ensure they reach Sarutobi Hiruzen or Uzumaki Mido. Depart swiftly and return promptly. As you command, my lord. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, continuously puffing on his pipe, the ashtray overflowing with remnants. Since receiving news of Kakuzu's proposal, he found himself in a moral quandary. From both a personal and logical standpoint, marriage was a natural course. He had no grounds to oppose it. Yet, Tsunade was invaluable to the village, and he was reluctant to see her depart. After much contemplation, he resolved to suppress the matter, keeping it from Tsunade for the time being. With the war against the Land of Rain entering a critical phase, Tsunade's presence on the front lines was essential. As he envisioned Tsunade in battle, he recalled the image of Senju Tobarama's demise. Hiruzen was averse to the battlefield. He needed Tsunade to remain at the forefront. Summon the next person. A masked figure appeared in the Hokage's office, kneeling before Hiruzen. You will lead the Umbu to welcome Kakuzu and escort him secretly to my office. This must remain undisclosed. Understood. Kakuzu led a contingent of 100 suitors, departing from the land of water. After 5 days at sea, they landed in the land of fire. No sooner had they disembarked than they were surrounded by a group of masked ninjas. "Come with us," the leader commanded. Kakuzu remained silent, raising his right hand to signal his companions to protect the boxes. He stepped forward, standing tall, scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no hidden threats. His gaze returned to the masked ninjas, assessing their strength with keen insight. Kakuzu began to form hand seals, ready to strike. Stand aside, or face death. Humph. Refusing a toast will lead to a penalty drink. Seize him. The Umbu ninjas launched a simultaneous assault on Kakuzu. An explosion erupted at his location, shrouding the area in smoke as shurikens rained down, blindly targeting him within the haze. However, when the smoke cleared, Kakuzu was nowhere to be seen. "It is my turn to attack now." Kakuzu's voice emerged from behind the Umbu, causing them to whirl around. Alongside him stood several peculiar entities. Kakuzu activated his Earth Grudge Fear technique, detaching several hearts from his body. Moments later, he unleashed a combination of ninjutsu, incapacitating the Umbu ninjas. Kakuzu approached the fallen Umbu. "Wait, please, take it slow. We are here on the Hokage's orders to welcome you." In the face of death, the leader leaped forward, landing a few meters in front of Kakuzu, standing ready with hands raised in preparation for jutsu. His previous arrogance vanished as he hastily began to explain. Kakuzu halted, his gaze fixed intently on the leader of the Umbu. Beads of sweat trickled down the ninja's forehead as he stood frozen, unable to move. "Let us go? Follow me." The leader exhaled deeply, discreetly wiping away the perspiration. The journey of Kakuzu's contingent into Konoha proved challenging, and the leader of the Umbu cautiously consulted with Kakuzu. "Your group is too large. Entering the village might attract attention. Could you leave some members outside?" "That is acceptable." Kakuzu surmised that during wartime, Konoha might be wary of the presence of spies among his ranks. His primary goal was to deliver the betrothal gifts. Other matters were secondary, and he nodded in agreement. Under the cover of night, Kakuzu and his entourage were guided through the barrier by the Umbu, evading sentries and patrolling ninjas until they reached the Hokage building. Kakuzu commanded his men to place the 6 boxes on the ground, setting a small box on the Hokage's desk. "Hokage Sarutobi, I bring greetings on behalf of Lord Shomizuki." "Lord Shomizuki is too kind. I trust he is well." Sarutobi Hiruzen gently opened the box, revealing a crystal sphere the size of 2 adult fists, which he held in fascination. "Lord Shomizuki is in good health. Let us discuss business." "Please, go ahead, Minister Kakuzu." Hiruzen feigned ignorance, wishing to understand more. Kakuzu stepped aside, gesturing to the 6 boxes behind him. "I have come to Konoha to propose to Princess Tsunade on behalf of Lord Shomizuki." "A splendid occasion," Hiruzen exclaimed, rising from his seat and approaching one of the boxes. A golden light flooded the Hokage's office as he opened it, revealing a treasure trove of gold coins, igniting a spark of greed within him. "As Tsunade's mentor, I fully support the union between Lord Shomizuki and Tsunade." "Excellent. When might I have the honor of meeting Princess Tsunade?" "Regrettably, not in the near future. She is currently at the front lines in the Land of Rain." "Hokage, could you arrange for someone to replace Princess Tsunade, allowing her to return from the front lines?" Sarutobi Hiruzen tossed a handful of coins onto the desk, resolutely dismissing Kakuzu's suggestion. "No, absolutely not. Tsunade, as an exceptional medical ninja, is irreplaceable. I must prioritize the safety of the others in the village." Understanding that Hiruzen would not yield easily, Kakuzu conceded, "Very well. I shall deliver the betrothal gifts to the Senju clan, entrusting them to Tsunade's grandmother." "That may not be feasible, as the host of the 9 Tails. Uzumaki Mido cannot meet with individuals from other villages." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze casually swept over the 6 boxes, his grip tightening around the gold coins in his hand. "In that case, I shall take the betrothal gifts with me for now, either to deliver them to Princess Tsunade of the Land of Rain, or to return another time." Minister Kakuzu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, the list of gifts has already reached Princess Tsunade. There should be no issues." A fleeting shadow passed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. "Indeed, there will absolutely be no problems." Kakuzu departed Konoha with the gifts in hand. Hiruzen opened the 6 boxes, taking half of their contents, and with a decisive thud, closed them again. He entrusted the boxes to Uzumaki Mido, explaining that the village was in need of funds and would utilize half of the betrothal gifts, promising to return them in due time. Chapter 68. Hiruzen's intrigue, an Umbu ninja lifted the boxes and headed towards the Hokage's office. Just as he reached the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to him. Wait. Concerning the daimyo of the Land of Water, it would be best if I went personally. You all follow closely behind me with the items. Hiruzen set aside his pipe, took the Hokage hat in both hands, and placed it meticulously upon his head, as if partaking in a sacred ritual. Under the cover of night, when the streets of Konoha were deserted, Hiruzen led the Umbu into the Senju clan's territory. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? Please, come in. Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, had just finished dinner and was diligently practicing. Ah, Nawaki, still training at this hour? Hiruzen ruffled Nawaki's hair. Yes, I want to become as strong as my sister and Orochimaru-sensei, and in the future, I aspire to be Hokage. Very good. Such ambition. The village will rely on you in the future. Hiruzen paused for a moment, withdrawing his hand from Nawaki's head and placing it behind his back. Your grandmother is still awake, correct? I have matters to discuss with her. Would you mind guiding this old man? Nawaki wiped the sweat from his brow, sheathed his kunai, and replied, No problem, Hokage-sama, follow me. Grandmother is in the living room. Hiruzen followed Nawaki through the dark Senju territory to the living room. Uzumaki Mito was sewing in the living room. Upon hearing the commotion outside, she looked up. Hiruzen, come in and sit. Mito set down her work, poured a cup of tea, and placed it on the nearby table. Thank you for your kindness. It has been a while since I last visited. How is your health? Hiruzen inquired as he took a seat, lifting the teacup. Quite well, Hiruzen. What brings you to visit me at such a late hour? It is this way. The daimyo of the Frost Moon sent someone to propose tonight and delivered the betrothal gifts to the Hokage's office. I brought them for you. The child from Frost Moon is quite decent. Has he set a date for his wedding with little Tsunade? Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. I have temporarily declined this matter. The village still requires Tsunade, and the front lines need her as well. Mito's wrinkled face bore a stoic expression, her eyes, filled with age and wisdom, fixated on Hiruzen. Your decision is not without merit. In times of war, little Tsunade cannot step back. As she spoke, she resumed her sewing, threading the needle with deliberate ease. Thank you for your understanding. Hiruzen turned toward the door and called out, Come in, bring the betrothal gifts inside. The Umbu ninja brought the gifts into the living room, and Nawaki's eyes widened as he gazed at the 6 boxes, his curiosity piqued about their contents. He often heard his grandmother praise his brother-in-law for his thoughtfulness, politeness, and good character, sensing her satisfaction with his future brother-in-law. His sister, Tsunade, resided in the room where her fiancé had slept, often sitting alone on the roof, caressing the ring in her hand while gazing at the moon in contemplation. Nawaki approached the boxes and opened one. Wow, so many gold coins, and such beautiful fabric. His exclamation drew Mito's attention, and she immediately noticed something amiss. Each box had a significant amount of empty space. Mito returned her focus to her work, casually remarking, That child from Frost Moon truly has a flair for the dramatic. Sending such large boxes for the betrothal gifts, with each containing only half the contents. I must have a word with him next time we meet. Hiruzen's expression turned slightly awkward. Ahem, you misunderstand. The betrothal gifts from the daimyo of Frost Moon amount to 1 entire box. As you know, the village is preoccupied with war, and I have kept half for that purpose. However, rest assured, once the village stabilizes in a few years, I shall make sure to return the full amount of the gifts to you. Hiruzen assured her, verbally committing without intending to leave any written documentation. Mito, having lived a long life and encountered many different people, saw through Hiruzen's subtle intentions. She could not resist, and thus silently acquiesced. The Senju clan was no longer as formidable as it once was. She herself was merely a somewhat free captive. It is only right. Village matters take precedence. Please, take it for now. Thank you for your understanding. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. With his objectives achieved, Hiruzen rose to leave the Senju territory. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, he gazed at the wealth within the boxes, lifted his pipe to his mouth, and ran his fingers over the boxes. A smile akin to that of a lover gracing his face. After securing all the wealth, Hiruzen returned to his clan, navigating through layers of hidden sentinels. He entered the core of the clan grounds, where numerous Sarutobi clan members were training. Why have you returned so late? Sarutobi Biwako served dinner to Hiruzen, inquiring. Bring me the wine jug. I am feeling celebratory today. Hiruzen revealed several large boxes of wealth before Biwako. Where did you acquire such a fortune? The foolish son from the Land of Water Frost Moon Akomi, proposed to Tsunade, delivering a total of 6 boxes of betrothal gifts. I intercepted half. Will there be any issues? Saratobi Bawako expressed her concerns, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed, fearing potential complications. What is there to fear? I am Tsunade's mentor and the Hokage of Konoha. Hiruzen raised his cup and drank deeply. With this wealth, the clan can train dozens of ninjas, one day. The Saratobi clan will become Konoha's foremost ninja family. Hiruzen mused over the benefits of power, relishing the freedom it afforded him, knowing that none dared to question him. Save for the troublesome Danzo, he found himself increasingly enamored by the power he wielded. At the mansion of the Daimyo of the Land of Water, Lord Frostmoon, I have delivered the betrothal gifts to Konoha and entrusted them to Saratobi Hiruzen. Did he agree? Hiruzen continually deflects, insisting he must wait until the war concludes and Princess Tsunade withdraws from the front lines. Frost Moon Akomi sneered. Humph. The more he lives, the more he regresses. Power has blinded Saratobi Hiruzen's eyes. Have you seen Uzumaki Mito? How is her health? No. Hiruzen refused to let me meet Mito, citing the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's inability to encounter our village's ninjas. That damn monkey. Frost Moon Akomi slammed his palm on the table, shattering the teacup in his hand. Kakuzu hastily knelt, bowing his head. My subordinate has failed in his duties. Please punish me, Lord Frost Moon. Frost Moon Akomi took a different seat, gesturing for Kakuzu to rise. This is not your fault. It is understandable that you cannot take action against Hiruzen as Hokage. That wretched monkey must have his sights set on my betrothal gifts. He will surely embezzle a portion. What does Lord Frost Moon require of me? For the time being, let the monkey go. Once he utilizes my funds, we shall deal with him then. Frost Moon Akomi lightly tapped the table, his mind racing with Konoha's upper echelons. Shimura Danzo. Kakuzu, Hiruzen will not allow Tsunade to leave Konoha. Find a way to inform Danzo of this. Chapter 69. Betrothal. Since Uzumaki Rumina received a new mission from Frost Moon Akomi, the intelligence department was temporarily under Kakuzu's charge. Following Frost Moon Akomi's orders, Kakuzu activated a certain spy within Konoha. In a secluded corner of Konoha, 2 patrolling ninjas whispered to each other. I heard some news today that I guarantee you haven't heard. TCH, I don't even want to know. Is that so? It's a pity that Princess Tsunade's exclusive news seems to be of no interest to some. Come, let us share a smoke and speak of it. I shall treat you to a meal. You must keep this a secret, do not divulge it to others. Fear not, my lips are sealed. A certain ninja cautiously surveyed the surroundings, leaning closer to his companion, whispering, I have heard that the Daimyo of the Land of Water has proposed to Princess Tsunade, sending numerous gifts as a dowry. Is that true? Indeed. However, it appears that the Hokage has not consented. You must keep this under wraps. The ninja, who had promised secrecy, divulged the information to others within half an hour. Before long, even the dogs in the streets of Konoha were aware of it. In Danzo's office at the root, he mused, this is indeed fortuitous. With Tsunade leaving Konoha, the number of those who threaten my position as Hokage diminishes. I must devise a way to facilitate this union. Danzo supported his chin with his hands, deep in thought. Find Hiruzen and ascertain the reasons behind his disapproval. Then, we shall formulate a plan. Acting on his thoughts, Danzo rose and made his way to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, why did you not inform us of the proposal from my-sh Getsu? Why did you take it upon yourself to reject this matter? Danzo burst into the room, questioning Hiruzen before fully entering. I have not rejected it. We shall wait until the war concludes. Why? What does this matter have to do with the war? It has everything to do with it. Tsunade, as a medical ninja, is indispensable. Without her, the casualties among our shinobi will inevitably rise. And I cannot allow such a tragedy. Danzo understood the terrifying impact a skilled medical ninja could wield on the battlefield. He was unwilling to squander this divine opportunity. I believe offending the daimyo of the Land of Frost would be unwise. My route has many capable medical ninjas. We could replace Tsunade and facilitate their marriage. That is unacceptable. Tsunade is still the commander in the war. A sudden replacement could destabilize morale and affect the battle's outcome. Hiruzen firmly rejected Danzo's suggestion, unwilling to allow Root's involvement in the war. Danzo, unyielding in his aspirations, feared that the accomplishments of Root might garner the recognition and support of the villagers, thus threatening his position. What is wrong with that? Do you harbor selfish intentions, using your 3 disciples to achieve your clandestine goals? Silence, Danzo. Everything I do is for the village. I am the Hokage and have my own plans. I do not require your meddling. Hiruzen, you will surely regret this. Danzo slammed the door behind him as he left the Hokage's office, returning to Root with a sense of bitterness and beginning to plot his next steps. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen events. Before Danzo could finalize his second strategy, Tsunade presented him with a significant challenge. Konoha's ninjas, weakened by Mei Getsu's machinations, found themselves at a stalemate on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade dispatched forces to ambush the frontline outposts of the Land of Fire, eliminating all Konoha ninjas stationed there and invading the Land of Fire. Hiruzen hastily convened a high-level meeting. The war with the Land of Rain was instigated by your insistence. Now, let us discuss what course of action we should take. Hiruzen was quick to shift blame, refusing to accept any responsibility. Pointing fingers is futile. We must devise a strategy to repel the Sand Ninjas, spoke Tsuki Komuro. Rising to address the assembly, dispatch Kakashi Hatake with a team to defend against the Sand Ninjas. Hiruzen sifted through the ninja files, selecting those who had not been sent to the Land of Rain. Among the group, he immediately recognized Kakashi Hatake and appointed him as the commander. Furthermore, after months of conflict in the Land of Rain, what are your opinions? A ceasefire. The Land of Rain has been decimated and poses no threat to the village. Our ninjas should not linger there, but rather focus on the impending assault from Tsunade. Danzo interjected. Agreed. I concur. Both Tsuki Komuro and Mito Gate responded in unison. Very well, since you all consent. Dispatch the Umbu to inform Tsunade and her companions to negotiate with Hanzo of the Salamander. Hiruzen's orders swiftly reached Tsunade and her team. After several days of negotiation, both parties signed a ceasefire agreement. In contrast to the original narrative, due to Mei Getsu's interference, Konoha did not sign the agreement as the victor and received no tangible benefits. With the agreement finalized, Konoha ninjas withdrew from the Land of Rain and returned to their village. Sister, you have returned. Your brother-in-law proposed to you not long ago and sent many gifts. Little SHRU, you've grown taller. Tsunade ruffled Ru's hair as she entered the clan's territory to find Uzumaki Mito. Little Tsunade, you're back. Come, try on the new clothes I made for you. Mito rummaged through her belongings and handed Tsunade a garment. I'll try it on tonight. What about the gifts from Mei? Humph, with a lover, you've forgotten your grandmother. I sent someone to your room with the gifts. Mito recalled the incident in which half of the gifts had been confiscated by Tsunade's teacher. Alas, it is unfortunate. Half of the gifts sent by Mei were taken by your teacher. On what grounds? I shall demand them back. Tsunade slammed the new clothing onto the table, rising to stride towards the door. Come back. The Senju clan is in a precarious position. Hiruzen is still your teacher. He will use the village's greater good against you. Your visit will yield no results. You must consider your younger brother. He is still so young. Tsunade halted. Her fists clenched tightly, glancing at little SHRU with a sigh. Little Tsunade, write a letter to Mei. Your teacher did not directly agree to the engagement. Mito rose from her chair, ruffling Tsunade's hair and taking her hand. You should write to him personally to avoid any misunderstandings. Very well, I will go immediately. Tsunade dashed back to her room, unrolling a sheet of paper and reflecting on their past moments. With a chuckle, Tsunade smiled as a bee landed on her face, only to quickly depart in confusion. She picked up her pen and wrote of her longing. Come send someone to fetch me. I shall leave SHRU in grandmother's care. I have stayed in this village long enough. Humph, you rogue. I have endured much, and once we marry, you shall see how I deal with you. Days later, Mei Getsu received Tsunade's handwritten letter. Excellent. Mei exclaimed joyfully. Summon Kakuzu at once. A few minutes later, Mei pointed to the flower palanquin set out on the ground. Kakuzu, take the grand 8-bearer palanquin I commissioned and go to Konoha to bring Tsunade back. Ensure that there are no mistakes. Chapter 70. A new wave of turmoil. Kakuzu was dispatched once more to Konoha, just as he set out. A larger-scale war erupted between Konoha and Tsunade. The invasion of the Land of Fire by Tsunade forced Konoha to conclude its war in the Land of Rain. The Konoha ninja forces withdrew en masse from the Land of Rain to regroup and prepare for the impending conflict with the Sand Ninjas. The third Kazekage understood that Tsunade's chances of defeating Konoha were slim. He planned to exploit Konoha's moment of respite, taking advantage of their insufficient frontline forces to strike first. Thus, He dispatched a large number of sand ninjas to stealthily approach Konoha's frontline outposts and launch a surprise attack. What the third Kazekage did not anticipate was that among Konoha's ninjas was a trump card. Kakashi Hitaki turned the tide, dismantling the sand ninjas' ambush plan and even slaying the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo, the legendary puppeteer. Upon learning of the death of her son and daughter-in-law, Chiyo abandoned the battlefield of the Land of Rain and turned her attention to the war against Konoha. Chiyo's puppetry and poison inflicted considerable suffering on Konoha's ninjas. Hiruzen once again convened Danzo and the senior advisors for a meeting. The situation on the front line is becoming increasingly tense as Tsunade deploys more ninjas into the fray. What should we do? Hiruzen held up the freshly delivered report from the front line and pushed it towards Danzo and the others. There's nothing more to discuss. Our ninjas have recuperated. We must dispatch them to the front line immediately and deal a severe blow to Tsunade. Danzo declared vehemently, gripping the report tightly. Mito Gaiden concurred with Danzo's proposal, adding his own insights. Tanza's words ring true. Furthermore, the village must dispatch medical ninjas to assist in the war, as Chiyo of the Sand possesses formidable poison techniques as well. Koharu, do you have any valuable suggestions? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards the silent Koharu. What I can think of has already been articulated by Tanz and Monzen. I have nothing further to add. Very well, order the village's ninjas to prepare. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the final command, his thoughts drifting once more to his disciple, Tsunade. He summoned her to the Hokage's office. Teacher, what do you require of me? Tsunade inquired, having received a response from Kamikaze Mei, who was already on his way to fetch her. Tsunade, you must have heard of Chiyo from the Sand. Her poison techniques are exceptionally potent. I intend to send you to confront her. Teacher, please send someone else. Mei has come to escort me, and I must depart for the Land of Water at once. With a resounding clap, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his right hand on the table, pointing his left finger at Tsunade's nose. Tsunade, you have deeply disappointed me. Do you truly believe that the safety of the village is of lesser importance than your personal attachments? The safety of the village does not rest solely on my shoulders. Master, you are capable of safeguarding it and pushing back against the sand ninjas on the front lines. No, I must remain in the village to orchestrate the overall strategy. I cannot leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Tsunade, resolutely refusing to allow her departure. He softened his tone, appealing to her emotions. Tsunade, the village was established through your grandfather's tireless efforts. You wouldn't wish to see it destroyed, would you? After a moment of silence, Tsunade raised her gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master, I promise you, I will lend my strength to the village one last time. Thereafter, any matters concerning the village will no longer involve me. Agreed. With a heavy heart, Tsunade exited the Hokage's office, making her way back to the Senju clan grounds. Sister, you're back, but you seem unhappy. SHRU, who had been diligently training, rushed to Tsunade's side, taking her hand. Tsunade gently patted SHRU's shoulder and guided him to sit on the steps. Sister is fine. Have you completed today's training tasks? Yes, I have finished, but I will continue training after a short rest. SHRU beamed, revealing a mouthful of bright white teeth, but then suddenly recalled something. Sister, today at school, Sarutobi Shuriken was showing off a few gold coins to his classmates. I took a closer look, and they are identical to those sent by my brother-in-law. The Hokage said that the gold coins are for the village's use, right? Did Sarutobi steal them? Perhaps. Tsunade placed her right hand atop SHRU's head, turning her gaze toward the Hokage building, contemplating. Master, you have changed. You are no longer the spirited third Hokage who devoted himself solely to the village. You took the gift Mei sent me for your own family's use. That is truly outrageous. Enough. SHRU, do not dwell on it. Focus on your training. In time, you will understand everything. The following morning, the bulk of Konoha's forces set out. 2 days later, Kakuzu arrived at Konoha, only to find himself thwarted once again. Kakuzu, I sincerely apologize. Tsunade has already proceeded to the battlefield, and you have made a fruitless trip, Sarutobi Hiruzen informed him. Hiruzen, your disciples roam the battlefield while you sit in your office smoking and drinking tea. What a remarkable feat, Kakuzu retorted, his disdain unapologetic. He felt a surge of frustration, knowing that Lord Kamikaze awaited his return with Tsunade. Damn Hiruzen for sending Princess Tsunade to the battlefield. How shall I report back? I too wish to join the fray. The village cannot be left without command during this war. Indeed, had Senju Tobarama possessed the foresight of Sarutobi Hiruzen back in the day, perhaps he would not have met his demise. Kakuzu glanced at the photograph of Senju Tobarama hanging on the wall. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Princess Tsunade has already consented to marry Lord Kamikaze. She is to become the Daimyo's wife. Why then do you send her to the battlefield? Until the wedding is finalized, she remains my disciple and a Konoha Jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied nonchalantly. Humph. I shall promptly head to the front lines and retrieve Princess Tsunade to return her to the land of water. Let us see who dares to stop me. Kakuzu turned on his heel, preparing to leave the Hokage's office and head towards the border of the two nations. Very well. Tsunade's grandmother and younger brother still reside in Konoha. If she departs the battlefield, I cannot guarantee the safety of her family from the villagers' resentment and malicious gossip. Sarutobi Hiruzen's self-assured voice echoed behind him, prompting Kakuzu to halt, turning to glare at Hiruzen, clenching his fists. Very well, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I hope you do not come to regret today's decision. We shall see. Kakuzu shot a wary glance at Hiruzen. Whether he would face punishment was uncertain, but angering Lord Kamikaze would yield no pleasant consequences. Farewell, I shan't see you off. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained comfortably seated, sipping his tea with an air of calm. He paid no heed to Kakuzu's threats. As the strongest village leader in the ninja world, he was untouchable as long as he stayed within the village's safety. Kakuzu hurriedly returned to the land of water, kneeling before Lord Kamikaze to plead for forgiveness. My lord, I have failed in my duties. Please punish me. Humph. Having failed twice in succession, I shall deduct 3 years' worth of salary and you are to return to receive 50 lashes. Lord Kamikaze tightened his grip on the teacup, which crumbled to dust in an instant. Damn monkey, I had no intention of dealing with you. Do you think you can hide safely in your shell? I shall broaden your horizons. Chapter 71. A disturbance in Konoha. Lord Kamikaze's shouts startled several girls playing in the backyard. Young master, who has angered you? I shall take care of him. Brother Kamikaze, I will help you beat him. I can too. I will throw explosive tags at him. The girls fixed their wide eyes on Lord Kamikaze, their small fists raised high. Lord Kamikaze felt a surge of frustration. Whose brilliant idea had it been to raise such violent girls? Girls should be gentle. Where did you learn to resort to violence? He flicked each of them on the forehead before turning to Kakuzu, casting a glance toward the door. Kakuzu understood the signal and rose to leave the Daimyo's mansion. Lord Kamikaze played with the girls for a while until it was time for their afternoon training. After escorting them back to the backyard, he summoned the wind and departed the land of water, crossing the seas to Konoha. By evening, Lord Kamikaze arrived near Konoha, where the village's alert level was nearly at its peak, with several ninjas stationed at the entrance. Countless hidden sentinels changed positions every few minutes, their focus unwavering at the village's entrance. Lord Kamikaze transformed into gas and infiltrated the village. Moments later, in a dim alley, he revealed himself, casually transforming into a common-looking ninja, boldly striding onto the street. Candied hawthorn, delicious candied hawthorn, coming by. Fried sea fish, specially fried sea fish. The latest culinary invention from the land of water, come and try. Tasty ramen, a homegrown brand from the land of fire. The streets of Konoha were filled with the shouts of vendors, yet the foot traffic was sparse, with most pedestrians hurrying along. The vendors called out loudly, yet their sales were meager. Boss, give me a skewer of candied hawthorn. Certainly, sir. Here you go, 2 taels. Lord Kamikaze, with his smallest denomination being 100 taels, pulled out a bill and handed it to the vendor. While the vendor counted change, Lord Kamikaze engaged him in casual conversation. Boss, it seems rather quiet on the streets today. Business must be tough. Indeed, the village has been at war for some time. The villagers are frightened and head straight home after work. The vendor continued to chat while counting his coins. Many ninjas have been dispatched to the battlefield, leaving fewer wealthy customers. It makes business even harder. Here is your change, sir. Lord Kamikaze accepted the change and stuffed it into his pocket, continuing to stroll along the street. The Uchiha Security Department was busy patrolling, and while Lord Kamikaze enjoyed his candied hawthorn, he narrowly avoided bumping into Uchiha ninjas twice. I did not steal it. This gold coin is mine. It was a gift from my brother-in-law to my sister. As Lord Kamikaze passed a secluded alley, he overheard children arguing. Senju Shru was leaning against the wall, surrounded by a group of kids. Humph. The gold coins were brought back by Uncle Hiruzen from the Sarutobi clan. You must have seen how nice they looked and taken them secretly. How could your family possibly possess coins akin to those of Lord Hokage? Clearly, they are stolen. Hand over the coins immediately, or we shall inform the teacher of your thievery. The surrounding children clamored, accusing SH Ju. Tears welled in SH Ju's eyes as his palms clenched tightly around 2 coins. These were coins he had taken from his sister's room. Why was Sarutobi Tsukasa wrongfully branding him a thief? I did not steal. The coins are from my sister's room. Still denying it? Strike him. A few children shoved SH Ju, who retaliated by pushing them back. Outnumbered, SH Ju was seized by the hair and thrown to the ground, where several children began to kick him. He gripped the coins tightly in his palm, shielding his head with his arms, silently enduring their blows and insults. Cough, cough, cough. Someone was coming. We'll let you off this time, but each time we see you, we shall strike you, they threatened before departing. The coughing of SH Getsuke Mei startled a few of the children away. Slowly, SH Ju rose from the ground, his clothes covered in dust, his body marked with footprints. Brushing off the dirt, he looked at the coins in his hand, biting his lip as tears fell to the ground like scattered beads. In the dim, silent alley, only SH Ju's soft sobs remained. Little one, if you are bullied, you must tell your parents and teachers. SH Ju shook his head. They have been deceived by Sarutobi Tsukasa. They have misunderstood me. If I tell my grandmother and teacher, they will be punished. Ah, such a sensible child. You should head home now. SH Getsuke Mei watched as SH Ju ran away, making his way toward the Sarutobi clan's territory. As he surveyed the area from above, SH Getsuke Mei felt a deep satisfaction. Sarutobi Hizashi, with hundreds of ninja in his clan, had not a single one on the battlefield. Exposing them would be most entertaining. Humph, the trouble caused by Danzo will be enough for you to handle. In the stillness of the night, a tremendous explosion echoed from the Sarutobi clan's grounds. Who are you, you scoundrel? Sarutobi Hizashi had just returned home from the Hokage building, having not eaten a bite when someone infiltrated the clan's territory, leaving behind a multitude of explosive tags. Ha ha ha, Sarutobi Hizashi, you need not know who I am. Little did he know, there were unexpected gains in his covert investigation of Konoha. As SH Getsuke Mei listened to the sound of whistling air around him and surveyed his surroundings, he noticed most of the remaining Konoha ninja had gathered. His objective in scattering explosive tags had been achieved. You have hidden well, Sarutobi Hizashi. After over a decade as Hokage, your clan boasts hundreds of ninja. Give it a few more decades, and the Sarutobi clan will undoubtedly become the foremost clan in the ninja world. I must admit, I am somewhat impressed. Hizashi instantly sensed the gravity of the situation and sharply interrupted SH Getsuke Mei. Be quiet. Do not speak nonsense. Ah, you're anxious, aren't you? SH Getsuke Mei laughed heartily, appearing brazenly before everyone. The Sarutobi clan's territory became his stage as he leaped between rooftops. He remained oblivious to the thoughts of the ninja who fought valiantly on the front lines or how the families of those who died in battle felt. SH Getsuke Mei's words resonated clearly in every ear. Through the collapsed walls, everything within the Sarutobi clan was laid bare before the crowd. The sight of hundreds of Sarutobi ninja sent a shock through everyone's hearts. It was indeed true, the Hokage's family possessed hundreds of ninja. Why did they not have to fight on the battlefield while our husbands and children were compelled to go to the front lines? Is this fair? SH Getsuke Mei heard the hushed whispers of the villagers. Why is that? Because Sarutobi Hizashi is Hokage. Hizashi, cultivating hundreds of ninja must cost a fortune. Where did you acquire the funds? Surely not from the village's coffers for personal use. They hadn't anticipated that the Hokage was such a person. Could he truly lead the village? You be quiet. 5 nature transformation, great bullet technique. Enraged, Sarutobi Hizashi unleashed his most powerful jutsu against SH Getsuke Mei. A trivial attack. SH Getsuke Mei leapt aside to evade it. Hizashi summoned the Monkey King, combining forces to assault SH Getsuke Mei. Ha, I'm done playing. It's time to leave. Until we meet again. As he vanished, SH Getsuke Mei casually released a jutsu. Chapter 72. Danzo's secret delight. SH Getsuke Mei had disappeared. The jutsu he had carelessly cast did not dissipate. Dark clouds gathered ominously over Konoha. Thick clouds, seemingly drenched in ink, bore down oppressively, as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed upon the villagers. Looking up, the villagers felt a sudden heaviness in their breath, instinctively gasping for air. Rumble. The clouds roiled, and a bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the villagers' eyes as it struck Hokage Rock, shattering half of Saratobi Hizashi's face. The thunder that followed echoed in every villager's heart. Countless raindrops coalesced, forming water needles several millimeters thick, glistening like steel suspended in midair. The villagers scattered like frightened birds, seeking refuge beneath what they believed to be the safest cover, huddling on the ground with their heads buried. All ninja, pay attention, follow my command. Quickly assemble and cast defensive jutsu to protect the villagers. Danzo could no longer contain himself and leaped onto the rooftops, raising his right hand, spiritedly directing the villagers and ninja. Getsuke Mei had thrown explosive tags, wreaking havoc in the Saratobi clan's territory. Danzo had received word earlier and had led a few loyal subordinates away from the route. Upon reaching the ground, he had quietly blended into the crowd, allowing Getsuke Mei to rampage through Konoha, a smirk playing on his lips. Watching Saratobi Hizashi's impotent fury brought Danzo a peculiar satisfaction, akin to enjoying a chilled watermelon on a hot summer day or curling up in a loved one's warm bed during winter. Crack! One of the rain needles struck the ground, splintering the roof of a house. In that moment, it seemed as if the water needles received a signal, plummeting to the earth en masse. Defensive. The Earth-style ninjas immediately erected slanted earthen walls while others took cover behind them, preparing to counter the water needles. Saratobi Hizashi snapped back to reality, vigorously shaking his head. At that moment, he had to step up to lead the villagers of Konoha. Other matters could wait. Addressing the imminent threat of the rain of needles was paramount. Sarutobi Nichiru swiftly organized clan members to assist the villagers. Hizashi understood that the villagers' goodwill towards him had plummeted. He needed to take action to restore his image. He decisively ordered the clan elders to lead rescue efforts, sending clan members out of their territory to join the defense against the rain of needles. Unfortunately, the villagers of Konoha were not receptive as the Saratobi clan approached. They immediately distanced themselves. Nichiru, you lead the clan's ninjas to protect the second shopping street. Reluctantly, Hizashi ordered his clan members to defend a specific area alone. Minutes later, Getsuke Mei's chakra was exhausted. The rain of needles ceased to coalesce, and the dark clouds began to disperse. The rain of needles had left Konoha in tatters, simultaneously damaging Saratobi Hizashi's reputation. Sunshine streamed back into Konoha as Hizashi squatted amidst the ruins of his clan's territory, smoke billowing from his extinguished pipe. His heart was a tempest of emotions, his expression weary, with a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Saratobi Hizashi extinguished his pipe, stood up, and faced the villagers of Konoha. Villagers, I admit I have not done well. The Saratobi clan has hundreds of ninjas, and I should not have concealed this from you. However, the situation is not as you perceive. The Saratobi clan does not shy away from war. Before the conflict commenced, I had already devised a plan. The ninjas of the Saratobi clan are a critical element of that plan. They are a surprise force. When the battles between the Wind and Fire nations become intense, sending the Saratobi clan to the battlefield will deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Saratobi Hizashi stepped forward, hastily fabricating a narrative to provide the villagers with an explanation. The villagers were neither 3 years old nor foolish. They stared unwaveringly at Saratobi Hizashi, silent and noncommittal. Everyone, please return for now. We will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Midogate In and Uchiha Koharu stepped forward to reassure the villagers, sharing the same dissatisfaction with Saratobi Hizashi. As former comrades of Saratobi Hizashi and now the pillars of Konoha, they had not anticipated the depths of Hizashi's concealment, quietly nurturing hundreds of clan ninjas. The trust in Saratobi Hizashi waned, while Danzo lurked in the shadows, observing the chaos that ensued. Amidst the unrest among the populace and the military, Midogate In and Tsuki Komatsu, despite their dissatisfaction, had no choice but to step forward. Indeed, we shall thoroughly investigate this matter. For now, let us return and assess the damages, which the village will cover. The two senior advisors had spoken, and the villagers understood that remaining there would yield no desired results. Gradually dispersing. Bah, that scoundrel Saratobi, one muttered. Let us head back for some milk. Humph. Once home, I shall write to have my son return from the front lines. I long for the previous 2 Hokages, who led the charge in every war. The third? Bah, I have seen no clan members undertaking missions, nor have they participated in wars, growing ever stronger within the village. Isn't that remarkable? On their way home, the villagers whispered to one another, subtly criticizing the Saratobi clan. Suddenly, one villager recalled Getsuke Mei. By the way, did you see the enemy that invaded Konoha today? What enemy? They were clearly a hero. Without them, do you know of the Sarutobi clan's sordidness? Right, a hero. That individual was incredibly formidable, moving freely through the Sarutobi territory, almost obliterating the village with a single jutsu. Hearing you say that, the village sounds perilous. We ought to pack our belongings and prepare to move. Mito Gate In and Tsuki Kamatsu's expressions darkened, an inky shadow that even the night could not obscure. Hizashi, we shall head to the Hokage's office first. You arrange the clan matters and join us promptly, they instructed, beckoning Danzo to depart from the Sarutobi estate. In the Hokage's office, Danzo was the first to enter, not taking his usual seat, but instead settling into the Hokage's chair. Sitting there, he closed his eyes, gently caressing the Hokage's desk as if it were the delicate hand of a lover. A smirk crept upon the corners of Danzo's mouth. He had never been this close to the Hokage position, close enough to touch. Danzo, you are in the wrong seat. That is mine, Hizashi remarked, hastily entering after arranging clan affairs. Upon entering, he saw Danzo leering in his chair, groping the desk. Hizashi, how dare you speak? Are you unaware of your own actions? How can you continue to occupy this position? Reluctantly, Danzo rose and returned to his own seat as Hizashi brushed past him. Everything I did was for the village. I do not require your petty commentary. Was it for the village or for your own Sarutobi clan? You know in your heart what it is, Danzo retorted defiantly, initiating his questioning of Hizashi. Nurturing hundreds of ninjas must require considerable funds. Hizashi, you had better clarify the origins of your money. There is no need for your inquiry. I shall explain in due course, Hizashi replied, reaching into his chest to produce a ledger and placing it on the desk. Chapter 73. Sarutobi Hizashi faces accountability. Danzo eagerly approached, snatching the ledger from Hizashi's hands and beginning to flip through it on the spot. The ledger detailed the Sarutobi clan's income and expenditures over the years, and after a cursory glance, Danzo found no immediate issues. Returning to his seat, he meticulously examined each page and item, ultimately uncovering a discrepancy. The ledger recorded that the Sarutobi clan received an annual income from merchants in the form of gifts, twice a year, accounting for 20% of the total income. Hizashi, which merchants provide you with gifts each year, and how much do they send? You ought to inform the three of us. Danzo handed the ledger to Tsuki Kamatsu. Hizashi, this sum is substantial, and the source is not entirely clear. Please list a few merchants to facilitate our verification and restore your innocence. I am not aware. The income from merchants is managed by the clan elders. They have never mentioned it, nor have I inquired. Hizashi contemplated before responding. In truth, he understood better than anyone else that only a small portion of that money came from merchants. The rest had been embezzled. The village provided protection for Getsuke Mei's shop, earning a hefty commission each year, a portion of which Hizashi appropriated for clan development. Is it genuine ignorance or merely fear to speak? Danzo pressed relentlessly, seizing the opportunity to undermine Hizashi, knowing that only by displacing him could the Hokage position be his. Danzo, cease your unreasonable antics and tuck away your ulterior motives. Hizashi feigned anger, slamming his hand on the table and rebuking Danzo. Unfazed, Danzo rose and stepped across to face Hizashi, their gazes clashing, sparks igniting between them. Hizashi, I perceive your guilty conscience. I am questioning you for the sake of all Konoha villagers. Your inability to respond clearly indicates you harbor secrets. Enough of your quarrel. The priority now is to soothe the villagers. Mito Gate In interjected, standing to mediate. Danzo huffed and returned to his seat, while Hizashi sat down, lighting a cigarette. The villagers' discontent surged, their reliance and sense of belonging to the village plummeting. We must devise a means to restore their trust, Mito analyzed astutely. Moreover, the village was invaded, and the enemy brazenly departed under the public's gaze. The villagers are beginning to perceive the village as unsafe, which is a matter that requires our attention. This predicament is the direct result of Hizashi's incompetence. He bears undeniable responsibility. Mito Gate In and Tsuki Kamatsu diligently dissected the village's current crisis, while Danzo, unwavering, seized every opportunity to attack Hizashi. I acknowledge my shortcomings, and I am willing to take responsibility for this matter. Let us collaboratively devise a concrete plan, Hizashi asserted. Expressing his stance, Danzo's eyebrows arched, his delight barely concealed, spilling onto his visage. Hizashi scoffed inwardly, casting a discreet, scornful glance at Danzo. Danzo, believing himself to be on the brink of victory, was acutely aware that the war was not yet over. He still had a chance to turn the tide, and the outcome remained uncertain. Hisashi certainly cannot continue as Hokage. The position must be filled by someone capable, Danzo opined, his gaze fixated on the Hokage's cloak, envisioning himself clad in its grandeur. Mito Gate-in and Tsuki Komatsu exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. We also concur with Danzo's proposal. Hisashi should temporarily step down as Hokage to quell the villagers' dissatisfaction. Very well, you make a valid point. I agree to relinquish the Hokage position. But I propose Tsunade to succeed as the next Hokage. Upon hearing Hisashi's initial statement, a smile creased Danzo's face, stretching the wrinkles upon it. However, Hisashi's subsequent declaration shattered his aspirations, freezing the smile upon Danzo's countenance. In front of the others, Danzo's expression transformed dramatically. Fury replaced his smile as he kicked over the chair behind him, glaring at Hisashi. I disagree. What qualifications does Tsunade possess to be Hokage? Tsunade is the granddaughter of Tobirama, and with her lineage, there should be no issue in her assuming the Hokage role, Hisashi countered. Noticing Mito Gate-in and Tsuki Komatsu nodding in agreement, disregarding Danzo, as he continued. Tsunade has demonstrated exceptional performance on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. She is among the legendary Sannin, admired even by Hanzo. Her excellent medical ninjutsu has saved countless ninjas in the village, and the villagers hold her in high esteem. Additionally, she is a key asset in battles against the Sannin Chio. Her remarkable achievements qualify her to assume the role of the next Hokage. Hisashi advocated fervently for Tsunade's ascension, seemingly supporting her, yet in truth, it was merely a tactical maneuver to buy time. As long as Mito Gate-in and Tsuki Komatsu agreed, he had an alternative argument ready. I believe it to be a suitable choice. Princess Tsunade, despite her penchant for gambling and drinking, has proven reliable in critical moments. With her character, she would undoubtedly fulfill her duties as Hokage. I concur. Although I believe Jiraiya would be more fitting, Tsunade is not without merit. The fire of fury in Danzo's eyes could scorch the very sky. Tsunade and Jiraiya are still quite youthful, lacking the gravitas necessary for their roles. The Hokage must have battlefield experience and a spirit of sacrifice. It is crucial for the Hokage to lead the entire village, ideally with prior experience in managing a department. Danzo nearly revealed his intentions outright. He asserted that we should extend some trust to the younger generation. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi became Hokage at a similar age to Tsunade's current years. Konohamaru attempted to persuade Danzo, understanding his perspective, yet she firmly believed that Danzo's unscrupulous methods disqualified him from the Hokage position. Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted their conversation. Thus it is decided, Tsunade shall be the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen promptly made his decree, pausing briefly before continuing. Given that the village is currently embroiled in war with the Sand Shinobi, Tsunade cannot withdraw from the front lines to return to the village. I propose that the inauguration ceremony be postponed until after the conflict. Mito Kazan believed it was imperative for Tsunade to remain at the forefront, especially to confront the rampaging Chio. Hiruzen's reasoning held merit. Tsunade should continue to act as Hokage for a time, with the understanding that she would assume the role officially once the war concluded. As the meeting adjourned, Danzo forcefully kicked open the door to the root office. Sitting in his chair, Danzo's chest heaved with intensity. He abruptly opened a drawer and retrieved a classified document from the root laboratory. Danzo stared at the document for an extended period, his resolve solidifying. Come in, he commanded. Lord Danzo, how may I assist you? Lean in closely. I have a highly confidential task for you. Remember, no one must know about this, or you will face dire consequences. The root ninja bowed his head and leaned nearer, committing Danzo's words to memory. Understanding the gravity of the mission, the root ninja trembled, aware that if the task were to be disclosed, his life would be in jeopardy. Rest assured, Elder Danzo, I will see this task through. Chapter 74. The death of SH Ju in Umbu Ninja, Akihiko, departed Danzo's office. Inhaling deeply before swiftly leaving the route, heading towards the forest outside the village to prepare. At the Leaf Village's border, a troubling situation arose for the teacher, and it was uncertain how he would cope. Haha, as expected from our teacher, more cunning than a monkey, quietly nurturing hundreds of shinobi within his clan. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade gathered to converse about Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsunade fixated on the campfire, absent-mindedly poking at it with a stick, her thoughts seemingly adrift, oblivious to the banter exchanged between Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The invasion of their village was steeped in suspicion, riddled with too many inconsistencies. Tsunade pondered who their enemies might be. Who would dare to invade the Sarutobi clan? Lost in her thoughts, a sudden smile broke across her face. She was convinced that the one who had caused such chaos in the village, disrupting the Sarutobi clan's tranquility, must be her beloved, Akira Shomatsu. What a petty individual. Yet I find it endearing. Hiruzen must surely loathe him now. Tsunade's laughter erupted unexpectedly, leaving Jiraiya and Orochimaru bewildered. Tsunade, what is amusing you? Tsunade turned to Orochimaru, puzzled. Did you think of something delightful? Nothing in particular. I'm off to rest. You two continue your discussion. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged silent glances, watching Tsunade depart. Oh. Tsunade is quite displeased with the teacher. His actions were indeed excessive, and everything that transpired within the Sarutobi clan is, in a way, his just deserts. Regardless, he remains our teacher. Orochimaru, you should at least show him some respect. Understood, Orochimaru replied dismissively, striding out of the tent. I shall return as well. The conversation among Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru reflected a mere fraction of the sentiments shared by the multitude of shinobi at the front lines. Thousands of leaf ninjas, shaken by the Sarutobi incident, were reluctant to engage in battle against the Sand Shinobi. The next day, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Mito Kazan, and Konohamaru appeared before the Hokage building. Villagers, I acknowledge my shortcomings regarding the Sarutobi affair, and I apologize for betraying your trust. Therefore, I have resolved to resign from the position of Hokage. Passing the mantle to my disciple, Tsunade, Hiruzen stood before the villagers, boldly announcing the high-ranking decision, then took a few steps back. The words that followed were difficult for Hiruzen to voice, prompting Mito Kazan to step forward. As Tsunade is currently engaged in combat against the Sand Shinobi, she cannot assume the Hokage role immediately. In her stead, her mentor will temporarily wield the Hokage's authority and oversee village matters. As soon as Mito Kazan finished speaking, an uproar erupted among the villagers. Isn't that still Hiruzen Sarutobi? What difference does it make? The village's leadership has been complicit, protecting one another. It is only natural for the village to grow darker. It would be wise to depart sooner rather than later. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Konohamaru sensed the villagers' ire turning toward her and Mito Kazan, prompting her to urgently clarify. Everyone, please remain calm. Hiruzen Sarutobi is merely taking care of administrative duties for Tsunade. He holds no other powers. Mito and I will oversee him. Observing that the villagers remained unsatisfied with her assurances, Konohamaru gritted her teeth and declared, rest assured. Within a month at most, we will have everything prepared for Princess Tsunade to assume the role of the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood expressionless, seemingly accepting reality and relinquishing his position, yet inwardly, he chuckled. Haha, fortunately, no one knows about my conversation with Tsunade. Her heart has long departed from the leaf. She is solely focused on finding Akira in the water country. How could she ever accept the title of fourth Hokage? Your efforts to persuade her will only buy me some time. Konohamaru's final statement provided a definitive timeline, softening the villagers' stance, and their resistance began to wane. Mito Kazan seized the opportunity to further reassure the villagers. Rest assured, starting today, the village's administrative affairs will be made public monthly, striving for fairness and transparency. At this juncture, the villagers realized the matter had reached its conclusion, understanding that prolonging the situation would yield no better outcome. Gradually, they began to disperse in small groups. Phew, they have finally left. That was quite the ordeal. Immediately send word to Tsunade. Hiruzen summoned several Anbu to relay the message to Mito Kazan. Opting to distance himself from the ensuing events, under the guise of avoiding suspicion, Mito Kazan dispatched Anbu to inform Tsunade, instructing her to prepare for her succession as Hokage. Contrary to Hiruzen's expectations, Tsunade decisively declined. For half a month, Mito Kazan and Tsunade engaged in a protracted tug-of-war, with Mito Kazan yet to persuade Tsunade. Meanwhile, Danzo had not been idle during this period. The preparations by the root ninjas were complete, and they were poised to act. Have you brought the items? Of course. Have you brought sufficient funds? Rest assured, we have been adequately prepared. Under the cover of darkness along the Fire Country border, two factions engaged in a transaction, one comprised of Sand Shinobi, the other, masked individuals whose identities remained unknown. The items exchanged were of significant interest to Jiraiya, specifically the frontline defense maps of Konoha. As a corner of the map was unveiled, the masked ninja stated, "I need to verify the authenticity of this defense map." The masked figure gestured to those behind him, who understood the cue and produced the map, revealing a portion of it. A sand ninja approached to inspect it, meticulously confirming its details before nodding to the leading sand shinobi. "Excellent. Let us commence the transaction." "Wait, you verified the map, but I have yet to see your funds." The masked ninja retorted, retracting the map. "Humph, we sand shinobi are one of the 5 great ninja villages. Would we deceive you? Well, that remains to be seen. After all, your village is notoriously impoverished. You, open the box and show them." The sand shinobi swallowed their pride. The defense map was crucial for Tsunade, and it had to be acquired. Once the masked ninja confirmed that the sand shinobi had sufficient funds, both parties proceeded with the formal transaction, exchanging money for goods. Within minutes, the transaction concluded, and both groups vanished into the night. 2 days later, some sand shinobi infiltrated the interior of the Fire Country, breaching Konoha's defenses, prompting Tsunade to lead an urgent pursuit. Danzo proposed that, due to a shortage of village ninjas, Jonin should lead teams composed of academy students to scout and maintain vigilance around the village, safeguarding against potential sand shinobi ambushes. The elite ninja led the team, significantly reducing the danger of reconnaissance missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen and a few others agreed to Danzo's proposal. A few days later, in the evening, Shinjuro's team discovered traces of the sand ninjas. "You must return immediately to report this to the village." The leading Jonin instructed several students to head back, while he stealthily followed the sand ninjas. Shinjuro and his companions promptly returned, but on the way, they encountered several sand ninjas. "You two go back. I will follow them," Shinjuro insisted. "It's too dangerous. Let us report this to the village, and they will send reinforcements." His companion urged. "It's fine. I will be careful," Shinjuro replied, leaping after them. However, mere minutes later, an explosion echoed in the distance. Chapter 75. The resurrection of Shinjuro. At the center of the explosion, Senju Shinjuro lay motionless on the ground. "Extract his organs. They will be useful," someone urged. "Hurry. The village ninjas are about to arrive." A group clad in sand ninja attire, wearing masks and headbands, swiftly approached Shinjuro's corpse and removed his internal organs. "Mission accomplished. Retreat," they commanded, executing their departure with seamless precision, leaving the scene without delay. Moving away from the explosion site, they changed out of their clothing and headbands, circling back into the Leaf Village. Minutes later, the Leaf Village ninja forces arrived. "Hurry, the explosion was reported from this direction." Shinjuro's teammates returned to the village, immediately locating Hinata Shino, the head of reconnaissance, and alerting him to 2 waves of sand ninja outside the village. Upon receiving the report and learning that Shinjuro had gone to track the sand ninja, Shino promptly informed Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 advisors. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched elite ninjas from the Inuzuka, Nara, and other prominent clans to search for Shinjuro. Upon reaching the scene, the Leaf ninjas gasped in horror. Faced with Shinjuro's lifeless form, they were at a loss. "Shinjuro!" Just then, Tsunade's anguished cry pierced the air. She stumbled to Shinjuro's side, kneeling and cradling him in her arms. Gently stroking his head, she lamented the silence that enveloped him, yearning to hear him call her sister once more. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, half an hour passed. Tsunade remained silent, holding Shinjuro close, tears streaming down her face and soaking the bloodied ground beneath them. Her sorrow seemed to taint the very essence of her tears, turning them crimson. 2 hours later, she wiped her tears and slowly stood up, sealing Shinjuro's body within a scroll. Casting a final glance at Hokage Rock, Tsunade decisively turned away, departing without a word, fading into the distance, leaving the Leaf Village behind. Trouble is brewing. Princess Tsunade has left, and the next Hokage has fled. Quick, notify Sarutobi Hiruzen and the advisors. The families did not mourn Shinjuro's death, but Tsunade's departure left them in disarray. Yes, hurry to the Hokage office and report this. In the Hokage's temporary office, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news. Lord Hiruzen, Tsunade has left the village, whereabouts unknown. What should we do now? Even the usually composed Nara Shikamaru was at a loss. Shinjuro's death has deeply affected Tsunade. Perhaps she just needs some time alone. I suspect she may have gone to the Land of Water. She recently accepted a marriage proposal from Shigetsu Kome. Hiruzen replied calmly. What? Why didn't you inform us of this? Shikamaru questioned. The villagers were aware. I assumed you both knew as well, Hiruzen responded, surprised. The village had indeed been buzzing about it. I investigated with Inuzuka Kiba, but no one knew the source. Since you and Danzo didn't mention it, we believed it to be false, Shikamaru said, a bit displeased. Tsunade had accepted the proposal from the Land of Water, which explained her reluctance to take on the mantle of the fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, she and Kiba had been oblivious, foolishly attempting to convince Tsunade to accept the role. With the Umbu and Root under Hiruzen and Danzo's control, the information flow was tightly regulated. It was unexpected that the typically discordant duo had managed to deceive them. Let us not dwell on this. Tsunade is no longer suitable to succeed as the fourth Hokage. I propose Jiraiya take over. What do you think? Mito Kaguya expressed his thoughts, agreeing that discussing the prior matter was inappropriate. Determining the new Hokage was paramount. We, the Akimichi clan, have no objections. Neither do we. Agreed. The Hyuga clan concurs as well. The major clans voiced their support, recognizing that the identity of the Hokage held little significance for them at this juncture. The current leadership had once been teammates, firmly controlling the village's affairs, and it was inevitable that the new Hokage would be chosen from among their disciples. In decades to come, their family members might seize the opportunity, but for now, it was out of reach. All right, once the war concludes, Jiraiya will take over as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, showing no dissent. However, he quickly shifted the conversation. But we must avenge Shinjiro. My teacher's grandson must not have died in vain. Shikamaru and Mito were reluctant to agree, but Hiruzen evoked their mentor, Senju Tobarama, and with the presence of the clans, they could only nod in agreement. You're right. The Sand Village must be held accountable. They must pay for this. Indeed. Issue an order to heighten vigilance in the village and initiate attacks on the sand ninjas at the front lines, Hiruzen commanded, slamming his hand on the table. Standing with an air of determination. Very well, to avenge Shinjiro, the entire Sarutobi clan will mobilize under my direct leadership. Tomorrow at dawn, we will head to the battlefield and fight the Sand Village to the bitter end. Hiruzen's sudden declaration caught everyone off guard. They could not fathom why the usually steady Hiruzen would make such a reckless decision. The assembly chose not to delve into Hiruzen's thoughts, as they perceived this as a positive development. All right, Hiruzen, your decision is commendable. We look forward to your triumphant return. Hiruzen, the front lines are in your capable hands. May you lead our ninjas to victory. Indeed, my Akimichi clan will send 2 additional jonin. The Nara clan will also contribute 2 more. The Inuzuka clan will dispatch ninjas as well. The Hyuga clan shall do the same. The various clans pledge their support, sending family ninjas to back the avenging efforts. With your support, victory is assured. We shall triumph over the Sand Village and avenge our fallen comrades. With matters settled, the gathering dispersed from the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, puffing on his pipe, gazing at the entrance to Root, his eyes piercing through the obstacles, fixed on Danzo. Old friend, you have not disappointed me. My opportunity for a comeback has arrived, he chuckled. Meanwhile, Tsunade hastened her departure from the Leaf Village, covering the distance to the Land of Water's Daimyo residence in just 2 days. Shigetsu Komei gazed at Tsunade with deep affection, arms outstretched. In an instant, she leaped into his embrace, tears spilling uncontrollably. Komei held her close, gently patting her back. Komei, Shinjiro is dead. He was killed. It's not a big deal. Reviving a child is a trivial matter for me. Bring forth the body. Komei had previously sought the artisan scorpion to acquire the method of resurrection through the system. Tsunade hesitantly retrieved Shinjiro's corpse. Komei ignited 2 sheets of paper, and as the flames consumed them, Shinjiro's decayed body began to mend slowly. Chapter 76. Analyzing the culprit, Tsunade gripped Komei's arm tightly, her left hand covering her mouth, eyes wide as saucers, fixated on Shinjiro's body. Komei glanced at his right arm, where a purple bracelet had already formed, its hue spreading further. Initially, he felt only sympathy. Now, pain coursed through his arm as well. The 2 sheets of paper he burned were worth a staggering 10 billion points, and with a soul guide, he could summon a spirit that had departed less than a year ago back to the mortal realm. Another piece of paper was titled Toll for Passage. Xuanyue Kongming was uncertain about who had collected the toll. It seemed unlikely that the Sage of the 6 Paths would be concerned with such a trivial sum. Perhaps it was the spirits of the impure earth that had taken it. It had been a long time since he saw the Grim Reaper's eldest son, and he found himself missing him a bit. Kongming, is this true? Can Shinshu truly be resurrected? Tsunade inquired, her voice trembling with anticipation. Indeed, it is true. In approximately half an hour, Shinshu's body should be fully restored. You nearly made me forget to ask, what happened to Shinshu's body? It looks quite tragic. Xuanyue Kongming had not anticipated that his interference with Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen would lead to such chaos in fate's tapestry. In the end, Shinshu was still dead, and his demise remained unchanged. Tsunade, could you possibly loosen your iron grip? If you continue to squeeze, my arm may very well become incapacitated. Xuanyue Kongming winced, unable to endure the pain any longer. Upon noticing the bruised hue of his arm, Tsunade immediately released her hold and employed healing techniques to mend his injury. How do you feel now? Is there still pain? Tsunade asked gently, holding his hand while massaging his wrist. Xuanyue Kongming moved his wrist and shook his head, then grasped Tsunade's hand and led her to the steps. I am fine now. The restoration of Shinshu will take a little longer. Let us sit and converse. Very well, Tsunade replied, intertwining her fingers with his while resting her chin on her hand. I am not entirely clear on what transpired. By the time I reached Shinshu, he was already in this state, she recounted, tilting her head as she tried to recall the moment of Shinshu's death. According to the ninja from the Hyuga clan, Shinshu's team had discovered traces of the sand ninja, and he had decided to pursue them alone. During the tracking, he accidentally triggered an explosive tag, resulting in his demise. I see. But surely, the explosion could not have obliterated his innards entirely, Xuanyue Kongming remarked, pointing at the hollow cavity of Shinshu's chest. I too find this matter puzzling. For days, the two villages have been at a stalemate. Yet, for some unknown reason, the Sand Ninja managed to find a gap in our defenses and infiltrated the Land of Fire. I suspect there may be a traitor within Konoha. Tsunade concluded her analysis and turned to Xuanyue Kongming. There is no doubt. There must be an insider, either Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shinshu's death was likely orchestrated by one of them. Xuanyue Kongming shared his suspicions, despite not having been present at the scene and lacking clarity on the events leading up to it. But why? Shinshu was merely a child. What threat did he pose to them? Shinshu posed no threat, but you do. Danzo has his sights set on becoming Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is reluctant to relinquish his position. With Shinshu gone, you would be unlikely to succeed him, thereby granting them an opportunity to realize their ambitions. Xuanyue Kongming picked up a stick and drew the characters for Hokage in the dirt. He then inscribed the names of 4 individuals, encircling Shinshu and Tsunade, and ultimately slashing through Shinshu's name with a large cross. Consider the validity of my reasoning, he urged. Tsunade scrutinized the lines in the dirt before erasing the names of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen with her foot. There is merit to your words. Yet their actions are utterly unreasonable. I have no interest in the position of Hokage, and yet they would resort to harming a child to contend with me. Xuanyue Kongming discarded the stick and stood up, brushing off his pants. Desire can blind the heart, and for its sake, humanity may be forsaken. Enough of them. Shinshu should be awakening soon. Let us go and see. He took Tsunade's hand and led her to Shinshu's side. His previously mangled body had now been completely restored, with new organs having regenerated. The charred skin that had fallen away revealed a fresh layer. Moments later, as Xuanyue Kongming and Tsunade observed, a subtle rise and fall began in Shinshu's chest. Tsunade released Xuanyue Kongming and rushed to Shinshu, placing her hand beneath his nose to feel the warmth of his breath. Kongming, this is wonderful. Shinshu is breathing. He has truly come back to life, she exclaimed joyfully, placing her hands on his chest to feel the increasing strength of his heartbeat. With my intervention, such success was assured, Xuanyue Kongming declared, feeling a weight lift from Tsunade's heart as Shinshu regained his original personality. Humph, you didn't mention that before. You have been deceiving me, haven't you? You have always been quite formidable. Just SOSO, Xuanyue Kongming replied, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. It was you who orchestrated the massacre in the Land of Rain, wasn't it? You also infiltrated the Sarutobi clan, didn't you? You tricked me, a novice, into diligently training to protect you, the Great One. How could you be so shameless? Tsunade cracked her knuckles, a smile playing on her lips, concealing a hidden explosiveness. As Xuanyue Kongming felt his ears being grasped and twisted, they quickly turned red. Sister? Wasn't I meant to be dead? Just as he prepared to flee, salvation arrived in the form of Shinshu awakening. Shinshu rose from the ground, Inspecting his body and finding no injuries, he scratched his head in confusion. Tsunade seized Shinshu's ear. "You little rascal, what makes you think you can act so bravely? Had it not been for your brother-in-law, you would have perished." "Ah, thank you, brother-in-law." Shinshu grinned widely, his eyes nearly disappearing with joy. "Sister, it hurts." "Oh, so you remember pain. Now, recount what you recall." Tsunade released Shinshu and inquired about the events leading up to his death. Shinshu pressed his finger to his lips, tilting his head back as he furrowed his brow in concentration. After a moment, he shook his head vigorously. "I don't remember. I was following some sand ninja when I stepped into a trap, and then, boom, I lost consciousness." Tsunade lifted her hand to grab Shinshu's ear again, but he swiftly darted behind Xuanyue Kongming. "Enough now, the past is past. Blaming him is futile. Shinshu, just be more cautious in the future," Xuanyue Kongming said. Winking at Shinshu, "I understand my mistakes, sister. I promise I won't act recklessly again and will be more careful," Shinshu assured her. Tsunade continued her lecture, and judging by her demeanor, she would likely not cease for the next 10 hours. Xuanyue Kongming quietly slipped away. He had no desire to develop calluses on his ears, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Tsunade had arrived in the land of water, where several brides were already prepared. His wedding could soon be set in motion. Chapter 77. The eve of the wedding. As Xuanyue Kongming stepped into the council hall, he glanced back at the guard stationed at the entrance and instructed, "Please summon the Minister of Finance." The guard departed, and Xuanyue Kongming cleared his throat. From behind a tree in the corner of the courtyard, a figure gradually emerged, lowering himself to kneel before Xuanyue Kongming, patiently awaiting his command. "Quickly go to the education institution and bring Uchiha He to the council hall." "At once," the figure responded. Xuanyue Kongming nodded and entered the council hall. The intelligence department ninja, having received the order, awaited Xuanyue Kongming's entrance. Upon hearing the door close, he raised his head and quickly departed. Just as Xuanyue Kongming settled into his seat, a maid promptly approached with tea and snacks. He lifted the teacup to moisten his throat and began perusing the documents laid out before him. The first document was heartening news. The Uzumaki clan's research had made progress, with technological breakthroughs expected to yield ninja tech grenades in the near future. Staving off drowsiness, he continued reading through a stack of routine documents, which took him half an hour. Soon after, Kakuzu and Uchiha He arrived. "You've come. Please, have a seat." "Thank you, Lord Kongming." "Thank you, young master." Kakuzu and Uchiha He expressed their gratitude and took their seats beside Xuanyue Kongming. Tsunade has already arrived in the land of water, so preparations for certain matters can commence. Uchiha He, having anticipated this for some time, suddenly comprehended Xuanyue Kongming's intentions. "Young master, are you finally to be wed? I shall ensure everything is arranged seamlessly." Kakuzu also grasped the situation, mentally chiding himself for being slow to understand. He had botched the arrangements for Princess Tsunade twice. Upon mentioning Princess Tsunade, he realized he had initially failed to grasp Lord Kongming's intentions. "Rest assured, Lord Kongming, I understand. The wedding will be a grand affair, one that the entire ninja world will remember." "Young master, how many brides are there?" "3, Lianer, Guier, and Tsunade. You all are aware of them." Uchiha He's face lit up with joy. His little daughter had been married off, and as a father, he felt a sense of contentment, his wallet equally so. "Understood, young master. We shall proceed immediately. Go on, remember to send out plenty of invitations. The more, the merrier." Kakuzu and Uchiha He hurriedly departed from the daimyo's residence to prepare for the wedding. After finishing his official duties, Xuanyue Kongming found a moment of respite and assumed Tsunade's lecture had concluded, so he rose and headed to the front courtyard. Shinshu was currently not in a position to be seen, as he needed to arrange for Shinshu's entry into the secret realm. "Did you remember what I told you?" "I did, sister." Shinshu's voice was soft, betraying a lack of energy. "Repeat it back." "All right. The first is to cherish life and stay away from Konoha. The second is to remain calm in the face of adversity and not act impulsively. The third is that sister is always right." Quite good. Kongming, come here quickly. Your timing is perfect. I just finished educating Shinshu, and now it's your turn." Tsunade saw Xuanyue Kongming standing at the door and walked over to embrace his arm. Shinshu nearly fainted, clasping his hands together, looking pitifully at Xuanyue Kongming with pleading eyes. Xuanyue Kongming raised an eyebrow at Shinshu and returned a reassuring glance. He took a few steps toward Shinshu and gently cleared his throat. "Ahem, your sister is correct. Before taking action, You should consider your grandmother and your sister. How could you be so reckless? Ultimately, he ignored Xingshu's pleas and rambled on with his lecture, thinking that a wife was more important than a brother-in-law. Huh. Xuanyue Kongming exhaled a breath, feeling quite pleased with himself. There was a certain satisfaction in imparting lessons. Tsunade pinched Xingshu's ear. Listen well. What your brother-in-law said is very wise. Every word holds truth. Xingshu nodded, feeling despondent and thinking, what a loving couple. They harmonize so well. Yet why am I the one who suffers? All right, Xingshu has absorbed enough lessons. Let us go introduce him to a few friends. Xuanyue Kongming took Tsunade's hand, and they walked out of the daimyo's residence, with Xingshu trailing behind, his head lowered. The three exited the daimyo's estate and boarded a carriage. In the educational institution, Xuanyue Kongming led Tsunade and Xingshu into the secret realm, where Xingshu's eyes widened with curiosity, his head swiveling as he took in the sights. Tsunade, who had previously entered the wet-bone forest, remained considerably calmer than Xingshu, her curiosity surpassing his. Kongming, how did you discover such a hidden island? I am the chosen one. The secret realm revealed itself to me. Do you believe it? Get lost, you deceitful spirit. This place is quite remarkable. Better than the wet-bone forest. Tsunade took a deep breath of fresh air. Teacher, are you here to check on us? Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, the three little ones, scampered over to Xuanyue Kongming. Yahiko, I have come to assess your training results, and also to introduce you to a new friend. Xingshu, come here. Let me introduce you to these three new friends, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Xuanyue Kongming pulled Xingshu forward and gestured toward Yahiko and the others. This little one before you is named Xingshu. You should get along well. Xingshu, take good care of your younger brothers. Do not lead them astray. Tsunade noticed that Xingshu was slightly older than Yahiko and the others and gave him a serious warning. Relax, Guerre's father will personally oversee these little ones. Nothing will go wrong. Xuanyue Kongming patted Tsunade, signaling her to be at ease. Yahiko, showcase the ninjutsu you have recently learned. I want to see your progress. Understood, teacher. The three little ones stepped back a few paces, distancing themselves from one another, and began to perform their ninjutsu. Xuanyue Kongming observed their movements. Although slightly awkward, their progress was evident. Well done, significant improvement. Keep it up. Yes, teacher, the three little ones responded in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. Here, put on these masks. You have a day off to go play. Xuanyue Kongming produced 4 monkey masks and handed them to the little ones. Thank you. Teacher, we're off to play. Yahiko leaped high into the air, snatching the masks and distributing them among Nagato and Konan before they scampered out of the secret realm. Xuanyue Kongming smiled as he watched them leave. Tsunade, shall I show you around? There are several beautiful spots on the island. Sure, after years of battle. It's time for some relaxation. Xuanyue Kongming took Tsunade's hand, and the two strolled about Fangzhong Island, laughing and conversing. Meanwhile, Kakuzu and Uchiha had already begun their preparations. And within half a day, everyone in the daimyo's residence was aware that Xuanyue Kongming was to wed 3 brides. After accompanying Tsunade around Fangzhong Island, Xuanyue Kongming returned to the inner courtyard of the daimyo's residence as evening fell. Kushina, is dinner ready yet? Humph. Kushina shot a glare at Xuanyue Kongming, turned her head, and walked away with Konan. Xuanyue Kongming was perplexed. Hadn't he done anything to upset Kushina, so why was she angry? Chapter 78. The wedding begins. Guer, upon hearing Xuanyue Kongming's voice, lifted her head and set aside the half-embroidered handkerchief. The handkerchief smelled sweet, akin to honey, depicting a pair of mandarin ducks, symbolizing a happy union, nestled together in bliss. Each stitch and thread that outlined the mandarin ducks overflowed with Guer's affection for a certain someone. After tidying up the table, Guer stood and stepped out of the room, reminding him, young master, do not rush, dinner will be ready shortly. Xuanyue Kongming, just after being glared at by Kushina, happened to bump into Guer as she exited. Such coincidences often occur. Perplexed, Xuanyue Kongming stood in the courtyard, looking up to meet Guer's smiling eyes. Hee, young master. Please come inside. Guer lightly covered her mouth with the back of her hand, but couldn't restrain her laughter. Why are you laughing? Not laughing, young master, please come inside. Xuanyue Kongming strode into the room, where Kushina was staring at the mandarin ducks being embroidered by Guer. Konan, come here to your brother. Xuanyue Kongming opened his arms. Don't go over there, little sister Konan, stay away from him. Konan, who had just extended her leg, pulled it back. her face twisted in indecision about whether to approach Xuanyue Kongming. I won't hold it against you. I can understand you having a few days of temper. You scoundrel. Just wait, Kushina exclaimed as she left the room in a huff. Dinner is almost ready. What are you doing? I won't eat. I'm too full of anger. Kushina stormed out of the room, leaving Xuanyue Kongming speechless as he watched her retreating figure. Bang! The door was slammed shut with force. Xuanyue Kongming turned back, picked up little Conan from the floor, and gently rubbed her nose. After remaining silent, Guerre suddenly spoke softly. Young master, do you truly not know why Sister Kushina is angry? I don't know. I haven't seen her all day. I can't recall when I upset her. Sister Kushina has been sulking ever since she heard the news of your marriage. She has been quite downcast. Guerre handed the embroidery to Xuanyue Kongming. She has been staring at the mandarin ducks. Don't you understand? Oh, so she is feeling jealous. She is only 10. I intend to marry her. But she is not of age yet. However, Sister Kushina doesn't know that. She likes you. She may think you do not like her. All right. I will go find her and clarify things. Xuanyue Kongming set down little Conan and left the room in search of Kushina. In the back garden of the daimyo's residence, by the artificial lake, stood a pavilion. Xuanyue Kongming found Kushina there. Inside the pavilion, Kushina sat with her back to him, hugging her knees on the stone bench, her shoulders shaking slightly. Kushina, I'm coming over. Are you hiding here to cry? What do you want? Anyway, big brother doesn't like me anymore. Go find the three sisters. Xuanyue Kongming sat beside Kushina and pulled her into his embrace. Who said I don't like Kushina? I like you very much. Really? Big brother isn't lying to me, but there are no brides for Kushina. I lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes fixated on Xuanyue Kongming. At merely 10 years of age, she was not yet of marrying age. When you grow up, will you marry big brother? It's a promise. No takebacks, pinky swear. She extended her pinky, and Xuanyue Kongming reciprocated. Wiping away her tears, I leaped from the stone chair, spreading her arms as she dashed out of the pavilion, resembling a butterfly fluttering its wings in joyous flight. Giggle, I'm off to dinner. Come and catch me, big brother. Slow down, don't fall. Xuanyue Kongming called out behind her. In the days that followed, the various departments of the water country were imbued with enthusiasm, their spirits soaring. The marriage of Xuanyue Kongming was deemed a paramount event, propelling departments into high gear, fervently preparing for the occasion. Staff from the Health and Sanitation Department traversed the streets, meticulously cleaning every thoroughfare and nook of the grand city. Meanwhile, the publicity department plastered announcements along the streets to herald the nuptials of the esteemed Xuanyue. Concurrently, several temporary regulations were announced. Saba, you can read. What does it say on those red and white papers? Please share with everyone. All right, let me have a look. The crowd parted before the announcement board as a portly middle-aged man stepped forward, a faint scent of fish wafting around him. Ah, a joyous occasion. Lord Xuanyue is getting married. Saba slapped his belly in excitement. Is that true? Splendid. Indeed, a momentous occasion. Quick, let us see what the other paper says. This paper outlines several points of consideration. We will soon have guests arriving in the grand city. Everyone should maintain cleanliness, exhibit civility, and fighting will not be tolerated. Furthermore, honesty in trade is imperative, no overcharging will be allowed, etc. Did everyone hear that? Lord Xuanyue brings us good fortune during his wedding. Anyone who brings shame upon him will not be treated kindly. Agreed. Let us all keep ourselves and our families in check and uphold Lord Xuanyue's dignity. Yes. Spread the word. Let us all rejoice together. The news of Xuanyue Kongming's marriage swept through the water country like wildfire. In this moment, red became the predominant color, with households adorning their doors with crimson characters and floral decorations, while the sound of firecrackers echoed incessantly, day and night. The atmosphere was more festive than the New Year celebrations. The grand house was festooned with red lanterns, and the doors and windows were overtaken by auspicious symbols. Guests who received wedding invitations began to flock to the grand city. Fugaku, having observed all this, what are your thoughts? The people of the water country are quite fortunate. They are wealthier than most and live in peace, free from the scourge of war. And as the future clan leader, you must learn to look beyond the surface. Understood. Uncle. Moreover, the citizens' admiration for Xuanyue Kongming is genuine and heartfelt. The Uchiha have always aspired to integrate into the village and gain the villagers' acceptance. Fugaku, you should learn from Lord Xuanyue's experiences. Uchiha Izumi received an invitation from his elder brother, bringing along Fugaku and his daughter, Mikoto, to partake in the wedding. Bang! The auspicious day chosen by Uchiha Izumi had arrived. As the sun began to rise, firecrackers erupted into the sky, signaling the commencement of the wedding procession. The bridal entourage received the signal, and 3 ornate palanquins departed from the grand house. Amidst music and celebration, they journeyed to Uchiha Izumi's residence, where 3 maidens were assisted into the palanquins, the red curtains drawn, before returning to the grand house. Along the way, numerous citizens paused to observe, offering their blessings aloud. Inside the grand house hall, Xuanyue Mei awaited an hour as the 3 brides were escorted into the hall, adorned in splendid red wedding attire. Their heads veiled in crimson, Xuanyue Mei approached to receive the brides, leading them to the center of the hall, where a throng of guests bore witness to their vows. Uchiha Izumi, officiating the ceremony, announced loudly, "The vows are complete, now to the bridal chamber." Chapter 79. The wedding night. As Uchiha Izumi concluded, 3 waiting maids stepped forward to guide the brides to the inner courtyard, while Xuanyue Mei remained to greet the guests. "Young master, allow me to introduce my brother, Uchiha Izumi, and beside him is his daughter, Uchiha Mikoto." As Uchiha Izumi introduced his brother, he faltered when it came to Uchiha Fugaku, who had been busy throughout the day. Uchiha Izumi, noticing this, seamlessly took over. "Greetings, Lord Xuanyue. To my right is Uchiha Fugaku, a key heir cultivated by our clan, a strong candidate for the next clan leader. Indeed, a remarkable young man. His future potential is limitless. Let us raise a glass." Xuanyue Mei lifted his cup for a sip. "Thank you, Lord Xuanyue." Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Fugaku raised their glasses and downed their drinks. "Prior to my arrival in the water country, Granny Tsunade sent someone to find me, asking me to deliver a letter to you." Xuanyue Mei accepted the letter, casually glancing at it. The envelope was intact with no signs of having been opened. He set down his cup and gestured for everyone to take their seats. Xuanyue Mei opened the envelope and extracted the letter, reading it aloud in front of the guests. The letter was brief. "Little Tsunade, unbeknownst to you, you have grown and become another bride. I regret that I cannot attend your wedding in person. Mei is a good child. You will surely find happiness together. You must temper your temper and be a little gentler. As for the matters of the past, let them remain in the past. Once you leave the village, do not return. I am well, and there is no need for you to come back to see me. Live happily with Mei in the water country." Sigh. How the times have changed. The village is no longer what it used to be, and some do not wish to see you return. In her letter, Uzumaki Mito conveyed her blessings to the couple while advising Tsunade not to return to the village, suggesting she had come to terms with certain matters. Xuanyue Mei tucked the letter away and raised his cup once more. "Thank you for your kindness. Please enjoy your meal and drinks." For the next 2 hours, Xuanyue Mei mingled among the guests, receiving their well wishes. When the guests departed, a rosy-cheeked Xuanyue Mei entered the inner courtyard. Creak. He pushed open the door, uncertain of who awaited him inside. A thrill akin to unboxing a surprise enveloping his heart. In a few swift strides, he approached the wedding bed, drawing near to the bride. The bride sat at the edge of the bed, her head veiled, her small hands nervously fidgeting. Gazing upon her, Xuanyue Mei felt a surge of desire, unable to contain himself as he gently lifted the red veil. Beneath it appeared Tsunade, her face adorned with a hint of makeup, captivating him to the point of momentarily losing his composure. "A glance is enough. Don't stare at me like that." At this pivotal moment in her life, Tsunade felt a flutter of nerves, especially under Xuanyue Mei's intense gaze, causing her to blush a delicate pink. Gently pushing him away, she stole a glance at him, her head dropping in fluster. Xuanyue Mei swallowed hard, struggling to maintain control, nearly succumbing to impulse. Taking a deep breath, he took Tsunade's hand, rising together to the table in the center of the room. He poured 2 cups of wine, presenting one to Tsunade, while lifting the other to face her. "Tsunade, after we drink from this cup, we shall be together for a lifetime, never depart." "Agreed." Tsunade met Xuanyue Mei's gaze with determination. After sharing the ceremonial wine, Xuanyue Mei could no longer restrain himself. He swept Tsunade into his arms, making his way toward the wedding bed. Before the wedding bed, he gently placed Tsunade onto the mattress, swiftly drawing down the curtains, following her onto the bed. Moments later, 2 heaps of clothing lay discarded on the floor. Xuanyue Mei began to hold Tsunade accountable. He had waited for her for years. And this overdue reckoning could not be settled lightly. It required careful reckoning. As he forcefully grasped the abacus, he began to deliver lessons to Tsunade. Unwilling to accept her fate, Tsunade retorted softly, her voice gradually rising, perhaps spurred by the urgency of the moment. Finally, Xuanyue Kongming finished a round of calculations and took a moment to rest. Tsunade was ultimately persuaded, collapsing on the pillow, drenched in sweat, and softly pleading for mercy. Kongming, I am weary. Please seek out Guir and Lianer. Very well, you rest well. If you require anything, simply summon the maid outside. Understood. Xuanyue Kongming dressed and exited the room. Take good care of the lady. Whatever she needs, attend to it promptly. Yes, Lord Xuanyue. Kongming nodded and pushed open the door to the second new room. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the bride beside the bed, her body tense. Small hands gripping her wedding dress tightly. Without a doubt, it was Guir seated on the bed. Kongming approached and lifted the bridal veil. But the lovely face beneath did not dare to look up. Guir, raise your head. Oh, as you wish, young master. Obediently, Guir lifted her gaze but averted it from Kongming, her eyes fixated on the candle to the right. Kongming gently caressed Guir's head, causing her to shiver nervously. Noticing her anxiety, he fetched a wine jug and cups, settling beside her. Come, Guir, let us first partake in the cup of union. Afterwards, we shall converse. He filled 2 cups with wine, and after sharing the ceremonial drink, refilled them. As they sipped and chatted, years seemed to blur. It has been over a decade. I recall you always wore a mask, leading me to believe you were a boy. Indeed, I remember that fateful day when my father encountered misfortune, and you discovered I was a girl. Guir downed her drink and continued, from that day forth, I vowed my life belonged to you, forever. Kongming downed his drink and refilled both their cups. Your life is yours, but your heart is mine. Yes, as you say. Young master, it is late. Shall we rest? Upon uttering these words, Guir's face flushed a noticeable shade of red, whether from inebriation or shyness. Swiftly, Kongming employed his ninjutsu to sever the cords binding the bed curtains. Allowing them to fall gently, he turned, wrapped his right arm around Guir, and together they collapsed onto the bed. To his surprise, Guir proved to be quite the drinker. Persistently clinking cups with him, the sound of porcelain echoing through the room. Guir, lacking the best drinking etiquette, shouted intermittently, her voice rising and falling chaotically. After an unknown number of cups, Kongming felt the effects of the drink, while Guir lay sprawled on the bed, thoroughly intoxicated. Supporting himself against the wall, Kongming exited Guir's chamber, still unable to rest, for his pets awaited their feeding. Chapter 80. Plotting in the land of rain, Kongming approached the third bridal chamber, straightened his posture, inhaled deeply, and entered. Hearing the door creak, Lianer, who had been drowsily reclining, straightened up. Kongming, is that you? It is I. It is quite late. Have you been waiting long? I am well enough, merely a bit bored. Kongming moved closer and lifted her veil. Having been together for several years, Lianer was not as bashful as Guir or Tsunade. Come, Lianer, this occasion is once in a lifetime. We must not neglect the ceremonial cup of union. I am aware. Kongming, hand in hand, they approached the table. Lianer, you have not eaten all evening. You must be hungry. Let us share a meal. Lianer shot him a look. Am I hungry? Someone has been toiling in the fields all night. I certainly need to replenish my strength, having waited half the night, only to be used as a shield. Ahem, let us eat. Kongming felt slightly embarrassed as his thoughts were laid bare. He could not afford to dawdle. Without nourishment, he would lack the strength to discipline his little spirit beast later. Utilizing his fire chakra, he heated the meal, which reached the optimal temperature for consumption in half a minute. Devouring an entire table of food, Kongming wiped his mouth and lifted his cup. Come, Lianer, let us partake in the cup of union. After drinking, their eyes met, igniting a certain flame between them. Kongming stood, pulling Lianer up. During this moment, he noticed bruises on her arms and thighs and inquired, Lianer, where did these bruises come from? Oh, that? I inflicted them upon myself, she replied, pointing to the bruise on her arm. Why would you do that? On such an important day, I did not want to fall asleep before you arrived. So whenever I felt drowsy, I pinched myself. How foolish of you. Do not worry, Kongming. It may heal by tomorrow, Lianer said nonchalantly. Kongming chose not to press further, cherishing this small gesture in his heart. Perhaps due to the special occasion, Lianer, the little spirit beast, was particularly restless, having not disciplined her for several days. She was eager to rebel, which necessitated correction. With his weapon in hand, Lianer, upon seeing it, felt an inexplicable panic and cautiously retreated to a corner. Nevertheless, Kongming had no intention of sparing her. 3 days without discipline had led to this uproar. The sounds of strikes and Lianer-esque cries of distress mingled together, causing the maid outside to weaken at the knees, collapsing to the ground. An hour later, the little spirit beast, unable to maintain her bravado, obediently begged for mercy. "I was wrong. Kongming, please go find Guer. I need to rest. After toiling in the fields all night, I am quite weary. We can discuss matters tomorrow." Kongming embraced Lianer, gently guiding her into slumber. After marriage, Kongming remained sequestered within the daimyo's residence, not stepping outside the inner courtyard for days. Engrossed in playing his newly invented game, Do De Ming. Initially, their skills were lacking, and they soon lost all their stakes, requiring Kongming to shift tables multiple times a day. Gradually, they learned to collaborate, banding together against him. On August 6th, the four engaged in Do De Ming, suffering a minor defeat, leaving them emptied. On August 7th, they continued, with goji berries steeped in wine, achieving a small victory. On August 8th, they played again, emerging triumphant. During a moment of reflection, Kongming chastised himself for such degradation, pondering the countless blossoms awaiting his harvest. He could not allow himself to stagnate. "Tomorrow, I must diligently train." On August 9th, they played Do De Ming, striving to refine their skills. On August 10th, they continued their games. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Kongming had lost 3 pounds. He thought it time to find them some proper tasks, as he began to grow weary of their constant games. One night, with dark circles under his eyes, Kongming leaned against the headboard, a goji and red date cigarette bought from the system in hand. He inhaled deeply, releasing a smoke ring as he contemplated what tasks to assign Tsunade. After much deliberation, he recalled her proficiency in medical ninjutsu. Turning to Tsunade beside him, he said, "Tsunade, since you will be residing in the land of water, idleness will surely grow tiresome. Allow me to assign you a task, which will also serve as a favor to me. Of course, I was just thinking of discussing this with you. Being idle leaves me feeling unwell. Kongming, what can I do for you?" Tsunade wiped the sweat from her forehead, casually brushing back her damp hair. Kongming pulled Tsunade into an embrace. "A simple task for you. As you know, I have been secretly training ninjas in the secret realm. However, I find myself lacking in medical ninjas, both in teachers and students. Since you excel in medical ninjutsu, I would like you to take charge of training medical ninjas for me." "Not a problem. Medical ninjutsu is my forte. Kongming, rest assured. I will cultivate an excellent batch of medical ninjas for you," Tsunade promised, patting her chest. This gesture captured Kongming's attention. The following day, after a restful night, Kongming had breakfast and took Tsunade to Fangzhong Island. "Gather all medical ninjas for a meeting." Xuanyue Kongming turned to his attendant and instructed him to proceed ahead to convey his orders. He and Tsunade strolled leisurely, appreciating the scenery. Upon reaching the heart of the island, the medical instructors and students had already gathered. Xuanyue Kongming stepped forward, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "I shall state but one thing. My wife, Tsunade, will assume the role of head of the medical department starting today. You must cooperate with her." "Understood, Lord Xuanyue," the crowd replied. Xuanyue Kongming relinquished his position to Tsunade, who shared her thoughts and requirements. "I shall return now. Do not hesitate to act boldly, for I support you. Rest assured, Kongming, I shall not let you down." Xuanyue Kongming kissed Tsunade before departing from HZ Island, his focus shifting to the situation in the Land of Rain. Due to the conflict between Tsunade and Konoha, the Sand Shinobi had retreated in large numbers from the Land of Rain to confront Konoha. Furthermore, the Wagakure had remained inactive, momentarily calming the strife in the Land of Rain. Xuanyue Kongming planned to utilize this time to orchestrate certain affairs. The cooldown for his Sharingan abilities had concluded. He intended to plant a curse upon Hanzo of the Salamander, thereby covertly gaining control over the Land of Rain. He publicly proclaimed himself the leader of the Akatsuki and aimed to formally establish the organization within the Land of Rain, which bordered the 3 great nations, facilitating his schemes. Chapter 81. Planting the curse on Hanzo. Having organized matters in the Land of Water, Xuanyue Kongming set off alone for the Land of Rain. Months had passed since he last tread upon its soil. The weather remained unchanged, perpetually overcast with relentless rain, devoid of sunlight. The scars of war were starkly visible, with remnants of crumbling walls scattered about. The collapsed structures were overgrown with moss, and weeds towered high, concealing skeletal remains. As Xuangyue Kongming walked, he observed his surroundings, gradually approaching the capital of the Land of Rain. The closer he drew to the capital, the more people he encountered. Countless citizens flocked from all directions, converging upon the capital in search of hope for survival. A glance revealed gaunt faces, devoid of color. Most of the populace were burdened with family, some carrying tattered bundles, others pushing carts laden with elderly parents and toddlers. Dressed in luxurious robes and exuding cleanliness, Xuangyue Kongming stood amidst the crowd like a crane among chickens, drawing numerous gazes. Not far from the throng, an elderly man noticed Xuangyue Kongming. The old man, stooped and weary, supported an elderly woman with his left arm while cradling a 2-year-old child in his right. His visage was ashen, his beard and hair caked with mud and grass. He took a few steps toward Xuangyue Kongming, only to be pulled back by the old woman, who glanced at his tattered clothing, prompting him to retreat. Moments later, the elderly man glanced at his grandson, cautiously brushing dirt from his beard and hair. Gritting his teeth, he approached Xuangyue Kongming directly. "Please, kind sir, spare a morsel of food. My grandson has gone 3 days without a meal." Xuangyue Kongming reached out to assist the old man, only to have him hastily retreat, kneeling instead. "I am filthy. Do not soil your hands." "Very well. Rise. I shall procure something for you." Xuangyue Kongming produced several packets of instant noodles, cooking them before handing them to the old man. The elderly man wiped his hands on his clothes several times and cautiously accepted the noodles, gently nudging his grandson. He whispered, "Little ant, wake up. There is food to eat. Come, dear wife, have a bite too." The small child opened his eyes, his nose twitching as he struggled to sit upright. "Grandpa, it smells so good. Did we find food?" "Yes, it is a gift from the uncle. Quickly thank him." "Thank you, uncle. I am going to eat now." "What of your parents?" Xuangyue Kongming inquired, observing the child. "They have died. They went out seeking food and were killed. The 3 of us, the old and weak, hid in the cellar to escape the calamity. Forgive me for bringing up painful memories. I have grown accustomed to it. Had I not encountered you, I would not know how many more days I could survive. Thanks to your food, we can at least endure until we reach the capital." The old man wiped his grandson's mouth. "My greatest wish is to raise my grandson and one day send him away from the Land of Rain to the Land of Water." Xuangyue Kongming's interest was piqued. "Oh, why the Land of Water? Would it not be more convenient to go to one of the 3 great nations, which are nearby? The Land of Water is good. Their daimyo treats the people kindly, and they prosper. As for the 3 great nations, they are the source of war. They are our enemies." The old man's eyes shifted, revealing a deep-seated hatred lurking within his murky gaze. "Grandpa, I am full now. Grandma, you should drink the soup." The old woman accepted the noodle box, grabbing nearby wild grass to eat with the broth. As she neared the bottom, she licked her lips and handed the box back to the old man. Xuangyue Kongming surveyed the surroundings. A crowd was fixated on the noodle broth, swallowing hard. "Come, everyone, I have plenty of grain here. Let us make porridge to fill our bellies." He produced 5 bags of grain and tossed them to the ground. A throng of citizens surged forward, kneeling in a circle around Xuangyue Kongming, bowing deeply. "Thank you, my lord. We are grateful for your life-saving grace. If you do not mind, I shall serve you as a beast of burden in my next life. In my next life, I shall be your servant. No need to quarrel. Let us first inquire of the Lord's name. Even if we cannot assist you, we shall pray for you daily." Xuangyue Kongming helped the citizens to their feet. "I merely offer a small measure of my effort. It is insignificant. What may appear trivial to you is a matter of life and death for us. Please share your name." "I am the leader of the Akatsuki," Xuangyue Kongming stated. With a mere utterance, he vanished, leaving the crowd in awe. The citizens called out his title with all their might. The old man murmured the name of Xuangyue Kongming, reaching into his breast pocket to feel a box he had not opened in decades. He glanced at his grandson, his resolve growing ever stronger. Unbeknownst to Xuangyue Kongming, events unfolded in his absence. He realized he had struck gold. For the price of a few bags of grain, he had garnered the unwavering support of the populace. The soil for the Akatsuki to take root had been established, destined one day to flourish into a towering tree. Xuangyue Kongming entered the capital of the Land of Rain, wandering about until he located Hanzo's residence. He made no effort to conceal himself, boldly entering. Striding confidently into Hanzo's estate, he stirred a considerable commotion. In an instant, he was surrounded. "Who dares intrude upon Lord Hanzo's estate?" "Oh, and who might you be?" resembling Hanzo's attire. Are you his grandson? I would gladly be Hanzo's grandson. But alas, that is impossible. Xuanyue Kongming clapped his hands, speaking earnestly. How difficult could it be? You call me grandfather, and I call Hanzo brother, and thus you become Hanzo's grandson. You insolent fool. I am Heiji, Hanzo's right-hand man. Do you dare mock me? The man claiming to be Heiji launched an attack on Xuanyue Kongming. You are far too weak. Let Hanzo come personally. Xuanyue Kongming glanced at Heiji, smirking as he waved his hand, sending Heiji crashing into the wall, unable to extricate himself. Hanzo of the Salamander emerged from a room, standing at the top of the stairs, fixing his gaze on Xuanyue Kongming. You are quite formidable. I wonder what brings you to seek me. Have you finally emerged, having lost your spirit to the two great ninja villages? Hiding at home, oblivious to the affairs of the nation? Hanzo descended the steps, confronting Xuanyue Kongming directly. Humph, I have grown weary. Is it a crime to recuperate for a time? Yet here you are, barging into my estate. Do you wish to invite death? Ha ha ha, you seem a bit overly confident. Truly believing yourself to be a demigod of the ninja world, unaware of your own insignificance. Xuanyue Kongming blinked, his black pupils vanished, replaced by crimson ones. His aura growing ever more formidable. Chapter 82, Mastering the Land of Rain. So it turns out you hail from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. No wonder you dared to intrude upon my estate, clearly not in your right mind. Hanzo of the Salamander fixed his gaze upon Xuanyue Kongming, raising a finger to his own head, speaking with a hint of mockery. Ha ha, I am neither from Konoha nor an Uchiha. Yet I find some merit in your perspective, Xuanyue Kongming replied, gradually approaching Hanzo. Be cautious with your words. The Uchiha may seek retribution. I fear no one from the Uchiha clan, save for the deceased Madara Uchiha. Should they dare to provoke me, they will find no return. Hanzo's eye signaled Shinda, who understood and stepped away from Hanzo. Beware of Madara rising from the grave and turning you into a lifeless fish. Humph, I am unafraid. As Xuanyue Kongming entered close proximity, Hanzo initiated his attack. A wave of water surged from beneath Hanzo's feet, darting towards Xuanyue Kongming like a swift white ribbon. Reaching him in the blink of an eye, Xuanyue Kongming lightly stomped his foot, halting the wave in its tracks, which soon transformed into a barrier encircling him. Hanzo, you are indeed a good person. I thank you for the shield you have provided. Hanzo snorted coldly, removing the mask from his face and carelessly discarding it on the ground. With the mask removed, Hanzo exhaled a breath tinged with purple energy. It was merely jest. There is no need to be enraged. Look at you. Your face is turning purple with anger. Humph, I have always admired the ambitious youth, yet you are the exception. I desire only to slay you, to flay your skin and extract your tendons. Hanzo glared at Xuanyue Kongming, his demeanor darkening, his composure fraying. Xuanyue Kongming maintained a faint smile, occasionally cracking dry jokes, wandering through Hanzo's estate with the ease of a casual stroll in a garden. Surrounded by Hanzo's men, he felt no tension, as if he had never deemed Hanzo a threat. His demeanor thoroughly infuriated Hanzo. Indeed, I am inherently unique, possessing a cleverness since childhood, always believing myself to be the chosen one. Your attitude merely affirms this. Summoning technique. I summon you, J-Butsu, to assist in his demise. Hanzo summoned the salamander, which leaped into the air, landing atop Hanzo's head. The salamander let out a series of screeches. TCH, this summoning beast is rather large. It cannot fit into a pot. Xuanyue Kongming glanced at the salamander, noting its average strength. While its poison appeared formidable, it paled in comparison to the antidote prowess of Tsunade and Chiyo, rendering its advantage moot. Understanding Xuanyue Kongming's words, the salamander opened its mouth, unleashing a spray of toxic gas. Xuanyue Kongming leapt back twice to evade the attack. As he was mid-air, Hanzo formed hand seals, predicting his landing spot, and unleashed 8 purple blackwater bullets, for targeted his head, heart, and arms, while the other 4 aimed for his landing point. Xuanyue Kongming twisted in mid-air, narrowly avoiding the water bullets, the foul odor invading his nostrils. He nearly retched, covering his mouth with his right hand while forming seals with his left, employing the body switch technique to swap positions with a nearby stone wall. Upon landing, he bent down, supporting himself against the wall with one hand while covering his mouth with the other, dry heaving. Ugh, the public restroom smells like salted fish. You win. Xuanyue Kongming raised his eyes to Hanzo, tearing a handkerchief into 2 suitable pieces to block his nostrils. He then produced a mask, dampening it with water before donning it. Yet still feeling insecure, he invoked wind release to envelop his entire body. Layered protection, preventing any leakage. Having completed these preparations, Xuanyue Kongming shattered the wall before him with a punch, his right leg sweeping to send debris spiraling towards Hanzo. He imbued each piece of rubble with wind release, accelerating their speed dramatically. Hanzo erected several water walls to shield himself from Xuanyue Kongming's onslaught. Moments later, Hanzo paid the price for his Na-VE assumptions. Xuanyue Kongming's stone assault was a combination of physical and magical attacks, rendering Hanzo's water walls nearly useless. Wah. A multitude of stones pierced through the water walls. The salamander bearing the brunt of the assault, suffering greatly as the stones struck it repeatedly, prompting it to screech in pain. The massive creature hastily crawled towards Xuanyue Kongming, the distance between them diminishing. The salamander attempted to stomp on Xuanyue Kongming. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he evaded, while Hanzo seized the opportunity to plant numerous explosive tags. Boom boom boom. Wherever Xuanyue Kongming landed, Hanzo instantaneously activated the explosive traps. A cacophony of explosions ensued. Well coordinated, but this is where it ends. Xuanyue Kongming flickered to beneath the salamander, bending his legs to gather strength. With a sudden launch, he soared upward, delivering a powerful punch to the salamander's chin, toppling it to the ground. Hayo Genboom. The salamander fell, its massive form collapsing several buildings. Coughing, Hanzo waved his hand to disperse the dust surrounding him. Butsu, our enemy is formidable. Show your true abilities and join forces to eliminate him. The salamander struggled to rise. It opened its mouth, expelling a torrent of purple toxic gas, quickly enveloping Hanzo's estate. The toxicity was densest around Xuanyue Kongming, the purple nearly turning black. With his mask on, he was unable to disperse the gas with his breath. Contemplating, Xuanyue Kongming bent down, furrowing his brows, gritting his teeth, concentrating all his strength into a single point. Puff! A fierce wind erupted, visibly diminishing the toxic gas. Minutes later, the toxicity dissipated. Much better. Perhaps those beans were somewhat effective. Xuanyue Kongming rubbed his stomach, surveying the area, where a group of individuals lay frothing at the mouth. Lord Hanzo, I succeeded. Good. Shinda, you did well. As Xuanyue Kongming pondered Hanzo's sudden elation, he noticed a pink mist had formed around him, soft tendrils ensnaring his feet. It appears Shinda summoned the summoning beast, the king of shells. Unfortunately for them, I am immune to genjutsu. Xuanyue Kongming pinched his nostrils and stepped out of the mist's range. Just as he felt a moment of triumph, the two, unable to land a finishing blow, stared wide-eyed. How did you escape the genjutsu? Xuanyue Kongming pointed at his red eyes. Your genjutsu is child's play. I already discern your strength. It is time to end this. Xuanyue Kongming suddenly accelerated, charging at Hanzo. Hanzo could only see a blur of shadows before, in an instant, Shinda lay on the ground. Xuanyue Kongming seized Hanzo by the throat, their eyes locking, the tomo in his eyes swirling, as Hanzo gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Minutes later, Hanzo awoke to find Xuanyue Kongming before him, immediately dropping to one knee. I greet you, my lord. Rise. Xuanyue Kongming gestured with his right hand. Having subdued Hanzo, the land of rain was now firmly within his grasp. Chapter 83. The organization is formally established. First, dismiss your subordinates. I have matters to discuss with you. Xuanyue Kongming surveyed his surroundings, locating a relatively intact room. Very well, you will go to that room shortly. As you command, my lord. Once Xuanyue Kongming had departed, Hanzo lifted his head, slowly rising. He glanced at the fallen Shinda beside him, giving him a light kick to rouse him. Useless, get up. Lord Hanzo, where's the enemy? Did you drive them away? Shinda scrambled to his feet, hiding behind the king of shells, cautiously peering around. The enemy has fled. You must organize your men to assist the surrounding guards. Additionally, my estate has become a ruin. Find me a residence to serve as a temporary abode. Furthermore, expedite the cleanup of the ruins and the reconstruction of the estate. There is one crucial matter to address. I shall be resting shortly, and no one is permitted to approach that room, even by a step. Those who defy this command shall face dire consequences. Hanzo raised his hand, pointing towards the room chosen by Xuanyue Kongming, his aura radiating a menacing warning to Shinda. Standing upright, Shinda replied with utmost seriousness, Understood. I shall personally guard the entrance, ensuring not even a fly can enter. Hanzo, satisfied with the arrangement, stealthily approached the room where Xuanyue Kongming resided. Upon reaching the door, he knocked twice and, after a brief moment, entered. Shinda, puzzled, wondered what kind of act Hanzo was performing. A mere rest had transformed into a ritual of sorts. The selected room was a guest chamber, simply furnished with a table and 2 chairs. Xuanyue Kongming rested his arms on the table, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface. Is everything arranged? Surely, no one is aware of my presence in this room. Rest assured, my lord, I have made it clear that no one dares approach the room. Very well, have a seat. Xuanyue Kongming gestured to the chair beside him. Hanzo remained motionless. How could I possibly sit at the same level as you, my lord? I shall stand. Xuanyue Kongming removed his mask and hood, placing them on the table. Do as you wish. You must be curious about my true identity. My lord will inform me if it is necessary for me to know. You may not have seen me, but you have certainly heard of me. I am the daimyo of the land of water, Xuanyue Kongming. What? This is impossible. Hanzo recoiled in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. What is impossible? Reflect upon yourself. You too are a leader of a nation. Do you still find it hard to believe? Hanzo involuntarily nodded. Now that you know my identity, it is time for you to speak of yourself. Why does the demigod of the ninja realm, Hanzo of the Salamander, hide in the capital while allowing other ninja villages to bully and kill the citizens of the Land of Rain? Xuanyue Kongming's gaze bore into Hanzo, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone flat. Yet Hanzo discerned the dissatisfaction and reproach woven into his words. I once attempted to resist, to protect the citizens of the Land of Rain, to change the tragic fate of small nations bullied by great powers. However, my strength alone was limited. Even if I won a battle or 2, I could not alter the overall situation. Hanzo lowered his head, his voice laden with reluctance. So you have failed twice and resigned yourself to your fate, hiding within your estate, deaf to the world outside, lost in your own thoughts. Do you recall the words you exchanged with Sambian? Have you forsaken your beliefs? The mention of Sambian stirred memories deep within Hanzo. With a sudden thud, he knelt on the ground, bowing his head 3 times. I have indeed abandoned my beliefs. Thank you, Lord Xuanyue, for enlightening me and allowing me to recognize my errors. I now understand what I must do. I will fight to the end against our enemies and protect the citizens of the Land of Rain. Xuanyue Kongming smiled knowingly. Well, it seems you have not yet sunk beyond redemption. However, your beliefs must be kept in your mind and close to your heart. After Xuanyue Kongming spoke, Hanzo appeared bewildered and asked, My lord, I am somewhat dim-witted and do not grasp your meaning. The ninja world is vast enough with the 5 great nations. We do not need a 6th. Xuanyue Kongming produced a map of the ninja world, spreading it across the table to show Hanzo. The map appeared somewhat worn, marked with numerous circles and dots. You possess great strength and unwavering conviction. You have the potential to become the 6th great nation, and thus, you will be feared by the other great nations, which is why they will strike against you. I understand. I fear nothing now, even if I must forgo rest. I will drive them out of the Land of Rain. Xuanyue Kongming, exasperated, replied, Enough. Use your intellect. Do not act recklessly. Here is my advice. The Land of Rain is neither too large nor too small. You must not concern yourself with which nation or village enters the Land of Rain. Instead, concentrate on gathering the citizens in designated areas for their protection. Xuanyue Kongming donned the mask from the table. I wish to establish an organization within the Land of Rain. With our efforts from north and south, we can adequately safeguard all citizens. Hanzo bowed his head again in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Xuanyue. I express my gratitude on behalf of the suffering citizens. Very well. I shall leave behind a supply of provisions for you. Make haste in your arrangements. Xuanyue Kongming left behind 2 sealed scrolls of food, which vanished into thin air before Hanzo's eyes. My title of demigod must surely be infused with the waters of the entire ocean. Hanzo mused wryly as he seized the scrolls and swiftly exited the room. Shinda, where have you been? Come here at once. Lord Hanzo, how may I assist you? Shinda hurried over, appearing disheveled. What are you doing, looking so disheveled? Lord Hanzo, did you not order me to clear the ruins? I took it upon myself to handle this task. Set the ruins aside for now. Immediately gather people to bring the surrounding citizens to the capital. Additionally, retrieve any citizens arriving from other regions. Ensure that the provisions I possess are preserved. When the citizens arrive, prepare porridge for them. Hanzo shoved the sealed scrolls into Shinda's arms and summoned the salamander to leave the capital. Shinda clenched the scrolls tightly, letting out a sigh. With my mouth above and my legs below, what else can I do but work? Shinda called upon the ninjas of the Land of Rain, organizing them into several teams to depart the capital from different directions in search of the citizens. Xuanyue Kongming drifted away from the capital of the Land of Rain, seeking a small town. The town remained relatively intact, with several habitable houses. Yet, the townsfolk had fled, and along his path, he encountered no one and heard no voices, save for the occasional croak of frogs. Xuanyue Kongming entered the finest residence in the town, meticulously searching each room, but finding nothing of value. He produced a plaque and hung it on the front door. Headquarters of the Dai organization. Cough, cough. Though the conditions are somewhat modest, the Dai organization is hereby officially established. Chapter 84. Madara seeks cooperation. Do you wish to wear unique garments? Join the Dai organization, where the leader personally designs clothing crafted by the finest tailors in the ninja world, available for a limited time at no cost. Do you desire to eat your fill each day? Join the Dai organization. We offer meat at every meal, and you may eat as much as you wish. Would you like to reside in a spacious house at no cost? The Dai organization possesses numerous uninhabited mansions. Simply join us, and you may choose from various styles and locations. Do you wish to travel abroad each year? The Dai organization has business ties with various nations, offering members annual trips funded by the organization, allowing you to choose any country you wish to visit. What are you waiting for? Opportunities like this do not come often. Invite your friends to join, and you will receive rewards. 2 eggs for each person you invite, and up to 1,000 ryo for inviting 5 people. In the Land of Rain, beneath a great tree, Zetsu scowled, tightly clutching a piece of paper. The sun shone brightly today, and Zetsu's mood was equally bright. Recently, he had been busy searching for Nagato's successor. Following the planned itinerary, he cheerfully traversed the woods, heading to the next area in search of individuals. Suddenly, a piece of paper slapped against Zetsu's face. In a fit of rage, he tore it away. Glancing at the contents, his fury intensified. The paper was filled with enticing words, resembling a recruitment flyer for some organization. The key detail was that this organization had a grudge against him, especially the image in the lower right corner of the flyer, which he recognized vividly. Even if it turned to ash, he would know it. Indeed, the image depicted Xuanyue Kongming wearing a mask, a smile gracing his lips, as if beckoning him closer. Seeing the image of Xuanyue Kongming filled Zetsu with disdain, as this individual had caused him much trouble over the past few months. Because of him, Zetsu had faced reprimands from Madara time and again. Furthermore, due to his interference, Zetsu's plan to save his mother had encountered unforeseen complications, necessitating a complete overhaul of his strategy. Curse the Dai organization. If you dare show your face again, return and inform Madara. Let us see what orders the old man has for us. Zetsu melded into the tree trunk, disappearing from sight as he returned to the base in the Land of Lightning. In the underground realm of the Land of Rain, the dilapidated base remained unchanged. Suzy had not arrived, and the few elderly bachelors were neglecting their hygiene, their living quarters in disrepair. Ban continued to linger beneath the outer path golem, while Afe doodled on the ground. As Zetsu entered the base, Ban, who had been feigning sleep, opened his eyes. Zetsu, you have returned. Have you found a suitable candidate for the transplantation of my eyes? Not yet, but I have critical intelligence to report. Speak then, what have you discovered? Ban inquired, casting a leisurely glance at Zetsu, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Today, as usual, I sought a successor for your eyes. By chance, I discovered that the individual who previously thwarted us has resurfaced in the Land of Rain. Oh, the mention of that individual piqued Ban's interest. He lifted his gaze, his aged eyes fully alert. His voice rose slightly, revealing a hint of intrigue. That person claims to be the leader of the empire, correct? Having vanished for a time, what could he possibly intend upon his return? I have yet to encounter him in person. Ban's expression soured instantly, and Afe, eavesdropping nearby, resumed his doodling. Sensing the rising tension, Zetsu quickly produced a flyer from his pocket. However, I possess a flyer distributed by him, Lord Ban. Please take a look. Zetsu stepped forward, handing the flyer to Ban. Interesting, his organization's headquarters is also established in the Land of Rain, aligning with my thoughts. Great minds think alike. Yet, his ideology is rather antiquated. Distributing such flyers to recruit ordinary individuals will yield no significant results. You are indeed correct, Lord Ban. Only elite ninjas can realize your vision, eliminating the wars of the ninja world and ushering in everlasting peace. Zetsu's timely flattery reinforced Ban's belief in his ideology and the grandeur of his plans. You speak wisely. The Moon Eye plan is beneficial for the entire ninja realm and must be steadfastly pursued. Speaking of which, how shall we implement this plan? You and Ah Fei are no match for him. 3 of you seeking trouble will only result in 1 death and 2 escapes. Upon hearing Ban's words, Ah Fei instinctively touched his neck, recalling the harrowing events of that day, his heart still trembling. He had narrowly avoided death, brushing against the specter of the Grim Reaper. Not wishing to confront that terrifying individual again, he could not help but interject, Lord Ban. Perhaps we should abandon the land of rain and establish our organization in other nations. After contemplating, Ban realized there were no better alternatives at present. The Moon Eye plan currently involved only 3 participants, rendering their operations constrained. Very well then, Zetsu, redirect your efforts towards the land of rivers. The conflict between Konoha and Tsunade is intensifying within its borders. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 3rd Kazekage have appeared on the battlefield, and the situation is dire. The citizens of the Land of Rivers are suffering greatly from the war, with many perishing from starvation and violence, rendering them even worse off than the populace of the Land of Rain. They will be ripe for our intervention. Zetsu held no objections. His objective was to see the successful implementation of the Moon Eye plan, with the process being of little consequence. Very well. I shall expedite my search for a suitable candidate to transplant your eyes and guide him towards awakening the Rinnegan. Having assigned Zetsu his task, Ban's gaze fell upon the flyer in his hand, prompting thoughts of Xuanyue Kongming. Ah Fei, I have a task for you. Seek an opportunity to observe the leader of the empire for a period and discern his manner of conduct. Upon hearing this, Ah Fei's already pale face turned even paler. Realizing he could not evade this fate, Lord Ban, must I go? Perhaps you could send a clone of White Zetsu instead. No, you must go in person. Ah Fei's final plea was in vain, and he cautiously inquired, Lord Ban, what is the purpose of your observation? Are we seeking to confront him or trouble his organization? I wish for you to observe him to understand his principles of conduct. The aim is to ascertain whether he is a potential ally or merely a nuisance. Is this related to the matter of excrement? Ban cast a glance at the outer path golem. If the leader of the empire is a like-minded ally, I would prefer to cooperate rather than oppose him. The truth dawned on Ah Fei, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. I shall sketch 10 more excrement illustrations to ease my mind. He then resumed his doodling. Lord Ban, are you truly intent on cooperating with that organization? Zetsu was internally reluctant, perceiving the leader of the empire, embodying Xuanyue Kongming, as a potential destabilizing factor. That is a matter for another day. Focus on completing your task promptly. Ban spoke at length, fatigue weighing upon his body and spirit. Understood. As Zetsu departed the base, he harbored ulterior motives, plotting to sabotage the cooperation between Ban and Xuanyue Kongming. Chapter 85. Recruitment Obstacles. Xuanyue Kongming, the individual Ban sought to collaborate with, was preoccupied distributing flyers. He had taken time the previous day to return to the Land of Water, secretly printing a significant number of flyers, which he sealed in scrolls and transported back to the Land of Rain. With preparations complete, Xuanyue Kongming soared into the air, dispersing flyers in every direction from the headquarters of his organization. He ensured that no city, village, or nook was overlooked, showering the area with a deluge of flyers. In the Land of Rain, the wind carried not fallen leaves, but Xuanyue Kongming's flyers. The sky rained not droplets, but a flurry of white paper. Just grab a few. We won't need to buy paper for the toilet in the east of the village for half a year. Xuanyue Kongming's blitz of publicity proved effective, stirring the hearts of many destitute citizens, while some ninjas hastened towards the locations indicated on the flyers. In the ensuing days, individuals gradually arrived in the small town. Xuanyue Kongming was generous, distributing 10 pounds of grain to each newcomer. Hey, come quickly for your grain. 10 pounds for everyone. Coming. Slow down, dear. A young couple rushed into the town, their eyes fixed eagerly on the line for grain distribution, only to realize they had already joined the queue. Upon receiving their grain, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Xuanyue Kongming. Thank you so much. You are truly a kind person. If you need anything, feel free to ask me. Do not let my frail appearance deceive you. I possess great strength. You must be tired from your journey. Go find a place to start a fire and prepare your meal. Take some time to rest. Xuanyue Kongming declined their offer of assistance, redirecting them to rest instead. After walking a few steps, the man halted. You go prepare the meal and rest. I will assist the Lord with some tasks. He has been so kind to us. I cannot sit idly by. Very well. The man returned to Xuanyue Kongming's side, snatching the scales from his hands. Let me handle the weighing of the grain. I have learned this and will not make mistakes. Why have you returned? Where is your wife? She is preparing the meal. I have come to help you. Unable to dissuade him, Xuanyue Kongming reluctantly permitted the man to stay and assist. What is your name? Oh, I am Inoue Teru. Inoue Teru busied himself with the scales, while Xuanyue Kongming turned his attention to registering the arriving citizens. Next, your name. Yayoi. Family members? Just myself. Do you possess any special skills? I was a tailor and can make clothing. Very well, go collect your grain. Thank you, my lord. As Xuanyue Kongming inquired about the citizens, his peripheral vision remained trained on Inoue Teru, observing his every move. Inoue Teru appeared quite honest, yet Xuanyue Kongming did not lower his guard. During times of calamity, one could never be too cautious. After observing for a while, and seeing no suspicious behavior from Inoue Teru, Xuanyue Kongming temporarily shifted his gaze. My lord, the porridge is ready. Please have some. Inoue Teru's wife delivered the first bowl of porridge to Xuanyue Kongming's table. Delicious. You all should join me for a meal. Xuanyue Kongming relished the porridge, unwilling to dismiss the goodwill of others. For the next 3 days, dozens to hundreds of people arrived in the town, gradually restoring its vibrancy. However, on the 4th day, an unexpected incident occurred. From dawn until dusk, an entire day passed without a single villager arriving in the town. This occurrence was rather unusual, prompting Xuanyue Kongming to prepare to venture outside the town to assess the situation. Suddenly, faint sounds of commotion reached his ears, and moments later, several individuals stumbled into the town, collapsing to the ground after only a few steps. Xuanyue Kongming swiftly appeared by their side, noticing the knife wounds adorning their bodies. Without hesitation, he employed his medical ninjutsu, healing most of their injuries within minutes, and then summoned the villagers to assist in carrying them to a room. An hour later, the individuals began to awaken one by one. Who are you? Are you the one who saved us? Inquired an older man among them, sitting up. We are refugees. We received a flyer along the way and thought we might try our luck here. Xuanyue Kongming surveyed them, continuing his inquiry. How did you sustain your injuries? On our journey, we were ambushed and robbed. As night fell, we attempted to sneak past, but unfortunately, the bandits discovered us, and we fled desperately to this place. Rest for now, Xuanyue Kongming replied, turning to leave the room, having grasped the situation. The flyers he had distributed had attracted not only good-hearted individuals, but also nefarious ones, daring to take advantage of his people. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc. I shall see what capabilities you possess to obstruct my path. With a series of swift movements, Xuanyue Kongming departed the town, determined to pursue a specific direction. Activating his sensory ninjutsu to its fullest extent, he could even discern the fluttering wings of a mosquito, fearful of missing any foul creatures lurking in the shadows. After half an hour, he arrived at the foot of a mountain, where he overheard voices above. Slowing his pace, he cautiously approached the speakers. Ultimately, he discovered a cave on the mountainside, and as he neared the entrance, the voices grew clearer. The girl is truly beautiful. Why not yield to us? Please. I beg you, spare me. The sounds of a woman's cries and desperate pleas echoed in Xuanyue Kongming's ears as he stood at the cave's mouth. Your skin is so delicate, one man taunted. No, you beasts will meet a grim fate. Even as a ghost, I shall not let you go. Shut up. You insolent wretch, I shall teach you a lesson. Stop. Xuanyue Kongming burst into the cave, where the dim light revealed a man brutally striking a woman, her face swollen and bruised. In the back of the cave, 4 men sat together, laughing as they watched the scene unfold. Nearby, another woman lay on a straw mat, her tongue severed, body covered in bruises and claw marks, her limbs twisted. She had long since ceased to draw breath, her eyes wide open in defiance, bloodshot and bulging. Upon noticing Xuanyue Kongming's intrusion, the men fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of wariness. The battered woman seized the moment, kicking her assailant where it hurt, causing him to release her hair. She quickly took refuge behind Xuanyue Kongming. Is this your doing? He asked, pointing to the lifeless woman. It was them. They are monsters. Devils who tortured Zhuanzi to death. The woman behind Xuanyue Kongming wiped her tears, her gaze now filled with murderous intent as she glared at the men, biting her lip until blood trickled down her chin. So what if we did? Serving us was her fortune. She dared to bite me. Her death is a mercy. Do not worry. I will not allow you to escape unscathed. As he spoke, Xuanyue Kongming raised his right hand. Chapter 86. Bandits of the Land of Earth. Ha ha ha. Did you hear what he said? Yeah, I'm scared to death. I'm terrified. The bandits doubled over in laughter, clutching their bellies. The man in the center glanced at Xuanyue Kongming, hastily throwing on his shirt. I've eaten more salt than you've had rice. Do you think you can intimidate me? You're still too green. Go home and drink milk for a few more years. No wonder you dare to block my path. You've had too much idle time. Despite nearing 30, Xuanyue Kongming's appearance and voice remained youthful, akin to that of an 18-year-old. His words elicited further mockery from the bandits. Brother, let us find a chance to escape. They are ruthless devils. The woman behind Xuanyue Kongming tugged at his sleeve, trembling as she spoke in a voice meant only for him. No need. If you are afraid, you may leave first. I am not afraid. If it comes to it, I will fight them. If you hadn't entered the cave, I would already be dead. I cannot abandon you to flee alone. Though she claimed bravery, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Please let go of my sleeve. Your shaking is disturbing. You are shaking off all the dust from the cave ceiling. All right. The woman released her grip and picked up a wooden stick from the ground, gripping it tightly as she aimed it at the bandits. I will help you. Are you seeking death? One of the bandits shouted. The woman flinched, her hands shaking. Xuanyue Kongming cast a glance at her before redirecting his attention to the bandits. Who sent you? The bandits exchanged glances, brandishing their daggers as they advanced toward Xuanyue Kongming. If you wish to know, go ask Death himself. Attack. All 5 bandits charged at Xuanyue Kongming, 2 blocking the cave's exit, while the other 3 lunged at him with daggers aimed at his heart. With a swift motion of his right hand, Xuanyue Kongming unleashed a flurry of wind blades, swiftly subduing the bandits. However, he still sustained an injury. Don't come any closer. I will kill you. The woman behind him, eyes shut tight, swung the wooden stick wildly, inadvertently striking his back. Stop. Xuanyue Kongming grasped the stick. The bandits are already subdued. Open your eyes and see. The woman, huddling her shoulders, slowly opened her right eye, taking a quick glance before closing it again. It took a full minute before she finally opened her eyes, releasing the stick and collapsing onto the ground with a sigh of relief. I am saved. I thought I was done for. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Enough. Sit and rest for a moment. I need to interrogate these bandits. Utilizing his wind manipulation, Xuanyue Kongming forced the bandits to kneel on the ground. Speak. Who are you? Humph. You are strong. I admit defeat. If you think you can extract information from me, abandon that hope. The 5 bandits turned their heads away, resolute in their silence. Good. I enjoy a tough mouth. You. What is your name? Come here. Are you calling me? You can call me Huimei. How may I assist you? Huimei, who had been sitting on the ground, sprang to her feet and hurried to Xuanyue Kongming's side. Xuanyue Kongming scrutinized her closely and tossed her a piece of clothing. Put this on first. Lowering her gaze, Huimei noticed her tattered attire and hurriedly donned the garment Xuanyue Kongming had thrown to her. I am ready, she said softly. Xuanyue Kongming nodded, then unleashed several wind blades that inflicted wounds on the 5 bandits. Now, apply honey to their wounds. Huimei cautiously approached, following Xuanyue Kongming's instructions as she smeared honey onto the bandits' injuries. Sir, I have finished. Humph. No matter what, we will never speak. Give up. The game has only just begun, Xuanyue Kongming replied with a smirk, releasing several ant hills. The ants, attracted by the scent of honey, began to emerge, scurrying in various directions. Soon, countless ants appeared, marching towards the 5 bandits, who stared in horror at the swarming mass. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just stop. Patience. I said, the game has only just begun. Countless ants crawled over the bandits, voraciously gnawing at their wounds. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Kill me. If you dare, just kill me. They cried out in despair. Grandfather, ancestors, I will tell you everything. I beg you, grant me a merciful end. Several bandits wailed in agony, helplessly watching as the ants scuttled about, gradually devouring their flesh. You deserve this, a voice echoed. Just hours ago, Zhuanzi was pleading for mercy in the same manner. Yet how did you respond? You did not cease your torment. Instead, you escalated your cruelty. Huimei observed this scene, not with fear, but with palpable excitement, eager to participate. Yes, little ants, press on, finish them off, thought Xuanyue Kongming, recognizing Huimei's steely resolve. sensing her potential as a merciless interrogator destined for a prominent role in the torture department. After half an hour, the 5 bandits lay gasping for breath, inhaling more than they exhaled. Xuanyue Kongming commanded the ants to halt and approached the wretched figures, looking down upon them from above. Now, you may speak. Come closer, and I shall tell you. One of the bandits who had assaulted Hui Mei began. Xuanyue Kongming felt a sense of déjà vu. He had witnessed this very scene countless times before. He leaned and deliberately, "Bah, you scoundrel. I will never speak, not even in death." With a gentle smile, Xuanyue Kongming replied in the softest tone, "Do not worry, my medical ninjutsu is quite formidable. I will treat you right away, and soon you will feel much better. Ha ha ha, let the game continue. We shall start anew. Fear not. If one round is not enough, we can play several times." The bandit struggled to raise his head. "You are a devil. Grandfather, if he will not speak, I beg you for a quick end." Xuanyue Kongming healed the bandit who had been spitting blood and summoned Hui Mei. "He is in your hands now. Do not let him die easily. Rest assured, my lord. I know precisely what to do." A smile danced at the corners of Hui Mei's eyes as she eagerly seized the bandit and brandished a dagger, striding towards the ant nest. "You enjoyed beating me, did you? Now that you are in my grasp, I shall ensure you savor every moment." Xuanyue Kongming watched her depart, then summoned the remaining 4 bandits and positioned them in a corner, hands bound behind their backs. "Speak, who are you?" "All right, I will talk. Please, do not torment me any longer. We 5 were originally bandits from the land of Earth, and we recently arrived in the land of Rain." The answer took Xuanyue Kongming by surprise. He had not anticipated their origins. "Why did you come to the land of Rain? The land of Earth is far wealthier." The bandits' breaths grew shallower, their voices quieter. "We did not wish to come to the land of Rain. We were forced by a wagakure." Xuanyue Kongming was taken aback by the complexity of the situation, realizing that a wagakure was involved. He swiftly stabilized the bandits' injuries, preserving their lives for the moment. "How did a wagakure coerce you?" "Half a month ago, a wagakure dispatched ninjas to round up the bandits within the borders of the land of Earth. They stormed our hideouts, but rarely killed anyone, allowing us to flee. The IW and ninjas pursued us, maintaining a deliberate distance, seemingly intent on driving us into the land of Rain. The bandits divulged everything they knew, desperate to escape the torment of the ants. For that sensation was more unbearable than death itself." "Continue. Why did you intercept the citizens of the land of Rain, preventing them from reaching the nearby town?" "For no particular reason. The leader saw the flyers and thought it better to lie in wait for the citizens than to chase them blindly. A little theft is better than starving." Xuanyue Kongming initially suspected that someone was deliberately targeting his organization. However, it appeared he had been mistaken. It was no wonder he felt anxious. The establishment of his organization served not only to facilitate mischief, but also to engage in the trade of goods that were otherwise inconvenient for the daimyos, such as the soon-to-be produced ninja grenades. Having unraveled the situation, Xuanyue Kongming decided not to waste any more time. He unleashed wind blades to slice through the bodies of the bandits and sent them flying from the cave, confident that the wolves in the forest would find them intriguing. On the other side of the cave, Hui Mei truly demonstrated her remarkable potential. The bandits, save for their heads, bore countless wounds inflicted by her. Ants swarmed over the bandits' bodies, resembling a black, unsteady figure from a distance. "I must take my leave. Will you continue to torment him, or will you come with me?" "My lord, do not abandon me. I will leave with you." "Then let us go." Xuanyue Kongming summoned the wind to carry away Zhuanzi's lifeless body and swiftly departed. Upon exiting the cave, he turned back and used wind release to obliterate the cave entrance. Finding a clear spot, Xuanyue Kongming buried Zhuanzi. "Thank you, my lord, for avenging Zhuanzi and erecting a monument for her. Her spirit should find peace." Hui Mei added a handful of earth to Zhuanzi's grave and turned to Xuanyue Kongming. "You are heading to the town to join the organization. As her leader, it is only right that I seek vengeance for her." "Oh, so you are the leader of the organization. Is what is written on the flyers true? Can one truly earn money by following you?" "Of course. But what will you do with your earnings?" "I wish to meet my idol in the land of water. He is a great hero." Hui Mei's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xuanyue Kongming's curiosity was piqued. He wondered if the famous figure from the land of water was indeed the one she spoke of. "Who is your idol? Is it the daimyo of the land of water?" "Huffed. Who is the daimyo of the land of water? I have never heard of him." Hui Mei scoffed. "My idol is the renowned Kakuzu. My mother is a citizen of the land of water, and she greatly admires Kakuzu. I grew up listening to stories about him. Kakuzu even defeated the Mizukage, safeguarding the daimyo of the Land of Water. Truly, he is remarkable. Ah, I see. Let us go. Xuanyue Kongming was taken aback to discover that Kakuzu had fans, lamenting that fate sometimes appeared blind. He suppressed the urge to slap Hui Mei, interrupting her praises of Kaku, and turned to leave. He escorted Hui Mei back to the town, arranging for her to have a room. Once again, Xuanyue Kongming departed the town, searching in other directions. Throughout the night, he located several bands of bandits, some numbering more than 20, while others had only 3 to 5. He successfully tracked down the leader of this group. Through gentle interrogation, Xuanyue Kongming extracted all the information from the bandit leader. According to him, they were not the only bandits, as there were several groups. Most crucially, approximately 200 ninjas from a Wagakure had followed them into the Land of Rain, only to vanish without a trace. Having gleaned the information he sought, Xuanyue Kongming dispatched all the bandits. The next day, free from the bandit blockade, the citizens reached the town without hindrance. Xuanyue Kongming continued to distribute 10 pounds of grain to each person, inviting those willing to join the organization to stay, while those unwilling could take their grain and leave. The majority of the citizens chose to remain. Most wandering ninjas observed quietly, with only a few explicitly stating their desire to stay. Xuanyue Kongming did not pressure them. He was busy planning the organization's first operation. Everyone gather here and stand ready. The leader has something to say. Inoue Hikari was the first to stand, calling on the other citizens. Ahem. Xuanyue Kongming coughed lightly, and the crowd instantly fell silent. The purpose of gathering you all today is to inform you about the organization's plans for the coming months. Starting tomorrow, we will construct a city centered around this town. Upon hearing this, some members displayed visible reluctance. Of course, through hard work, you will earn food and money. If you do not wish to participate, you may step forward now and leave the organization. Several individuals stood up, but did not leave the town. Very well, Inoue Hikari, lead everyone in building the city. Understood. My lord, please, grant the city a name. Without hesitation, Xuanyue Kongming replied, Water City, as rain knows no boundaries. In the following days, a serene calm enveloped the town, with townsfolk bustling about, rendering the place increasingly lively. However, with the influx of people, the emergence of nefarious individuals became inevitable. Those who had previously shunned labor found their provisions depleted and began to entertain sinister thoughts. They congregated, forming a small gang that resorted to robbery and extortion against the citizens. Xuanyue Kongming dispatched emissaries to warn them, yet instead of heeding the caution, their audacity only intensified. They not only harassed the townsfolk but also targeted the members of their own organization. Is this acceptable? Will they seek retribution against us? What is there to fear? They dare not take action against us. They mistakenly believed that Xuanyue Kongming would not retaliate, which emboldened their misconduct further. Approaching them, Xuanyue Kongming uttered not a word but summoned the winds to elevate them, carrying them far beyond the town's outskirts. Release us at once, or you shall pay dearly. Huh. Such demands are a first for me. Consider it granted. With that, Xuanyue Kongming dissipated the wind, and the group plummeted from several meters above. Spare us. We shall depart at once, never to return. The swift actions of Xuanyue Kongming sent those with ill intentions fleeing in terror. In the ensuing days, inexplicably, the number of ninjas joining the organization surged, and Xuanyue Kongming accepted them all. We are all members now. If we poison the leader, the organization will fall into our hands. Indeed, securing such an easy foothold promises a promotion upon our return. Several ninjas convened in secret, plotting to poison Xuanyue Kongming and usurp his position. Chapter 88. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind? Why have you taken so long in the restroom? Shoo, do not speak. Inoue Teru hastily covered his wife's mouth with his hand, his eyes darting outside. His wife kicked him gently, nodding her head and gesturing towards his hand. Seeing her settle down, he released her. What has happened? Why are you in such a fluster? Inoue Teru's wife leaned in closer, whispering, Miko. I passed by the homes of several newly inducted ninjas on my way to the restroom and overheard their conversation. I distinctly caught words like poison, leader, control, and nail. I suspect they are planning to poison the leader. Why did you not get closer to listen more clearly? The leader is our family's savior, Miko said, slightly anxious. Inoue Teru placed his hands on her shoulders, signaling for silence. Shoo, I wish I could, but they are ninjas, and I fear being discovered. We don't know the specifics. We must inform the leader what I overheard. He will be cautious, and it will be fine. You are right. Go swiftly. The leader should not be resting yet. Take care of yourself and the children. I shall return shortly. Inoue Teru donned a black coat, stealthily slipping through a crack in the door to survey his surroundings. Confirming no one was about, he stepped out of the room and quietly made his way towards the town center. At the heart of the town lay the headquarters of the organization, where the door to the leader's office was firmly shut, the light spilling through the crack revealing an illuminated room. The guards stationed outside heard the rustling of pages turning. United in thought, they remarked how hard the leader worked, even at such a late hour, and resolved to ensure his safety. Inside, Xuanyue Kongming, as expected, was slumbering, slumped in his chair with his head resting against the back, gazing at the ceiling. The organization's roster, positioned on the desk, flipped pages rhythmically with his breathing. The leader is working, you cannot disturb him. Any matters can be reported tomorrow. There is no time. My message is urgent and must be delivered to the leader immediately. Step aside. What is of such importance that it warrants interruption? I will allow you passage. No, I can only share this with the leader, who is causing such a ruckus outside, disturbing everyone's rest. Awakened by the commotion, Xuanyue Kongming sat upright, wiping the drool from his mouth and shaking his head vigorously. My lord, it is I, Inoue Teru. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Oh, then please, come in. Xuanyue Kongming closed the roster, raised a teacup to his lips, and awaited Inoue Teru's entrance. Moments later, Inoue Teru pushed the door open and stepped into the office. What a peculiar sight. Caught at the widow's door in the middle of the night, were you? Xuanyue Kongming quipped upon seeing Inoue Teru, who appeared disheveled, his hair tousled, clothes tattered, and covered in dust, with dried blood on his knees. My lord, please do not jest. I fell into a trench dug for the town's construction. Inoue Teru replied awkwardly, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. He had taken a long detour to avoid being discovered by the ninjas, only to fall into a trench he himself had helped excavate. You should avoid going out at night. If you must, carry a torch to prevent being ambushed. Xuanyue Kongming lowered his head, suppressing laughter, doing his utmost to preserve Inoue Teru's dignity. Upon hearing Xuanyue Kongming's words, Inoue Teru's scattered thoughts cleared as he recalled his purpose for being there. My lord, someone intends to harm you. Please be cautious. Xuanyue Kongming's head snapped up, his eyes wide with fury, resembling a fierce warrior. He was genuinely exasperated. Trouble seemed to find him incessantly, and it was always from inconsequential figures, whose defeat brought him little satisfaction. Speak. Who wishes to harm me? Inoue Teru swallowed hard. I do not know. I overheard them plotting from a distance and dared not approach. After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Xuanyue Kongming. Failing to see who they are is of no consequence. Elaborate on what you know. Xuanyue Kongming, regaining composure, inquired about the details of Inoue Teru's revelation. This evening, I was particularly fatigued and had an extra few bowls of porridge for dinner. After 9 o'clock, my stomach ached, prompting me to step outside for the restroom. Get to the point. All right. I had to pass through the area where the organization's ninjas reside. I overheard them mention poison and the leader. I feared they intended to harm you. Simply state that someone plans to poison me. I am already aware. You may return now, but be cautious on your way back and do not fall into the trench again. Xuanyue Kongming watched Inoue Teru leave the office, reclining in his chair. From the onset of the ninjas' induction, he had suspected ulterior motives behind their actions. Now, he was practically certain they hailed from a Wagakure, aiming to seize control of the organization and implant a mole within the land of rain. Having discerned their intentions, Xuanyue Kongming awaited their next move. In the days that followed, he feigned ignorance, continuing with his daily routine of eating and drinking. The populace of Mizukigure swelled, and the pace of construction hastened noticeably. Xuanyue Kongming occasionally emerged to maintain his presence, garnering increasing esteem within the organization as the townsfolk embraced him ever more warmly. The ninjas, secretly plotting, grew anxious. We must expedite our preparations and act swiftly. I concur. The leader, that fool, mingles too freely with the common folk, which severely undermines our efforts to seize control of the organization. Within 3 days, I shall concoct the poison, with a 1-hour incubation period. We will have ample time to evade suspicion and execute subsequent plans. While they felt urgency, so too did Xuanyue Kongming. He had numerous matters to attend to, such as recruiting the figurine master Scorpion, whose parents' revival period was nearing expiration. Furthermore, he needed to replace Uchiha Shirsue's eyes, providing a surprise for the Akatsuki. With no opportunity presenting itself, Xuanyue Kongming decided to create one. Come here. My lord, what is it? Notify the ninjas within the organization that in 7 days, we shall hold a welcome banquet for all. Let everyone indulge in drinks and get to know one another. Understood. The guards, following Xuanyue Kongming's orders, conveyed the message to the ninjas. Excellent. Our opportunity has arrived. Once our scheme is successful, the Tsuchikage will surely reward us. Prepare to execute the plan, poison the leader, frame it on the ninjas of the land of rain, and eliminate the traitors. Everything will fall into place. You concoct poison, and you must proceed with utmost caution, for the success or failure rests solely upon your shoulders. Rest assured, I will accomplish the task. After some deliberation, the ninjas dispersed. In the latter part of the night, the ninja responsible for crafting the poison quietly departed from the town. Outside in the forest, he rendezvoused with another individual. Chapter 89. Does the wallflower seek to benefit? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Everything is under my control. In 7 days, you shall come to apprehend the target. You have performed admirably. In the final moments, there is no room for carelessness. Remember to be exceedingly careful. Understood. I shall return to the town to avoid raising any suspicions if someone notices my absence. Yes, go ahead. 7 days hence, the banquet was held as scheduled. In the courtyard of the organization's headquarters, a temporary stage was erected, adorned with numerous tables laden with food and drink. Xuanyue Kongming stood atop the stage with a cheerful demeanor. I am delighted to see over 20 attendees at the banquet today. The organization has just begun its journey. Your ability to join speaks volumes, if not of your skills, at least of your discernment in recognizing the organization's potential. While your contributions may be few, your consumption is plentiful. To eat is indeed a blessing. A few individuals blushed at my praise. Do not feel shy. Indulge yourselves in the feast. Upon concluding his address, Xuanyue Kongming surveyed the expressions of those below. Some bowed their heads in shame. Others struggled to conceal their wrath, while a few maintained a stoic demeanor, devoid of expression. I silently noted the faces of the impassive. Among them surely lie nefarious characters. Ha ha ha, the atmosphere is quite stifling. Let me lighten it with a jest. We shall work together henceforth, and collaboration is inevitable. Let us take this opportunity to get to know one another. Xuanyue Kongming leapt down from the stage and returned to his seat. The members from Awagakure remained expressionless throughout, convinced that Xuanyue Kongming was a mere ghost, not worthy of their regard. Monk, come share a drink. Do not stand on ceremony. Thank you, Chief. The bald man raised his cup with both hands and downed it in one gulp. Yesterday, the bald man arrived in the small town, seeking to join the organization. Xuanyue Kongming was somewhat surprised to see him. He recognized the bald man as the great Buddha of the Akatsuki, who had perished alongside Zetsu at the hands of Tsuzi. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the IWA ninjas exchanged glances, and the ninja responsible for the poisoning stood up. Come, brothers, I am Dihue. Let us drink together, and I look forward to your support. I am Dihue. What shall I call you, elder brother? We shall work together. There were only 8 IWA ninjas, and to mitigate unforeseen complications, they planned to use a sleeping drug to incapacitate several individuals. The sober ninjas would serve as scapegoats to be eliminated. Dihue moved among the crowd, and unbeknownst to him, a significant number of ninjas fell victim, drinking the poisoned wine. The IWA ninjas calculated the timing. The drug would take effect in 10 minutes. Before that, they needed to devise a way to deceive Xuanyue Kongming into consuming the specially concocted poison. After some discussion, they decided that Zhao Fei would take action. The poison was crafted by Zhao Fei himself, familiar with its scent and hue. His personal involvement would heighten the chances of success. Zhao Fei seized a specially designed wine flask, filling it with drink. He discreetly retrieved a pill the size of a grain of rice from behind his ear. Tossing the pill into the flask, he gently shook it. That should suffice. Are you all prepared? Await my signal. Zhao Fei glanced at the sun, inhaled deeply, and approached Xuanyue Kongming. Chief, I thank you for your hospitality. I raise a toast to you. He poured himself a glass first, then filled one for Xuanyue Kongming. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect. Xuanyue Kongming observed Zhao Fei quietly, the wine cup resting on the table, unmoving. Zhao Fei finished his drink, eyes fixed intently on Xuanyue Kongming. Alas, Xuanyue Kongming remained steadfast, showing no intention of drinking. Chief, why do you not partake? Zhao Fei was taken aback, as others toasted. The chief had imbibed, yet when it came to him, the chief refused. Xuanyue Kongming remained silent, his gaze unwavering upon Zhao Fei. The chief must have had too much. I shall drink on his behalf. The great Buddha assumed Xuanyue Kongming disliked Zhao Fei and was unwilling to drink with him. The others continued to observe, sensing the tension. The great Buddha hastily stepped forward, grasping Xuanyue Kongming's cup, preparing to drink it. Xuanyue Kongming seized his wrist, reclaiming the cup and placing it back on the table. I fear the wine may be poisoned. Chief, you jest. We share the same flask. I have drunk from it. How could it possibly be poisonous? You drank from your cup. You drink from mine, and I shall see. Xuanyue Kongming raised his cup, presenting it to Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei surveyed the room, noting all eyes were upon him, and he accepted the cup with a smile, draining it in one gulp. The taste is delightful. See, I am unharmed. Allow me to refill your glass. Xuanyue Kongming did not take it. Zhao Fei lunged before him, glaring fiercely. Drink. Why do you not drink? The wine was indeed poisoned. Should I drink, I would perish. You shall not escape either. Beneath the courtyard, I have buried numerous explosive tags, aside from you. All who consumed the poison wine will not survive today. Zhao Fei pointed at Xuanyue Kongming, addressing everyone present, including the IWA ninjas. Remember my true name, Cao Fei. I am a double agent for a Wagakure and the Land of Grass, codenamed Wallflower. As he spoke, he produced a signal flare and ignited it. The flare ascended into the sky, and Zhao Fei continued. I have already contacted the grass ninjas to surround the courtyard. Comply and surrender your ninjutsu and wealth if you wish to live. The crowd gasped in shock and fury. The IWA ninjas were even more incensed. One kicked over a table and advanced menacingly toward Cao Fei. Stop. Otherwise, I shall detonate the explosive tags, and we shall all perish together. Obey, and you may yet have a chance at survival. The IWA team leader raised his palm, commanding his comrades to halt. He gestured with his left hand behind his back. Drawing a circle, the IWA ninjas dispersed, encircling Cao Fei. Xuanyue Kongming remained seated, unperturbed, continuing to eat and drink as if nothing were amiss. Chief, my water prison technique is a mobile water sphere. I shall transport you from the courtyard shortly. Be prepared. The great Buddha whispered quietly. No need. Let us enjoy the spectacle. I am not yet satiated. Cao Fei turned to stare at Xuanyue Kongming. How did you discern the wine was poisoned? The poison I crafted is colorless and odorless, dissolving seamlessly in wine, and would never be detected. Ah, this cup of spring wine contains 2 insects, easily discernible. Impossible. You lie. If you do not believe me, taste it. You shall discern its essence upon drinking. Cao Fei accepted the cup and scrutinized it carefully. There were no insects. Ha ha. It has already permeated your bloodstream. Xuanyue Kongming laughed until tears streamed down his cheeks. How foolish, yet he still sought to undermine him. A loud thud echoed as heavy objects fell to the ground. Xuanyue Kongming turned to look, and aside from himself, everyone else lay powerless upon the ground. Do you see? My poison is formidable, is it not? Cao Fei, you have done well. I shall commend you upon your return. Dozens of grass ninjas emerged around the courtyard. Captain, I have consumed the poison wine. I cannot return. Please inform my sister-in-law to care for the children. Cao Fei conveyed the method to control the explosive tags to the captain before closing his eyes forever. Bind them all, and take them away. You intend to take my people without my consent? Xuanyue Kongming picked up a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. Chapter 90, A Great Son. Are you speaking to me? No, I am speaking to my son. Do not interrupt. There are still people in the courtyard. His son is in the courtyard. Number 3 and number 5, search thoroughly. Spare no one. The grass ninja team dispatched 2 members to meticulously search the courtyard, but found no one else. Boss, there is no one here. I suspect he is stalling for time, waiting for someone to rescue them. Boss, what do we fear in a courtyard? We can complete the task and leave. You can detonate the explosive tags. The boss forcefully patted number 3 on the shoulder. You make a valid point. I have overthought it. We need not fear hiding anyone in the courtyard. Once the explosive tags detonate, no one shall escape. The boss raised his foot and kicked the 2 individuals. Understood. Yet you still hesitate to act. Bind them all together. You are right. Hasten to take us away. Then, obliterate the courtyard. No conventional ninjutsu can withstand the force of an explosion. Xuanyue Kongming nodded rapidly, urging the leader of the grass ninjas. His demeanor, however, raised the suspicions of the grass ninja, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Hurry up. I have certainly left no trump cards for my son. He cannot escape the courtyard, nor will he disclose today's events to a Wagakure. Xuanyue Kongming continued to feign distress, struggling to rise from the table. Leader, cease your words. You nearly revealed too much. A group of simple-minded subordinates suddenly realized, believing Xuanyue Kongming intended to buy time, and began to play along with his act. The grass ninja leader maintained an unruffled exterior, continuing to search and bind members of the organization at a leisurely pace. Thoughts swirled in his mind. If everything that transpired today reached the Wagakure, they would surely retaliate. What fate awaited him as the leader? You will not be made a scapegoat, nor will your subordinates usurp your position. Xuanyue Kongming's voice pierced the grass ninja leader's ears like a bolt of lightning, awakening clarity. He lunged towards the third member, swinging his arm and striking him across the face. Slap. You dare to betray me and seek to usurp my position? You are far too naive. I see through all of this. The sharp sound of the slap captured everyone's attention, leaving the third member dumbfounded. Boss, why did you hit me? I haven't done anything wrong. Humph, you know precisely what you were thinking. Immediately locate the son of the organization's leader. Even if you must dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find him. Everyone, come in and search. Grass ninja leader Yusuji Kozo beckoned to those surrounding the courtyard, and the ordered grass ninjas rushed inside. A multitude of individuals searched for several minutes, only to find nothing. Are you mocking me? Yusuji Kozo glared at Xuanyue Kongming with simmering rage, poised to strike at any moment. My son is indeed in the courtyard, right beneath your feet. You simply failed to locate him. Continue digging. If you dare to deceive me, I will ensure your suffering is beyond measure. The grass ninjas, out of options, resumed their excavation. Boss, we have a situation. The explosive tag buried beneath my feet has been tampered with. Yusuji Kozo hurried over to inspect the ground. Upon inspection, his heart sank. The destruction of the explosive tag indicated that the individual hidden underground possessed formidable earth release abilities. Could he have already escaped? As Yusuji Kozo fretted, the grass ninjas continued to uncover issues. Boss, the explosive tag here has also been compromised. Mine too. Increase your digging speed. We cannot allow the enemy to escape. Yusuji Kozo surveyed the area, issuing commands. He furrowed his brow, gazing at the ground, his hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth. What to do? What to do? That useless Kusa, despite my countless warnings to be cautious, has still overlooked a crucial figure. There must be a way to remedy this. There must be. Yusuji Kozo forced himself to remain calm, his mind racing as he contemplated strategies. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xuanyue Kongming, sipping tea. You too. Restrain the leader of the organization and compel his son to negotiate. 2 grass ninjas approached Xuanyue Kongming, kunai pressed against his throat. Xuanyue Kongming calmly sipped his tea, glancing at the duo. Be careful. Trust me, you do not wish to discover the consequences of hurting me. Yusuji Kozo interrupted the 2 grass ninjas and spoke to Xuanyue Kongming. We can have a conversation. What do you wish to discuss? What is there to talk about? Xuanyue Kongming's expression remained unchanged, his tone steady and unhurried. We will only take the Wagakure ninja and spare the rest of the organization, while you guarantee that this matter remains confidential. Upon hearing Yusuji Kozo's words, the members of the organization instantly ignited with hope for survival, filled with admiration for Xuanyue Kongming, praising him to the heavens. The leader is remarkable, turning a dire situation upside down. The leader is truly brilliant, confounding the ninja factions of 2 nations. Collapsed on the ground, a large figure scrambled to embrace Xuanyue Kongming's leg. Leader, please take us with you. Quite impressive indeed. I shall consider it. Xuanyue Kongming appeared genuinely intrigued by Yusuji Kozo's proposal. The Wagakure ninja grew anxious. They too did not wish for death. Leader, we are also part of the organization. You cannot abandon us. Yes, I can betray a Wagakure. Please save me. Yusuji Kozo shot a Wagakure a contemptuous glance. You must think carefully. The Wagakure already seeks to undermine you. You will not lose out in this transaction. What is your plan after you take the Wagakure ninja? After all, Wagakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages. I do not wish to draw unwanted attention. Upon hearing Xuanyue Kongming's inquiry, Yusuji Kozo mistakenly believed that Xuanyue Kongming had agreed to the deal. He sat beside Xuanyue Kongming, smugly outlining the grass country's plan. I will take them to the Fire Country border and extract their ninjutsu. I will drain their utility and dispose of their bodies near Konoha, framing their deaths upon them. Rest assured, no one from Awagakure will learn of our actions. I guarantee you will not attract trouble. Xuangyue Kongming cast a glance at Yusuji Kozo and nodded. Leader, you must think this through. Do not be swayed by his one-sided words. If we perish, the village will investigate and inevitably trace it back to the organization and you. At that time, both you and the organization will face obliteration. If you spare our lives, I can offer you wealth and share the ninjutsu we have mastered. Observing Xuangyue Kongming's demeanor, the Awagakure ninja recognized his growing interest in the deal and began to intimidate and entice Xuangyue Kongming. Your proposal is intriguing. I shall summon my son forth immediately. Xuangyue Kongming addressed Yusuji Kozo, never once glancing at the Awagakure ninja. Ahem, my dear son of Fei, how much longer will you hide? Come out at once. Chapter 91. The enigmatic Afei concealed underground. Afei heard Xuangyue Kongming's call and slowly surfaced, following Madara's orders. He had arranged for White Zetsu to monitor Madara before venturing alone to the land of rain. He had kept his distance, observing Xuangyue Kongming from afar, fearful of being discovered. The previous night, he had noticed someone surreptitiously enter the courtyard, bearing numerous explosive tags. He planned to wait until the dead of night to destroy the explosive tags, as Madara sought to collaborate with the leader of the organization, and he could not afford to be killed. Unfortunately, as the clandestine figure departed, Yusuji Kozo took a seat in the courtyard to enjoy tea. Afei contemplated waiting for Yusuji Kozo to leave, but he ended up watching him drink tea all night. As the gathering progressed, members of the organization began collapsing, prompting Afei to take the risk and enter the courtyard. Had Afei approached a little closer, he might have discerned that Xuangyue Kongming had not been poisoned and would not have entered the courtyard. There is no remedy for regret, and Afei was discovered. The gathered individuals in the courtyard were startled by Afei's sudden appearance, momentarily unable to discern whether he was human or ghost. Is this your son? Yusuji Kozo inquired of Xuangyue Kongming. Indeed, what of it? Nothing. You are impressive yet foolish. By calling forth your son, you have rendered your trump card ineffective. Capture your son, and you all shall perish. Attack. With Yusuji Kozo's command, the grass ninjas advanced, encircling Afei. Ha ha ha, foolish ones. You are not particularly clever either. Exposing your son will lead to your demise. How foolish, let us perish together. The Awagakure ninja, knowing their fate was sealed, harbored deep resentment towards Xuangyue Kongming. At this moment, Yusuji Kozo had turned against him, and Xuangyue Kongming and the members of the organization would meet the same fate. The Awagakure ninja began to revel in the misfortune. Silence. The leader would not have revealed his son without purpose. Yes, I believe the leader has further plans. The members of the organization retorted, perhaps genuinely believing in Frost Moon's brilliance, or perhaps merely deceiving themselves. At that moment, their attitudes were remarkably unanimous in supporting Frost Moon. Silence. If you don't need your ears, you may as well discard them. At no point did I agree to the deal with Grass Ninja. Who among you heard that? Tell me. Frost Moon, weary of their bickering, interjected to halt their quarrel. The Rock Ninja and the organization members pondered, whether standing, sitting, or lying down. They eventually realized that they had been indulging in their own delusions. The leader had never uttered a word of agreement regarding the deal. Frost Moon dismissed the Rock Ninja from his thoughts, his gaze fixated on the battlefield where Afei faced the Grass Ninja. A dozen Grass Ninja surrounded Afei. The leader's son? Quite an eyesore indeed. May I ask you a question? Afei inquired seriously, looking at the Grass Ninja. What does feces taste like? The audacity of his question incited the Grass Ninja's anger, prompting them to unite against Afei. It must be said that the Grass Ninja were knowledgeable. Wielding an array of ninjutsu, fire release from the Leaf Village, wind release from the Sand Village, water release from the Mist Village, earth release from the Rock Village, and lightning release from the Cloud Village. Remarkably, the Grass Ninja could utilize them, albeit with diminished potency compared to the originals. Frost Moon smirked, finding the Grass Ninja rather unremarkable, merely thieving without the wisdom to innovate. They had acquired techniques from various countries, yet failed to study them thoroughly, missing the chance to improve and create their own unique ninjutsu. The Grass Country had once faced annihilation. Their current actions were entirely predictable. They had stolen ninjutsu, learning it directly, but their power was lacking, and they would surely earn the resentment of the nations. Afei, engaged in combat with the Grass Ninja, found no need to employ wood release. Within mere minutes, all the grass ninja besieging him were defeated. Now, can you tell me what feces tastes like? Afe leaned closer to the grass ninja and asked. When Okozo felt a surge of alarm, the situation was spiraling beyond his control. He turned to exchange glances with the two grass ninja beside Frost Moon. They nodded in understanding and drew kunai to press against Frost Moon's neck. Stop, or we will kill your father. Before they could finish their threat, a chill surged from the ground, enveloping them in icy terror. I have warned you not to hurt me. Must you remain so obstinate? Frost Moon spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing trivial matters. With a slight motion of his right hand resting on his lap, two tornadoes whisked away the nearby grass ninja. The air was soon filled with their screams. A minute later, two skeletal remains plummeted from the sky, devoid of flesh and blood. Gulp! The courtyard fell into a hushed silence. Only the sound of swallowed saliva breaking it. That leader, I was merely jesting with you. We received intelligence that the rock ninja intended to poison you, and we came to assist you against them. Please do not misunderstand. When Okozo retreated step by step, hastily shifting blame onto the rock ninja. My lord, we are part of the organization. The grass ninja incited us to poison you. You must believe me. Upon hearing of the leader's strength, the rock ninja were astonished by his true power. With such prowess, he could easily become the wealthiest in the land. Do not be alarmed. Your previous plan was commendable, albeit lacking in perfection. Allow me to refine some details. When Okozo nodded vigorously. Please, go on. The rock village planned a surprise attack on the leaf village, covertly sending men into the grass country for reconnaissance, only to be discovered by the grass ninja. An agreement was reached between the rock ninja and the grass ninja, who guided them to the kamikaze bridge. Upon crossing, they were detected by the leaf village, igniting a battle among the three factions, resulting in mutual destruction. How does my script compare to yours? More rigorous, I presume. Frost Moon queried When Okozo. In an instant, When Okozo comprehended that Frost Moon had no intention of letting them off the hook. Run, he shouted, preparing to flee. Frost Moon deftly manipulated the winds with his fingers, inciting the grass ninja and rock ninja to turn upon one another. The members of the organization sat in silence, not daring to breathe as they watched Frost Moon's display. In the blink of an eye, all the grass and rock ninja lay dead, not a single survivor remaining. Collect the bodies. Let today's events remain buried in silence. Who dare speak of this? HM. My lord, you can rest assured. I shall keep this secret even in my sleep. Indeed, from today onward, I shall abstain from alcohol. Anyone who offers me a drink shall be my sworn enemy. Frost Moon glanced at the large Buddha clinging to his leg, deeming him trustworthy. Very well, Buddha. From this moment, you shall be their captain, responsible for overseeing and managing them. As you command, my lord, the 20-something Buddha readily agreed. Come with me. Frost Moon cast a glance at Afe before rising and returning to his office, with Afe reluctantly trailing behind. As Frost Moon walked ahead, the color of his eyes began to shift. The moment Afe entered the office, Frost Moon seized him by the throat, locking eyes with his swirling Sharingan. Chapter 92. Afe's role. Half a minute later, Frost Moon released Afe and turned to sit behind his desk. Afe hurriedly followed, kneeling before the desk and bowing deeply. Greetings, my lord. Rise. After expelling you and Ju from the land of rain, what brings you back? In response to my lord, Uchiha Madara sent me to observe you. He intends to collaborate. Frost Moon's interest piqued immediately, leaning forward with his arms resting on the table. A half-dead Madara wishes to collaborate with me? How intriguing. When Uchiha Madara assigned me this task, he stated. Afe began. Frost Moon scrutinized him, a playful smile gracing his lips. Collaborate on what? Capturing the 9-tailed beasts, reviving the 10 tails, and subsequently aiding him in initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi? Afe's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Frost Moon. How do you know this? Only the two of us were privy to Ju's plan. Uchiha Madara is still in the dark. Frost Moon did not answer Afe's question, instead casting a meaningful glance in his direction. Nagato was taken by me. Madara's eyes awakened unsuccessfully and were tossed into a foul gutter. What are their next steps? Afe lowered his head, unwilling to meet Frost Moon's gaze. Because of your interference, Nagato's Rinnegan returned to Ju, and Madara dispatched him to the Land of Rivers to search for suitable candidates, continuing with the previously established plan. The Land of Rivers? A promising location, the chances of success are high. Frost Moon quickly comprehended Madara and Kaguya's intentions. The situation in the Land of Rivers mirrored that of the Land of Rain, now a battlefield between the Sand and Leaf villages. He had received the latest intelligence that both villages dispatched numerous ninjas to the battlefield, exceeding 10,000 combined. The Land of Rivers had no Hanzo to protect it. During the conflict between the two villages, it would neither dare intervene nor obstruct. Countless innocent civilians would be caught in the crossfire, resulting in many war orphans. Frost Moon recalled Off-Phase behavior earlier that day. Uchiha Madara sent you to observe me. What specific aspects was he interested in? Madara wishes to ascertain whether your philosophies align, particularly your attitude towards the common folk. Upon hearing Off-Phase response, Frost Moon picked up a pen and paper from his desk. You need not observe any further. I am my own best judge. Allow me to enlighten you. I possess decent looks, perhaps a score of 99. I am a fine specimen, charming and elegant. My demeanor is gentle, and I treat others with kindness. I abhor war and cherish the people as my own children, earning their utmost respect. Frost Moon elaborated on his character, strengths, and weaknesses. Initially, Ah-Fei listened intently, but after a few minutes, his focus began to wane. Half an hour later, he was entirely oblivious to Frost Moon's speech, his mind drifting to the intriguing topic of physiques. In summary, my only flaw is that I possess too many virtues. My virtues are that I have no flaws. Cough, cough. Xuangyue Kongming raised his teacup and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. After speaking for a full hour, his throat felt as if it were on fire. Ah-Fei, do you remember what I said? My lord, you have so many merits, I couldn't possibly remember them all, Ah-Fei replied, daring not to admit his lack of attention. It matters not if you don't remember. I have written it down for you. Xuangyue Kongming handed Ah-Fei 2 sheets of paper, densely covered in writing, which at first glance resembled ants crawling over the page. You need not rush back to report. Take your time to memorize the contents. You need not disclose everything to Uchiha Madara. Omitting a word or two is acceptable. Understood, my lord, Ah-Fei said, raising the papers above his head as he accepted them. Moments later, with a deft movement, he concealed the sheets without revealing where they went. He then looked up, his face alight with anticipation, and asked Xuangyue Kongming, my lord, may I present myself before the common folk? I wish to pose them some questions. A flicker of inspiration struck Xuangyue Kongming. He stood and approached Ah-Fei, enthusiastically stating, of course. I grant you the opportunity to strengthen your ties with our organization. When the time comes, do not hesitate to ask them even the most rudimentary questions. You may even accompany them to the latrine. Is that true? Thank you, my lord. Ah-Fei exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and gratitude shining in his eyes. The following day, a new figure appeared in the Water City, adorned with a peculiar swirling mask. This masked individual possessed formidable jutsu and exuded warmth, always eager to assist the members of the organization. Ah-Fei, these stones need to be placed upon the city wall. Lend a hand, will you? Certainly, right away. Could you describe the shape of excrement? Ah-Fei, we are short on wood. Bring me 2 logs. Of course. Can you tell me the color of excrement? Ah-Fei, several houses need to be constructed here. Hurry and assist. I'm on my way. Can you inform me of the scent of excrement? Gradually, Ah-Fei's name spread throughout the organization. Members came to know of a person who was enthusiastic and always ready to help, albeit with a peculiar penchant for inquiries regarding excrement. How has Ah-Fei performed? Xuangyue Kongming asked while seated in his office, snacking and humming a tune. Ah-Fei has performed exceptionally well. With his involvement, the pace of construction has accelerated by 10-fold, and the members quite like him. Indeed, it appears wise to assign him to this task. You all should not be idle. Go assist him. Ah-Fei will be leaving in a few days. We must complete the Water City before his departure. In the days that followed, all members of the organization joined the construction efforts. Within merely 8 days, the Water City was completed. The city's completion signified that both Xuangyue Kongming and Ah-Fei were to depart. Ah-Fei, you will infiltrate the vicinity of Ju and Madara. There is no need for action, just ensure your safety. Understood, my lord. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on their plans. Very well, you may return. If you cannot find me, seek out Kakuzu in the Land of Water or go to the Land of Moon to find Akatsuki's Yagura. Ah-Fei mentally noted this and turned to leave. Just as he stepped through the door, Xuangyue Kongming called out, do not forget the 2 sheets of paper I gave you. Ah-Fei stumbled, nearly losing his balance. So young, yet so unsteady on his feet, quite careless. Xuangyue Kongming observed Ah-Fei's retreating figure from the upper floor. I must prepare something for Ah-Fei, or he may not survive. With Ah-Fei gone, It was time for him to depart as well. In a few years, he would send Nagato and Yahiko. Xuanyue Kongming produced a sealing scroll, summoned the corpse of the Earth Ninja leader, and searched through it thoroughly until he found what he sought. Hehe, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I shall provide you with 2 adversaries to construct a grander stage. How will you express your gratitude? Chapter 93. Igniting the flames of war among the 3 kingdoms, Xuanyue Kongming stored away the Earth Ninja's corpse and unfolded a small piece of paper in his hand. It contained the special contact information for the Earth Ninjas. Over 200 Earth Ninjas infiltrated the Land of Rain, with several teams dispersing to act, agreeing on special communication methods and codes. Xuanyue Kongming quietly noted the code. He then summoned Daifo. Daifo, I shall be away for a while. You will temporarily oversee the organization's affairs. Leader, if you have tasks, please assign them to me. The organization cannot function without your presence. Daifo exclaimed, alarmed at the thought of Xuanyue Kongming's departure. Enough, the organization is on the right track. My absence will not cause any issues. Your primary task is to continue recruiting. Remember, do not easily accept ninjas of unknown origins into the organization. Xuanyue Kongming raised a hand to interrupt Daifo. What a joke. I could never remain here. Staying in the Land of Rain would rust my body. It is far more intriguing to venture out and cause a stir. Seeing Xuanyue Kongming's firm resolve, Daifo ceased his protests. Rest assured, leader, I will guard the organization well until your return. Xuanyue Kongming nodded, pleased. He could finally indulge in some adventures. He glanced at Daifo, tossing him a ninjutsu scroll. This is a jutsu I developed myself. Take it. After I leave, train diligently and strive to stand on your own. I am departing now. Daifo stared blankly at the scroll in his hand, suddenly lifting his head. Unfortunately, Xuanyue Kongming had already left. Daifo clutched the ninjutsu scroll tightly, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. With a thud, he knelt to the ground, bowing thrice before Xuanyue Kongming's portrait. Leader, do not worry. I will develop the organization well and not let your expectations go unfulfilled. Whatever Daifo said, Xuanyue Kongming could not hear. He had already arrived at the residence of Hanzo in the capital of the Land of Rain. Hanzo, diligently attending to state affairs, suddenly noticed an additional presence in the room. Upon closer inspection, he hastily rose, kneeling on one knee to pay his respects. Lord Xuanyue, rise. Seeing you diligently managing state matters brings me great comfort. Xuanyue Kongming settled into the main seat, casually flipping through a couple of documents. Thanks to your guidance, my lord. Without you, I might have remained in despair. Hanzo's gaze was intensely focused on Xuanyue Kongming. Have you received word that the bandits from the Land of Earth and the ninjas from Awagakure have entered the Land of Rain? My lord, I received intelligence regarding them days ago and dispatched someone to track their movements. Hanzo approached his desk, retrieving 2 documents from a pile and gently placing them before Xuanyue Kongming. However, aside from a few waves of bandits, we have not discovered any sign of the Earth Ninjas. Xuanyue Kongming glanced over the intelligence briefly, finding little of value. No matter, whatever their intentions, they will eventually reveal themselves. Enhance security. Understood, my lord. Do you have any further instructions? I will be away from the Land of Rain for a while. Ensure you keep a watchful eye on the organization and do not let it fall into ruin. Daifo lacked sufficient strength. Xuanyue Kongming sought a protector to prevent the organization from being wiped out. In a few years, when Nagato and his companions set out, he could leisurely enjoy his time as the leader. The war in the Land of Rivers had intensified, affecting many civilians. You might attempt to take in a portion of them without drawing attention. I will promptly arrange for Kamida and Heiji to handle this matter. Hanzo immediately thought of his right-hand man and his right-hand man's right-hand man. Xuanyue Kongming quickly interjected. He had little faith in those 2 and feared they would botch the task. Wait, let those 2 remain with you. Find 2 individuals who are a bit more astute. Having assigned the tasks, Xuanyue Kongming departed hastily from Hanzo's residence, heading towards the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Rain. Following the instructions on the note from the Earth Ninja, he located a willow tree along a winding mountain path. Xuanyue Kongming leaped onto the tree, pulled out a pre-written note, and tucked it into a hollow at the 9th bend. With everything prepared, all that remained was to wait patiently. Every 10 days, the Earth Ninja contact would send someone to check the hollow. Xuanyue Kongming had no idea which day it was. Fortunately, luck was on his side. On the 3rd day, an Earth Ninja retrieved his note and left a new one, agreeing to meet at 9 o'clock that evening. The night was moonless and windless. Shuangyue Kongming transformed into an earth ninja, concealing himself in the shadows to await the contact. Just as the clock struck 9, a figure appeared in the tree. Speak. What crucial intelligence do you wish to convey to me in person? Frost Moon Kongming scoffed, inwardly deriding the arrogance of those around the shadow. Such was the demeanor of the Dark Division ninjas, insufferably proud. Though she harbored contempt for the liaison, Frost Moon Kongming maintained a composed expression. My lord, during the course of my mission, I encountered several grass ninjas who proposed a transaction. What transaction? Speak plainly. The grass ninjas offered us a map that allows for a stealthy passage across the Shinmuvi Bridge, in exchange for 100 million ryo and 2 advanced ninjutsu techniques. Oh, that is an intriguing proposition. My lord, please take a look. I have used my family's inherited ninjutsu as collateral to obtain the map. I ask you to present it to Lord Tsuchikage. Frost Moon Kongming produced the meticulously drawn map and handed it to the IWA ninja liaison. The liaison snatched the map and ignited a flame, scrutinizing it intently. Minutes later, he extinguished the fire and nodded at Frost Moon Kongming. You have done well. The map is exceedingly useful. I have examined it, and it appears to be genuine. Frost Moon Kongming stood tall, excitement coursing through her. All for the sake of the village. My lord, there is one more thing. To prevent any deceit from the grass ninjas, I will accompany them on a reconnaissance tomorrow. Should any misfortune befall me, I ask that you look after my family. Very well, your foresight is commendable. If we successfully ambush Konoha, you shall be hailed as the village's hero. Rest assured, I will take good care of your wife. The liaison approached Frost Moon Kongming, raising his hand to pat her shoulder, but she deftly evaded his touch. My lord, I must return to prepare. We depart at dawn. Frost Moon Kongming left the border, riding the wind toward the Shinmuvi Bridge. Standing above the bridge, she gazed below and murmured to herself, how will the fates of Tsuchi and Noera Rin change if I utilize this bridge a few years earlier? With that, she crossed the bridge and entered the borders of the Land of Fire, seeking the outpost near Konohagakure. Moments later, she discovered the first Konoha outpost, fortunate to find it manned by a dozen individuals, including 3 disheveled women. Having retreated from the battlefield of the Land of Rain, the station ninjas were yet to regain their humanity. She unleashed the bodies of the grass and IWA ninjas, inciting chaos among them. Once all had perished, she executed 2 ninjutsu techniques to obliterate everything in her vicinity. Frost Moon Kongming waited in silence for 3 days until the IWA ninjas finally arrived. Chapter 94. The IWA ninjas' infiltration into the Land of Fire. Speed up, do not fall behind. The leader of the IWA ninjas commanded as they pressed on. Frost Moon Kongming stood poised atop the treetops, surveying the IWA ninjas below. They leapt through the forest in clusters, resembling monkeys that had discovered wild fruit. Lord Daidoku, there is a situation ahead. Halt and conceal yourselves. Daidoku immediately called a stop to the rushing IWA ninjas and inquired of the scouts ahead. What have you discovered? Speak swiftly. My lord, several kilometers ahead lies a Konoha outpost, which we found to have been ravaged along with the surrounding trees. We feared the presence of enemies and did not dare approach too closely, hence we lacked detailed information. The lead scout relayed. Indeed, you acted wisely. Let us proceed together. Should we encounter foes, we shall eliminate them without mercy. As the strongest member of the IWA ambush unit, Daidoku surged to the front of the group. Approaching the Konoha outpost, he gestured with his hand, prompting nearly 2,000 ninjas to swiftly spread out, encircling the outpost in layered formations. Once the encirclement was complete, the IWA ninjas converged, closing in on the outpost. Upon observing the interior, their faces fell into sorrow. The outpost was littered with the bodies of numerous ninjas, sprawled in grotesque positions, covered in wounds. The injuries of the IWA ninjas were particularly grievous, many having suffered dismemberment. My lord, this is the IWA ninja who transmitted the intelligence and scouted ahead. One of the ninjas who had exchanged information with Frost Moon Kongming recognized the body of IWA. Daidoku approached the corpse of IWA, silently observing it for a moment before turning and shouting, "Everyone, assemble. Let us honor the village's hero." The IWA ninjas had already noted the 2 bodies at the center of the outpost and moved closer. Upon hearing Daidoku's command, they acted without hesitation, swiftly gathering together. In mere minutes, the 2,000 ninjas formed orderly ranks, standing in disciplined rows. Daidoku stepped forward, pointing to Iwa's body. Behold, This man is a hero of our village. He is the one who brought back the map. The IWA ninjas examined Iwa's corpse closely. Bloodied and kneeling, he had been pierced through the abdomen by a Konoha ninja. His right hand clutched the hand that had pierced him, while his left kunai was embedded in the enemy's throat. One ear was missing, and his left eye was shattered. Yet he clung to the forehead protector of a wagakure with his teeth. Daidoku gently closed Iwa's remaining eye and attempted to pull the forehead protector from his mouth. But it would not yield. IWA had given his life to scout for us. We shall not forget all he has done. He loved this village, and the village takes pride in him. Let us see him off. With that, Daidoku knelt on one knee, bowing his head in mourning for IWA. The other IWA ninjas followed suit, kneeling in silence. For 3 full minutes, they remained bowed, not uttering a word. Once the mourning was complete, Daidoku rose. Gather the hero's remains. Once we complete our mission, we shall return him to the village for burial, allowing him to rest in peace. The first row of ninjas stepped forward, severing the arms of the Konoha ninjas, carefully prying Iwa's fingers apart. They laid his body flat and searched for his missing ear, but found none. They removed the eyes of the Konoha ninja to replace Iwa's, a trophy earned at the cost of his life. Daidoku oversaw the proceedings, directing the IWA ninjas. Minutes later, all the bodies were sealed within scrolls. Daidoku stepped forward, rallying the spirits of the IWA ninjas. IWA was a valiant soul. He brought honor to our village. His spirit is one we should strive to emulate. You have all witnessed his demise. Can your hearts remain at peace? The IWA ninjas clenched their fists, shouting as one, "No. Konoha has slain our hero. We must avenge him. Yes, vengeance. Blood for blood." Daidoku was pleased with their fervor and raised a hand to silence their cries. "Very well, we shall depart at once. Konoha must pay dearly for this transgression." Frost Moon Kongming observed the IWA ninjas closely, noting every action they took. Her carefully orchestrated scheme had proven successful, and their reactions confirmed it. The brief videos had not been in vain. She had learned invaluable techniques. Frost Moon Kongming mused inwardly. Fueled by rage and determination, the IWA ninjas sped toward Konoha. After their departure, Frost Moon Kongming remained atop the treetop, her gaze fixed upon the direction of the Shinmuvi Bridge. As anticipated, the grass ninjas had followed closely behind the IWA. An hour after the IWA had left, hundreds of grass ninjas arrived at the Konoha outpost. One of the grass ninjas crouched to examine the wounds on Ueno Kozo. They were all dead, their injuries complex, some inflicted by the IWA, while others bore the marks of Konoha's kunai and shuriken. I saw from a distance that the IWA were gathering bodies. Could it be that a 3-way battle led to their mutual destruction? A nearby grass Nin interjected. No one knows the specifics. They are dead. And that is that, nothing more to it. Crouching on the ground, the grass ninja rose, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. The used handkerchief was carelessly tossed onto the face of the deceased grass ninja. The rock ninja departed towards the southeast, the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. If my guess is correct, the rock ninja intends to launch a surprise attack on the Hidden Leaf Village. What do you think, Liu Tengen? Liu Tengen glanced up and nodded in agreement. You are indeed correct, Xiangshin. At this moment, we should contemplate how to maximize our profits. Let us follow along with the body. Whichever side falters, we shall strike while the iron is hot and demand compensation. Xiangshin kicked the grass ninja's corpse and remarked expressionlessly, even a useless one has not died in vain. The corpse is quite useful. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. With the main forces of the Hidden Leaf absent from the village, the outcome remains uncertain. Liu Tengen directed the grass ninja to take the corpse away. I hope the leaf fails. In that case, we could acquire several formidable jutsu. Xiangshin clenched his fists. His eyes filled with anticipation. Xuanyue Kongming sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Xiangshin. Their actions were tantamount to courting death. Regardless of whether the rock ninja succeeds in their ambush, a war between the two villages is inevitable, with the grass ninja meddling. The next battlefield will undoubtedly be in the land of grass. Xuanyue Kongming abandoned the inconsequential grass ninja and hastened towards the Hidden Leaf Village. With the main forces of the Hidden Leaf absent, this battle is bound to be spectacular. He was eager to see what cards the leaf had up its sleeve. Chapter 95. Farewell to Uzumaki Mido. Xuanyue Kongming arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village ahead of the rock ninja, stealthily infiltrating the village. The defenses of the Hidden Leaf Village were growing increasingly stringent, with guards stationed at every step. The root of this heightened vigilance lay within him. The last time he infiltrated the Leaf, he caused quite a stir at the Sarutobi clan, truly alarming the upper echelons of the village. The higher-ups of the Leaf felt relieved that Xuanyue Kongming had not assassinated anyone, yet they were simultaneously concerned about what might happen should he return. Following the incident, the higher-ups collectively decided to bolster the village's defenses and alertness. Xuanyue Kongming stood at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf village, casually surveying his surroundings and spotting no less than 20 Byakugan and Sharingan. He could not be bothered to sense or investigate how many Hyuga and Uchiha were lurking in the shadows, under the watchful eyes of the villagers. He activated his barrier and strode boldly into the village. Having come to the Leaf after much effort, he felt compelled to visit Uzumaki Mido, that solitary and benevolent old woman, to persuade her to rest well and refrain from causing disturbances with the Ninetales. Xuanyue Kongming dispelled the barrier and made his way into the Senju clan's territory. After wandering for quite some time, he encountered no one. With Tsunade and SHJ gone, the Senju clan had grown increasingly desolate. It was not until he reached the innermost part of the clan that he noticed a faint light in the main hall. Inside the hall, Uzumaki Mido was comforting her granddaughter, Uzumaki Kushina. "Grandma Mido, I don't want to go to school anymore. My classmates tease me and have given me unflattering nicknames." "Haha, what is your nickname, little Kushina? Do tell, let grandma hear it." "They call me Tomato." Xuanyue Kongming nearly burst into laughter. Was Kushina's fate destined to repeat itself? Uzumaki Mido gently stroked Kushina's red hair. "It's all right, just ignore them, and in a few days, they won't call you that anymore." Kushina looked up at Uzumaki Mido, her innocence shining through as she said, "But they chased after me calling me Tomato, and I couldn't take it. I beat them up. Now they're calling me Blood Red Chili Pepper." "Uft." Xuanyue Kongming chuckled. Fate truly was unpredictable. And Kushina's experiences had not changed one bit. "Whoever is hiding outside, come forth." Xuanyue Kongming stepped into the hall, focusing his gaze on Uzumaki Mido and Kushina. "Indeed, you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." I merely laughed softly, yet you detected me at once. "Who are you? What brings you to the Senju clan's territory at this late hour?" Uzumaki Mido shielded Kushina behind her. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion towards Xuanyue Kongming. She was deeply worried, convinced that he had come for the Nine Tails. With Sarutobi Hiruzen leading forces to the battlefield, the village was vulnerable. Should the Nine Tails rampage, the consequences would be dire. With SHJ deceased and Tsunade gone, Mido had little attachment left to the village. She did not wish to witness the destruction of the village that Hashirama had established. "Please let the little girl leave. We need to speak alone," concerned that the young one might inadvertently reveal his identity. Xuanyue Kongming urged Mido to send Kushina to the door. "Little Kushina, you should return and rest for now. Now can we talk? If you have come for the Nine Tails, I will fight tooth and nail to prevent your success." Uzumaki Mido returned to the hall and took her seat. "Ha ha, I have no interest in the Nine Tails at all." Xuanyue Kongming removed his mask. "Long time no see, Grandma Mido. How have you been?" Uzumaki Mido recognized the change in the masked man's voice. It sounded familiar, as if she had heard it before. It was only when he removed the mask to reveal his true face that she widened her eyes, her trembling finger pointing at Xuanyue Kongming as she stammered. "Even after living for decades and experiencing countless storms, I was still shocked at this moment. Kongming, how can it be you? How did you get in?" "I walked in. The defenses of the Hidden Leaf are as nothing before me." Uzumaki Mido suddenly realized, her finger pointing at Xuanyue Kongming's forehead. "It was you last time too, causing a ruckus at the Sarutobi clan." Xuanyue Kongming picked up a teacup and drank heartily. "Hey, what are you talking about?" "I have no idea." "Still denying it?" "Sarutobi Hiruzen had just offended you twice, and soon after, his clan was thrown into chaos." A faint smile appeared on Uzumaki Mido's lips. "Do you know how terribly you've harmed Sarutobi Hiruzen? His entire clan is on the battlefield, and his position as Hokage is in jeopardy. The Hokage's position is still his. No one can usurp it." "I agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen's political acumen is still commendable." Uzumaki Mido nodded in agreement. "Kongming, how is Tsunade? Has she gained weight or lost weight? Has her temper changed at all?" "Tsunade is doing well. She is managing the medical department of the Daimyo's palace for me. SHJ is also fine. After dying once, that little brat has become much more composed." Uzumaki Mido rose, grasping Xuanyue Kongming's hand tightly. "Kongming, did you just mention SHJ? He is alive, right? Please calm down, Grandma Mido. Sit down and talk. Xuanyue Kongming gently pressed Mito's shoulder, guiding her back to her chair. I have revived SHJ. He is currently studying jutsu in the land of water. Wonderful, wonderful. Uzumaki Mito wiped away her tears and laughed joyfully, having forgotten how long it had been since she last smiled. Besides SHJ, Uzumaki Ashina and nearly 1,000 members of the Uzumaki clan were also in the land of water. Xuanyue Kongming did not conceal this information from Mito. He shared it with her. Good, Kongming, you truly are a good child. Uzumaki Mito held Xuanyue Kongming's hand, her face beaming with joy. Kongming, how about I transfer the nine tails into your body? With the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it wouldn't dare disobey. No need, Grandma Mito. It's better to leave it in the hidden leaf. What a joke. The nine tails still serve a purpose in the hidden leaf. Transferring it to you is out of the question. Xuanyue Kongming decisively refused. Please rest early, Grandma Mito. There will be an ambush on the leaf soon, so be cautious. It wouldn't happen to be your doing, would it? Just go ahead and stir up trouble in the leaf. After all, I want to be around for many more years. With SHJ's death, Uzumaki Mito's belief in the village had crumbled. All she hoped for now was that Tsunade and SHJ could be well. Xuanyue Kongming assisted Uzumaki Mito, guiding her step by step towards the door. Grandma Mito, please don't think that way. I still count on you to help me and Tsunade have children. Ha ha ha. All right, I'll be waiting for that day. Just don't keep me waiting too long, you little rascal. Uzumaki Mito laughed heartily, her steps noticeably lighter. Having secured Uzumaki Mito and ensured that she and the Nine Tails would not cause any disturbances, Xuanyue Kongming anticipated that the hidden leaf would need to reveal its true strength to face the impending confrontation. He leapt onto the Hokage rock, atop Sarutobi Hiruzen's likeness, setting up a small table with a platter of fruits, seeds, and drinks. With everything prepared for the spectacle, he awaited the unfolding drama. The rock shinobi launched a sudden assault on the Hidden Leaf village mere minutes later. The alarm resounded throughout the village, signaling the imminent clash of combat. Chapter 96. The War Begins. As the alarm blared, Danzo, the aide to the Hokage, hastened from his residence towards the Hokage building. A few moments later, Danzo entered the building but did not rush upstairs. He cast a few glances back at the station ninjas, scrutinizing the building's barrier and the concealed traps, ensuring all was in order before swiftly making his way to the Hokage's office. As he approached the office, Danzo noticed the Yanbu ninja stationed at the entrance and inquired, "What has transpired? Have you ascertained the situation?" He did not halt his pace, striding to the door and entering the office. "Lord Danzo, according to our reconnaissance, the rock shinobi have ambushed the village," reported the Yanbu ninja following him. Danzo settled into the Hokage's chair. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's departure, the affairs of the village had been entrusted to Danzo and his two aides. Danzo's authority had reached its zenith, and he acted with increasing audacity, no longer concealing his ambitions. "Danzo, what exactly has happened?" Mito Gate Inazuma and Tsukinami Koharu rushed into the Hokage's office in a flurry. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Danzo brazenly occupying the Hokage's seat. They exchanged glances but refrained from warning or stopping him. It was an unspoken understanding between them that Danzo aspired to the Hokage title, yet they pretended to be oblivious. Mito Inazuma and Tsukinami Koharu harbored their own thoughts. They relished the conflict between Danzo and Hiruzen. The fiercer their rivalry became, the more secure their own positions and the stronger their grip on power. They cherished the village and would sacrifice everything for its sake, yet who would disdain the allure of power? The ANBU's report indicated that the rock shinobi had invaded the village and were currently engaged in battle with the defensive forces. Danzo relayed the situation to Mito Inazuma and Tsukinami Koharu. "How many rock shinobi are there? Has Inoki arrived?" They pressed, gazing intently at Danzo. "I have only just arrived." The ANBU's report was still incomplete when you both barged in. "Let us listen to the ANBU's information together," Danzo replied. And all three turned their attention to the ANBU ninja. "My lords, based on our reconnaissance, the rock shinobi number over 1,000. And it is uncertain whether the Tsuchikage Inoki is participating," the ANBU ninja stated succinctly. "Fools, hurry and investigate further." Danzo slammed his palm on the table, dissatisfied with the ANBU's response, and dispatched them to gather more intelligence. Mito Inazuma interjected, "Wait, in the current situation, the number of rock shinobi and whether Inoki is present is irrelevant. What matters is how we repel the enemy." His words resonated. The immediate priority was to defend against the intruders. Tsukikami Koharu, after a moment of contemplation, concurred with Mito Inazuma's assessment. Whether Inoki joins the fray or not, we must engage in this battle. It is unnecessary to risk sending the ANBU out of the village and waste our fighting strength. Danzo contemplated and found merit in their reasoning. The rock shinobi had already breached the village. After engaging with them, the situation would naturally clarify. He inwardly admonished himself to remain wary of Inoki. Very well. Gather several clan leaders for a meeting. In just a few minutes, the leaders of several prominent clans arrived at the Hokage's office. Danzo glanced at the ANBU, gesturing towards the door, and they understood, exiting the office. Danzo spoke first. Gentlemen, you must have heard the alarm. The rock shinobi have launched an ambush on our village. With Hiruzen absent, there are few ninjas remaining to defend it. We require your clan's assistance. The clan leaders exchanged glances and nodded slightly. We are part of this village. When the village is in peril, we must lend a hand. Indeed. Lord Danzo, please direct us as you see fit, they replied. A smile crept onto Danzo's lips as he cast a glance at Mito Inazuma and Tsukinami Koharu. Very well. The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans will defend the western side of the village. The Hyuga clan will secure the eastern front. The Inazuka and Yamanaka clans will protect the southern flank. I, along with my 2 advisors, will lead the ANBU in safeguarding the northern side. Danzo confidently outlined the assignments and prepared to depart the Hokage's office. The clan leaders exchanged discontented looks, compared to other directions. The northern side chosen by Danzo and the advisors was the safest. The east and west flanks had main gates, which the enemy would undoubtedly target, while the southern side was home to the Senju clan, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails would surely attract the enemy's attention. The northern side, however, was adjacent to the Hokage Rock, close to the Hokage building and the various ninja clan residences, ensuring a high level of security. They internally labeled the Leaf as self-serving and cowardly. Lord Danzo, the Uchiha clan has yet to receive a mission. They oversee the Leaf's defense and possess formidable strength. Hyuga Jinga stepped forward, feeling the burden of guarding the eastern front alone and seeking assistance. Danzo dismissed him, stating, the Uchiha clan is treacherous during wartime. Not only should they not be utilized, but we must also monitor them to prevent any potential betrayal. Hyuga Jinga furrowed his brow, wishing to speak further. But Akimichi Torikes beside him shook his head in disapproval. Danzo and his advisors departed the office, and the clan leaders sequentially left to return to their respective clans. Father, you have returned. Kakashi, stay home and accompany your mother. The village has been attacked, and I must lead our clan to defend it. Be cautious. Understood, father. Nara Shikaku swiftly summoned his clansmen, and over 200 Nara ninjas assembled before their clan's shrine. Scanning the familiar faces, Shikaku waved his hand, designating half of them to the right side. Observing the